What's happening? Benton here. Was just live with Drew over there, get chalked up, and figured I'd go live over here. I got to find a battery. Bear with me. This was all done. I'm not prepared. So we'll go over here real quick. Find a battery. I think I'm out of batteries for my microphone. How can I? That is not even possible. Shouldn't be. Hey, what's happening, Michael A? Yeah, that's thank you, Provo Kid. And you know, that's the reality is that yeah, I'm a bozo in a southern accent and I get triggered and whatever, but it's like when I used to play basketball, you know, the fact that I was 5'8" and 130 pounds, well, if I can juke somebody and make a layup against somebody that's 6'5", you know, that there's no disproving that. You can't just stand off to the side and pretend like I didn't just do that. So there is a thing called logic and reason, and there is like you know, verbal jousting, and that people that have the eyes to see it can see it. The peanut gallery just goes by the emotions. They just go by how they feel. That's who can be appealed to through trying to reframe, obfuscate, you know, just make things up. If you ever notice, I don't do any of that because what the peanut gallery believes is not relevant. It means nothing to me making the layup metaphorically. And Kim really does. He's never adjusted to the fact that in the real world he's used to just being able to bulldoze and steamroller people. It's like, what if your strategy of bullying and intimidation fails? Like, what's your plan B? He's never developed a plan B. Like, what then? What do you do if the person's just like, okay, well, fuck you. What then? The fact is, we had a decent broadcast going, and he derailed it because he just wanted to think out loud for 10 minutes. But he doesn't know. He thinks me and him are just talking. And by the way, I've talked to Kim for an hour and a half, just me and him, with not even on a broadcast. Just talked, had a conversation. But it's like, dude, I know I'm on a broadcast, right? Go to church, dude. I'm working. I'm working all day. See, people don't. It's funny. People don't understand, dude. I wake up at midnight and I work all day, like literally. I can't go places and do things, man. I'm a busy man. They don't give me all this money for very little. I have to actually work. No, I'm talking about black guys, 6'5", 220-pound black guys. Yeah, it was bent in white like notebook paper running up and down the court with 7 brothers because we played 4-on-4 outdoors. That's what I like about the verbal jousting is it's you know, it's an actual thing, right? It's we can tell like how easily everything he said I immediately had a counter for it. It's because he blundered. It's like a chess match. If the person makes the wrong move, as long as I keep adhering to the fact that they just made that wrong move, then they can't, there's nowhere to go. They're hemmed up. Now all they can do is the personal attacks. And by the way, when somebody starts personally attacking me, that's how I know I'm winning, right? It's like, oh, here comes the name calling and the personal attacks. Well, that's how I know I've won, basically. That's right, sir. The thing about church is the Bible says something about good fellowship, and we just assume if I go to a building called a church that's because I've even had people say, well, the Bible says fellowship. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it says good fellowship, because there's certainly such a thing as bad fellowship. And see, we could have gotten into my actual psychology and my personality if these folks wanted, but the reality is that's not, they couldn't stay on topic. Kim is all over the place. Pick a fucking lane and stay in that lane. You know, how come I can do that? I don't get it. But it's like, yeah, let's let you talk for 10 minutes, Kim, about bringing Tommy on the panel when he's already said that he's not doing panels until the 19th. I guess I'm supposed to just sit there and know that this is a false premise and just be like, oh, okay. The church. Oh, you mean me personally? Oh, no, I've talked about this, Michael, that I was broken very early by religion itself, and I can't process dogma. So, um, if I'm going to make it to if there's a judgment like the Bible says, and if I get to meet my maker and he says, well, actually now you have to be destroyed. And I understand it's probably not a he, but in the way that humans think, if he says, well, you didn't go to a building, so therefore, the wheat and the tares, we're throwing you away, then that's okay. Because see, I have a thing, and this, by the way, is the logic that I can always defeat. This logic defeats all religion applied to me, Michael A. Is I have skin in the game based under the rules of the laid forth in the Bible. So if there's a judgment and it's my salvation at stake, I have skin in the game, meaning I'm voting with my thoughts and actions. Meanwhile, if I get to the judgment, y'all not finna be there. So I am literally voting with my thoughts and actions. And what you may or may not think about how I behave with respect to my salvation is literally irrelevant. And that's a form of perfect logic that cannot be attacked or defeated. So, and that's part of what I spent my many years living outdoors. And that's what Stephen David was bringing up this when I said I got in my car and drove to California. I spent many years. Part of that was that a cult had programmed my mind, and I was all fucked up in the head over it. That was part of what was going on. So I then spent several years consecutively figuring all of that out. And part of that was, when these so-called Christians come at me with like, have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? Intuitively, I felt like they were on some bullshit, but intellectually, I wasn't able to counter what they're saying to me because they are on some bullshit, let's face it. And so I actually figured out all of the logic, and I did that in part by teaching myself logic and reason in my mid 30s because a cult programmed my mind from an early age and actually hobbled my ability to think for myself. So when I see the masses of humanity out here that not only are they not thinking for themselves, they're unable to think for themselves. When I observe that, I understand that, wow, there's a process by which they can learn to think for themselves. I've done that process, and if they paid attention to me, I could probably teach them a thing or two. Well, and see, this is presupposing that I haven't found peace. By the way, sir, there's no option of peace in a war. And the fact is, this is a spiritual war between the forces of good and the forces of evil. I would say it's satanic on its face to say that I should seek to be in a peaceful state in this nightmare dystopian hell realm. Because if we're willing to accept that this realm we exist in, and most truthers agree, most so-called truthers agree with me, whatever they think about religion, most so-called truthers have no problem saying, yes, it is a spiritual war between the forces of good and the forces of evil. If I'm born into a war, there's no option of peace in a time of war, sir. See, it's a false premise. But this is what people do is they don't consider the fundamentals and the basics, and they accept the premise, and then they move into sophistication. I'm saying that your premise here is false. See? So if I'm in a world where I'm constantly bombarded with false premises, all I have to do is be like, well, actually, what you're asserting here is this is null and void, because there's no option of peace in a time of war. See how easily it's debunked. This is war, man. Well, that's a good question, VC. It's not a confrontation. It's a lot of it has to do with being with them in the present moment in order to make them feel like they're being heard and make them feel like they're being validated and make them feel like they're being supported. But then I was trained to do that, but for specific reason to then be able to convince people to join a cult, which thank God, as far as I know, I never actually brought anybody into the Jehovah's Witness cult. I'm pretty sure. But I knocked on doors from a very young age and talked and cold did a basically, if you think about go take a job doing door-to-door sales, it's considered very stressful. It's considered, I did a lot of things from a young age that many people consider to be very, very stressful, like public speaking. So I was actually taught how to do all of this. I don't know what you mean, Tommy, but yeah. But yeah, they had access to my mind from the age of 2. And that's the thing about a child; their brain hasn't formed yet. And if I'm an organization and I know that I can have access to that kid's brain and I can put my programming in there, I mean, what chance does that kid have? It's a miracle I'm here talking to y'all at all, man. Honestly, it's a fucking miracle. Like literally, this is a literal miracle. And I'm never going to let bozos, not you, VC, but I'm never going to let bozos on the internet convince me otherwise, right? Meanwhile, I've necessarily had to discover exactly what's going on in my psychology. And part of that is I know myself inside and out. So, yeah, I have a pattern of getting into these verbal back and forth. You think I don't know that? Like, as I'm having this interaction with Kim, I'm watching the interaction. It's called meditation. I didn't claim control of my mind, did I? I claimed that a cult programmed my mind. Yeah. I claimed that a cult programmed my mind and thus controlled it. Although I was unaware of it, my brain was in part controlled. But we're all programmed. And welcome, Booty Bounce 420, a new subscriber, by the way. Shout out to you. Oh, there's another new subscriber. Let me shout out the other new subscriber. Let's see. And I got time. I got time, so I can actually. And that is one of the benefits of my job. I can make my own schedule if I'm so inclined. But and shout out to Drew for trying to do the shitting and get people over here. He tried. Shout out Kyle Z, another new subscriber. Yeah. Well, and I see what you're doing there. But the fact is that I know what I am. What I am is the thing that's observing all of this. That's what I am. I'm observing. But see, that's what I'm saying is a lot of people who do exhibit certain traits uh, and certain and have problems in the world, and they end up medicated in a mental health system. Which, by the way, never been in the mental health system, never been medicated. Now, that's not the case for much of the people, right? Much of the people are medicated. Much of the people are in the mental health system. Much of the people have been diagnosed. But if you're asking me what I am, I'm the thing that watches all of this happen. That's what I am. So when I say, I am that I am. What's up, Gary Baxter? Good to see you, bro. He's an OG in the CBO streets. Well, yeah, and see, me and Tommy are on the same level. I don't like the term sub. In fact, I'm trying to train myself to always say subscriber or subscription, because that sub, and this is where these, if you think about who runs and administers these platforms, it's people who live in Silicon Valley who literally march in pride parades in San Francisco, where there's naked men and there's puppy play and there's children watching all of this. That's who runs all of this. So the fact is, when you hear the term sub, that's in the context of a dom sub relationship. That's what that means, right? So I'm trying to discipline myself to say subscriber. Meanwhile, most of these bozos, it goes right over their head. That sub has a subtext meaning that they're not picking up on. They just say, "Oh, I'm your sub." They go onto somebody's channel and say, "I'm your sub," and what's in parentheses is "you're my dom," meaning dominancy. They're not aware of this, Tommy, but me and Tommy are aware of this. Yeah. Well, you love it, Tommy. Let's be fair. You do love it. Oh, Tommy. Now, is this where Tommy? Thank you, sir, Provo Kid. Is this where Tommy comes up on the panel, even though he said he's not going to till the 19th? That's the question. Oh, if you want to, dude, I can deal with the tax. Why don't you wait till after the 19th, Tommy? And see, that was the thing is, I feared, if this is what we're talking about, I feared since not even feared, I've known since the beginning at some point, Tommy's razor sharp wit and intellect and verbal attacks will be directed at me eventually. I'm just assuming. Well, it may very well be, Tommy. I mean, I don't know. It's our house, so I guess that makes it your house as well, doesn't it? But if Tommy, if you don't, I'm not, by the way, yes, it is booty bounce. I agree. So some of that gets directed my way. And this is kind of back to what Kim was talking about. He was attacking me on this basis. Yeah, the fact is, I don't have any friends left from my old life. And the fact is, I do still have relationships with my immediate family. So when I said close relationships, that's what I'm referring to. But so the fact is, if Kim tries to turn that into a 0 or a 1, it's like, well, if it has to be a 0, yes, I still have a relationship with my mother, and it's a good relationship. I still have a relationship with my father, and it's a good relationship. And my dad, by the way, is literally Jack Talcott as far as his psychology, which is part of the reason why I figured Talcott out so quickly, because I had to figure my dad out just to have a relationship with my dad, literally. Because when Talcott is feeding, and you see when people are going off on him, and you see him doing this, he's feeding. Okay. My dad pushes the same buttons in me and gets me to blast him and go off on him. And I almost never do that anymore. That's called progress over time. So yeah, you will see me fucking yelling at Mr. Murphy on here on occasion. Nobody notices when I'm not yelling at people. You know, you will see me engaged in a pedantic, autistic, very strident back and forth with Kim, but nobody notices when I'm not doing that. So there's no progress. We just turn everything into a 0 or a 1. So I'm free to lay back and just be a drunken bozo. No offense, Stephen David. I'm free to just lay back and be a drunken bozo and never actually put my human essence into much of anything. Right? Not saying that he's doing that, but I'm still here, man. I'm still here having the human experience, right? Whatever this discrete being is that is Benton is still here doing this thing. Why would I be worried about the opinions of the people are here, the opinions of the what you call the peanut gallery? That's all ridicule. And the fact is, if I'm still alive in 10 years, I ain't even going to remember this. I mean, think about that. But I'll definitely remember, you know, how did I conduct myself? Yeah, very poorly at times. Most of the time, I'm doing pretty fucking good. I think we can all agree. Yeah, I can, of course, absolutely. Yeah, without question, sir. See, but this is, by the way, and Tommy, this is, I've talked to you about this. This is where when I just directly say something, people just assume that I'm obfuscating and I'm not telling it like it is. If my dad told me to fuck off and move to another town and didn't, and was like, I'm never going to talk to you, I would just come on here and say that. I wouldn't pretend like we still have a good relationship. Of course I can. Yeah. No, all the comments are about me, Tommy, on some level. Yeah, I'm here reading the chat. It's all about me, and that's the key to Benton. All of this is about me. That's what. If you want to understand Benton, it's all about Benton, right? 100%. Thank you. Now, booty bounce just programmed my mind. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, Illuma Tommy. Probably because I'm not on your level, Tommy. Get on Tommy's level. I tell these other people to get on my level. Well, I'm not on your level, Tommy, and that's not passive aggressive. I mean that. Game, respect, game. No, my dad, my father will not allow himself to be voice recorded. He will not allow himself to come on stream. He's completely resistant. Back in the day, before I ever did Nightmare Dystopia, I'd already had some podcasting experience, and I just assumed my dad, because I've had my mom on a podcast, by the way, Michael A. I did a one of the 56 Nightmare Dystopia episodes is literally a conversation with me and my mother. That was very well received, by the way. And Drew actually replayed it on one of his channels, although because of YouTube censorship attacks, it's no longer up. But my father, so I just assumed that my dad would do a podcast with me, and I actually had a recorder, and I started talking. Dude, he freaked the fuck out. He's super paranoid about that stuff. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's all about it is. I mean, dude, I'm just willing to admit that every single one of us is wholly self-centered. That's just reality. Now, do we feel some type of way towards our loved ones? Yeah, of course we do. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying uh for the whole course of our life, we are all the centers of our own universe. And if genetics is a thing, and if we all got here based on how science said we got here, the official fiction, all of our ancestors were the exact same way. Otherwise, Those genetics that aren't self-centered didn't make it this far. Think about that. But it's somehow considered gauche or negative to just say, oh yeah, of course I'm up my own ass, of course I'm almost completely self-centered, but I'm still a human being with certain characteristics. I still, when I see someone in a bad situation, I still have a feeling where I want to reach out and help them. Of course I do, but I'm still completely self-centered. That's how we are. It's like a dichotomy. It's a paradox. It's two things at the same time. Oh, come on, Woody. But yeah, I see what you did there, sir. I see what you did there. Yeah, my dad was dead to me for a time, and then I damn near died, and I said, well, shit. Do I want to be like Norm Macdonald, who had recently died, and all these people who were close, who thought they were close to Norm Macdonald, he passed, and they were like, shit, he didn't even tell me he was sick. So I'm watching this, and I'm a big comedy fan, and I'm watching what Norm Macdonald did, and I'm like, hey, do I want to be like Norm Macdonald and just peace out of this motherfucker? And my family is like, wow, we had no idea. So I actually went and traveled and met with my family and was like, hey, here's what the deal is. And did that with my dad. And that actually is what rekindled the relationship, as it were. But some of that is based on that I was able to recognize that I had grown enough as a person where I can actually be around him and his toxic Jack Talcott traits, right? Yeah, there you go. No, I know, Woody. I saw what you did there. Shout out to the chat, by the way. Shout out to the chat. And I'm on one a little bit. So, Kim is right. I did wake up in some kind of a mood, but I wake up in that mood every day, right? Like dude, I wake up every morning and I feel like I can run through a brick wall, man. Like I've been that way since the testosterone kicked in. Like I literally feel that way. Like I could just go run through a brick wall right now. That doesn't mean I can, but I feel that way. Like EBT's pointed out, I couldn't even pick up a fucking a big truck tire recently. Yeah, man. Well, I mean, and it's fair play, but it's like he's just being disingenuous because there's things he said to me privately that now he's on the broadcast, he's saying much the opposite. But I'm like, what? But then he'll probably just say, oh well, it's a broadcast. So, but yeah, that doesn't mean we come on here and just make shit up, does it? Because otherwise, what's the point? And meanwhile, I know that the limited amount of people who want to tune into Benton every day, a lot of that's based on my authenticity. That I will just say, yeah, I was drinking myself to death very recently. Like people respond to that. And a big part of why my podcast was so well received, I was speaking on things that other people weren't facing. But then look at Stephen David. I physically travel to the area he lives in. I go in Walmart and 30% of the people have masks on. That's not hyperbole. That's not an exaggeration. They do, but in his mind, he's in a state of delusion. Oh, and I noticed this 2 years ago because I was in Kansas City, in a suburb of Kansas City. Everybody, dude, it was crazy. They were wearing masks outside. Everybody was masked up. I'm talking to Drew on it, and I got people in the live chat going, "Well, I'm in Kansas City. Nobody's wearing a mask." No, that's an individual person who's inhabiting a delusional state and who's not seeing the world around them accurately. It's literally a delusional state. That's what that is. Stephen David's in a delusional state. Probably part of why he's drinking so heavily. In order to not, in order to deal with how he feels, because the fact is he can intellectually delude himself when he goes to Walmart that, oh, nobody's wearing a mask. Dude, I've been to many of the super centers in Phoenix, Arizona. Every time I go into any of them, at least 25% of the people in there, I'm already backpedaling EBT, at least 25% of the people in there are wearing masks. I'll go in there on a live stream and we'll just watch how many people have masks on. So he's not facing reality. In his mind, yeah, nobody wears a mask. But so when Stephen David goes in the super center, part of him understands emotionally that wow, people are still, been 3 years, they're still wearing masks. What the fuck is this? That creates some sort of emotional upheaval. Down the booze, now that's a very effective way in the moment of dealing with those emotions. This is all very obvious, man. I'm going to drop the link. I don't know. Maybe somebody wants to come up here. Not you, Tommy. I'm holding you to your word there. So, not Tommy. And I don't know why he said that. Just don't say those things like that, and then I won't have to not bring you up. But yeah, and I don't. Yeah, you're right. Uh, you're right, Tommy. Got to watch Walker. I got to make my food. That's what I got to do. I've interrupted my morning routine for live streaming, going right into the live streaming. This is the unhealthy aspects of the panels here. But I really do have all day. So the truck stop I'm going to end up at. See, it's Tommy. What are you doing, Tommy? You said I'm not going up on panels till the 19th. Is it the 19th? It's the 12th, sir. What is this? But if anybody else wants to come help me out here, I promise not to yell at you like I did Murphy. But that was the point I was trying to make earlier that we never finished up on, was that I think what happens with me is people get sucked in because they think I'm gonna, I'm a good listener and I'm good at active listening and I accept them non-judgmentally, and that I think they feel some type of way, but then later on when I start going off on them, I think that's it's actually the pulling them in, and then that's I guess I need to just push them away from moment one, uh, but I'm not there yet. I need to train them. I said 30%. I backed it off to 30 to 25. David Polk, 25%. Which, if you go out of 10, if I see 10 people, if two out of 10 people wear one, that covers from 20 to 29%. If you think about it, so damn near 30, right? What do they say? 30% of all statistics are made up. Meanwhile, I have near unlimited ability to track all of these details in real time. Isn't that amazing? But Kim got mad at me or whatever. But dude, he'll improve over time. Next time he's on a broadcast, maybe he won't uh, think out loud for 10 minutes, because that shit's incoherent, man. You started off making points, and then you just go off into like it's just Kim's fucking thought process. Like, dude, we're start a channel. Well, by the way, you got plenty of subscribers. Go live and just fucking think out loud. I guarantee you, there's people who want to hear that shit. I promise you, there's people that want to hear that shit. Of course there are. That's what's so great about the internet. You can find 18 motherfuckers who will listen to what you want to say. That's not hard, man. If you can speak and convey your ideas intelligently, which Kim can, by the way. No, but see, I figured this out early on. See, you guys see somebody in their car with their mask on, and you think, wow, that's nuts. That's the sanest person of all, because if they're going to wear a mask and they're going to go out in public, and some of the time somebody's going to say, hey, put your mask on. Really, if you think about it, the way to just be left the fuck alone is put that shit on first thing in the morning, take it off. Hell, sleep in the motherfucker. Just wear it 24/7. Because now you'll, with it up over the nose, because now they'll never be bothered. They'll never be told anything. Maybe that's somebody who's just smart enough to say, well, obviously I'm going to go along to get along. And now maybe they're like me and they can't stand random people intervening. Let's just put the motherfucker on and never take it off. That's the sanest person of all. So why wouldn't they? It takes into, do I really want to discipline myself to the level of, oh, I'm going to wear this everywhere but while I'm driving a vehicle? Oh, I'm in my car. I better remember to remove my mask so these random people that I'm never going to interact with don't think I'm weird. See, take it to its logical conclusion. And see, I don't think out loud, Kim. I figured this. I'm speaking on something I figured out long ago. I ain't smart enough to talk in the moment. I think and think and think and think and think. I come on here and I tell y'all things that I already figured out. I don't do the let's think out loud and go here and go there and go here and go there like Kim does. because he's figuring it out in the moment. I don't do that. Yeah. Well, that's what this is, Woody. If we talk about that it's programming, meanwhile, I'm in the so-called truth community. Can y'all even hear me at this point? I failed to get more batteries. Apologies. Can y'all hear me? I'm in the so-called truth community. People go, yeah, TV. That's why they call it programming. That means you too, you fucking bozos. The person saying that says, oh yeah, that's why they call it programming. Yeah, you're programmed too, person saying that. So they'll go out here, and this is where I talk about the externalization versus the internalization. They'll externally apply that to everybody else, but then they'll never look at themselves and find their own programming. You're all products of this system, whether you want to be or not. Oh, but that don't feel good. How do I feel now if I'm willing to face that I'm a product of the system and I'm programmed? Well, I don't have to concern myself with that, see? I can just go, oh, I'm a product of the system. Oh, a fucking cult program my brain. And I don't have to concern myself about how I emotionally feel in the moment. So I understand people, if you bring them to that point, why am I the expert in how most people operate? If you can get them to the part where now they can internally go in there and realize, wow, I'm also programmed, that has an emotion attached to it. They're repelled by that emotion, so they never actually go introspectively and examine their own programming. We're all products of this system, whether we want to face it or not. But if I want to make progress and I can demonstrate I've made progress over time, a lot of that was going into myself, not even concerning myself with how does that feel, and then doing what I need to do to be more effective in the real world, and then moving forward based on that. But I understand that most people, if they get to the point of wow, let's go see what's actually going on. Oh, I'm a product of the system. That feels a specific way. They're repelled by that emotion, so they just go back to how they were before. And you cannot transcend your limitations. It's not possible for one to transcend their limitations without going into themselves. And if going into themselves and being honest with themselves causes them to feel some type of way, they can't ever transcend their limitations unless they go through those feelings. The only way out is through. And you're damn sure not going to get there by repression. So what's Stephen David doing when he doesn't face the reality that a pretty high percentage of the people in his area choose to wear a mask to this day? That's repression and suppression. That's bad for him. So meanwhile, here comes the booze. Let's deal with the things we're not dealing with. Ask me how I know. I'm not speaking on anything that I myself haven't done. Meanwhile, I damn near drank myself to death. So how come I've got all this figured out? But Benton go on a panel. They're never going to just lay back and be like, wow, Benton, that's a good point. I never thought about it that way. Meanwhile, Tommy comes on here. At some point, I'm going to lay back and go, wow, Tommy, I never thought about it that way. I'm going to give him credit. I don't get credit for my ideas. I get mocked, ridiculed, and made fun of. And that's okay. But I'm going to react to that some type of way. I'm not a victim. But if Stephen David knew anything about humility, he might just be like, wow, I never thought about it that way. Tell me more. But it's going to be some passive aggressive. Oh, okay. Well, after I fucking defeat him in the verbal back and forth and point out the error in his logic, okay, well, you just go ahead and explain it to us then, very passive aggressively, which is some bitch shit. That's bitch shit. Yeah. So what do you want from me, man? I'm just out here doing the damn thing. All right, we need somebody up here though if Kim's going to be on here, because I got to make my food so I can do my thing. But welcome, sir. I'm going to mute and let you talk if that's all right.
If you can hear me, give it a sec to clean up. Just keep talking.
Yeah, we're here, man. I got to make my food.
I can't hear you at all.
Oh shit!
Fucking
Can you hear me now? Can y'all hear me? Mic check, mic check. My the mixer, I fucked up and had this thing and I don't. So
I hear you now. Can you hear me?
Hang on, let me get my headset. We'll fix this.
Can the chat hear me?
All right, I think
I
I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. They can probably hear you then. They were saying they could hear you before, but wait for someone to 5x5 it.
I'm pretty sure we're good, but I'm like 20 minutes overdue for a pee break and I got to make my food here, so thank
Can
you
you
for coming
listen
on.
to me while you pee? I'll just
Yeah, I can do everything. If you want to solo it for a bit, go for it.
No, I want to talk to you though, but as long but I mean I
Oh, I'll be able to
not
hear
like
you. Yeah, I'll be able to hear you. Yeah.
yeah. Cool. I apologize. I took I should have just recognized. I know you wake up hot, and I should have recognized it and not taken it personal and like thought it. That's me not being in it. I don't want to use like a relationship thing, but it is definitely my weakness. An interpersonal relationship to be like, oh, I'm getting attacked. So I jumped on you hard, and I should have just let you have it. You weren't like doing anything out of line. So that was really the main. And I skimmed through and heard you talk about your dad, and I definitely was gonna just say like, hey, do you want to talk about that? If like after anything else you want to talk about,
Yeah,
that
well,
rang a
and
bell in like stuff.
apology
But yeah,
apology accepted. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, apology accepted. And yeah, you're right though. Like I was gonna agree with you on Drew's stream, but dude, I've had really good friends that would still be really good friends, except for it went wrong, but it wasn't all my fault, but it was mostly my fault. Like, yeah, of course. But
it
I
takes
do
two.
still have close relationships. But go ahead.
It takes two, and I'm, you know, um, I should have just said, "Oh, go ahead and interrupt." You got something more important to say. I definitely didn't feel like what I was saying was like that important to be heard. I was feeling air in my own. And you make a great. I mean, dude, I accept your criticism, uh, humbly, and you're right. I think out loud. I've learned to think in the moment, and in my life previously, it served me well, but it also is fucking annoying to be around, and not it is something I'm trying to work on, not losing not being so loquacious.
Yeah, man, I get it. It's it's a thing for sure. Drew's
Yeah,
it's a little bit bigger stage though. That's the thing is like you know what I'm saying? Like you could come over here and pretty much do whatever the fuck you want. It's a little different format.
yeah, yeah. Heard.
Yeah, yeah. So, because me and Drew actually, we did before I completely went off the rails. Me and Drew did a Sunday night show on D Live, and it was pretty fucking fire for like the first four episodes. Like,
Yeah,
we both
I
kind of know
listened.
what we're doing.
I
Yeah.
was I was a subscriber back
Yeah.
then.
Well, but yeah, hilarious. But you also can do those things. I mean, you can do that also, right? Like you have those abilities. So I think that's where I get frustrated is because I know you have these abilities, but it's like certain things you might want to do in the moment. It's just like, you can't just do that necessarily. I mean, you can, but not and be a skilled broadcaster. If that makes sense. So I see the potential, I guess, is what I'm saying. If you didn't have the
Yeah,
potential, dude, I wouldn't even waste my time. Believe
I
me.
mean, I haven't even gone there for the most part in my own head. I did kind of. I mean, I I apologize because I got sucked into it, and then like dude, we don't even like totally rehash it. This is part of the shit we've already talked about over and over. Like you get like our breathing gets worked up, then we hold our breath, and we're not thinking. Well, it's like, oh fuck, we both did it, and we've done it before. We just did it there, and I'm not really sure
Yeah, I
what
agree,
the
but I
diff.
didn't do it very bad, but I did it. Yeah, sure. Of course I did.
Yeah. 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 Um. Anyway, this is not, I didn't mean to come here and like fucking making up your whole broadcast. I just wanted to throw that out because I'm not I come in peace. And
Yeah, I get it. I wasn't worried.
uh
And some people like
so
the Springer, the Springer-esque, they like the drama anyway. So that I don't think it detracted from the show necessarily.
yeah, I know. And that is honestly part of the problem, and what I'm trying to work out is I don't know that line, because I do allow myself to go in the moment a little bit, because I'm like, yeah, I mean, every stream I've been on, not that I'm saying it was, I enjoyed it. I don't enjoy arguing with anyone, include, especially you, someone that we can have much more intellectual conversations. And so it's just like I need to just catch myself, and like, I guess if it's going to be an argument, at least make it something more valuable or good or whatever. It really that was more us just kind of, and me spurging a little bit, like just feeling a little attacked and spurging a little stupid.
Oh, I get it, man. It's we're humans. That's human nature. So it's
But
no
the
worries.
coming back around and talking to you, dude, to keep it real, that's like part of personal growth. I think for both of us, like I think for both of us a month ago, if you could think, you would have,
Oh yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
for
like
sure. Yeah,
I actually
absolutely.
came and jumped through, and it was like, damn, Benton's not even okay, cool. He's right where I'm at. It's like, ah, shit, that happened. Move on. Whatever. And then I heard, so as far as your dad, do the neck movement, that's where I was like, holy shit. I never thought about that. But dude, the whole Kundalini and expelling those things from me. And then, dude, my dad did the same thing. He's not around anymore, but he did. And I'm like, now I see the similarities in Talcott too. And like dude, just our upbringing. I mean, it kind of makes me also realize why we can probably get at each other a little more. I think there is similarities in us. And then I don't know. I was gonna go and even a little deeper on the spiritual warfare, but I didn't really necessarily I didn't know how to bring it up to you without like it's almost more something I would want to bring up probably offline, and then see how if you want to talk about it
Yeah,
online. But
that's
yeah,
fine.
just like expelling demons and stuff like on that nature.
Oh yeah, deliverance. That would be the
Yeah,
name.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, real quick, while you brought up the topic of deliverance, I would recommend there's this guy on YouTube. But remember, anytime I say a name, dude, that human being can be debunked at the level of his humanity. So I'm not saying follow this guy. I'm saying if you want to listen to some of his sermons, he has some stuff on YouTube about deliverance.
Who is it?
Actually, Derek Prince.
Oh, sure, Derek Prince. Yeah, super familiar with him. Like Derek Prince, Win Worley. Um, yeah, yeah. No,
So I think
Derek
if you
Prince
just
is freaking fire as
yeah
far
on
as
YouTube, if you
deliverance
just search Derek Prince deliverance, you'll
yeah,
find something, I'm sure.
and he's about you know, the least like Win Worley, I believe, also had some power, but he was a little more showy. Like Derek Prince is like, serious, like 100% as sincere as he could be. Like you said, any human could be debunked at their humanity, but I like him a lot. I've definitely listened to a lot of his sermons.
Well, and I'm bringing him up for specific reasons, not for entertainment
Delivering.
like that.
No, yeah,
Yeah, that
specific.
shit
I
ain't
am
easy,
too.
man.
I am
That's a
100% saying, as far as deliverance
yeah.
goes, he gave me power of deliverance listening to him. I mean, literally, I did it first just by believing, and like that was so powerful. It started, but like I don't know how long it happened for you, but I went through like 6 months of pretty hardcore. Like at first there was like a lot of it, and then I kind of had to work on it, and I got into fasting, and that definitely helped and stuff like that. Do you, like, would you fast right now? I know that's probably a stupid question with your weight loss, but,
I'm not sure I could with my health issues.
I mean, have you, man,
Listen,
again, man,
fasting for people with gallbladder issues is pretty much the worst idea ever. Yeah.
got it. Yeah. Yeah.
Scientifically
Yeah.
proven to actually, and in fact, with the modern diet, that's one of the big problems when people do start to fast. And even the intermittent fasting can cause problems with the gallbladder. So,
Okay,
like,
yeah, because the
I'm
whole does,
convinced, man,
right.
and I've tried a lot of this cleansing, and I'm convinced half this shit is that the system promotes is actually detrimental. Like, I'm convinced of that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, 100%, dude. I was even as a normie back in college taking nutrition. That was one of my first, man, I remember writing that essay. It was on the food pyramid. And after like reading the book on nutrition and okay, this is how stuff breaks down the body, blah, blah, blah. And I'm a dumb 20-year-old college kid. Then it's like now write an essay. I picked the food guide pyramid and I'm like, it should literally be upside down, and I was like, you know, fiery, with my attitude, like, what is wrong? How is the government promoting this bad of a diet based off, blah, blah, blah. And, you
Yeah.
get a dumb A on the fucking paper, but literally nothing happens. Curriculum doesn't change. No one like starts a movement like, yeah, this is right. But, meaning the teachers and the people that write the books that obviously can fucking see the same thing. Like, and we all see it. I mean, but yeah, I guess you grow up and you just realize how big the machine is.
Well, and then, that's why I say waking people up is not a thing, because that presupposes, like, I just envision somebody tied up, somebody not tied up, but asleep on some train tracks. And here comes a train, and we think, wow, if I go wake them up, they will get off the train tracks. But what if you wake them up and they just lay there and let the train run over them?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's what
I
happens.
know, man.
It's like,
I know.
okay, now they know a train's about to run over them, but they still let the train run over them.
I mean, it's
But
the
what's
whole
the
fight
difference?
scene from They Live, again, how it's fucking a half-hour fight scene to be a metaphor for how hard it is to wake somebody up. Now, in the movie, the guy saw the glasses and I'm pretty sure he changed his behavior, but you're right. It's pretty much like he put the glasses on, saw him, took them off, and kept fighting. I mean, that's basically the world we live in. When you try to wake someone up,
And
that's
they
how the
still
movie
gotta,
really ends.
and like with the pandemic, when that first started, I would go, and because I'm really good at just talking to people, I would go talk to people in real life, and talk to them about the mask, and I've got a way of being engaging and making jokes, but also making points, and they would always agree with me about, like, just whatever the problems might occur, but they would always end with, yeah, but I got kids, every single
Yeah,
time, meaning I'm just going to do
no.
what I'm told because I have children.
Dude, that's the excuse for every dude. My buddy, that was their excuse for everything. Like they would flake on me for. I quit asking them to do shit. I mean, and like fun shit. Like, yeah, they want to go four wheeling, and they'd fucking yeah, let's go. And then all of a sudden they'd flake. You get tired. I get it. Like it's commitment. You got to get up and drive and this that. But my point is, the kids were the excuse. When I'm really like, dude, you just don't manage your time. Like it's not. Priorities are priorities, but you shouldn't use them as an excuse why you're ineffective and you can't fulfill your commitments. Now again, four wheeling isn't the greatest excuse, but he didn't fulfill his commitments on anything. And the kids were always the excuse, and like, yeah, it's just sad. It's
Well,
sad
but
because
I'm
it becomes a example, for the generation, and it just like keeps watering down people
well,
that
but I
have.
but
Go
I
ahead.
think this. Sorry to interrupt, but this ties
I think
back in
there's
with
a lag too. Is one of the I have such terrible service, man. I think that's another reason we jump on each other when we're a
well,
little fired up.
well. By the way, I'm able to have conversations with multiple people in public, and I don't have any problem. It's some of it is the fucking format.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not out here fucking yelling at people. I'm not getting into it with people in real life. It's not a
yeah. I mean,
thing.
it's almost family-ish. Like it is a trip on some level, like internet family. You get to know each other. There's personality, even if it's just a personality a lot of people present online. It's you get just it's weird, man. Like what else are you gonna do? Like you're not strangers anymore. You start acting more familiar, even if it is through a screen. It like it's fucking Ready Player One. This is it, bro. Like we're getting in the metaverse. Like
Oh yeah,
this
this
isn't
is
even
absolutely.
a yeah. It's not even a something we haven't accepted. It's
No,
just
this is
sad.
we're there, man. This is it.
I know. It's more like yes, I know. That's really more. It's more funny that we think. To be honest, it's more funny that we are still wondering why it's like thinking it shouldn't be this way on some level, given the format. But so on the mask thing, I just want to throw out like I was like I caught that part on double time, and I'm like, you were like, oh, the people that wear the mask full time are the sanest, and I was thinking you were going a different direction with it, and then you went with like the compliance direction, and I'm like, ah,
Yeah.
shit, I don't agree with.
Nobody's ever going to have anything to say to them because they always
Well,
wear it.
if that's your thing, but like I guess my thing was I was gonna think they're the sanest because they actually believed there was a fucking thing and that the mask was protecting them. So
Well,
like,
but not
yeah.
in the car. There's nothing to
Well,
protect
if
them
you,
from in
I
the
mean, if you
car.
could smell cigarette smoke from the car in front of you and you're like that weak-minded, you might think you're like, you know, inhaling their virus too. So wear them. Dude, I know. I can't defend their argument, but
We all know it's irrational. We all
yeah.
understand that the
But I guess
mask is
my thing was if
irrational.
you're wearing it to just avoid the conflict, I'm like, that to me feels just like a broken person. And I get it. It's the path of least resistance and probably on some level less like literal cortisol stress hormone releasing. You know, there's less of that because you're not getting
But
hassled. You're right.
the people are broken.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Yeah.
of course, it's a
Yeah.
broken person. That's kind of what
I
we're
just,
talking about.
I know. I guess I can't relate with it. I can try to try to think about it, but literally it's not something I can even like
But
comprehend.
that is the Paul enslaved corporate slavery, dude. People
Yeah,
are corporate slaves, and the corporation says cover your face. They're covering their face.
I know.
Period.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is that, and myself included, by the way, in certain circumstances.
I mean, I put it on a couple times, but I wasn't. But I mean, I, for all intents and purposes, did not
If
wear the mask. Like I
they
put it
can
on a
get it,
couple times right in the beginning, like you know, got talked into it, or what was something? It was like Costco or something. Right when they that I think that was the last time I did it. In fact, it was. I was in Costco and I fucking wore it, but it slipped down under my nose, and I was at the checkout thing, and the lady would not check me out till I pulled my mask up over my nose, and I fucking laid into her. And then yeah, basically, I'm like. I mean, I hate it. I'm still a member just because of fucking credit card. It's cheaper and it makes sense to me on dumb shit. But I say no amnesty, and I've given them that review. I give them a 1-star review and say the exact same thing. I'll never forget. Fucking Costco pulled this bullshit. You guys are still here, like, you know, no
well,
amnesty, man.
but this is the problem: is it's not supposed to be a democracy, but it is a democracy, and the fact is, you're outnumbered because most of the population believes in all this. They want it. So the fact that you're in a minority of people who's outraged based on that, under democracy, who cares? We've already
Yeah,
lost.
well,
We've already
I don't
lost.
believe in democracy. That's mob rule, but I know what you're
No,
saying.
that's what we have. It is mob rule. That's what we have. It's not supposed to be a democracy, but it is. If
Yeah,
65% of the populace wants COVID measures, you're getting COVID measures.
I
That's
know,
all it takes.
man.
That's all it takes, brother. So you
It's,
can go write all the reviews you want.
but am
You
I?
think they care?
I guess is that the Paul and slave mentality? And I actually saw Dark Glasses Woody's question, but I'll answer that later. But is that the Paul and slave mentality where it's like I'm not like yeah, okay, when did I agree to this is what I'm trying to say. Like when did I agree that we were in a majority rule? Like I'm not forcing my will anyway. Yeah, that's just dumb shit. We wouldn't even need to go
You
down
were
that road.
born
We all
into
know.
it. You didn't agree to it. You were born into it.
Yeah. It's
So
like
then we
born
get
into slavery.
into the soul trap. Did you agree to come here? That's the question. We don't. That's what we don't really know. Did you agree to incarnate in the realm? But the fact is, if we can't answer that question, you're just here, man. And this thing was going way before you got here, and you were born into it. So how could you consent to it?
So do you think if we, and I mean, I have my thoughts on it, but I'm not even gonna go there. I'm just gonna like ride with yours right now. You think if we do agree to come in, and it's all fucking way hypothetical, but do you think obviously we would agree in the time we come in?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't get into
You don't
that.
even hypothesize
No, I
that
don't even.
your
I
soul
don't.
maybe picked this time.
No, what I'm saying is my brain's never gone there. I really have no idea. I don't know.
Like,
You're
I hate
free
this
to.
time
You're
period.
free to. Well, you're free to explore the idea in the moment. I'm telling you, I don't know.
I've thought about it. I mean, I definitely feel like, well, I mean, I don't. Do you believe in reincarnation?
Well, see, I can't. I can't answer non-specific questions.
Is that
Like,
not specific?
no, that's a very broad topic. I don't even know what you mean by reincarnation.
I mean, reincarnating in this place in a physical form multiple times with the same soul but different bodies without memory.
Well, we'll never know.
Like what
I
the
don't think it's
Hindus
possible
believe.
to know, but I don't think it's possible to know while we're here. You won't. You will never know that while you're here.
Well, I'm asking what if you believe, not yeah. I mean, I believe that we don't. Now again, can I prove it or do you know? Like I believe I know that we only come once, but that's that's my belief.
What I would
Can't.
say is, you can, if you listen to me and you watch what I do, you can always figure out what I actually believe, because what I believe is based on what I do. That's how you know what I believe. Because people think they believe a whole bunch of shit, and if you watch their actions, they don't believe that stuff at all, based on their actions. There's a lot of confusion with
Yeah, I
respect to
mean, well,
belief.
hypocrites. Yeah, fuck. I mean,
Well, we're all
right.
hypocrites. Show me a human, I'll
Exactly.
show you
Show
a
me a
hypocrite. That's all
human.
of us, literally all of us. But so until an individual person has examined their own belief system and figured out, why do I believe this, and then possibly removed the beliefs that probably shouldn't be there, what are we even talking about?
Yeah.
See,
So,
we until we explore the fundamental level, we can't go to the sophisticated level. But human tendency, especially since we're products of the system, our tendency is to skip past the basic level and go right into the sophistication, and that's a mistake in my view.
I mean, I kind of agree with you, but I really can't wrap my head around. Could you give me an example of like a simpler level that I should have started with before I jumped to what would be called a more sophisticated level?
Well, if you bring
So,
up belief, but you don't understand the fundamentals of that topic, and I do, how can we have a conversation about it?
well, what do you mean I don't understand the fundamentals of that topic?
Well, if you're not demonstrating your understanding, I'll just assume you don't understand it. Meaning, at what point, now maybe you did this, but so here's a basic fundamental with respect to belief. People are products of the system. The system put certain beliefs into people, and most people never have examined what is in there at the level of their belief, and they've never juxtaposed that to observing their own real world behavior, which I would say that's what they actually believe, is what do they act on. So they may actually think they believe something that they don't actually believe. So if you don't start from that place, I can't really have a conversation with you about it.
Well, I do. I mean, for the most part, except I would push back on the very end of it a little bit. But other than that, yes, I agree. Most people are programmed, don't examine it, and you can't have a real conversation with someone like that.
So for me, where I start with how I interface with these concepts is at the level of effectiveness and strategy. So for me, the best strategy is to remain open-minded to it all until I know it to be false. Correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy.
Okay, so that I actually just really, yeah, I see that.
So I
now
need to work with the concept. So when you say reincarnation, you may mean something that I'm open to, but I can't just be like yes or no in a direct question, because it's way more to it than that.
I definitely assume
it's a framework. It's in a context.
Yeah. I do assume that I'm on the same definition with people a lot more
let me finish real quick. I have almost an unlimited ability to track all of these details, and this is the autism, I can just talk about them forever. And other people lack that, which is fine. I don't want to be in a world where everybody's a fucking pedant like I am, but please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants anybody that's not crazy would want to be not be in a world with everyone like themselves. But
But you see, I have to, if you ask me, I have to go into all of that or I can't answer your question.
yeah, that is a bit of the the pedant, right?
Well, but then again, most people skip past basics and go into sophistication. I consider that to be a blunder. So if I know something, again, correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. If I know that if I practice that, it's a mistake, I'm not going to make the mistake. Just because somebody proposed something. If I know that to be an error, I'm going to reject the premise outright. That's strategy, man. But the peanut gallery is concerned about how people feel about that. But I don't care. That's their problem.
Yeah, I
Their
mean, I've
feelings
always
are
been
their
too
problem.
logic. I mean, yeah, I got in my feels earlier on Drew's stream. Obviously, I felt like I felt attacked, right? You didn't. I mean, yeah, you were crabby, but you didn't fucking
Well, but I
like
think
you
you
didn't come at me with a
probably
full level bent attack that warranted my response. Go ahead.
but you probably do identify with these so-called soft sits, and the fact is most of them are idiots. Most of the ones who try to do things don't understand what in the fuck they're talking about at a fundamental level. They just don't understand it, period. And a lot of them are people who go out and they agree to everything. They take all of the licenses. They operate in the corporate system. Then they're not responsible. They fuck it all off. I've never fucked mine off. I maintained my status in this, as a corporate slave in the system. They fuck it all off because they're irresponsible. They do things they're not that they agree to do. They don't live up to it. And then now they want to go on the internet and learn magic words. That's a real thing.
Yeah, I agree with
They
you
do
100%.
that.
100%, dude. Yeah. When you say I
I
guess
think
I'm
you
losing
identify
you.
with them
You think I
emotionally.
do?
Because I think that's
Emotionally?
why you got upset because you felt like you were. I think you think you're in a group with them and you felt attacked. But I'm just talking about
Oh,
ideas.
you
I
misread
don't
that a
care that they're
lot.
bozos. I don't care that they're
No,
bozos, dude. Dude,
mine
I know
is
people are bozos.
mine was way more on the personal level where I have had so many conversations with you. I can tell when you're coming in to start some shit. And I could tell right out the gate, the first time you interacted with me, you were not in a mood to have a conversation. you
But it's
with
not a
me at least,
conversation.
not
It's
with
a
me. You didn't
broadcast.
want to
It's
hear
a
me.
broadcast.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
not
you
a
came in
conversation.
because you had something you wanted to fucking work on with me. You wanted to check me because you were sick of me talking on Drew's stream. I guess that's the bottom line.
No,
But
that's not it. No,
or
because they want.
whatever. I mean, you just had a mood. But like,
No, they kept saying, "Come up, come up, come up." So and Drew was kind of
well,
whining because nobody would come up there. So here I am. I mean, it's
I
literally
mean,
that simple, man. It's
then
literally
all
that
you did
simple.
was cut me off. I mean, I guess I would say, what I should have
Well,
said to you is,
after
great.
you
I'll
did a
stop talking, Ben.
thinking
You
out
take
loud
the
for five
floor,
minutes,
and then just let you have it. Is how I wish I would have handled it.
but
But
I was trying to give it back to Drew, and then you thought me and you were having a one-on-one
yeah, but
conversation.
Drew's a
You just
big boy.
talked like
He
you're
knows how.
only talking to me.
That's your excuse. That's
It's
that's
not
your
an
excuse
excuse.
for.
No,
Drew
in the
knows how to
moment,
interrupt people, man. You act
in the
like Drew's
moment,
some
I'm
kid that doesn't
always
know how to
thinking
run his.
about the
You're doing it right now
audience.
again. What'd I say to
I'm
trigger you
thinking
right
about
now?
the audience, sir. The audience. That's what
Bro,
I'm thinking about.
you're so when you have drunk ass Jeff or a Luma fucking dipshit up
See,
here for
now you're
5 hours,
negating
you're
me
thinking
based on
about the
my
audience,
statement. Now you're
huh?
trying to negate me based on my own statement. You're
No,
going to something else to try to negate what I just said.
I mean, dude,
That's bullshit, man.
you keep
That's
saying bringing more
bullshit.
time and more time. He
It's
literally asked
bullshit,
me about
man.
how my hey,
Show me
can I?
a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. You're trying to
You
find an example of when I
were you
didn't live
there?
up to what I just said, sir.
Were you there when he asked me literally what was going on with stuff?
My point is that you've gone to
Can you answer
something that
that?
no, we can't move past you bringing up Jeff. You brought it up.
Okay,
We're not moving past that.
great. Let's go over that. Then you can answer my question.
No, I may choose to not answer your question. I'm not obligated to answer your question, and I may be like, no, I'm not going to answer that
Well,
question.
great. Then
I'm
this
not
isn't a
here for that.
conversation, and just be
Oh,
okay.
it is what it is, and I
Okay.
will participate at the level I choose to participate. If I don't want to tolerate your nonsense, I won't tolerate it. See, I'm not here based on what somebody else tries to foist upon me. And that's what I don't think a lot of people get is you don't get to push me off into a corner and prescribe my behavior. If I don't want to consent to a certain type of interaction, I'll just be like, no, I'm not going to do that. And Kim is used to a world where he can forcibly put people into certain spaces. You can never do that with me. It just can't happen. But he will still continuously try to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Because again, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. It's like, what do you do when you've been doing this all your life, but you can't do this anymore? And you'll be like, okay, I won't hammer for a while. Oh, now I'm back to hammering. But you're getting somebody who will only ever see, well, there's Kim trying to hammer me again. There's Kim trying to hammer me again. And I will just point out, hey man, you're trying to hammer me. And we're in a metaverse where the physical doesn't matter. So you can't, when you do this, it has no effect. See, but in the real world, if I really fear that Kim is going to smash my face, then he can and if I'm dumb enough to interact with him, he can probably prescribe some of my behavior now, can't he? Now I'm indomitable. I'm the indomitable, volatile, loose cannon. So you really, even in the real world, it wouldn't work. But now in a prison, that's completely different. Why? Because I can't leave the prison. See, a lot of these strategies and patterns is based on I have to be in this space. Meanwhile, I literally control the broadcast. I could have just disconnected him anytime I wanted to, see, and he disconnected himself. But so this is a person who, again, back to the fundamentals, understand these things at a fundamental level, then come talk to me. Because if you don't understand the fundamentals, and I do, I will always be able to best you in a back and forth unless I'm dumb enough to let you force me into some sophistication and complexity. But I'm not capable of that because I've spent literal years getting to know the basics. So you can't force me out of the basics. Learn the rules so that you can then break the rules. Thank you. Thank you. And so I'm demonstrating a superior ability to practice these things. And that's where the Paul Enslaved comes in. The fact is, he demonstrates an ability to practice things that a lot of other people aren't able to practice. So now we have to ridicule him, we have to mock him, we have to try to discredit his humanity. But guess what? Like when I go on Get Chalked Up and I see these attempts to discredit me and my humanity, well, yeah, that can be done. But guess what? I can also do that to all of them. So it's like, okay, what it is the peanut gallery lives in a realm where everybody's completely whole and above reproach. So then if we can drag Benton down into a realm and make him appear like has blame and he's done things wrong, we can all still pretend like we're above it all. And now look at Benton. He's lowly and wretched. We're above it all. But the fact is, we're all the same, man. We're all down here in this morass and this nightmare dystopia. We're all products of this system. We're all the same at the level of our humanity. So any and all attempts to discredit my humanity, yeah, does that work? Of course it does. But the same can be applied to them also. And that's how a lot of the social dynamics operate. My thing is, I don't operate in those realms because you can't force me to operate in those realms. I can choose not to interface with those things. But while at the same time, I'm seeing it happen. But now my gallbladder's starting to hurt, so I got to calm down. See, and this is the practice, by the way. This is the practice. Well, yeah, but I'm very emotional. Yeah, I'm very emotional. But I've talked to Kim about this. There's things in his physiology that until it's resolved, and same with me, I still have some things about my physiology that until it's explored and released, it's present. And if I interface with that, then it comes to the fore. And believe me, the same thing happens with me. It's not a coincidence my gallbladder is now hurting. Like, obviously, like it's not a coincidence that when I was very sick in my gallbladder, that happened to be the time when I went off on Murphy very inappropriately. Yeah, did I choose a time in which I believe myself to be correct? Did I deliver messages? But yeah, but I negate all of that by the manner in which I deliver the message. I know that. I'm not stupid. Of course I did. And I will do better, but probably not today. But now I have to eat, so I have to calm down enough to even be able to eat the food. Isn't that funny? I have to calm down enough to even be able to eat the food. Oh, and when I get my computer, see, when I get my computer, things will be very, very different. And if Amazon doesn't drop the ball, I will have my computer later today. Hallelujah. And a lot of what happens with me is I've had to become so strict in my approach mentally with myself that I'm already in a very specific place on the chessboard. And then I don't think people realize that when they move a certain piece in a certain direction, that if that represents a blunder and they're going to come up against me, they can't win. But again, Kim has interfaced with people that they've let him set the tone. They've allowed him to put them into certain spaces where they can't win against him, but he can't do that against me. I'm too strategic and I'm too militant, by the way, 99 ASVAB. I'm military minded. So there's nowhere to go against that except appeal to the peanut gallery. But I don't care about the peanut gallery because I don't valid, because the peanut gallery is me not being able to make a layup in the game of basketball, but being able to make the peanut gallery feel like I've just made a layup. But it only counts if I'm able to go to the hoop and make the layup. That's all. I don't care about the part where the peanut gallery feels some type of way about me making a layup, because I can always be like, hey, that just happened. That's what I care about. What can I demonstrate in the real world? What I care about. Because again, it is all about me on some level. Of course it is. How could it not be? Same thing for you. We're all the center of our own universes. We're all the star of our own show. And that's how this works. Now, a lot of people get into this codependency and this passive aggressiveness, and they need a strong personality to act off of. Well, Kim's got his own strong personality. So he can go out into the world and create, right? And so all that stuff about he's trying to put down Paul based on supposedly squandering his internet fame. Well, isn't that what Kim's doing right now? Isn't that what he's doing with his channel? I don't care what he does with his channel. Do whatever you want to with it. Delete the fucking thing for all I care. Who cares? Yeah, that's the thing is I have to end the fucking stream. Now I have to end the stream. So. Unless somebody comes and rescues me. I do want to see, I do need to check I might have to actually start driving pretty soon. Let me see what time I'm scheduled to arrive. Yes, yeah, even if I leave right now without breaks, I'm looking at, I'll get to where I'm going at 11:30. So yeah, I'll be leaving pretty soon probably. I may keep the stream going though. And that's where the breath work comes in, by the way. You know, Kim, I've sat cross-legged for 90 straight days. I averaged over twice a day in seated meditation. You know, I'm not saying you should or you could do that. I'm saying that's a thing, man. Like I'm able to observe all this in real time. I'm not, yeah, well, am I emotional and triggered? Yeah, I'm already emotional and triggered. But yeah, of course I am. But if I'm watching all this in real time and he's not, I have the advantage. I have more access to more information. So get on my level, Kim. Put in work, son. And he's improved over time. He'll keep getting better. I firmly believe that. He's one of the few people I've seen in these streets, tongue in cheek, by the way. He's one of the few people I've seen in the streets take criticism and then actually do better based on that. It's a rare thing indeed. No, I didn't. Is he in the chat? Oh, I forgot he went on vacation. People kept saying, "Where's Razvan?" Yeah, he did tell us that he's going to another country. And I'm up my own ass, I totally forgot. But yeah, he did inform us of that. Now that I think about it, that he was traveling to another country. And I thought maybe I said something and made him leave. Isn't that funny? How we think sometimes. And then if you consider the hour of the night, like I'm at my peak right now, you know, and other people have been up all day, like, and a lot of them are kind of on the decline, you know, mentally within the. Now, I'm not talking about Kim. I just mean in general. Uh, you know, that's also a thing. Like I'm fucking loaded for bear, and you know, they've been drinking for hours, which is fine, dude. I used to drink for hours. I get it, but I don't think there's. I think it's a reality. None of us are better for alcohol, right? Alcohol doesn't take an otherwise a person and otherwise make them better. I mean, it just doesn't. Now, can people still be effective and do what they need to do and drink? Well, yeah, sure. But alcohol doesn't make anybody better than they otherwise would be. I think we can all agree to that. Anyway, apologies for eating on stream. I did not see that, Woody. But the fact is, I put it out into the universe years ago that if I live long enough, I will completely master my emotions. And you know, this is part of that is connected to my physicality. You know, that when I don't manage my emotions appropriately, I get sick. Like I start to feel bad, like physically. Happening right now. Shout out to Fringe. That's not the Fringe though, right? There used to be a lady called Fringe Files. I'm assuming that's not you, but welcome. You mean the Fringe lady? Fringe Files? Good to see you. Sorry for my eating. Awesome. Thank you, Fringe Files. Glad to see you around here. I used to enjoy your streams as well. So how about that? Hope everything's going well. I'm gonna climb up front and get the old or get the Qualcomm turned on. Excuse me. Yeah. Be right back. Yeah, well, you know, I prefer to I prefer to would have started driving 2 hours ago, but New Mexico, for some reason, if I go through their port of entry at 3 a.m., they love to give me inspections. And with the time change, if I rolled out at my normal time that I like to drive, I would have gone right through there at 3 in the morning. So I'm trying to roll through about 6 a.m. when there'll be way more trucks going through, and then it's just luck of the draw versus here's the only guy who's coming through here, for this, 60-minute window. So, of course, I get inspected, which is, I mean, look, I don't mind inspections, but I've had as many inspections in New Mexico in the last 2 months as I've had in all of my other truck driving. So obviously something's not right. Something's gone wrong if that's occurring. So I'm thinking if I roll through around 6 or 7, then probably that won't happen. And if it does, I'll just be like, okay, obviously they're targeting my company at this point. I think that does happen. For all I know, somebody with my company did something very egregious and now just in New Mexico, and now they're just like going to hassle us every time they see us. I mean, that's possible also, but I don't know. And Kim pointing out my paranoia. Yeah, I do tend to become paranoid at times. I mean, obviously I know that. But then I would say that's the proper strategy, because if someone actually is, and then he's mocking me based on, oh, Benton, somebody who travels all the time. Yeah, I travel all the time. And if somebody pays attention, it would be very easy to figure out pretty specifically where I might be at a given time. It would not be hard. So I knew I'm not this way, thank God. But if I wanted to target somebody and they were putting out information like I'm putting out, I would absolutely be able to be like, okay, if I just sit in my car at this truck stop for 3 days, eventually they're going to drive in here. Like, that's to pretend like that's not possible is insane. Like, there's absolutely people who will do stuff like that. And to pretend otherwise is just to live in a fantasy land. Now, the statistically very unlikely that would occur, but I still have to allow for the possibility in order to prevent it from happening, right? Or I could just pretend like, oh, well, that can't possibly happen. Next thing you know, I get out of the truck and somebody clubs me in the head because they were just sitting beside my truck waiting for me to open the door. Like, are we really going to pretend like that's not possible? Of course it is. So it doesn't mean that, oh, Benton's scared. No, Benton's using his brain to possibly avoid having something happen to him. Which, meanwhile, how do you think I lived in the streets for so long? A lot of that is based on being paranoid about what might happen, and meaning, hey, let's pay attention and prevent this from happening. And meanwhile, I've been around all kind of crazy motherfuckers who are very triggerable. Why would I trigger them? So sometimes when I go on these channels, like when I was on Drew's channel, it's like, but yeah, y'all know I can be, there's buttons you can push. Why push the buttons? I just don't I don't get it. Like, why push the button? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it's kind of strange how that Fringe File says she always gets pulled out of line at the airport. It's been happening since she was 12. Well, I don't know. You must be putting something out that they're picking up. Something that you're putting into the, something energetically. Because I've had this experience where if I see a stranger, if I'm in a group in public, just like waiting for a bus or whatever, if I see somebody, and I'm really good at reading body language, so if I see somebody approaching the group and I can tell that they're going to start talking to one of us, it's always me, 100% of the time that they talk to. So now I've gotten to where, and for a long time I didn't recognize, like I didn't see ahead of time, and then I didn't even know, right? So once I figured that out, if I don't want to talk, and I'm not in public like that anymore, but for just hours on end like JG is. But now I'll just walk off. Like I'll see them coming, and like I might just walk towards them and cross to the side of the street they just came from. Like I don't even want to talk to this person, and then watch what they do, right? But it's like 100% of the time they pick me out as the person that they're going to talk to. I had it happen when I was on vacation in Philadelphia. I was at the train station waiting on the Amtrak, and some guy just starts talking to me, and I kind of got cranky with him. I was like, look, man, like I've noticed this pattern where, like, if I'm in a group of people and if somebody's going to start talking to one of the persons in the group, they always talk to me. And it's like, man, dude, I'm on vacation. Like I'm a hermit on vacation. I'm not really trying to talk right now. It was just, yeah, it's kind of a dick move, but it's like, I ain't got to talk to some bozo. Meanwhile, talk to one of these other jackasses. Why are you talking to me? Maybe you dress like an ISIS bride. Yeah, there you go. But it is funny. I think there's a cultural context also for when I talk to Kim sometimes, is because I think he was socialized in an environment like we, people, the domination, right? There's this domination going on. Like I was socialized in an environment of we don't allow ourselves to be dominated. It's like a completely opposite thing, right? It's like, yeah, maybe your culture indoctrinated you to try to dominate people. My culture is the exact opposite. I was indoctrinated to not allow people to dominate me. Like it can't happen. Now in the physical realm, he could just smash me out, of course. But that applies to him too? Like that, I may not be able to one that could smash him out, but somebody can. And maybe he's the top dog of the prison. But then, if you talk about physical fighting on a big enough, eventually there's somebody that can smash him out. That's just how that works, man. That's part of the reason why I don't fight physically. I recognize very early on strategically that's a mistake. I don't get anything out of it, and it's just not. What's the point? Now I'll defend myself, and I always have physically. I'll defend myself and stand up against bullies. But as far as just having mutual fucking combat, I don't. I just don't understand. What do I get out of that? But in a prison, sometimes you're going to have to. I wouldn't have a choice. There'd be times I'd have to have a fight. But I'm not in that environment. So why would I place myself in that environment and I'm not in that environment? Like that doesn't make sense. But yeah. Yeah, in prison where Kim was, and I don't put him down for being in prison. Welcome back, sir. But, in that environment, yeah, a man does have to fight some of the time. Of course he does. I'm in this soft ass, pussy ass world out here. I never have to fight. And then he's talking about me and my firearm. Dude, I'm doing that anyway. It's not like I didn't have one and went and got one. I've got it within arm's reach or on my physical person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's either on me physically or it's within or I can reach out and grab it. I'm never not in that situation. So that has nothing to do with Kim. It's called maintaining a state of readiness. And one in the chamber too. I used to make that mistake of for safety I'd carry, you know, where if I had to use a thing I'd have to brandish it and then chamber around. No more of that. No, we're ready to rock. Hopefully that never happens. Hopefully. Oh, let me I gotta tell the computer I'm doing a 15-minute pre-trip. Hang on just a second. Pre-trip inspection so I can leave. Yeah, there you go. Well, the bluff especially was actually, believe it or not, when I was a teenager, had higher crime than, well, anywhere actually, but it was even rougher than Little Rock. Little Rock's way rougher now, from what I can tell. But yeah, shout out to the bluff. No kidding. See, I've already got my waypoint set on here for what time will I. So if I leave right now and I drive without stopping, this thing thinks I'll go through the checkpoint at 6:43 a.m. So I've been free to go for like, I've been free to roll out for like 45 minutes. Well, actually more like an hour because I'm still going to stop between here and there. All right, be right back. Oh man. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out. I appreciate it. I guess we'll keep it going. I'm sure I've got a lot of things to say. So thanks. Just trying to get everything organized here so I can roll out. Because it can be anywhere between annoying or damn near impossible or effectively impossible to stop once I get up on the road and start driving. So I got to make sure everything I need is up in the cab where I can reach it. Proper planning prevents piss poor performance, as it were. So get some water. Go ahead and do that. Where's my water? I know I have some water. Oh, there it is. And imagine living in a truck. This is not a big space and just losing everything. Like everything I need is lost at some point. Damn near. And I don't know. I right about the time I actually came on Drew's stream and said I just woke up and showed him the sleep in my eyes. That was about the time I tuned in. So I don't know. I'm assuming it was a good stream. I'll catch up with it at some point, especially once I get this computer set up. We'll keep our fingers crossed on that. That's a good question, Woody. I don't know. What do you think? That's a really good question. Woody says, do you think people only gain the ability to reassess their assumptions about the nature of being in response to a crisis in their lives? I do subscribe to something Dr. Drew, of all people, talks about, which is like, we only work these things out, interpersonally, and these psychological issues or whatever, addiction, psychological, whatever it is, psychological sickness. We only work that out in relation to other people. Yeah, there's a lot of work can be done internally, but then until it's practiced, it's just theoretical, right? Like I would say that you have to have, doesn't necessarily have to be something that would rise to the level of crisis, I don't think, but I think there's something to what Woody's saying here. I would imagine. I mean, it sounds right. I haven't, again, not smart enough in the moment. I need to, if I haven't already thought a lot about it, then I really don't know. But I think part of the Jehovah's Witness thing is like when I talk to somebody, like I think just based on me, presenting a certain way to other people, like I'm never going to be forceful and try to force people into like, well, now they have to answer this question. Like what Kim was doing with me, it's like, dude, that's when we're out. And I'm not saying I'm doing this. I'm saying I was programmed to not be forceful with people on those levels. But then my personality is to push back and to stand up for myself. And I'm actually not that agreeable at the level of my personality. But, there's a lot of weird shit going on with this cult programming. And it's a real thing. And I think a lot of people just kind of want to scoff at it, or they want to negate it and just say, yeah, well, this church and that church. And well, that has nothing to do with what I grew up in. Like that, none of that has anything to do with what I'm talking about. Yeah, that may be like all of these points about cults and religions and well, this is a cult and that's a cult. Yeah, well, if it is, it's not a formal mind control cult. Like, yeah, maybe those things you're referring to have some cult elements. Jehovah's Witnesses has all of them and literally puts the members under formal mind control. They program my mind when I was a child through a formal process. Now, maybe the Catholic Church does that. I don't know. I didn't grow up in the Catholic Church, so it's really neither here nor there as far as I'm concerned. But see, it's all these attempts to negate. And like what Kim did is I made a statement and then he identified an example where he thinks that I'm being hypocritical, or an example when he brings up the stuff with Jeff and Austin. Well, yeah, maybe that's just a mistake, man. Maybe I'm a person that made an error. Like, if the expectation is I'm going to say things and practice things, but I'm never going to make a mistake, let's go ahead and disavow everybody of that right now. I'm absolutely have made many mistakes and will continue to make many mistakes. But now we're back to what I asserted earlier about this appeal to the peanut gallery at the level of we're all in a group above it all. And look at Benton down there making these errors, and he's making so many mistakes. We can just easily point these errors out, but we're up here elevated above reproach. Like that's a real thing in people's psychology, and I see it operating. Like, why would I operate on that level? Oh, are you kidding me? Is the expectation that I'm never going to make a mistake? Well, let me go ahead and let you know right now. I've made many mistakes. I'm going to continue to make mistakes. But the fact that your brain can immediately identify something that I've done that's running counter to what I'm now saying, so what? You think I don't know that when I'm speaking? Like I'm speaking. Now I'm pedantic enough. I can put disclaimers on literally everything I say. But I would like to think that we are intelligent enough to understand that, let's just skip that part where I have to put I could literally put a disclaimer on everything that comes out of my mouth. I would prefer not to, honestly. That seems like not a recipe for a good time, if you ask me. All right, let's go ahead and move up front. Uh-oh. Yep. Yeah, I think so. And you know, that's the whole point, right? Isn't that's the growth is, you know, a lot of that growth comes in relation to other people. Yeah, thank God I'm a hermit and I don't have to be around people, but I do. Like I can just go long periods of time without interaction, but then I have to have interaction. We all do. Like we're social, we go fucking nuts, man. We have to. But meanwhile, back to what I was talking about, and I don't know if Woody ever went back and watched the replay, that the stream called community development, I think from the ground up, I believe it was called. On that live stream, that's part of what I was talking about over there was you know, even before the pandemic, you know, Americans especially were very isolated and had experienced a lot of isolation and have been experiencing and continue to experience great amounts of social isolation. So I think our common goal for the people that come to this channel is probably to necessarily deal with their social isolation. We have to have fucking social interaction. We just have to. Now I'm doing my every 24 hours by law, by actual law, by the way. I have to tell my logs that I have inspected the equipment and the equipment has no defects. So that's what I'm doing right now. And then if these bozos decide to give me my fourth inspection, that's something they could conceivably get me in trouble for. Say, well, you didn't, 24 hours passed and you never attested under potential penalty that your equipment was in a working order. And I stand on my contention that most of these so-called soft sits these days, and I understand soft sit it's a pejorative, and people are like, well, no, that's not. No, I'm not calling anybody a sovereign citizen. That term refers to generally to a, you know, people know what we mean when we say soft sit. So why not continue to use that term? If somebody gets upset or offended, like that's kind of their problem. But I'm not going to say it to Paul Enslaved because he understands what I'm talking about already. I don't need to frame it in that way. Shout out to Paul, by the way. I already drank all my coffee. All right. Up as far as being able to drive away, and then we'll drive away. I'll fly away, oh glory. I'll fly away when I die. Hallelujah, by and by. I'll fly away. Oh, I'll fly away, oh glory. I'll fly away when I die. Hallelujah, by and by. I'll fly away. Dude, I knew this would happen. Like as soon as I'm ready to leave, this guy's backing in. See, this is what I'm talking about. I've been thinking about this for 30 minutes. That nobody's been in front of me this whole time, and I knew as soon as I get ready to leave, somebody will. Now I don't know if somebody's behind me. Am I about to get blocked in?
See, that's not confirmation bias. That's a thing that happens. And it happens not 100% of the time, but it happens a lot. Yeah, we got plenty of room, thankfully. But it's funny how I just knew nobody's been up there this whole time, and now they're, if I'm not careful, they'll fucking block me in. Funny how that works. All right, bear with me, folks. We're almost there. Almost there. Yeah, I've been thinking about that since I first woke up. Somebody's gonna, right about the time I leave, somebody will be parking. But thankfully, there's plenty of space, so I don't have to worry about it. But conceivably, I could get blocked in and not be able to escape. That does happen on occasion. Maintaining my hypervigilance, maintaining my state of vigilance. Maintain a state of readiness. All right, let's get out of here. I am going to check the coupling though. I forgot to, when I parked, there's a specific way I can park that will prevent anybody from being able to release my fifth wheel pin. Oh yeah. All right, let's do it. Ready?
Yes. We're on, where are we? I-20 in Texas, about to be on I-10 at some point. About 100 miles, I think. Not real sure. Something like that. This mount, man, this phone mount. There we go. I got more of these magnetic sticker deals. I need to put another one on there and be able to use this bad boy without the mount blocking half the screen. And this is how this works: is almost every time when I start out, if I start out from a truck stop or a rest area, a car appears out of nowhere and jumps right behind me. Like literally almost every time. But there's nothing else is happening, dude. It's fucking whatever time in the morning. Like this motherfucker is dead, other than this guy trying to park. And they hated that I even got him to go around me. They hate it. So like, what is it about the security of they would have just followed me as long as I would have allowed them to ride behind me. They would have just followed me. I pulled into there's these on these some of these back highways in Texas. There's these like old school rest areas, and I pulled into this one that's kind of off the road. Like you can't really see it. Once you get up in there, you can't really see it from the highway. And dude, nobody was in there. I pulled over there. You know, I'm doing whatever I'm doing. I look in my mirror. There's a car parked behind me, but like just perfectly in my mirror. And so, dude, I'm just annoyed. That's the kind of shit that annoys me. I'm like, really? This is, you know, they just more or less followed me in there. And then as soon as I fired it up and put it in gear to leave, they fucking pulled out to drive. So it's like, really? We're just like, and I know if I hadn't pulled in there, they wouldn't have pulled in there. And now like they're going because I'm going, right? It's like I'm super sensitive to that stuff. And people are like, oh, you're being paranoid. No, this is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that, you know, mathematically think about the course of these people's lives and how mathematically unlikely it is that we just happen to converge at that exact moment at that exact time. And I'm annoyed, by the way. And now I'm going 59 on the interstate and there's a car way back there trying to follow me. Like, these are not coincidences. This happens almost every time I start out my day. Almost every time. There's literally a guy in a pickup truck back there attempting to follow me, and it's 80 miles an hour, and he's matching my speed at 59 to stay behind me. I mean, that's insanity. Well, but if I pull out every morning, and it happens almost every morning, or not, which is nighttime, like, what am I to think of that? Well, he's drunk, and he's probably just, you know, doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing. Now, here's the real test is when I speed up to 70, will he still be exactly the same distance from me as I'm watching him in my mirror? Meanwhile, that car up there has it. They're right there, dude. That car in front of me, they're up there going slow enough that I'm going 59 and I'm catching up to them. And then, but people want to tell me that it's not spiritual gang stalking. No, this is spiritual gang stalking. That's what this is. There's no other explanation for this behavior. It's 80. The speed limit is 80. I'm going 59. And there's that car. You can't hardly see him on the camera. There's that car right there that just took off in front of me. And here's the person that was already on the road when I merged onto the interstate. They're just right there behind me. So it's like, what is this? But watch me hammer down to 71, not pass them, and then this guy will still be behind me. Like I will neither pull away from this guy behind me, and I will not catch up to them enough to pass them. And I know this because I've observed it. Meanwhile, 66 miles an hour, he's still at the exact same distance that he was when I was going 59. In fact, he's closed the distance a little bit because he's had to speed up. 71, there he is. He's just right there. Now, every once in a while, it's just somebody who just drives 59 miles an hour. There are those people. They're so few that you don't even consider them, because I almost never just catch up to somebody who's going 59 at 4 a.m. and pass them. But it is possible that is who was behind me, just happened to be one of those people. Now I don't see him. So, you know, that I usually receive my comeuppance at that level. Usually. And it seems like when I comment on these things on stream, it never quite follows the pattern that I've laid out, which is fine. course, I could just lie and be like, well, there he is. He's right there. It's like, no, he's actually not keeping up, contrary to what I just said. Now watch just catch up and pass these people that really make me look like a bozo. Oh, well, I guess I should just expect it. And for a long time, I couldn't even really do live streams while I was driving because I would get so annoyed by people's driving. And I realized that the audience hates when I complain about the traffic or the drivers. Now here's the test. Will we actually be able to pass them? It's looking like maybe we will. Although that truck is caught back up to us, by the way. We pulled way away, and he's now caught up to us. So that part of the prediction actually is coming true. Now, will we not be able to pass these people? So see, I thought that I thought that what I was describing had not happened, but in fact, it's, unless this is a different vehicle, which is possible. Scintillating content here, folks. Are they actually going to let me pass? Meanwhile, I drove 59 for long enough. They really should have gotten farther enough away from me. I shouldn't have even been able to catch them this fast. Yep, they see they're speeding up, but will they speed up enough that I can't pass them? That's the question. Starting to hold. I'm not gaining ground on them anymore. Yeah, I'm gaining a little bit. Yeah, they might actually let us get by them. Maybe. They've definitely sped up because now they're going, what, 65? Yeah. They're varying their speed also. Yeah. People on road trips, they get real tired though. And pulling out of a rest area at this time, they probably have just taken a nap, I'm assuming. Probably not awake yet. Trying to check in with the chat here. I've been fascinated watching these bozos drive. And I never got a look at this guy. I'm not sure if that's the same dude or not. Probably not, since he was, that guy doesn't look like he was hanging out behind me at 59 miles an hour. He's rolling pretty good. But yeah, as far as these people that pulled out of the rest area, every once in a while, it's just like once a week, it's just somebody that drives that speed, but very rare. Yeah, it's almost like talking about it on a live stream makes it not happen on some level. Woody. But I've noticed that pretty much every time I try to make predictions about traffic on live stream, it seems like they don't follow the pattern. It's almost like they know not to follow the pattern, which I would say is actually just more evidence for the actual gang stalking. That's almost like gaslighting. Like, oh, okay, now Benton looks crazy talking about all this stuff. Now the real question is, do I have enough fuel to make it? How far am I supposed to make it here? I don't think I do. So I'm gonna have to stop for fuel in Las Cruces, since the company, I allow the company to control where I get fuel. Shout out to the chat. anybody's got anything, let me know. Sure wish I had somebody that could read this comment out loud. I can't hardly see it with my poor eyesight. I say, poor eyesight, how can you drive a truck? Oh, my distance vision, ain't nothing wrong with that. In fact, I can pass the, I've never had to, on my license, I'm not required to wear glasses. Now, next time I have to take the eye test at DMV, I don't know, maybe I don't know if I'll pass or not. To this point, I've never had a problem passing that eye test at DMV. It's not a very difficult test to pass. And I think the sob-sit stuff, that's bears repeating. That's good stuff to talk about. I don't think it's really been examined, like in totality. And I think, a lot of the bozos who I talk about who put videos on YouTube, that is sort of, we can get into, are those videos even real? But then it's like, that does kind of make the ones who do understand. And the fact is, Paul Unslaved, if you listen to him on Crow 777, he's able to talk about ideas. Paul's able to talk about ideas in ways where you can tell that he has a fundamental understanding of the concepts that he's talking about, right? Like that is a real thing. So, but I'm sure this is a good comment by Woody. I wish I could read it, but I'm not able to, unfortunately. I don't know what that says. I got good rest though, if anybody's curious. I know some of y'all have already been to sleep and woke up. Music Holds a Secret will probably be showing up at some point. I don't know what time it is. I'm still on Central Time, so yeah, he might be up and around. Although it's Sunday morning, he might be sleeping in. Shout out to Music Holds a Secret if you happen to see this later. Shout out to Roy Duggan. I see you around quite a bit, or Dugan. I guess it's Duggan. I don't know. However that's pronounced. Good to see Fringe. And I see a lot of these. If you see this, a vehicle towing other vehicles like that. Dude, I passed so many of those yesterday. And they if there's traffic, they really fuck shit up. Driving, especially around Midland, Odessa, it makes the driving require a lot more effort and attention than it otherwise would. Hey, somebody's coming on. Hey, Tranquil Vortex. What's up, Tranquil Vortex? You're here. Does she know she's here?
Hey, how you going?
What's up?
Can you
How
hear
are
me?
you? Yes, ma'am.
pretty
Can you hear
good.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I wanted to read out Dark Glasses Woody's comment
Oh,
for
good.
you.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the screen. Yeah, thank you. Go for it.
Okay, cool. So it says, I have an idea that the subconscious has a different relationship to time and can see across the landscape of potential to some extent. So we lead ourselves to synchronicities.
And I will say this, Woody. That's interesting. I had never thought about it that way. That thing that almost nobody ever says. Hey, that's interesting. I never thought about it that way. But then also, you might be right. So I think that's an interesting point. What do you think, Tranquil Vortex?
I think that it's too late at night for me to think about that right now.
Well done.
It's very deep. My
Well
comment
done.
was, that's deep, Woody.
Well done.
I'm like, yeah, that's probably not the greatest comment ever. But anyway, I'm going to let you go. I just wanted to read it out because I really love that
Thank
comment.
you. Thank you. Yeah, that's very interesting. Nice to talk to you as always.
And he also said that he gets significant numbers. I will only see them when I look without thinking. If I try to do it, it doesn't happen.
Exactly.
And I'm the same. Same thing. I look and it suddenly all the numbers line up. It's like, whoa, what was that? It was great. I love that. 11, 11, 12, 12, you know, or all
Oh,
something's
yeah.
a 3, a 3, a 3, a 3. I love that. That's great. Feels like I'm on the
Happens.
right track. For some reason, it feels right.
Yeah, I agree
And I
with
don't know
that.
what that is.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well.
That synchronicity that we lead ourselves to, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who knows? Who knows? It, like I said, I'm still thinking about Woody's comment here, and I'm gonna copy and paste it into my little quotes thing so I can think about it for later.
Well, and I've got a lot of Dark Glasses Woody's writings that he sent to me over time, and eventually there's a possibility I will compile all of that material and see what I can do with it.
Sounds like it might be a book, mate.
Well, or something. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. See, there's
The
something to it.
ramblings of a brilliant Aussie mind.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's a beautiful thing. But now we're in a realm with all these panels. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead, please.
Well, I was going to say we're in a realm with all these
lagging.
panels. Oh yeah, there is lag. We are in different parts of the world, or the realm, or whatever we're calling it. On these panels, you'll see a lot of people chatters and say, "Well, come on up here and." No, I don't want to do a podcast. I don't want to put my voice out there. And I just accepted him at his word, and I respected it. I said, okay, he chooses not to do that thing, right? Because I was having good interviews, and I was having really good one-on-one I'm very selfishly wanting to get Woody on there, but dude, I've never mentioned it again. He said he doesn't want to. I respect him at the level of his humanity and say, well, he doesn't want to come on here and talk with his voice. So I get a little annoyed and frustrated when I see some of the people on panels will come on up here, and then they want to try to, make it seem like there's something wrong with people for not wanting to come up on the internet. I would say, dude, there's something wrong with me on some level that I just want to go on the internet and show my face and talk all kind of crazy shit. Like, I don't think I'm the one. Yeah, I don't think Woody's the one who's weird for not wanting to come onto a panel or come onto a podcast.
Yeah. In some way, it's a kind of a narcissism, I guess. It's stroking my ego a little, and it's
Well,
I kind of shake it off afterwards and go, yep, go pat the dog, keep it real.
Well, yeah, and I don't mean you so much, but my thing is this pressuring people to do things they don't want to do. It's like, if someone says, no, I don't want to do that, why would I keep trying to pressure them to do something they said they don't want to do? Like, to me, that doesn't even make sense. I don't get it. I just don't understand. Like, what is that?
I find myself guilty. I did find myself guilty of saying that on a show. I was like, oh, come on, come up. And, I don't understand why people don't, but I do. I've thought about it since, and I really do understand, like why people don't come up, because it is intimidating. It's weird to hear your own voice. It's thinking on the run, so to speak, and then it's being out there for the world to see, being recorded, maybe restreamed. Who knows nowadays, all the kaleidoscope panels, as I call them. Who knows? So it's just being yourself, being confident in yourself. And if you don't want to go on the bloody panel, don't. Trust the instincts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Could not agree more.
Okay.
Well said.
I'm going to go and have a big glass of water, and it's time for dinner. So I enjoyed watching your driving as you maneuvered that big truck out of the tiny little, what looked like a tiny little space.
Yeah,
admire your skills.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. See you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
See you, mate. Bye.
Tranquil Vortex, ladies and gentlemen. Always nice. Always good to catch up with Tranquil Vortex. Hopefully she feels free to pop on anytime. But I get it. And that's why I didn't, you know, it's funny. I literally wake up and then, you know, as much as I don't want to be the type of person who immediately grabs for their phone, you know, within a couple of minutes of, you know, gaining consciousness, here I am looking at YouTube. And, oh, Drew's live. And okay, well, you know, here I am posting comments. And then it's, hey, here's Benton, you know. And then it's like, oh, why won't he come up here? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, now I'll just go on there to show him, like, look, I literally just woke up. Like, do you see the sleep in my eyes? Like, I've been awake for 10 minutes. It's like, is that really a thing where we just, within 10 minutes of waking up, we go on panels? But then that gets construed by Tinfoil Straitjacket as, well, I thought you said you were at your peak in the morning. Yeah, in the morning. I never said within 10 minutes of waking up. I mean, when did I say that I don't go through a process of, I'm groggy like everybody else is as soon as I wake up? Like I'm talking about after the time that I've gotten the sleep out of my eyes. That's what I'm talking about. Do I really need to say that, or do we not have brains enough to figure that out? But then it's like, okay, here's an otherwise smart person. Is he pretending not to understand this? Stupid or liar? Well, you know, one thing I don't do is I don't let smart people pretend to be dumb. That was a very poor strategy. And in fact, I'm often underestimated in the real world. People just assume that I'm a moron based on how I sound. I am the smartest person that sounds the dumbest. So, especially on the West Coast, where Kim's from, they think I'm a blithering fucking idiot in California, especially in the cities. Shout out to, I think that's Land of the Blinded. Shout out to you, sir. Good to see you as always. Not able to read those comments right now, but I'm sure they're good. I'm sure those are good comments. Jeff Davis County line, by the way. How about that? Is that the one from the Civil War? And it was so windy yesterday, the truck got such poor fuel economy that they got this thing set up where I can't go 75 anyway, but the cruise I can set it as a maximum of 75 miles an hour, and now it will only let me set it to 74 because of the yesterday's poor fuel economy, which had nothing to do with my driving and had everything to do with driving directly into a headwind the entire time. Rough road, eh? Yeah, exactly. Question everything. It's about boxing us in. And that's the thing with me, you can call it, you know, I do like that Tommy calls me Rain Man, because yeah, I'm Rain Man, but without the fucking genius level IQ in a lot of ways, but with way more social skills, obviously. But you know, I'm very. It's very easy for me to see when somebody's trying to maneuver me into a certain position. It's like, yeah, but don't I have the ability? Like, if I choose not, and in a way, it's sort of a microcosm, I guess. It's an aspect of what we talk about with this corporate slavery. It's like, you know, when did I agree to this? But then the one thing I mentioned that a lot of and not Paul himself, because I think Paul would address this, but some of the people who subscribe to the whole rights and freedoms thing, when it comes to them saying, well, it's not lawful, all this stuff about license plates and insurance, and you know, the driving is that's all policy and code set up for driving, right? Or for commerce rather. But then there's a thing called de facto that I'm the only one I've ever heard bring this up. And if you look up the meaning of the term de facto, that refers to, yeah, it may not officially be the letter of the law, but it's become the commonly accepted practice. So yeah, it's absolutely true that in most jurisdictions, it's never been, the people have never supported making it lawful to have a driver's license to travel in an automobile or a conveyance, if we want to call it a conveyance, or to, use their own property to travel from point A to point B. And in fact, the Supreme Court has upheld that supposedly the people are able to do that at the level of their, this is a right. Now, what Paul does, Paul tied this in with spiritual principles when he went on Crow Triple F's podcast. My remembrance of that conversation was that Paul seemed to be heavily implying, if not outright stating, that the people who administer this system, which I would refer to as the minions of Satan, they're not able to go against that because it's spiritual law. So that they do have to operate at the level of what's de facto. Oh, they're taking the exit. Well, see, I understand that people won't use turn signals, but legally, if I was a cop, I would pull them over and write them a ticket. Because they altered traffic patterns because they didn't follow what they agreed to follow. When they took a license, they agreed to put their turn signal on and to signal their turn. But we know most people don't use turn signals. But cops almost never write tickets for that. So we've just all accepted that it's okay to drive an automobile and never use a turn signal. We've all accepted that it's okay to drive an automobile and look at our phones while we do it. Even though I would say it's just as debilitating as when I drink too much and drive. When in the past I've drank too much alcohol and driven an automobile. And by too much, I mean I drink enough that the law says I'm not legally able to drive an automobile. Right. And I know I kind of diverted off my greater point because I was out of safety. I was having to pay attention to those people because my lane was ending and I could only assume, because almost nobody takes that exit, I could only assume that they were going to continue going straight, because that exit is rarely taken by anybody out here, but some people do take that exit. And so like this person up here driving with no backlights, they're getting pulled over and given a ticket because it's their job to know that the lights in the back of their vehicle don't work. They're supposed to inspect their vehicle, right? That's dangerous that they're driving around and we can't see their, oh, that's never mind. That's another one of those slow moving vehicles that's towing. So never mind. But let me try to backtrack and I know I was on a pretty good rant, so let me see if I can backtrack to where I was. So my memory of that is that Paul was able to heavily imply and maybe state outright that this system is not able, spiritually it's not allowed to go against certain spiritual laws and principles, so that if we, the people, understand how to not be, in Paul's parlance, tricked out of our positions, and if I from day one, or if I reach a point where, okay, I recognize I have been interfacing with the beast system at the level of corporate slavery, and I am doing that, if I then recognize it and I learn the so-called system, meaning I understand certain spiritual principles, and then I then decide to look at is going to try to bully and intimidate and so-called trick me out of my position, is trying to get me to consent and to agree to things. Because it knows, based on spiritual laws and principles, it can then appeal to the Most High, just like the movie The Devil's Advocate, where Al Pacino played Satan in the form of a prosecuting attorney. So now Satan can take the form of a prosecuting attorney, can go have a conversation with God, the judge, or the one who's going to pass judgment, and say, well, actually, God, actually, Most High, you can see based on this person's behavior that in fact they have consented to all of this. Therefore, it all applies to them. Therefore, it was okay for them to be persecuted based on these behaviors versus someone who actually understands how to stand in truth and stand on rights and principles and freedoms. And they cannot be attacked on those levels. Now they can be attacked, but they can't. That's what no weapon formed against me shall prosper means, by the way. That weapon that's formed cannot prosper in that context. Now, the fact that many people do not have understanding of these principles what does that have to do with me, the human being? What does that have to do with Paul enslaved, the human being? If he's able to demonstrate through his actions and through his speech, the fact that other people mock it or make fun of it or aren't able to practice it, that has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with Paul enslaved. And I recognize I'm not on his level. Well, if I talk to Paul and he said, get on my level, what do you think I'm going to say? I'm just going to shut the fuck up because I know I'm not on his level in that regard. I am on his level, excuse me, in other regards. He's on my level in other regards. We probably, we probably recognize we have some similarities in attainment, but he's certainly ahead of me based on what I can see. I'm ahead of Kim in certain ways. Tommy's ahead of me in certain ways. But I don't feel a need to go out here and try to negate people based on appeals to the peanut gallery at the level of ridicule. Yeah, Kim, you did point out an example where I wasn't living up to what I was speaking on in the moment, vis-a-vis just letting Jeff and Austin drunkenly ramble for 2.5 hours. But guess what? This is the correction, Kim. This is the correction. So when you heard me challenge Stephen David and say, well, actually, I'd love to have this conversation with you, but because Stephen David, you're intoxicated, you're actually not capable of having this conversation with me, that is the correction. So next time somebody comes in here drunk as fuck, that probably will be my time to correct them. And be like, well, actually, we're not going to have this. See, I'm learning and changing and growing as this happens. And what is that, by the way? That is humility. But me allowing myself to be negated at the level of the peanut gallery. But when Drew, by the way, shout out to Drew, who I believe has also grown and changed in his own way, because I think Drew does have a desire to hold my feet to the fire at the level of men holding men accountable. Because Drew ain't on that passive-aggressive bullshit. Now, he kind of was for a time, and I made videos calling him out for it, and he more or less knocked it the fuck off. Now, I'm not saying he did that because of me. But Drew correctly pointed out, he was more or less like, hey, what about Sly Shy? Has she come back yet, or did you successfully run her off forever? Well, dude, I have to own that. Yeah, was I, air quotes, correct? Yeah, I was. Was I wrong in the way I interacted with another human being? Of course I was. You think I don't know I was wrong for that? But at the same time, it comes down to, what standards am I going to adhere to? Is it actually, am I able to foster a safe space of inclusion and be in charge of the broadcast? Whose house? Our house. Well, no, not really, because now if there's always somebody on the broadcast who is equal to me with respect to being able to start a video, is equal to me with respect to admin privileges, has equal access to the channel, then yeah, that's different. But necessarily, as long as I'm the one who holds the veto, then I do have some level of responsibility, Tommy. So, it's up to me to navigate those waters. And I am navigating those waters. And I'm stepping on my dick regularly. But I'm also growing and changing and evolving as a result through my own mistakes, but I don't want to make it about me and my personality. I can absolutely come on here and talk about my life and talk about my experiences and talk about my personality till I can do it all day, every day. It's kind of fucking boring to me, honestly. I don't, yeah, I've been there, done that. I bought the t-shirt. Meanwhile, I'm pointing out to Stephen David, like, dude, I've already covered this. And I'm not making the point. A drunken Stephen David doesn't understand. Yeah, I'm not saying that you should have heard me say this, Stephen David. I'm saying, dude, the audience, 30% of the audience has already heard me address these topics. Do I really need to address them right here, right now? But at a certain point, why even come onto the panel if I'm never allowed to make a point? Because it's always going to be a passive aggressive. Okay, Benton, just go ahead and explain it to us. All right, well, let's just everybody shut up for 20 minutes while I go through this thing that I've already gone through. Yeah, I can tell the story for the 10th time of me getting into my 99 Hyundai Accent hatchback. And I literally started a thread on the Joe Rogan Experience message board. That was a top 10 all-time thread, and it's got millions and millions and millions of views, and interaction was off the charts. So-called interaction, or what do they call that? Engagement was off the chart. Yeah, I can do that. Do I have to recap all that in real time? Or can I just say, can we just take, by the way, there is no trust. Can we just take Benton's word for it in the moment and move on with our lives? Or do we have to mock and ridicule and lay back and poke fun at? Yeah, they have to do those things. That's why I will never be one of them. That's why I will never be a member of the club. That's why I will never truly fit in with Drew and EBT and Tinfoil and Stephen David. And it's okay, y'all. It's okay that I don't fit in with you. But I still do kind of fit in. You know where I fit in? Just let me be in the text chat and say, hey, Benton's in the text chat. Come on up. How about just let Benton be in the text chat? What's wrong with that? Can I be a hybrid dark glasses Woody and be nice in the text chat, but also be nice on the mic and also be a strong personality who can be the catalyst for running a channel that has, by the way, the engagement in this channel is off the motherfucking chart. If you look at the amount of time people watch, and if you look at the amount of, not necessarily comments, but if you look at the live chat, and you look at the number of people in the lives compared to the number of subscribers, dude, that shit is off the motherfucking chart, okay? So I'm doing all of that. Well, guess what? Sure, I'm not Benton, but talk to Benton about his ego. Dude, I'm juggling all these balls in real time, and I'm doing it with humility because the old version of Benton, the Joe Rogan Experience message board version of Benton, just let his fucking ego, he got carried away in his own ego, and all of these things just let him think that, oh, this is all happening because Benton is just great and wonderful. No, dummy, meaning Benton. These people want to engage because they are the centers of their own universes. And it's all about them. And what they want at this time of their life is they want to engage with these various mechanisms. And you're the locale on some level that they've chosen to engage with. You are the performance art, Benton, that they respond to. So yeah, Benton, it is a compliment to you at the level of your life as your art. Yes, it is a high compliment. Shout out to In a Thought Experiment. Shout out to Salvador, meaning Salvador Dali. Shout out to Two Peas in a Pod, me and Yurt, because yeah, we do both understand these things. Yes, we do. But because I was socialized with certain concepts, to bring it back, here's a callback. Because I was socialized with certain levels of concepts of masculinity, my word is my bond, and having integrity and not being on some bitch shit. Yeah, Drew, you're right. I ran Sly Shy off I ran Murphy off. I'm probably going to run more people off. Probably I shouldn't do that, Drew. Your point is well taken, sir. Thank you, Drew, for the correction. Thank you. I needed that. You are your brother's keeper on some level, Drew. And I've been critical of Drew based on spiritual concepts with respect to Christ and being a vessel and trying to saying, well, look, man, when somebody's not receptive, and if you try to preach to them, not that Drew preaches, but if you try to come at somebody about Jesus when they're not receptive, you can't succeed. Well, I will compliment Drew. He's living up to what he might claim to believe in. He is his brother's keeper on some level. And Drew doesn't like compliments, but I will pay him one. I noticed these things, sir. Well done. How about you? And we don't say how about you where I'm from. That's more of an Alabama thing. Maybe a South Carolina, Chattahoochee River, wherever that is. I guess that's Georgia. I heard somebody say that, and I adopted it because I think it's funny. Same thing with hemmed up. We don't say hemmed up where I come from. Funny. 333. Shout out to 333 in my time zone. I guess it's 233 where I'm going, and that's a 332. That's not really the same thing now. But really, I mean, let's face up to what this is. You know, if I'm the one driving the bus most of the time, you know, now is that irony? Because I am operating a CMV here, so you know, the office. Shout out to the movie Reality Bites, the where I finally figured out what irony means. It's not something that sucks that shouldn't suck. That's not what irony is. Irony is when the literal meaning is the opposite of the actual meaning. Driving the bus. When I'm the one driving the bus, it's 75% filler in Benton's personality and Benton talking about himself, and it's 25% high level rants that motherfuckers love, and I love a good rant. That's why I'm a fan of Paul, and that's why I sent him a money order recently, because I'm a fan of somebody who can rant and compel me to post a fire emoji in the chat. And guess what? As much as I don't like Apologies, folks. It took me way longer than normal to figure out that I had no signal, and then to turn the hotspot on my my phone, and then to get reconnected. It took me way longer than normal. So that regularly happens on stream, and I'm out here. I'm in the general vicinity of the border checkpoint, and the cell service can get very wonky. Very wonky out here. What's up, Moose? Good to see you, bro. Yeah, Benton on the prowl. That's right. You know that's right, Jack. You know, and then the reason I come on here and talk is because I like to come on here and talk. I've talked for 100 hours into my digital audio recorder. Uncompressed, it records 50 hours onto a 32 gig card. I've talked for 50 hours, ran the card out, realized, oh, I'm never going to do anything with this audio, formatted the card, then talked for another 50 hours. Now, not consecutively, but within a week or two. I've practiced a lot to be not that great of a broadcaster. So, and that's part of why I get a little cranky with Kim sometimes, because I recognize his potential to be a broadcaster. He has what it takes. Kim, you have what it takes to be good at this. Absolutely, you do. You have it, man. You haven't worked on it, which is fine. Most people have never worked on being a broadcaster. I have worked on it. Hot coffee in a proper copper coffee pot. She sells seashells by the seashore, not on the seashore, because seashells are not very valuable if I'm right there and I can go get my own. She sells seashells on the seashore. Hot coffee in a proper copper coffee pot. That's only one of the myriad of ways I've spent hour upon hour upon hour upon hour working on my ability to come on here and speak with you folks. And that's on the heels of literally being trained by a cult in public speaking. This shit is not, it's a skill level. And the fact is, in a Ready Player One metaverse, we have now moved into a phase where this is the thing, okay? And I don't think it's going away anytime soon. And if I live long enough, I may be in a realm where if I'm still here 15 years from now, which is a possibility, my ability to go onto a Zoom call in my real life and be able to hold the floor like Paul does and be the dominant personality in that realm, I don't have that ability right now. I can absolutely do that in the physical space. I have no trouble taking over a conversation. I'm able to hold court in the physical space very easily. It comes naturally to me. I'm not very good at it. I don't have access to enough information here in the metaverse. My autism shows way too much. I'm not able to use my facial expressions in the metaverse to convey specific ideas like I can in the real world. Or just look at somebody a certain kind of way, just give them a look, meaning that's some bullshit you just said. And then they know I just shot them a look that says that's some bullshit. So now I don't have to call them on their bullshit because I kind of just did without having to verbalize it and without having to open it up as a topic for discussion to the group. Because I just shot them a glance and now they know what I mean. See, that's all gone here. We don't have that here in the metaverse yet. Probably we will eventually. Probably we will eventually. But the fact is, my ability to interact with other human beings, even on the metaverse, or through the metaverse, or via the metaverse, dude, I'm improving over time. But nobody notices when Benton doesn't lash out. Nobody notices when Benton isn't triggered. They only notice when I lash out. They only notice when I do act on my triggering. They don't notice because we don't keep scoring that way. The times that I control myself, that literally doesn't count. The only thing that counts is the times I don't control myself. That's the only thing that counts. That's how the game works. Now I've accepted that that's how the game works. I'm not whining and crying and wanting to be like, well, it should not be that way. Well, yeah, guess what? I don't think it should be that way, but it is that way. And God grant me the serenity to change the things I can and to accept the things I can't. I can't change that. So I've accepted it. I still don't like it. Thanks, Bob Sapp. I appreciate the tip there. And I know I sound sarcastic, but I mean that. And Drew was trying to get me to. He wanted to be able to shit his audience into this live stream through YouTube, so I had to just make the broadcast right on the fly. So I didn't have a title, so I just titled it LMAO. I didn't have a title, but I knew. See, I have so much experience in. I used to, for a living, 40 hours a week, talk to people on the phone and walk them through doing things on their computer. So I already knew I was willing to try, but I knew that it was not going to happen. Drew wasn't going to be able to walk me through it in the moment because it's damn near impossible to do this on a phone. Is it probably technically possible? Yeah, it's probably technically possible. It's going to be damn near impossible. But because Drew is because Drew does understand YouTube, he thinks he can just say, oh, it's easy, here's how you do it, and then I can just do what he says. Well, I worked at a computer store, and I literally built over 1,000 PCs with my bare hands, and Drew said that he used to work at CompUSA. I configured most of those PCs myself, meaning I installed the software, I installed the operating system, I installed the fucking drivers. I tested it to make sure everything worked. And I would occasionally upgrade somebody's PC, or I would occasionally, because we had techs at the shop I worked at. I was not one of the techs, although I could do much of what they could do. I was in sales with my winning personality. But I also had an MCSE in Windows 2000. I was a Microsoft certified systems engineer for Windows 2000, which also included Windows NT 4.0. I believe it was 4.0. Don't hold me to that. It's been a while. But I believe I was also technically certified on NT4. I believe that's how that works. I could certainly go to a remote site, troubleshoot a PC, troubleshoot a server, figure out what hardware needs to be replaced to replace that piece of hardware, and then make it work. I could absolutely do that. But and the point I'm making is there were absolutely times when I, step by step, performed an action on a computer that should have made something work. Then I took it to our genius tech. I gave it to him and I said, hey man, I cannot make this work. And then I stood there and watched him do the exact same steps that I did, and it worked for him. What is that? I don't know. But yeah, I understand, Drew. You can just be like, okay, it's easy. Here's how you do it. That doesn't mean I can do it. There's some spiritual component to this technology. I don't know what it is, but I've absolutely spent hours upon hours talking to people over the phone and just very in excruciating detail. Oh, my computer won't power on. Okay. Is it plugged in? Well, the person will just say yes. Okay. Well, actually, sir, I know it sounds ridiculous, but if you don't mind, would you please go and check? And some portion of the time, it's, oh, you're right, it's not plugged in. Or, what's it plugged into? Is it plugged into a power strip? And I'll wait for them to climb underneath their desk. Yes, it's plugged into a power strip. Okay. Is there a switch on the power strip? Yes. Is the switch turned on? And at any step along the way, the person might go, oh, you're right. And now their computer power's on. But remember, the first thing they said was, yes, my computer is plugged in, because it was plugged in. See how it works? So you're listening to someone who spent damn near years of his life having these sorts of conversations with people. I was once on the phone with someone where we had mailed them a floppy disk, and then they had to type in text commands to copy the files in DOS from their floppy disk to their PC. So they had to type in COPY at a certain point. Well, they were unable to follow the written instructions for whatever reason. They called me on the phone, and I attempted to walk them through it. Said at a certain point, I said, type in the word copy and press enter. And they said, file name or command not found. Well, we're on DOS. That's literally not possible. I said, okay, here's what I want you to do. Read back to me letter by letter what you're typing in. This motherfucker thought I was saying coffee. So he said COFFE, if that's how you spell coffee. Or it might be one E. I'm not sure. I'm visual. I'm a visual speller. This motherfucker thought I was saying coffee. Now, was he intentionally being obtuse? I would like to think so. And he was fucking with me. I don't really know. But we then got to the point where I said, oh, okay. Well, I'm not saying coffee. I'm saying copy. And I understand based on my accent, because I certainly did not enunciate to the level I do now back then. I can understand, sir, based on my ridiculous accent, that you thought I said coffee, but I'm saying copy. Do you copy? 10-4, good buddy. Right. So when I'm letting Drew take over and say, okay, Drew, walk me through this, I already know that he can't walk me through it. Because at some point is the computer plugged in? Yes. Okay. What happens when you press the power button? Nothing. Okay. What is the power cable plugged into? See, Drew wasn't ready for these levels of tech support, which is fine. He's not supposed to be. While I've got Kim before the storm trying to engage me in deep level of conversation simultaneously. You think I didn't know this was all impossible? Of course I did. I'm the guy who's typing in coffee and saying, well, file name or command not found. And Benton's like, well, that's impossible. And finally, Benton's like, well, wait a minute. Letter by letter, read out. As you press the letter on the keyboard, what are you typing? C, O, F. Well, wait a minute. What? F, E, E, if that's even how you spell coffee. Again, I'm visual, not auditory. Yeah. But that's what tech support is. It's going to the most basic level. And then eventually it's, oh, error exists between keyboard and chair. Like that's literally what it, but until I discover the exact error and pointing out to the person, it's our fault. And I noticed this back when I was still a normie. I noticed this about people. If they brought their computer to the computer store and they said, hey, I want to buy this way overpriced network card, will you install it in my computer free of charge? Sure, because we're making a 50%. Literally, We paid $5. We're charging you $25. Of course, if you're telling me you won't buy it from me unless I put it in and configure it for you and show you that it works, sure, I will do that for you. So here's what happens. 6 months later, they come back. Well, guess what happened in their mind? When I touched their PC, when I opened the case of their PC, I put the network card in there. I closed the case and I started typing commands and I started clicking buttons on their PC. In their mind, I now own their computer until time immemorial. So when they return, any problem they've had, here's what they're going to say. Hey, ever since you put that network card in for me, I've had this problem. In their mind, I own their computer. I created the problem by installing the network card in their computer. So then I can then explain, well, actually, sir, me installing a network card in your computer has nothing to do with the problem you're experiencing. It doesn't matter. The way they're experiencing reality, their problems they originated when I opened their computer and put a network card in, from their perspective. Now, the fact that that's completely irrational and only operates at the level of their emotions, I didn't understand that in the moment. But that is what that is. That is what that is. So when I'm interfacing with people in real time and I understand all of this, I can't allow them to drag me into sophistication and complication and pretend like fundamentals don't exist. I can't do that. That would be a blunder. Just like the person who, whether or not they did it on purpose, typed in coffee instead of copy. Did he really think coffee was a command in DOS? Well, if you look at how computers operate nowadays, you might have a flavor, eventually there might be a flavor of Android called coffee, So it's not irrational for that person to think that. Okay. Like, what is this? But I was a computer expert at the turn of the century. I'm certainly not now. Now, could I spend a week researching computer hardware and build a badass PC for around $1,000, just like I could in the year 2000? Yeah, of course I could. Or I could order a with tax, $330. There's your 33 code, rounded up, by the way. PC. That's bad. That's going to be bad fucking ass when it comes to what I needed to do, and not spend 2 weeks researching hardware in order to do that. Yeah, absolutely. Of course I can. I don't want to. Paralysis by analysis. Meanwhile, I'm the autistic Rain Man who, when somebody came into the computer store, we had a shelf with 10 different motherboards. Behind the counter, we had 20 different CPUs in stock. We had 5 different types of RAM in stock. You could go into our computer store. If you wanted to pay exorbitant prices, you could absolutely pick your own parts off the shelf. Well, guess who knew exactly what parts worked with what? Guess who knew what parts didn't work with what? That was my number one value to the computer store, was that they wanted to be certified. They wanted their shop to be Microsoft certified. They needed 2 MCSEs. I was one of the 2 MCSEs. So I was hired solely based on my MCSE certification. Then my other thing that was valuable was I was Rain Man. I was the only person who knew exactly what parts worked with what parts that we had in stock right then. And I also I knew every once in a while one of my coworkers would start to sell 2 pieces of hardware to somebody that weren't compatible. And I'd be like, oh, wait a minute. You can't do that, because the customer is going to be very pissed off. And now we've opened up a box. By the way, if Benton takes a day off, now a brand new Intel processor has been taken out of the box. And now we can't sell it as new because we've unboxed it. And even though the person has paid the restocking fee, even if they didn't. Now, if they throw strong enough of a fit, they're not going to have to pay the restocking fee. But even if they paid the restocking fee, then now we've got this out-of-box processor. So now I got to know, okay, if I'm going to build a computer to sell, because Benton got to pick what computer, I got to configure my own PC and then discount it and put it on the floor and then sell it to somebody, right? And I configured it for certain purposes. And I could say to the person, okay, based on what you're telling me, I already made a computer for you. You just hadn't come in the store yet. Here it is. We've discounted it over what I would sell it to you for. Instead of letting it sit here for 2 weeks, why don't you just buy it and you can take it home? And I'm telling you, it works. It's perfect for what you need it to do. That's what I used to do for a living. And people absolutely valued that resource. And I enjoyed it. I liked doing that. So when I say I was a computer expert, that's what I mean. I was a computer expert at one time. Who cares? So if Drew started working at CompUSA one day, if Drew showed up at CompUSA, I might very well have been the rain man who knew all of that shit and was annoying the fuck out of Drew because I knew all of that stuff. Because I'm not humble when I just tell people, well, actually, here's how it is. I'm just Rain Man saying, well, Wapner, it comes on at 11. People's Court, Wapner, 11 o'clock. Like, you can never escape People's Court at 11 with Wapner. I'm never not going to be Judge Wapner, 11 a.m., People's Court. Rain Man. Shout out to Tom Cruise. What's up, Music Called The Secret? Good to see you, sir. But I was able to, so I had this wealth of experience from my normie life to draw on. So when I did begin to understand certain psychological principles, I had this wealth of human experience to then go, I could review my past experience and be like, oh, that's why me and that person weren't able to get on the same page. It's because of their emotions, or it's because, I recognized that ever since, in their mind, ever since I installed a network card, now every problem they ever have will be because I touched their computer. In their mind, and you cannot change their mind. That is their reality. Stephen David's reality is that nobody in Phoenix, Arizona wears a mask. But when I go to Phoenix, Arizona and go to the Walmart, a lot of people wear a mask. That's just reality. Now, I might go into Walmart and I might be trolled at the level of spiritual warfare, and there might not be anybody in there with a mask. But every time I go in there, there's a bunch of mofos masked up. Literally every time. It's irrational, exactly. And emotions are rooted in irrationality. People, especially women, including my mother, hates it when I point out that the nature of an emotion is irrationality. It's literally rooted in irrational. That is the nature of an emotion, is irrationality. Thoughts and ideas, their nature is rationality. But a thought and an idea can manifest irrationally, just like an emotion can manifest rationally. And I would say that emotion, thoughts, and ideas exist on a spectrum or a pole. So at one opposite end of the pole is, so the North Pole might be thoughts and ideas. The South Pole might be emotion. Well, right in the middle is the balance between what do I think and what do I feel. That's the balance. That's the Tao philosophy of the middle way. But then I got people want to tell me, oh, you think too much. I'm like, okay, would you ever tell somebody that they feel too much? And the person says, no, of course not. I'm like, well, it's the same fucking thing. It's two sides of the same coin. It's not possible for me to overthink, just like it's not possible for me to overfeel. That's not a thing. Now, some people are overly emotional. Guess what? Sometimes I'm overly analytical, meaning I will always try to steer the conversation into logic, rationality, and analysis. Of course I will. And somebody might feel some type of way and be annoyed by that, but that's not me overthinking. That's you overfeeling. But I will never accuse you of overthinking. It's two sides of the same coin. If somebody feeling like I'm using analysis too much, rational is it's not possible to analyze too much. There's only analysis and lack of analysis. I'm either analyzing or I'm not analyzing. Meanwhile, there's something going on in my brain that has been analyzing my entire life. It never stops analyzing. And I think some people do become schizophrenic because that it's not possible to turn that mechanism off. And just imagine if I was very intelligent like a John Nash. I do have his same style of brain. Oh, Benton, you're claiming that? Yeah, I am claiming a beautiful mind. I absolutely have the exact type of brain that John Nash had, without question. Thank God I don't have the genius level IQ. Thank you, Jesus. Praise Almighty God in the mighty name of Christ Jesus. Thank you. Because that's a burden. I don't get to be a so-called layperson, which I guess somebody did try to say means laying bricks, meaning a mason, meaning a Freemason. Well, that's an interesting concept. I never thought about it that way, sir. Meanwhile, I'm in a realm where I'm just speaking on novel concept after novel concept, and almost never does somebody just sit back in the moment and say, you know what, that's interesting. I never thought about it that way. Stephen David, I'll challenge you on that level. Or we can pretend to be above it all. And of course, you already know everything Benton knows. So if you're operating from a place of, well, there's nothing Benton can say that I don't already know, but why do you believe that? Now we're back to what I talked about with Kim about beliefs. So is Stephen David operating in the real world based on the belief that no other person can possibly have knowledge that Stephen David has? No, is he operating on a belief that he's not aware of because he's never examined his beliefs? Now, if he acts on that belief, and I said earlier that all I have to do is observe somebody and I will be able to tell you what they believe. And if I'm asking somebody about their belief, I'm actually only interfacing what they think they believe in. If they've never truly examined and come to accept what it is that do they believe, I'm only interfacing their logic and their reason. I'm not actually interfacing with their actual belief system. I can usually only do that by observing what someone does over time, and what they do over time that I say represents what they actually believe. That may very well be different than what they think they believe, which is what they will probably tell you in the moment based on what they think they believe. Also, there's this thing called your shadow self. There's this thing called repression. So he may not even understand that he believes certain things based on he might be repressing and suppressing based on not having ever integrated his so-called shadow. So he might know he has certain beliefs, and he might be undergoing a process of repression and suppression, which is always harmful to the individual. Now I'm triggering his PTSD, Kim. Now I might be triggering your PTSD, Kim, based on your own repression and suppression. Based on that, I don't believe you've fully integrated your shadow self. I have mostly, not all of it. Meanwhile, I'm the one of the few. All I do is mob around the internet and I detect repressed homosexuality after repressed homosexuality. Well, surprise, surprise, the person who claims to have integrated his shadow will, even as much as I'd rather not talk about it, because I am from a very repressive culture, I will admit to some level of same-sex attraction. I will admit to that. I'm certainly not acting on it, but I will claim it. Why? It's called, this is all about me. What's best for Benton is not to repress those parts of his shadow self, but at the same time, I'm not acting on them. I'm not practicing that, but I recognize that it exists within me. So I think, based on my observations, a lot of y'all have a whole lot of things in your shadow selves you've never dealt with, which is fine. That only really hurts you. But if I've dealt with all that, if I've mostly integrated my shadow, now part of watching out for my blind spots is I have to leave room for doubt. I have to understand that, well, maybe it's possible that I have blind spots and I've never fully integrated my shadow self. And it may not even be possible. Why? Because I might be under MK Ultra mind control because I was formerly mind controlled. They might have split my psyche from a young age. They might have put programming in my brain that I'm not able to detect. That is possible, sir. Maybe I have so-called multiple personalities. Maybe I do. So maybe when I lash out at Austin Murphy, and this is not me letting myself off the hook, maybe that is a part of my shadow self I've never fully integrated. Maybe I'm in the process of integrating that part of my shadow self. But see, this can never be insanity or Benton's crazy. I understand that this all sounds crazy. I understand, by the way, how a therapist would interpret all of this. I am the therapist. Why? Because I practice meditation to the level I am the thing watching all of this happen. I am that thing behind the scenes who's just sitting back watching this. Now, when I get carried away is when I become identified with the alter, the so-called alter ego or the persona. When that persona takes over, that's when in the moment I become identified with that, such as now I'm having a back and forth with Kim. I'm temporarily swept away in identifying with that alter. But at the same time, my spiritual practice and my practice of meditation has allowed me to then go back to identifying with the thing behind the scenes in a third person, almost an out-of-body experience, who's sitting back watching it all. Now, does that sound insane? Yeah, it does, because it kind of is on a level. That is sort of insane. Now, when I say that the general public is de facto insane, I don't want to just come out and say that because I'm trying to avoid red flag laws, so-called red flag laws. I'm trying to avoid the mental health system. I'm trying to avoid the Jack Buddha depressor thugs just showing up one day and saying, well, actually, sir, come with us. Because now you're being 5150'd. Now we've decided, based on legalese, that you may, in fact, meet this criteria where we can take you against your will. See, I'm very specific. I know how to interface. Now we're back to how to interface with the base system. Now we're back to strategizing. So Kim says, oh, explain it to us, Benton. Well, yeah, I will take my time and I'll explain aspects of it to you, Kim. I don't know that I understand all of it well enough to explain all of it to you. I certainly can explain some of it. Well, some of it is I understand when I'm out here in the real world that I must interface in specific ways, because if I say the wrong thing to the wrong person at the wrong time in the wrong context, the administrators of the beast system, meaning the law enforcement officers, will then say, oh, wait a minute, he just said the magic words. Now we get to throw him in the paddy wagon and take him off to the proverbial rubber room. The fact I've never been taken off to the rubber room, even though I've ranted and raved in the streets for hours at a time, aka shout out to Illumitami, a so-called, meaning me in this context, I've done that, behaving as a so-called madman when the authorities have showed up at certain times and I know how to interface with them. Now maybe that's an alter ego. Maybe that was put into me. Maybe I think I'm just smarter than y'all, but maybe I was programmed specifically to be able to go out into public and behave in these ways and never get dragged off to the rubber room. I yield the floor. I don't yield. I will never yield. It's called indomitable. Indomitable, volatile, loose weapon. That is my core of my being. I am that, sir. But I yield the floor. Mic drop. How about you? What's up, Stephen David? Thank you, sir. And that is my gift to you, Stephen Crumley. And in order to cope, and it is a cope, shout out to Tenfold Straight Jacket. It is a cope. It's all a cope on some level. In order to cope and to be used as a vessel of the Most High, to empty myself just enough to some of the time be filled with the Holy Spirit, and I am that some of the time, I have necessarily had to come to these understandings, Stephen Crumley, in order to deal. That's why I understand these things. Praise God. And I'm vibrating right now, so I know I'm doing okay. When I start vibrating, I'm getting the feel-good chemicals. I know I'm on the right track. Shout out to We Are Awake. And Ian, I'm vibing high right now. My toes is tangling. I'm vibing high, Ian. But that's part of the practice is being able to have because a lot of people get to where I'm at, vibing high, and it completely carries them off into the nether and just into the ether above us. And now they're just disembodied, floating in space, just getting carried, rudderless, getting carried away into God knows what. I'm firmly rooted. I had a literal out-of-body experience. I know what that is. But I'm also receiving healing in this moment. Now, as I say all this, I'm observing my physiology, Kim. I'm observing my physiology, and I'm in touch with those regions in my physicality and in my energy sphere that are populated by old, stagnated, dead energy. How did it get there, Kim? Repression, which is always harmful to the individual. When I repressed it, it was in flow. When I repressed it, I grabbed onto the flowing energy. I refused to allow it to flow through me and away from me, meaning I did not deal with it in the moment. That led to it being trapped within my energy sphere. And in this case, it causes my right upper back and shoulder to hurt. So as I'm speaking on all of this and as I'm vibing high, I'm having a feeling of relief in those regions. Now, what you see with Talcott when he's feeding is here's how the psychic vampirism works. Talcott is filled to the brim with stagnated, repressed, horrible, low-level, stagnated, negative energy. So when he's got that look on his face and he's doing his neck back and forth, he's feeding. Some of what's in him is leaving him and it's going into the people who were going off on him. So at the end of that, the person who's blasting Talcott feels like shit. Talcott giggles, laughs, has a smile on his face, and feels relief. How do I know? Because I noticed it in my dad. Because I observed my dad, who's just like Talcott, who's filled to the brim with repressed trauma, and I've observed him trigger me, and I start blasting him with both barrels, and at the end of it, he's in a great mood, literally whistling Dixie, and now I feel like garbage. Because some of what was in him through a process of psychic vampirism, because I didn't have control of myself, because I lost my shit, I started blasting him, and now that spiritually allowed him to transfer some of that stagnated, low-level negative energy that he's not able to deal with otherwise. He literally was able to put it into me. That is psychic vampirism. I yield the floor. I don't yield. I yield the floor to the audience or the panelists. So how am I going to come on here and I understand all of this at fundamental levels, and I'm going to interface with Kim who don't understand this on fundamental levels? Now maybe he does. subconsciously. But if he can't explain it the way I just explained it, you're not on my level, Kim. Get on my level. Now, you'll have your own way of understanding it. You'll have your own way of conveying it. And believe me, I understand this shit. Whatever comes out of my mouth, that represents 10% of how well I understand this. I know this shit backwards and forwards inside in the core of my being. I know this shit backwards and forwards, y'all. What comes out of my mouth is 10%. What I can convey to you is 10% of my understanding. I do stand under these concepts. I don't understand, I overstand. Shout out to the movie Hurricane. When I watched that movie, he's in prison. The main character's in prison. At a certain point, he says, I don't understand, I overstand. Well, that was him. That's soft sit. That's him discovering soft sit for himself and going off into soft sit land. Well, guess what? Reuben Carter ended up attracting some people into his life that helped get him out of prison, physical prison. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think spiritually, Reuben Carter was operating on those levels of a spiritual prison. I believe Reuben Carter created a spiritual prison for himself, meaning he was falsely convicted. And he had great accolades in this world, by the way. Reuben Carter went into a boxing ring and more or less effortlessly just beat the fuck out of everybody. And to him, it was just clown shoes. He didn't really have to apply himself, and he just beat the fuck out of everybody in a boxing ring. But then I believe Reuben Carter, the human being, if that's even a real thing, created a prison, a spiritual prison, and then he went in. By the way, when Paul Enslaved talks about choosing to go live in a tent, in a way, isn't that creating limitation for himself in the physical world in order to achieve specific outcomes for himself? First, the warrior places himself beyond the possibility of defeat. Now, that's not in the Art of War, but that's one of the messages in the Art of War. So I'm going to go put myself off into a space. This is what, and Paul doesn't know what, people don't mean what Paul means. They don't get Paul's context when Paul says to Jack, hey, Jack, you can't even give up $10 a day, meaning renounce the world. The fact is, Talcott claims progress at the level of a renunciate. Google the meaning of the word. Again, this is where people don't understand the basics. What is a renunciate? Well, what is a monk? A monk on some level is a renunciate. So when Paul enslaved, probably like he said, he gave up $2,000 a month, which ain't, let's face it, a lot of people live on $2,000 a month. And he went into a tent. He renounced the version of the world he lived in. We got a word for that, y'all. It's called a monk. Game, respect, game, recognize, game. I lived as a monk, among other things. Now, people don't see me that way. I don't go out into the world and say, well, actually, I'm a monk. But when I'm talking to my father, in certain spiritual concepts come up, I say, well, actually, I am a yogi at the level of yogi means one who practices yoga. Yoga does not mean stretching like we think in the Western world. A yogi is one who practices yoga. Well, guess what? Not only am I a yogi, I'm a pretty fucking high-level yogi. Now, yeah, here's Benton going off on somebody. Now, you can choose to, when I do go on into those realms, you can choose to say, oh, well, that negates all of Benton's spiritual progress, except it doesn't. Except it doesn't. It don't work that way. Satan would like to have you believe it does. Sure it don't. That's not how things operate here. My thing is, thank God I read Krishnamurti, who pointed out to me the foolishness of creating a system and having other people follow it. Because Lord knows I could make my living based on my knowledge of these concepts. I could absolutely create a man-made system and earn my living teaching my man-made system to other people. Guess what? Nobody can get where they're trying to go through anybody else's man-made system. It don't work that way. It's impossible. If you have a goal spiritually, and if you want to transcend your current limitations, you cannot join up with another man's man-made system and follow his flow chart and end up where you want to end up. It's not possible until you create your own spiritual system for yourself based on who and what you are, based on who and what your purpose is. Every man hath not the same office, by the way. Until you do that, you cannot transcend your present level of spiritual limitation. Mic drop, I yield the floor. I will never yield. It's called indomitable, volatile, loose cannon. So when I got delivered into Skid Row, LA, also known as the Greyhound bus station, and I can tell you this, if you walk out the front door of a Greyhound bus station in the downtown of any major city in this country, you will be in the worst of the Skid Row. I promise you. Now, there's exceptions to everything. And when I walked out them doors at 4 a.m. and I was walking to the bus stop, a 2-mile walk to the bus stop to get on the bus to go to, where was I going? To go to T.O., Kim. I know Kim knows what T.O. is if you're listening. When I got on the bus to go to T.O., so when I walked out the door of the Greyhound downtown L.A., and I was walking 2 miles to a local bus that would take me to T.O. so I could get on another bus to go to Oxnard so I could go to so I could eventually end up in Ventura so I could end up on a bus to Santa Barbara. How about you? Which is where I ended up that day. Yeah, I know SoCal, partner. I know me some SoCal, partner. Now, I might have got some of that wrong, but that's more or less how you get from the Greyhound bus station to Santa Barbara. If you start at 4 a.m., you want to end up in Santa Barbara by about 1 p.m., you can do it. Yeah. First stop, T.O. Although you might end up in Camarillo at a certain point. I know me some SoCal, partner. So I already know ahead of time, hey, I'm about to physically march through the worst of the worst of the worst at the worst possible time. So here's my strategy with a backpack, by the way. In a realm of predators who recognize that frequently travelers such as myself show up with backpacks and eventually have their backpack stolen. Or show up and say, hey, I want to buy some drugs, and then do drugs in Skid Row, and then eventually put themselves in a position to be victimized by predators. So I already know I'm physically passing through an area of sharks swimming. So what do? I know that I need to go full speed ahead and project what I am to them through my verbiage. And here's what I did. I just walked and said, indomitable, volatile, loose cannon. Indomitable, volatile, loose cannon. Indomitable, volatile, loose cannon. And just the predators. Meaning, hey, predator, I see you, predator, and I'm letting you know I'm not your prey, predator. Just to let you know, if you want to come over here and get you some of this, you're dealing with the indomitable, volatile, loose cannon. And if you come at me, I'm just going to smash you out as hard as I can, because I've already laid down the gauntlet by looking at you saying, indomitable, volatile, loose cannon, and then just looking at you and cocking my head and saying, now what? And guess how many people have ever dared physically approach me under those circumstances? That would be a 0. So I've never had to smash somebody out based on that. You know why? Because I know how to very effectively communicate them in the moment. You best leave me the fuck alone, because game recognized game, and I could probably be swimming with you sharks and be just as much a predator as any of you, but I'm not that. And based on my plans and what I'm doing in the world, I need to physically walk through here at 4 a.m. I need to swim through your turf, shark. And I better just let you know that I'm just as aggressive as you are. And if you want to come get you some of this, shark, you finna get bit. Because all I'm going to do, once I show you my teeth, if you decide you want some of this, well, now I have no choice but to smash you out as hard as I can. But I've never had to do that, surprise, surprise. Because that type of person, they don't swim up against somebody that's as strong as them. They don't prey on people as strong as them. Not while that person is showing strength. That's art of war, baby. Art of war says you don't attack when the enemy's strong. So when I'm letting them know I'm strong, they're not going to come against me. Now, they might wait for me to be weak and then come against me. That's literally art of war. So all I got to do is let them know, hey, I'm not your prey. Indomitable, volatile, loose cannon. Meanwhile, that's my spirit. And Paramahansa Yogananda says you can hear in a man's voice or a woman's voice the totality of their life experience, and their very essence is contained in their voice, which is a sound vibration. I believe that. And when somebody hears me say indomitable, volatile, loose cannon, what is that, by the way? What is it called? Something pentameter, ionic. I can see the word in my mind. I'm not sure how to say it exactly. Somebody knows what I'm talking about and can type it into the chat. When I'm able to use that sing-songy, kind of like your spoken word poetry, it's something pentameter. Starts with an IA, if anybody knows what the fuck I'm talking about. When I know what I am and I can use the words, a 3-word phrase that conveys exactly the essence of my being, and I can say that in my tone of voice, indomitable, volatile, loose cannon. If I said to you, hey, what is your very essence? And use in one phrase, maybe you could do it in one word, what are you? I can describe myself in one phrase, indomitable, volatile, loose cannon. That is what I am. That's how I manifest in this realm. That's the core of my being. That's every altar. If Benton has different personas, every one of Benton's personas operates at that level to some degree. Every one of them. That is the least common denominator. So talk to me on a panel like I don't know exactly who this motherfucker Benton is, and think you're going to sneak up on me with some, well, actually, have you considered this? Yes, I have. I'll happily get into it with you. Happily. But been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. How about you? I yield the floor. Now it's just me having a conversation with myself, which I do all the time. I have these conversations with myself all day long. Part of where my ability to, if I'm good at conversation, this is part of why, because I just talk to myself. But I don't hear voices, thank God. I'm not John Nash at that level. I don't hear anything. I have intuitive perception. I don't hear anything. I don't see anything. I have perception. Thank God. Thank you, Jesus, for the perception. And I am an idiot savant at the level of my ability to access my intuition. Because I am kind of fucking retarded. I don't know if you've noticed that. But that is a real thing. And yes, I just said the R word. Now I got to check with the map because if I get too deep into El Paso, I'm not going to be able to pull over and take a leak. So let me see where I'm at, if you don't mind. Am I still on the hotspot? Yep. Hell, I guess I'll just use up the rest of the hotspot data. Although I do need it for my computer I'm about to buy. All right. Am I back? Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back on the Verizon. Mint Mobile will sell me 10 gig of hotspot for $20, which is a crazy high price. But if I do in fact receive this computer today, then I reckon I'll be spending the $20 for the 10 gig of hotspot. Although now that I think about it, that well, no, it's the Verizon that doesn't work at that truck stop. The T-Mobile actually works there. Never mind. Never mind. Yep. Mm-hmm. Gun control? Well, I think gun control is an excellent choice, excellent question. Well, I think gun control illustrates that you do not have a Bill of Rights. If you had a Bill of Rights, there would be zero gun law. If you think about it, if your right to keep and bear arms really could not be infringed, literally all gun laws would be null. You couldn't have a so-called gun law. So I think so-called gun control proves that you do not have a Bill of Rights, but the system wants you to believe that you have a Bill of Rights, and that when you interface with the system at the level of corporate slavery, and the fact is, if there's a Bill of Rights and if there's a Constitution, those are corporate documents, lest we forget. That's what that is. Those are pieces of paper in the context of corporations. That's what that is. And if I was born with the right to defend myself, if I was born with the right to have firearms, it really doesn't matter what a corporation puts down on a piece of paper, now does it? That's really not relevant. Now, I have chosen to follow the gun laws to the best of my ability. I've chosen to do that. Sure. Of course I have. But I'm not a felon. Now, I don't see, here's my thing is, how can you say we have a right to keep and bear arms and we cannot infringe that right, but a person can become a felon, a scarlet letter, and now they lose their rights? Well, if I can lose the right, it seems to me like it's not a right. How is it a right, but it can be taken away from me? Well, that's a privilege, of course. It's not a right. You're granting me a privilege. And you're also lying to me about its nature. That's not the Second Amendment. It's not in effect. Obviously, of course, it's not a thing, man. That's what I think about gun control. That's not a thing. Now, Chicago, the city of Chicago had a complete and total gun ban. You literally couldn't have a firearm in your own home. Eventually, somebody challenged it in the courts, and the court said, okay, well, that's unconstitutional. And according to the Second Amendment, you have to let people own guns in Chicago. Well, so yeah, occasionally the corporate structure chooses to pretend like the Second Amendment applies across the board. Well, sure it doesn't. If it applied across the board, Chicago never would have successfully had a total gun ban. See how it works? That never would have happened. But it did happen. That's how it works. That's what it is. Wow, I might be finally be coming up on an actual bathroom break, which would be nice. That would be nice. It's been a minute. Probably be taking a short break here once I managed to get stopped. And I think this is where we get kind of sideways sometimes, is like, if I have all this attainment and like I claim to, and I can demonstrate it, and if that's real, dude, that does not then obligate me to uh, assist other people in the moment in attaining those levels of it. You can't do that. If I've made real progress over long periods of time, I'm not able to climb inside another person and convey and then put that into them. And then also, even if I could, I don't think it's appropriate. Meanwhile, I've never agreed to, maybe there's people who can assist you if you're trying to do that at an individual level. I'm not that person. You can come ask me specific questions and I can probably answer them, like almost like an oracle. But I'm not the person who can ride with you on your spiritual journey and teach it to you. I'm not that person. And I honestly don't even think that's a thing, but I'll be right back. Please bear with me. Break time. Oh, and by the way, this is a great example of when I talk about. Um, let me change the camera. That's one thing about StreamYards. Eventually, they'll have just a button to press to switch the camera, I believe. It's way too many steps involved in switching the camera. Oh, I'm backlit. That's what's wrong. I'm backlit. There we go. So here's the practice. Here's a big, if somebody wanted something to practice, and this is not a man-made system. This is something that, here's something you can practice if you want to practice. Write down, correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. Then observe your life and find one thing that you're doing that represents incorrect philosophy. So here's an example. Externalization instead of internalization. So here's incorrect philosophy is, I want to grow and change and make spiritual progress. I can only do that through a process of internalization. But like Woody points out, the only way to reach the full flower of that is to then interface with other people to connect externally, but to do it through first connecting, and then to the way we prove it to ourselves is to then be able to practice it with other people in the moment, right? Which I'm going to give you an example of a time very recently in which I practiced something and I was rewarded. And in fact, if my computer shows up down the road today like it's supposed to, I will be rewarded. So something I figured out years ago was, okay, if I want to work on myself and do all this self-improvement, because I've read all this self-improvement material, so I recognize the propensity of human beings when they learn new material, they get very excited and they want to immediately apply the material, but they want to do that externally outside of themselves because that's a much easier path. That seems like the path of least resistance, because what's hard to do is to point it at themselves, whatever it is they want to achieve, and to ruthlessly only apply it to themselves. So if you write down correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy, then write down externalization versus internalization, meaning anything that you want to work on, don't ever apply it to anybody but you. So just anything you think of, oh, well, this person should do that and that person should do this. Quit thinking that way. Only apply it to yourself, ever. That's what I do. Now, it doesn't mean I don't also apply things to other people. See, again, show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. What I'm saying is in this very specific way. So earlier, what we saw on Drew's panel is people, and Kim did this over here on my stream to a certain extent, people who want to interface with these concepts, but they're unknowingly using a of incorrect philosophy at the level of their action, because they're attempting to apply what they could be applying internally. They're actually trying to apply it to me externally. And it's like, well, wait a minute, this isn't appropriate. Number two, I've already done all this work, so you can't even be effective anyway. Number three, I see you, Kim, not applying it internally, but you're trying to apply things to me. That's an incorrect philosophy. So all the person has to do to practice something in their life. Now, this isn't the totality of the practice, but this is the practice in a fractal form, right? This is a portion of the practice. As soon as you recognize that something represents an incorrect philosophy, knock it the fuck off and just don't ever do it again. Somehow I'm able to do that. Somehow when it finally penetrated my thick skull, oh, bozo, you've been running around giving people advice for years, and you've been doing that through a process of externalization instead of to keep yourself from, because it hurts to internalize. That's painful. So once I realized that, I just said, okay, I knocked it the fuck off with the externalization, and I only ever do the internalization, although I'm sure you can find a time when I fell short of what I just said. Of course, I'm a human being. But I'm saying 99 times out of 100, I do practice that, right? So that's something that any of you can practice. And it's based on an aphorism that I've never heard anybody say, which is correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. So when these bozos think they're getting me on a panel and they think they're trapping me by saying, okay, well, you explain it, Benton, meaning, why don't you explain all of your thoughts, all of your beliefs? You just go ahead and create a framework that represents a man-made system that this is Benton's fucking cosmology. And so we can lay back and pick it apart. Well, number one, I know what they're doing. Number two, that's not how it works, man. That's only one form of the yin and the yang. We're only utilizing it. Actually, they're only utilizing the passive form, so which is forcing me, if I'm willing to accept their premise, that's forcing me into only being able to use the assertive form. That's a mistake. I am dynamic. I'm a child of God. I'm here I'm here practicing the walk. I will absolutely, in a yin and a yang, I will go in one moment from the active form to the passive form and back and forth unto infinity. Imagine that. I will just go back and forth and forth and back. I'm not dumb enough to let somebody force me into only ever using that one form while they lay back and just now they get to use the passive form and just pick apart and pick apart and pick apart and pick apart. That would be foolish. But I see otherwise intelligent person after otherwise intelligent person fall for it and fall for it and fall for it. Well, it's not my problem that I understand that correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. That's not my problem that I understand that and I practice that and other people don't. Meanwhile, can you find an isolated example of me falling short of that? Of course you can. Does that negate me at the level of a human? No, I would say that validates me at the level of being a human. I yield the floor. This is a Packard. This is a Kenworth Packard engine. Unfortunately, the software is all set up for maximum fuel economy, so she ain't got no balls. But I had a 2020 Kenworth, and that one had some balls. So it's like, over time, because these companies get to choose how they want the trucks configured to some degree. So as the fuel prices have risen, more and more companies are going to a more fuel efficient programming on the truck. Because it's all the same basic engine and turbo setup for the most part. I like a Detroit diesel though. My favorite setup is a Detroit diesel with the D2E12 auto shift. That's the best. Although the Volvo has the best actual auto shift. So actually, that's probably not true. Now that I think about it, I would probably go Volvo. Volvo with the Volvo iShift or whatever they call it would probably be my preferred configuration. With the Detroit being a close second. In an emissions truck anyway. If money was no object, we'd go with an old cat. Obviously, an old cat. But then now you're going to be into manual. Now I don't want to shift my own gears, even though I'm able to. I just don't want to. I don't want to. I'd rather not. In fact, that's a big part of what keeps me from just fucking off to Arkansas and moving into some shack and just hauling logs for a living. Is all of that. That form of trucking is almost entirely manual transmission because a lot of that is off road, and you really do more or less need the you more or less need the granny gears off road at some point. And I'm trying to catch up on the chat. Well, commissary, that's the thing is, see, I think when you say, and I didn't read the previous comment, but I'll talk about the unless you sleep with a handgun under your pillow. See, I think that's an appeal to emotion because it's taking something and it's making it appear ridiculous. And if you haven't read Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, I think it's important to realize that is the leftist communist playbook. So now I see people who think they're conservatives and think they're MAGA, but they consistently use the tactics of the left. So in a way, the communists have already won, because if you're willing to be the thought police and mob around and try to hit people with ridicule to control their behavior, it doesn't really matter that you think you're MAGA and you think you're a Republican or you think you're conservative. If you're willing to behave like a communist. And that's where I ran afoul of Jeff Pizer. Jeff Pizer was absolutely behaving like a communist behaved. And so to even use that phraseology is to behave like a communist. That's how communists behave. Because here's the thing is, I live in my truck. So metaphorically speaking, my firearm is always under my pillow, meaning I'm in a physical space where I'm almost never out of arm's reach of my firearm. Now, the thing is, there are times when I physically climb out of this rig and then I realize I failed to strap on my fanny pack. And then most of the time I climb back in and strap on the fanny pack. Now, some of the times I just look around and say, well, probably I'm just going to the trash can over there. And it's unlikely that somebody's going to roll up and I'm going to need to defend myself with a firearm. But it's still possible, right? But then, every once in a while, do I allow myself to wander into the Walmart without? No, not really. I did recently, but that's me kind of backsliding on my own deal. But so most of the time, I would say 99.9% of the time, I physically have my firearm on me, but I don't have to sleep with it under my pillow. Meanwhile, if you have the right kind of pillow and you have the right kind of safety, I have a trigger guard safety. So if my gun cannot misfire, why wouldn't I want to put it under my pillow and lay my head over the top of it? Is that really so wrong? See, we're starting with a false premise. We're starting with this unexplored, seemingly ridiculous premise of putting a firearm underneath one's pillow and then putting one's pillow on top of the firearm. Well, I use a Euro-style pillow. Dude, this thing's thick enough. If I put my fanny pack under my pillow, I could still get in a good night's sleep. Like, what are we even talking about, right? Now, I would say if you live in a house and you don't have a firearm within a reach and grab of where you sleep, what are you even doing? If somebody literally starts physically coming through your bedroom window and you can't reach and grab a firearm, you ain't living right as far as I'm concerned. Because if somebody busts through the window of this cab and starts physically entering this cab, I got a firearm within a reach and grab. If you're in your bedroom, especially if you sleep next to your spouse, if you sleep in a house with minor children, if you ain't got a firearm within a reach and grab, what are you doing? Seriously, if you're a man, that's your job. Your job is to physically defend the life of those people that live with you. That is your duty as a man. Now, maybe you just got it like that. Maybe you can jump on top of this motherfucker and wrap him up in a jiu-jitsu hold and choke him out. Maybe you can. I can't. Meanwhile, what if he's a black belt? What if Eddie Bravo just broke through your window? Guess what? Now you're in a judo match with Eddie Bravo. Now Eddie Bravo just tapped you out, and now he's having his way with your family. Although Eddie Bravo wouldn't, but in the context of my metaphor here. But the fact is, if I can reach and grab a firearm, and if I live in Arkansas, and an unknown person is just is crouched on my floor, and I start giving them orders, and they continue to physically advance, and I shoot them to death, I will never go to prison for that in the state of Arkansas, ever, ever. Now, in some states, they will still try to prosecute me based on that. Now, if I shoot him, if somebody breaks into my house and then turns their back on me and I point a gun at them and they turn their back on me and they're trying to go back from the way they came and I shoot them to death, yeah, I might get in trouble. Maybe. Maybe. Now, if they bust through my window, they're crouched on my floor, I point a gun at them, they physically get out my window, and I shoot them in the back in my front yard, now I might be in trouble. You see how it works? But somehow Benton is able to reason through all of this in the moment. I don't know how, but I am. It comes naturally to me. So the fact is, if I ever pull my firearm and I feel like I need to point it at somebody, I'm pulling that trigger unless they turn their back and begin to flee, at which point I will then point it away from them. I will then either point it at the ground. See what I'm saying? I will immediately discontinue pointing the firearm at them. I will stand down. But if they then turn back around and start coming at me, now we're right back where we started. But people, because they watch movies, they have an idea of, oh, I've just pointed a firearm at somebody. I've now taken total control of them, and I can now give them orders. No, that does not work in the real world. The first thing you have to think about is, what is my physical proximity to this person? How quickly and is this person armed? If that person is armed with a knife and they quickly close the distance, while you think you have a gun pointed at them and you're saying, hey, man, do this and do that, guess what? Now that meth head is stabbing you to death in 1.5 seconds because you had a gun on them and you think now you control their physicality. Sure you don't. Sure you don't. So if I ever feel like I need to pull out a firearm, but it's not time to it's not time to start defending myself with deadly force, it's going to be up against my chest, pointed at the ground. And it's a very specific tactical maneuver. I'm showing everyone in the environment that I have a firearm, but I'm not breaking any laws by pointing it at anybody. Because pulling out a firearm and pointing it at another person absolutely can be considered aggravated assault. Pulling out a firearm in the state of Arkansas, holding it up against my chest and not pointing it at anybody, that's very difficult for that to ever be considered breaking an actual law. They have to prove that I have the intent to harm somebody. Because it's illegal to carry a weapon in the state of Arkansas, but only if I have the intent to do harm to someone. If I'm not intending to harm anybody, and if I unconceal my firearm and I hold it on my chest with the barrel pointed in a safe direction and just look at everybody, that's never against the law in the state of Arkansas. Now, in some states, that's absolutely against the law. It depends on where I am. But I know that the firearm will never be pointed at anybody unless the trigger is going to be pulled. And the only thing that will keep the trigger from being pulled is if the person immediately begins to physically turn away from me. If they're backing away from me, looking around with their hands up, but I can tell they're just biding time to try to see how to attack me, they're still probably getting dealt with. Because I know that the entry wound is going to be from the front. See, and now we get into, is this being recorded or not? Right? Who's witnessing this? If it's just me and them, and they're backing away from me, but they're facing me, and they still got their hands up, but I'm still in fear that they might still come at me, that's probably not enough to get me to not do that thing I was about to do. Physically turning their back on me would potentially do it. Now, are they turning their back on me to get their own weapon? So let's say they're turning away from me, they're going to physically access their own weapon, and when they turn back towards me, now they're ready for bear. Now they're loaded for bear, which means if I stand there and they turn back towards me, they're probably immediately getting dealt with upon turning. I'm probably not going to wait for them to be able to fully expose themselves to me to be able to shoot me. See, I have a strategic mind. Somehow I've already had this all figured out. Now, is this because somebody programmed this into my mind? That's under an Occam's razor. Is Benton just born with the knowledge to more or less operate as a literal special forces operator? Now, I'm not saying I am that. I've never achieved that. I'm not claiming that. I'm saying, have I noticed certain things in the way I act and behave in certain situations where I just naturally do some special forces type of shit without even thinking about it? And there was a time when I was on that physically, I was damn near at that special forces level physically. Yeah, I have recognized that. Now, does that come naturally to Benton, or was Benton placed under mind control? And was Benton backroomed at the Kingdom Hall, and the government agent showed up for 30 minutes at a time and took over, and just like that movie Get Out, fucking they put me under and then programmed my fucking mind. I don't know, man. It's possible. When I was fucking 6 years old, how would I know? I wouldn't fucking know. Literally. I know this. I've interfaced with the cops before in ways that led me to believe that they went back to their cruiser. They started reading through my profile, and somewhere in that profile, it more or less said, hey, it's okay. You can go ahead and hem him up for normal shit, for basic shit. But if you really try to get deep into it with him, and he starts being very obstinate and oppositional, just let him go. Because I've absolutely got deep into it with cops, where I've gotten very strident and pedantic and oppositional to where they've just tapped the fuck out. More than once, they basically just gotten a look on their face and said, I had one. I'll tell this whole story if you want to. I've got several of these stories. I had one in Eureka, California. Shout out to Humboldt. He got into it with me. This dude literally, we got so deep into it, his face changed. This is what the cop said to me. He said, I don't know what's going on here. I'm starting to think this guy said this. He said some version I don't know what this is. I'm starting to think this is a setup. He didn't say those exact words. He literally backed away from me. Then when he was physically far enough that he felt safe, he turned, got into his cruiser, and left. And I will tell you that entire story right now if you'd like. If you'd like, I will happily tell you that entire story. I bring up everything. So commissary, your points are well taken, and the chat is always welcome. But I will bring up any and everything. If I want to bring up the black market, I'll bring up the black market. But if you want to say, well, why bring that up? Well, I brought it up for a reason. See, like anything I bring up, it's all on the table. If I bring something up, I'm bringing it up for a reason, right? Like all arguments are valid on some level. I'm not. Because I espouse one viewpoint in one scenario, that then doesn't say that I can't then bring up a black market in another scenario. Like that's a false application of logic. That's literally a false premise. So it's like, well, why do this? Well, that's like what a child does. A child says, why? Why? Their mom tells them something, they go, why? And then their mom answers, and the child goes, why? Like there's answers to all of this. What I would say is, Like, just answer it for yourself. And I'm not triggered, by the way. I love the chat engagement. In commissary, I love your engagement. And I'm not even saying you're out of bounds in your comments, and I might be taking you out of context anyway. But by the way, in a text format, necessarily, like, there's always potential for me to take you out of context in a text format. You know, that always exists, right? Now the question is, am I doing that intentionally, or am I doing it because I'm autistic and it's 1 a.m. It's time for walk, right? And you know, I'm a real good driver, you know. Meanwhile, he probably was a real good driver, if anybody actually ever taught him to drive. But yeah, I'll tell the story. So I was all hippied out. I was in my 99 Hyundai hatchback. I was all hippied out in Humboldt. I was at one of the McDonald's in Humboldt. I'm assuming there's multiple ones in Eureka. It was if anybody knows what I'm talking about, there's 2 one-way roads. Like, this McDonald's is like in the middle of 2 different 2-lane one-ways. If anybody knows where this is in Eureka. So I'm sitting, and so I'm so arrogant and hippied out. I was literally barefoot in my hatchback. I'm so hippied out, I'm just hitting my weed pipe. I pulled up to the front door of the fucking McDonald's, just hitting my weed pipe, because weed is de facto legal. But still, you can't just legally fucking smoke a bowl in the McDonald's parking lot, right? Like, this is pushing it. But this is what I am doing, right? And I know I'm not going to get in any trouble for this. So I'm assuming somebody saw my Arkansas plates, probably knew the local cops, and probably called their cop buddy and said, hey, you got one of these, because I was a traveler, what they see as a dirty kid. Hey, you got one of the dirty kids, the traveling kids, the train riders. Well, they oftentimes show up in Humboldt in cars with wow, is it slick out here? The road's a little slick. I don't know if that's the wind or what, but I actually started to fishtail a little bit. That was strange. Hang on, let me get the rig under control. That was bizarre. Must have been a combination of the ruts in the road, the alignment of the tractor, and the wind probably all kind of conspired there. We actually hydroplaned, but there's no water. That was very strange. See, I understand all these dynamics, right? So and this is why I'm so terrible at storytelling. So probably, you know, just left to my own devices, if I was doing that with California plates, nobody would ever bat an eye, right? This is just normal behavior. But I'm sitting there with Arkansas plates. So in that area, there's a very high likelihood that I was there to purchase pounds of weed, because lots of people go to that area to purchase weed. And this is very close to Arcata, California. And I've sat on the square in Arcata on the park bench. I've sat there and seen and heard just some random person sit on the bench and say, hey, does anybody know where I can get some pounds? And then somebody's like, yeah, I got you. And they just negotiate the deal right there. It's basically legal. Now, what can happen is the local cops, if they want to, can just pull me the fuck over, search me, take my pounds, take my cash, take whatever else I got. And they know, based on the laws of California, I'm probably never going to, if I'm charged, it's all going to get dropped. Yeah, they can impound my vehicle, but, you know, at the end of the day, nothing bad's going to happen to me. But they can absolutely just legally steal my pounds and my cash. They know that. Well, I don't have anything illegal. I got a weed pipe, and I got a personal use amount of cannabis. Well, I also have this thing where I behave exactly the same whether I have pounds on me or I don't have pounds on me. And I'm not saying I ever have pounds on me, but if I ever have pounds on me, my behavior is exactly the same. Although with pounds on me, I'm probably not smoking weed at the McDonald's with the door open. But there are people in Humboldt who will sit at the front door of the McDonald's with the door of the car open with pounds. There are those people. Yes, I am not one of those people. I would never do that. I'm very aware of my environment, so I'm just sitting there chilling. I might have even been having a phone conversation. I'm not really sure. I was probably talking. I do talk a lot. So for whatever reason, the cop pulls into the parking lot in my rearview mirror with his lights on. I'm watching this happen because I'm very observant of my environment. He's got his his lights are on. He's pulling in behind a van. It looks like he's pulling the van over. This is the trap, by the way. Now we can talk about, was this done on purpose? Was this a setup? Did the cops know to do this? Does the cop say, hey, I'm about to go try to hem up this Arkansan down the road? Will you come with me in your van and we'll roll into the parking lot with our lights on? But then if he even sees us, he'll think I'm pulling you over. But then here's what you do, buddy, in the van. You just pull into a parking spot in the Walmart, in the McDonald's, and then I'll just get out of my car and immediately approach Benton, which is exactly what happened. Benton watches this in his rearview mirror. So now the cop has me right where he wants me. I'm just in my car. Now, of course, as soon as I saw him pull in with his lights on, I stashed my weed pipe to the best of my ability. And I probably, now here's where my memory might fail me. Maybe I got out of my car and closed the door. I'm not really sure. Probably just stayed in my car. Might have shut my door but left the window down. Don't exactly remember, but I know that when he came to my vehicle, because I didn't expect him to approach my vehicle, but I was already kind of in the mind of, well, obviously I reek of marijuana, so let's just go ahead. And I'm from Arkansas, so in Arkansas, you know, I'm always going to have a little bit of, well, I'm doing something wrong, because if I behave that way in Arkansas and the cops roll up, I'm going to need to at least like stash my shit, right? So I have no expectation that he's going to just get out of his car and immediately walks right up to me. So now I'm just dealing with the cop, right? So it's like, wow, this is completely unexpected. So he starts wanting to ask me questions. Just goes to questioning me right off the bat. And, you know, I don't do this thing. Now, I might have been dumb enough. This might have been when I was still dumb enough to do a, am I being detained, whatever that. I never asked that. Or I don't answer questions. Because if you notice, if you watch these videos, almost every time one of these bozos says, I don't answer questions, they then go on to answer questions. So it's like, yeah, you do answer questions, bozo. Why even say that? But I don't remember, and my apologies, this has been many years ago. So the guy comes up to me, the cop, uniform cop. But I immediately realized, oh, I see what happened. Now, whether or not this was done intentionally, they've maneuvered this to where now the cop is here on top of me, and he now has access to my vehicle. Now, here's where the cop done fucked up. And by the way, when people say, oh, never identify, because I probably didn't have to provide an ID to this cop. But because I don't have a criminal record, I want them to know who I am. So this is where I got the cop. This is where I defeated him. So he's trying to question me, and I'm just like still kind of confused, like, what is this? So here's where he done fucked up. I gave him my ID. So as soon as he starts asking questions, I want to put his mind at ease. So I'm just like, here's my ID, man. Feel free to run me. So this bozo, because he's a law enforcement officer and he's, trained in a certain way, he takes my ID and goes to his cruiser. Well, see, he thinks he still has control of the situation. This guy never got physical control of the scene. So when he walks up to me, I'm still hypothetically free to go until he tells me. I could have just been like, hey, man, if I'm free to, no offense to you, but if I'm free to go, I'd rather just leave. And now the cop can say, oh, well, actually, you're not free to leave. So he wants, and I understand these cops want to remain in that legal, they want to always be in that legal gray area. If they ever are called upon to testify in court, the cop wants to be able to say, well, no, actually, Benton was free to go. He chose to remain there and talk to me. Benton did that of his own volition. So the cop takes my ID, goes back to his car. Well, guess what Benton does? Benton rolls his windows up, gets out of his car, locks his car, shuts the door. Now the cop cannot get into Benton's car without a warrant. The cop can maybe arrest me and then try to say, okay, we're towing your car and we have to air quotes inventory it in order to, so now we're going to, but probably what they would do is flatbed it to a cop parking lot somewhere and then, break into it. And then, see what I'm saying? They're still going to have a warrant to get into my car. I know this. He knows that. So he under his ruse. Now maybe he just happened to be pulling them over, said, oh, look, Arkansas plates. Oh, look, a dirty kid, hippie type, with his door open, probably smells like marijuana. Because, by the way, that entire town smells like marijuana. Let's just go approach him. Maybe he wasn't pulling them people over and just abandoned it. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. And see, you keep telling yourself that. See, that's gaslighting. That's literal gaslighting. That's an attempt to make me sound crazy. But no, this is what it is, man. This is not me reading too much into it. This is what it is, sir. It's not paranoia if they really are after you. That's not me telling myself something. This is me intelligently detect. By the way, I will challenge you, commissary. I pointed out that half the audience is hoarder shut-ins. So if we had a cam and we could see the bedroom from which commissary, by the way, commissary, I don't care that you're likely a hoarder shut-in. I may be completely wrong. I'm just playing the odds. Probably commissaries, wherever his computer's located, it's probably literally filled with refuse and garbage. So right now, if commissary reached out his right hand and touched the floor, commissary, what are the odds that you would contact a piece of garbage on your floor? I bet you $1,000, commissary, if you're at your computer desk, that may be in your bedroom, or if you're literally a hoarder lying in a pile of garbage, you've already proved my point. But commissary, reach out your hand, either hand, reach it out as far as you can, bend down, touch the floor. Is your hand contacting the ground, or is your hand contacting garbage? Now, if you're honest, I bet you $1,000, commissary, that you just contacted garbage. So I understand that a portion of the audience is literal hoarder shut-ins who live in piles of garbage. That's fine. I'll still be your friend. I'll still be your friend in real life. But a person who most likely, now, commissary, I'm playing the odds. You might leave your home. But the fact is, someone who does not leave their home for literal days at a time, of course, their perception. When Benton is accurately able to describe reality and who regularly interfaces with reality, when I explain reality to someone who spends days at a time in piles of garbage on the internet, a literal hoarder shut-in, by the way, that's fine. I understand that a portion of you that I'm talking to, that is your life, okay? So I understand to you, this sounds like, oh, well, yeah, just keep telling yourself that, buddy. No, buddy, this is what this is. And part of the reason why the hoarder shut-ins love me is because I'm out here telling it like it is. All right, back to my story. So and by the way, you would never have the balls when the cop goes back to his car. You would never have the balls to get out of your car, roll the windows up, close the door, and lock it. I do. I have those balls. I am that one. So when the cop comes back, I'm just standing there looking at him. So what does the cop do? Now the cop realizes he done fucked up. So now the cop goes to, well, I have probable cause to search your vehicle. because I smelled marijuana. And I just said, well, man, I don't know what to tell you because I'm not giving you access to my vehicle. So I don't know how you're going to search it because you don't have access to it. And then he keeps wanting to go back to probable cause because the cop knows if he can get me to choose to pull the keys out of my pocket and unlock my car, he can then, if he then decides he smelled marijuana coming from my car, he can then search my car under probable cause. But not until I open the car. Now, I never said get a warrant, but he knows that I know that if he really thinks he can search my vehicle, it's not going to happen until he gets a warrant. And he knows that he probably can't get a warrant. And even if he does, based on my current behavior, probably I don't even have anything worth searching for. Now, at this point, it's like, is he really just going to hassle me to be hassling me? Meanwhile, I'm behaving righteously in a spirit of righteousness. It's really hard to violate someone who's just boldly and aggressively interfacing righteously in the moment. And I am that one. And if you don't believe it, because you almost never leave your home and you live in a literal pile of filth, I'll still accept you at the level of your humanity, but that ain't got nothing to do with me. I've known since day one, probably close to half the audience is hoarder shut-ins, living in literal piles of garbage. I figured this out because I love the TV show Hoarders, and when you watch Hoarders, there's always a computer set up in a pile of garbage somewhere where the person, the obese person literally lies in a pile of garbage, and then they can reach out and there's a mouse and there's a keyboard and there's a screen and they can be on the internet. So I saw that and I said, oh yes, of course some of these people are on the internet critiquing my life from a pile of garbage. So somebody from a pile of garbage is typing words into the internet, potentially, although maybe not in this case. And they can say till they're blue in the face, no, no, no. Well, I'm not going to ask you to prove it because honestly, I don't care. Commissary may be an upstanding citizen who goes out into the world every day. Don't know, don't care, playing the odds. Merely playing the odds. But that's the thing is, see, you can never troll me at the level of a locale because I don't care enough, commissary. I don't care about you enough. And here's why, why I can't care about you enough? And I will go back to that story, and I apologize for my poor storytelling ability, but here's why I can never bring myself to care about you enough, commissary, for your trolling to work. And by the way, I love chat trolls. But here's why it can never work, because I was once at a picnic table in Alton Baker Park in Eugene, Oregon, one of my favorite places in the country. And I was, as ridiculous as it sounds, I ran the pavilions. I was like the mob boss. It sounds ridiculous, but dude, I controlled that area at the level of people would look to me to settle any disputes. And I physically occupied the space much of the day. That was my domain. So one of these bozos, local homeless people, showed up with some very sharp knives one day and wanted to go to doing knife tricks, throwing these knives up in the air, doing this knife twirling. And I was like, hey, man, it's really not safe for you to be doing that. Pretty please on shirt with sugar on top, would you please put the knives away? And he didn't want to do it. Finally, I was like, look, man, I really don't want to have to do this, but you're going to have to take that shit elsewhere. Finally, here's what the guy said to me. He said, man, as far as I know, you're a figment of my imagination. And I had to say, you know what? From your perspective, you're right, sir. I may very well be a figment of your imagination. So, commissary, from my perspective, you may be a figment of my motherfucking imagination. You're not real to me. Just like this guy who was in some kind of, coming off of some kind of drug binge, because like I like to say, that ain't drugs. That's lack of drugs. Somebody who's in that kind of state, right? they, that he's just so disconnected from reality. He's probably been in that state so often, as far as he's concerned, sometimes figments of his imagination probably do talk to him when he's in those states. So from his perspective, yeah. So as far as I know, you're just a robot typing at me in a chat. We still don't even know if Legend's real, by the way. Shout out to the old CBO Discord. We still don't even know if Legend is actually real. That might be a robot. So I don't even know you're real, commissary. So as far as I'm concerned, you might be a figment of my imagination, sir. That's why I can never become too bothered by what you say. But shout out to the Chalk Body Outline Discord. I've been hazed in a text chat format to the extent where that you can get me to respond to you, but you can never really make me dance like a puppet as much as you might want to. You're not able to do that, unfortunately for you. I always see Stephen Crumley he says Legend was definitely a robot. Well, he's still around apparently. Yeah, commissary is an agent. Well, and by the way, I don't even care if somebody's an agent. The thing about me is, it's like once your tactics have been proven that they can never work. See, here's where I have a lot of love and admiration and respect for Provo Kid. So Provo Kid, he came at me in a certain form, and then as soon as I showed him that form will never work, he just takes on another form. So I'm happy to interact with Provo Kid because he now knows to only take a form that I am willing to interface with. So I'm happy to talk to Provo Kid, even if we only talk in the text chat, right? I'm never going to just be like, okay, well, fuck you, Provo Kid. Now I might, but I'm not going to be like, oh, well, fuck you, Provo Kid. You didn't do this and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I'll talk to him because he's shown that he can adjust his tactics. But some people want to think that I have to present, and that's what they're doing to Talcott. They're saying Talcott has to present the way he presents here, has to be the same that he presents on Paul Enslaved, has to be the same that he presents on Z or wherever he goes, or on Ian. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I know I show up, dude, I show up on here differently based on my mood, for God's sakes. Forget about actual other panels. And where I'm coming out with Kim is that me and Drew, we kind of sort of did panels in a way, but not really. We did a broadcast on Discord, and we streamed it on Drew streamed it on D Live, and then he would take clips and put them on his backup channel, and sometimes he would put them on his main channel. But I would say we did 4 episodes in a row. And by the way, dude, a lot of the people who come here have seen that. Kim even said, oh yeah, I saw that stuff. So Kim knows I'm coming to him on some level of broadcasting attainment, as limited as it may be. So here's me and Drew doing a broadcast, and yeah, we get excited and we step on each other with lag, and I kind of cut him off here and there. But we both recognize it's a better broadcast if we mostly let the other person talk. So here, and this is where Drew mistakenly, he said, I like Benton as a third mic. Well, let me remind you, sir, not only am I not a third mic, I'm not even a second mic. I'm first mic, or I'm co-first mic. Lest we forget, me and you were co-first mics on our own show, which, yeah, I blew that up. I recognize that, Drew. Yeah, I do self-sabotage. Of course I do. Maybe I'll teach myself not to. But when have I ever been a third mic? Well, I'll tell you when I was a third mic. Is when EBT came on, and I went to second mic, but really I go to third mic because, now EBT just starts taking over. He takes over my slot. And now he might even become first mic because we all kind of want to hear what EBT has to say. Right? And I'm happy to just sit back and listen. And in fact, I was trying to steer the show into being a panel. Drew, if you remember, when I really finally annoyed Drew enough that he just quit, when he finally just quit the show entirely, which is fine, dude. I understand. And me and him have never talked about it, which is fine. And by the way, part of me being a friend is I don't go to Drew and be like, hey, man, like, that's fucked up. Why did you just delete everything and delete the Discord? Well, I know why. Why? I don't need to go ask. I know why he did it. It's obvious why he did it. Now, if he ever feels like talking about it, we'll talk about it. If he doesn't want to talk about it, we won't talk about it. He's had plenty of opportunities to bring it up. He doesn't bring it up. I've brought it up and he doesn't say anything. So that's me being a friend that's me being on an equal level with Drew, even though I'm not, because he won't accept me. That's fine. But that's me on Drew's level, just being like, okay, Drew's smart enough. He knows, Kim, that I floated this idea. He's choosing not to address it. I know he's choosing not to address it. So why would I ever be like, okay, well, if you ever answer my question, Drew, dude, he's just not going to talk to me if I keep coming at him like that. So let me finish the story. My apologies. Thank you for your great patience, viewers and listeners. The audience is smarter than me and is far more patient. Good Lord. Digressions upon digressions. Well, I didn't ban you, this karmic life. Well, we do have mods here, but I didn't ban you. And I don't know why Tinfoil says he's blocked. I can't find anywhere that says Tinfoil is blocked, so I don't know what he's talking about. Now, I don't know, maybe the Truther Cop banned him on the StreamYards. I have no idea. And I'm not just playing and pretending to be a boomer. I really don't fucking know. But anyway. Tinfoil, as much as I will probably spaz out, you can come on the fucking panel if you insist. I don't know. I'll probably just mute my mic and not talk. I don't know, like I would probably do if Provo Kid came on. I'll try to talk to you, I guess, even though I don't want to. Jesus, what is this? But yeah, Drew, and before I go back to my story, dude, I kind of started to make us all try to go to panels. I was sending Drew emails, and on the show, I was trying to say, hey, man, dude, more or less, dude, I'm going off the rails here. Like, can we start getting other people to take over my role here? Because, dude, I'm fucking spiraling out here. And Drew would just think he would just make it into a joke. Like, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I understand it's funny that I'm saying these things, but, dude, it's funny because it's true, man. I'm losing my shit here. Or I was at the time. Like, I was barely keeping it together. And I more or less ran the fucking show the first, like, 2 or 3 episodes. Everybody was enthralled. I was dropping the game I was dropping. I had Drew on the edge of a seat. I had the fucking audience on the edge of their seat. 180 in the live chat. I was on that Paul Unslave level. But, dude, I don't have it like that on the day end. That was like the peak of that was the peak of my abilities and everything coalesced. I wasn't able to maintain that. Maybe I'll get back to it. I don't know. I wasn't even able to recreate it for very many times after that. But it reached a crescendo in I'd say probably those first 2 to 3 episodes. Absolutely it did. Thank you, sir. Crumley, I appreciate it. Dude, I knew I was on it, but I also know I'm not there anymore, man. Like, I did sort of destroy myself on some level, dude. And EBT, thank God for EBT. He was the only one who would say it. He said, man, it's shocking. Because he recognized how sharp I was. And then he's like, saw how fucking dull-witted I was when I came back. He was like, he was appalled. Yeah, EBT, so was I. I was appalled also. It was very disturbing because I'm like, shit, am I ever going to get this back? Am I ever going to get back to? No, I won't. I'm never going to get back to where I was, but I've got most of it back. Most of it. Anyway, derail my derail. So back to the story. So the cop, he's done fucked up. Now he can absolutely do whatever he wants to me, but again, I can just walk away at this point. Am I willing to just walk away from my car for the rest of the day and go just hang out somewhere else? Because I know it's gonna, will McDonald's eventually tow my vehicle? Yeah, but it's gonna be a minute. It's not gonna be like anytime soon. I could probably, and if I just start walking away, now he's gonna be like, well, yes, sir, you're not free to go, and I'm gonna be like, well, actually, I'm detained, and then I'm gonna be like, well, my research indicates that since I'm not free to go, I'm detained, And according to what I understand of the law, you've got around 20 minutes to conduct your investigation, which, by the way, has nothing to do with me, and I certainly will not be participating in. So, you know, I'm going to literally set a timer on my phone, and at the end of 20 minutes, I'm just going to start going, hey, man, like I'd really like to leave. So, you know, unless you tell me I have to stay, I'm out of here. And he knows that if he keeps me there for an hour, he's violating my rights. And I might actually, now he's opening himself up to liability. I might be able to sue him. But he can absolutely just arrest me and hold me for up to 48 hours to identify me. Except I've given him my IDs, looked me up in the system. Now he can claim, you know, oh, I didn't believe, you know, maybe I thought it was a fake identity. But see, he's already, the minute he says I'm detained, now he has to do paperwork. Now he's already triggered paperwork for himself. He's given himself homework. As long as I'm free to stay there and just run my yap, he may never trigger paperwork for himself. But he can go on a fishing expedition, and if he searches my car and finds pounds, well, is this a crooked cop? Is he willing to just seize my pounds and say, and knows that, okay, if he seizes my pounds, doesn't write me a ticket, gives me my ID and says you're free to go, am I going to do anything? No, I'm just going to be like, all right, man, fair play. Literal highway robbery. The fucking legalized bandit just took my pounds and my money. Fair play, sir. He caught me slipping. And I'm definitely not going to go appeal to the beast system and try to get him in trouble for stealing my pounds. That would be foolish. But I'm certainly not going to be hanging out with pounds. But I'm sure some of these bozos do. I'm sure some of these bozos do. With Arkansas plates. A fucking red flag, and I'm 15 miles south of Arcata, where I probably in the very recent past was sitting on a bench on the square in Arcata. Just Google it, Google Maps it, and take a look at it. Where I just sat there and listened to fucking weed deals go down, and where you can go to the Starbucks and you can sit there and listen to the locals who drive diesel pickups and who buy LED lighting setups from Kim Before the Storm. You can listen to them just talk about growing and talk about the industry, and they talk about it openly because it's basically legal there. And I've been in that world, and I've just sat there. And that was more Fortuna, by the way. If you want to hear those conversations, that's actually more Starbucks in Fortuna, which I believe is next to the Safeway, if memory serves. Yeah, I know SoCal, and I know Humboldt. And there's that Clayton Bigsby energy. I ain't speaking to y'all from things I don't know. Shout out to the Lost Coast, by the way. And I've been on a farm, general vicinity of, where was that? Petrolia, I believe, if I remember correctly. Google Maps, Petrolia, California. And realize that the farm I was on wasn't even in the town, and then look at what the town is, and then look at the fact that the town ain't near anything. That's who in the fuck you was talking to, Padna. And you don't get to one of them farms without being invited to the farm. And if you're a 185-pound pile of muscles and aggression with a shaved motherfucking head, the farmer don't bring you to his farm unless he believes he can deal with you anytime he needs to deal with you. So that I've been in them scenarios. And them people, if I start running my yap, or if I give them people my word and I don't live up to it, they know they can kill me and drop me down a mine shaft somewhere. And as long as the wrong person didn't witness it, they know they can get away with it. Because, yeah, will there be some rumors? And can somebody do an episode of their Vanishing podcast? And, yeah, Benton we've tracked him to this weed farm near general vicinity of Petrolia, California. I believe that was the town. I'm just going off the top of my head. And Lost Coast. beautiful, by the way. And yeah, can we track into this farm and we can start asking the locals, and yeah, we can get the scuttlebutt. But you'll never, and you might get to the person that you think dropped me down the mine shaft, but you'll never quite get to the evidence that'll lead you to the body, now will you? And those vanishing podcasts, I love them. They never have quite made it to that point, have they? Meanwhile, do you think I didn't know when I was on the farm that anytime these people feel like it, they'll end me and drop me down a mine shaft and get away with it? So I know I better come correct and be righteous. Yes, sir. I've been on their territory. And I was in the bus of the hippies when I drove my car onto the man's farm on the Lost Coast, and the hippies invited me into their bus. And one of the hippies had made a drawing, and it was a drawing of a 2, 2, 2, very colorful with a background. And I said, hey, what? Because I like numbers. I said, hey, what does that mean? They wouldn't tell me. So what does it mean? You tell me. See, Benton done been there and done that. Hoarder shut-ins don't know nothing about that. It's fine. You're welcome to come here, hoarder shut-ins, and let one of one Benton only one of one Benton who's done all of this and operates on these levels and can talk about it. I am the only one. I am that one. You just Skippy. Good for Benton. I got it like that. Now, here's where Kim is right. I didn't maintain that friendship, Kim. I didn't maintain those connections. I can't go back to the Lost Coast and go right back in. I ain't got it like that no more. I'm not living that way, Kim. But at one time I was, and Kim's right. I'm not there anymore. He's right in the way. But I still have close relationship. And I am a hermit. Yes, I'm a hermit. But I still have at least 3 at the least. I have 3 very close relationships. So, but it's becoming 0. It's on its way to 0 because my grandmother's going to pass, and then my mom's going to pass, and my dad's going to pass. But I do have a very close relationship with all 3. But my grandmother has dementia, and I haven't visited her in probably 4 years now. But we still are very close. And I would say I'm reasonably close with one of my 2 sisters. And if I was willing to travel to where my sister lives and stay there, we could absolutely get back to having a close relationship. But I would have to physically be there. And it would take some time. But yeah, I could do that. I have not burned those bridges, thank God. As much as I've burned other bridges, I have not burned those bridges. As we pass Cielo Vista Mall in El Paso, where a famous bang bang apparently occurred, allegedly. Good morning, Mr. Me, by the way. Shout out to Mr. Me. So back to the story. So the cop just keeps going back to, I got probable cause. And finally I said, man, this whole town smells like weed. I don't know what to tell you. Meaning, look, yeah, I'm telling him, look, we both know that it's decriminalized to just openly smoke marijuana in this town. So I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Like this whole town damn near openly smokes meth. We're in your tweaka, sir. That's what it's called, a your tweaka. And Yreka is why tweakwa or something. You know, like, dude, I've enmeshed myself in all these cultures. I am an anthropologist. Okay, there's a reason I understand that Kim grew up in American History X. There's a reason I understand these people will end me and throw me down a mine shaft if they decide that's what they need to do. Okay, I'm not stupid. I am an anthropologist in many ways. So finally, the cop realizes he's never going to get anywhere with me. At a certain point, the cop is trying to say, well, man, I find it suspicious that you're taking time with the way you answer. Meaning he's answering me a question. He's asking me a question. I'm thinking about it because I'm not that smart, man. Like, if I have to think up an answer, it's going to take me a minute. So based on my hesitation, he's trying to say that's suspicious. And I just say, man, as far as I know, I'm acting as my own legal counsel. And for me, it would be foolish not to take my time in how I answer. So that's what made him think I might be setting him up. Now he's thinking, oh, maybe this guy's surreptitiously recording me, and he's actually trying to maneuver this based on my me violating his civil rights. He might be trying to sue the town, sue the county, and sue me personally. And his face changed. He said, man, he said, I don't know what this is, but I'm starting to think I'm being set up. He may not have used those words. And he backed away from me. When he got far enough away, he turned and got in his cruiser and backed out of the parking lot, never to be seen again. That happened. Now you can sit here and say, oh, well, this never happened. Yeah, say it all you want. I don't care. It did happen. End of story. Apologies for my very poor storytelling. I just don't have that ability. But as far as somebody trying to negate me, and it's hilarious earlier when Stephen thought he could, Stephen David thought he could negate me at the level of truck driving. Yeah, I said Phoenix. Do we not understand that's the greater Phoenix area? I picked up and delivered in Glendale. I pick up and deliver in Peoria. I pick up and deliver in Tolleson. I pick up and deliver in Tempe. Not very often, but every once in a while. I pick up and deliver in, some of these places more often than others, right? But yeah, I do, man. They even used to send me to motherfucking Miami, for God's sake. I mean, come on, from Phoenix. I used to deadhead to Miami, pick up loads. They've deadheaded me to Nogales. They've deadheaded me to Tucson. They've deadheaded me from Tucson to Glendale. I mean, dude, I've been all over that motherfucker truck drive. I've seen the whole area in a truck. You can't name a suburb that I haven't been to in this truck. And I've probably been to the supercenter in that suburb at some point. And I've seen the masking. So when people say, oh, nobody wears a mask where I live, bullshit. Yes, they do. You just don't want to face it. Meanwhile, I understand he was asking the question based on attempting to negate the ideas of my podcast where I said this shit's here to stay. It's never going away. Well, yeah, it has gone away to some extent. I think I'd have to be a fool to claim it hasn't gone away to some extent, meaning the COVID measures. But some of it's never gone away, and it is all going to come back. I firmly believe. I may be proven wrong. Time will tell. We don't know yet. How about you, Mr. Miyagi? I wouldn't call it a rage quit. It's like, I don't know, it's like you think you're about to solve the Rubik's Cube and then realizing it's probably better to just go ahead and scramble the pieces and start over versus, get to a certain point and it's just like, do I really want to operate from such a disadvantage? But then you get into the actual chess match, and I'm fascinated with chess. And this is something me and Tinfoil share in common, although I don't really understand chess as well as he does, but I'm fascinated by it. So when Bobby Fischer, a great American hero, by the way, who has never achieved the levels of acclaim in America that he was due. And in fact, because he wanted to try to be a free human, because Bobby Fischer, according to the official fiction anyway, did not want to allow the corporate tyranny to force him into corporate slavery, and he bucked and said, well, actually, I'm a free American, corporations. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. He literally became an exile so that if he physically entered into America, he was subject to arrest. That's what America did to one of its greatest heroes. The fact is, if you look at sports and you look at competition at the Olympic level and the level of international competition, I don't want to hear about I don't want to hear about Phelps. I don't want to hear about any of these Olympians. The greatest American of all time at international competition is Bobby Fisher. Now, we can say it's all fake, and I believe much of it is, but according to the official fiction, no American has ever risen to the heights of defeating the Russians and garnering the World Chess Championship for America. That is the highest pinnacle in international competition. Period. End of story. Bobby Fischer is one of the greatest Americans who has ever lived in this country, because Fischer, for whatever reason, believed he was actually free. He ran afoul of the corporate system legally to the point where he behaved based on his own notion of his own freedom and his own ability to behave in the world as he saw fit. Now, what am I talking about? Fischer wanted to go to a particular country and have an exhibition chess match for like $1 million. Except that was a country that had an embargo with the United States, had an embargo against that country. So the U.S. government said, well, actually, because of the Cold War, Bobby, we're not going to allow you to go receive your fee in that country. And because we've decided that you have to submit to this system of taxation and corporatism if you go to that country, and if you accept that prize, then we're going to say that's against the law. And when you come to America, we're going to charge you and we're going to put you on trial. So Bobby Fischer said, well, actually, I am going to do that thing. I'm just never going to come back to America, which is exactly what happened. He just never came back. One of the greatest Americans who ever lived. Just said, well, I'm going to take my ball and go home. Fuck you. And he went on radio in the Philippines on the morning of 9/11. On the morning of 9/11, and he said, death to America, and laughed. And he said, this is the chickens coming home to roost. He said, this is what America deserves. And I agree with him on some level. I agree with him on some level. Death to the corporate structure in America. Absolutely. Absolutely. Death to that. Absolutely. But if you study Spassky versus Fischer, Fischer started out the first match, the first game of the match. He started it out, and it's a best of 7 or whatever it is. It's a grind, man. It's a competition of mental endurance, among other things. And this is why no human being born a biological woman will ever capture the World Chess Championship. They cannot produce enough male hormone to ever defeat people born males in that competition. It's not possible because of the nature of the competition itself. You can go watch Queen's Gambit till you're blue in the face. It is an impossibility for a human being born a woman to ever become the world chess champion. It cannot happen. If you introduce enough chemicals into their body over a long enough time that they will reach the levels of testosterone in their body that I just produce naturally. And when mine was at its height, it was probably pretty close to what Fischer produced, right? Very high on the scale. And say what you want, Fischer and Spassky were probably very close at the time. And when two men compete, what usually determines the winner is who has the higher testosterone level. And science has shown when France wins the World Cup or when France loses the World Cup, scientists have went and got the saliva out of the cups left behind after the ultimate match, the deciding match of the World Cup, and they've seen that the fans of the winning team's testosterone levels rose on average. Can't do it anecdotally, but on average. And the testosterone levels of the samples of the losing team on average went down. Now we're free to say, well, that's not true. You get to decide, is that real or not? That's always up to you. I'm saying according to the official fiction. And when two men compete, especially in a realm in which What will carry the day is going to be the person. It's going to be mental. But the fact is, in order to be a top chess player, Spassky had to demonstrate certain abilities of memorization. You cannot become the world chess champion without more or less memorizing all of chess history. Same for Fischer. Now, the one thing they said about Fischer is that he stood above the rest at the level of this. He seemed to have access to all of chess history at any given time. He could literally remember what did each grandmaster do in every specific scenario, in every match they ever played. That's a genius, y'all. I don't have access to none of that. That's why I can never be great at chess. Why I can never be a top chess player. It's also, by the way, shout out to Tinfoil Straitjacket. That and the fact that I'm a compulsive gambler on some level, and I am a handicapper. That's why when Tinfoil played Yurt, I said my money's on Tinfoil, and people thought I was just sucking up. No, I knew that Tinfoil would most likely win. Yes, indeed. And I was willing to bet. I would have bet. When I say my money's on, what I'm saying is I will place this bet. That means if somebody else says I'll take that bet, now we put the money up. Dude, I lived this life. I used to live, I don't now. I lived for long periods of time where I would just bet on more or less anything. If I said, hey, I'll bet this, if somebody else says I'll take that bet, more often than not, I put my money up. Sometimes I won, sometimes I lost. And Paul is the one who's correctly deduced that a lot of what's going on in these so-called truth communities, this is poker. It ain't chess. It's not a game of complete information. We're playing poker. We ain't playing chess. So what Fischer did was in the first game of the match, game of the larger match, Fischer committed an uncharacteristic blunder. Okay. So now we get down to number one, is Fischer capable of this blunder? Now, is it possible that he was so nervous and that the stage was so big that he just made an error? Yeah, of course, he's a human. Yes, that's possible. Or did Fischer realize that strategically his opponent is very prepared, meaning Spassky? His opponent not only is at the top of his game, Spassky literally has access to a team of Russian grandmasters who are analyzing every position and every move in real time, and who very well may be trying to send signals to Spassky. And Fischer, by the way, very paranoid. Again, I have that brain. I have a beautiful mind. I have the John Nash brain. I have the Bobby Fischer brain. We're all paranoid. Now, it doesn't rule my life, Kim, but yeah, of course I became paranoid based on how you were talking. I'd be foolish not to. So Fischer then became very paranoid and kept stopping matches and threatening to pull out because he wanted strict control of the physical space that the match took place. Well, part of that is also mind games with Spassky, because he's forcing Spassky to have to be patient. So he's actually forcing Spassky into putting him on the back foot. And I've read these books, by the way. Bobby Fischer's War, great book. Great book. Bobby Fischer beat the Russians single-handedly during the Cold War. Go fuck yourself. Not you, the listener. This is the greatest, perhaps the greatest American that ever lived. Literally. Other than perhaps, if we're willing to accept, actual, wars as being what they say they are, other than certain people in wars, this may very well be the greatest American who ever lived, outside of actual combat and the so-called founding father. Nobody else beat the Russians in that way. Now, Rulon Gardner beat a Russian in heavyweight wrestling. You know, I don't know that he was even considered the best in the world at that point. I don't know. He beat the best. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? Study Fisher. There's a lot to be learned. And that, by the way, that took over the world, man. Bobby Fischer was more or less the most famous people in the realm, whatever the shape is. He was more or less the most famous person there was for a pretty decent amount of time for being a chess player. Now, his mom was involved in, you know, various things, and, you know, probably most likely he was MK Ultra and the whole thing, man. Yeah, I get it. I know it's not what it purports to be. I understand that. But it is that on some level. Like, the guy had to be good at chess on some level. So now we get into, if Fischer knows, okay, Spassky's been preparing to play me for the championship for months, and I know he's prepared for this. I know what Spassky has not prepared for, and I know what all these grandmasters have never thought about for 2 seconds. What if Fischer begins the match with a blunder? What if the first thing Fischer does is trips over his dick coming out of the blocks, which is exactly what he did. The thing about Fischer is maybe he blundered for a specific reason, for specific purposes. So, yeah, bozos, when I see you guys blunder coming out of the blocks, I can't pretend like you didn't blunder. The best thing for Spassky might have been to just pretend like that shit never happened. And to just be kind of confused and just be like, wow, I don't know what that was, but let's give Bobby a minute to regain his composure and let's go on about the day. Right? But see, I see that but what if Fischer just sat there and refused and said, no, that's not a blunder. What are you talking about? I'm still going to win. Well, he wasn't going to win the match because he couldn't. Now, he might have come back and fought to a draw. I don't have all of it. He might have come back and fought to a draw, and which would have been viewed as a victory in the context of the blunder, see? But Fischer definitely, after the match, now he might not have wanted to talk to it, but I don't think he would have been willing to be like, hey, that wasn't a blunder. Well, yeah, of course it was a blunder. Because chess is a game of complete information. That is considered a blunder. That's like Benton going to the rack, trying to make a layup and getting, every once in a while, somebody swatted his shit, threw his shit back at him. Yeah, of course, some 6'4" guy with long arms threw my shit into the second row, metaphorically. Threw my shot up into the rafters. Yeah, of course. But no, I can't just then go like, no, you didn't block my shot. What are you talking about? See, I see a lot of that in these streets. Just, what are you talking about? That wasn't a block shot. You didn't just block my shot, and now somebody had to run fucking 50 yards to go retrieve the ball physically. That didn't just happen. What are you talking about? That wasn't a blunder. That wasn't a block shot. See, I see that because we can just all pretend. And the peanut gallery will happily not be able to tell the difference, and will just go along with whatever. The peanut gallery, by the way, if you want to know what the peanut gallery is, go watch the courtroom scene from Idiocracy. It's the court, man. It's the people in the court. That is the peanut gallery. And they just go along with whoever made the most recent ridiculous appeal to ridicule. Whoever was the last person to appeal to ridicule is winning. And that just goes back and forth. Meanwhile, you've got Luke Wilson's character just sitting there trying to talk logic, and they're just laughing at him because it's like they just make fun of how he talks. Which, of course, people do that to me. I get it. I know they're just going to make fun of how I talk. I do understand I'm living the courtroom scene from Idiocracy some of the time. Yeah, I get that. But that doesn't say anything about me. It says everything about the person who's just choosing or can't tell the difference and thinks that, oh, we can just appeal to the lowest common denominator. Yeah, you can, but you can't appeal to that and be a performance artist like I am. You can't be Salvador Dali and live your art and also appeal to the peanut gallery. Now, you can some of the time, but you can't do it through always trying to negate the actual artist at the level of appeals to the content creators. That will never work. And that is just trolling at some level, which is fine. I like trolling too, but like, you know, can EBT trolls, but he trolls, it's trolling plus. It's not trolling. What EBT does is he trolls and he does all these other shit at the same time, which I always appreciate. Let me get back to the chat here. Oh, yeah. Probably going to stop up here and have a meal. I guess I should chug some water since I'm becoming quite parched. This is good though. I really probably ought to go to four hours between meals instead of 3. Excuse me. Excuse me. Goodness. Yeah, water. That's right. Drink that water. Anthony. I don't know if I need, let me see, do I even need a 30-minute break? Might be a good spot for it to take a 30. Well, not technically, but I could be delayed enough, potentially. Woo, what's good, people? Party people. Yeah, all these inspections, I think part of that is we have all these deliveries in Arizona, and I think almost all the other, I'm probably the only driver who drives the schedule I drive. So I'm probably the only one who comes through there early in the morning, aka late at night. I think everybody else is coming through there like afternoon, midday, where it's just a lot harder to pick somebody out of the crowd. But hey, it's extra $300 for old Benton, whatever that is after taxes. See, like this car, they easily could have gone, but they're probably looking at their phone. Because most people pull up, when they pull up and stop, they just look at their phone. See, like probably he could have just pulled right out, but he's probably not paying enough attention. I'm pressing the wrong. What's this guy doing? You really gonna block the whole shit there, sir? Okay, good. He's going to the fuel island. And I probably could park right now, but I'm going to block the fuel island, which is generally considered out of bounds in poor form, but I think we'll be okay. If it fills up, I'll pull up. I'll pull up a little further if it fills up. I should probably just go ahead and fuel here, though, actually, since I'm here. Maybe I will. Check the prices real quick. Check in with the chat, see where y'all are at. Thanks for riding with me, by the way. Much appreciated as always. Oh, awesome, Tranquil Vortex. She had a great chat with her son, she said. Awesome. That's fine. That didn't help any. It's worse. You made it worse, Bozo. Bozo the Benton. There we go. That's as good as it's going to get. I haven't made it to Arizona yet. I actually started the day in Texas. In fact, I've been in Texas for the whole trip. This is day 2. So I'll do most. It's a 2-day trip for the most part. But since I left early, I left DFW early because I don't deliver until late tomorrow. I can't deliver until after a certain time. Because I'm dropping and hooking, and my trailer won't actually be, the trailer I'm picking up won't be empty until a certain time. But I might go ahead and fuel. Let me see. They told me to fuel in Las Cruces, but I think it's effectively the same price. Let me check. Let me check the old fuel book app here. If it's just about the same price, then I'll get it. I don't think. No, yeah, it's effectively the same price. It looks like. Yeah, it's 8 cents. I'm not. They're just gonna have to deal with it. 9 cents different. Well, wait, less F to 379, 370. Yeah, it's 8 cents. So yeah, that's not. It's $8 if I get 100 gallons. Which actually, I'm not even gonna get 100 gallons. So give me a second. I'm gonna call the company real quick. Get my fuel card turned on.
Thank you for calling. Please choose one of the following options. For dispatch, press 1.
Okay. So,
Hey, what's up, Saul? It's Jason, 22439.
Yep.
I wanted to get some fuel here in Anthony. They told me to fuel in Las Cruces, but it's pretty much the same price, and I'm already here. Sorry if you, I'd rather do it here. I checked. I mean, I checked. It's very close in price. Yeah.
okay, if it's price the same and you feel low on fuel.
Yeah, and I'm never, I'm not ever one of those guys that has to get the EFS code or whatever. I know they sent out a message. Yeah. I've never had to do that, so yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if you're comfortable with it, that's what I'll do.
Okay.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
Have a good day, man.
You too, brother. Bye-bye. See, that's called integrity. Doing the right thing when nobody's looking. Because probably I could have just been like, hey, man, I'm almost to my fuel stop. And probably nobody would have noticed this isn't actually my fuel stop. Yeah. I'm not on mute. I just, I had to unplug the headset. I should be back. Although I guess I didn't have to unplug the headset. I was on speaker with Saul there. I'll tell you exactly why I should not buy my own rig, and I'll go ahead and I'm going to sound like a dick here, Stephen Crumley, but dude, this is the only way I can communicate things. And this is when I say correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. Many years ago, I came to understand that my worst idea for what I should do with my time, energy, and attention is always superior to any other person's best idea for what I should do with my time, energy, and attention. That's never an overlap. So my worst idea for what I should do with my life is always superior to any other person's best idea for how I should spend my time, energy, and attention. So I can tell you exactly why that's never going to happen. But many people have found a benefit in buying their own truck. In fact, I've strongly considered it um, back in about 2020, but it wouldn't have involved financing. Yeah, I would have paid cash. Yeah, I would have paid. I would have paid about 10 grand for a 99 International 10 speed. So let me go ahead and ask. So 99 and 2000 model trucks. So or are you talking about gliders? Are you talking about newer trucks with decent auto shift transmissions that have pre-emissions engines? See, because I'm only going to drive an auto shift. I'm not willing to row my own gears, which is one of the main reasons why I did not pay 10 grand for a 99 International with a Detroit diesel pre-emissions, when I could have gotten an excellent example for $10,000, and I could have gotten a bad one for no more than $5,000, and I could have gotten a perfect one, although any of them can break down. I could have gotten a top of the line. I could have gotten a cream of the crop for 15. Yeah. Well, but there's two reasons why I did not do that back then. Number one was I'm not going to row my own gears. Number two was I saw that I'm gambling if I just pay cash for a truck and then just lease onto somebody and start hauling loads. Even if I'm eventually going to get my own authority, it's still a gamble, because if something goes wrong, now I have to park the truck because I don't have the cash. I don't have the cash to fix the truck. So, but yeah, if I roll the dice and I'm able to make money for a whole year and I save up 50 grand slush fund operating capital, and I have a paid for truck, and now I get into getting my own dedicated freight through establishing a one-on-one relationship, before you know it, now I've got my own trucking company. Yeah, of course I could have done that, but it's still a crapshoot in the beginning, right? But even with all the bang bangs I've sold off, I spent a lot of that money buying bang bangs that I would have spent on the truck. So, and I just wouldn't have felt comfortable in a risk reward scenario. I would have wanted to save another about 20 G's. I would have been comfortable starting with a paid for truck and 20 grand. And even that's still a crapshoot, as you well know. But thanks for the offer. I appreciate it. But just to let you know, that's why. And I was actually, for a long time, I was actually looking on lonemountain.com. Even as bad of a deal as that was, I was strongly considering finding a specific International with a specific setup and then leasing onto somebody and getting a good deal, meaning the payment's high, but it's not like you still have to be able to pay for your own repairs. See, even that's a crapshoot, right? But I was still like, okay, here they actually are offering a specific truck with a specific transmission that I can live with, right? Like an International, but with a Cummins and an Eaton self, an Eaton that shifts itself, but it's still kind of a shitty, shift for itself transmission, but I could live with it, right? Like I was never going to do it unless I got into the right setup. And then even then I wasn't going to spend, it was just like, yeah, I could get a Volvo, but all the Volvos are decent and they want way too much for them. I'm not paying, now I'm paying fucking too much a week. And the things you own end up owning you. I'd like to be able to just quit and take months off at a time. Versus if I own my own truck, until I become wealthy enough and everything's paid for, I have to just keep fucking working. Like I have to. Yeah. See, I'm not shifting my own gears. I can shift my own gears. But see, when you said 99 and 2000, I already knew we're talking auto. I already knew we're talking manual. See, I already have reasons for why I'm not doing these things. But yeah, I strongly considered just being like, well, I guess I'll just deal with rowing my own gears and buy a 10-speed fucking 99 International. I came very close to that and chose not to. Let me see if my fuel card's turned on yet. We'll get some fuel while we're here. And as far as the company goes, I'll just straight up tell them, look, I don't care about 8 cents a gallon. If y'all really are trying to nickel and dime for 8 cents a gallon, I guess I need to just go work for somebody else. Meanwhile, I almost quit over this whole having to call to have my fucking fuel card turned on. But I'm rolling with that. And it's like, dude, if y'all can't, and I'm working for like, oh, what the fuck? I'm working for way less money than, I could probably negotiate 10 more cents a mile for myself. And I save the company money by, I literally don't take the health insurance. So if you're not willing to let me get fuel for 8 cents more expensive, then fuck off. Like, it's 8 cents. If I get 80 gallons, it's fucking $6, man. Like, what are we talking about? And you're underpaying me for the job I'm doing. If you really can't pay $8 for my convenience, then we probably can't work together. Like literally. I do have some deal breakers. Oh, wait a minute. Put in the wrong odometer information. I can't multitask, as we've well seen. 169, 514. And I'm such a good driver, I already know in 6,000 miles, the fuel filter's got to be replaced. But when I go to that yard, they don't have no setup. They have nobody's managing that. And they'll just let me go to 200,000 miles without changing the fuel filters. But because I asked them what's the maintenance schedule, and the fucking guy that runs the shop, number 2 in the fucking shop department, said to me, yeah, you don't have a PM until 210,000 miles, which the only reason this truck got PM'd on time is I'm the one who asked them, hey, when's this thing due for preventative maintenance? We got the PM done. The guy told me, hey, 210,000 miles is your next one. I remember that shit. Meanwhile, until it rubs off, it's written on the window. But then last time I was there, I got into it. I got to talking to talking to number 2 in the shop, one of the big wigs, about the maintenance schedule on the APU. He said, well, not till a certain number of hours, I think 4,800. And then he also said, yeah, you're not due for a PM till 210, but you're due to have fuel filters replaced at 175. They're not going to remember that. They're not going to send me a message like other companies do. They're not going to be like, oh, Benton's here, let's let him know we need to change his fuel filter. It's on me to do all that, which I do, by the way, because I'm a good driver. Yep. No, eventually you'll own nothing and you will be happy. Music holds a secret. You'll just summon the car on your app and it'll show up. Meanwhile, give me just a second. I'm going to get some fuel. BRB. Keypad don't work. That never happens. Yeah, that's another thing about being a truck driver. Sometimes I can't even see. I don't even know what's behind me. Sometimes you pull up to get fuel and the fucking shit don't work. Yeah, the keypad doesn't work.
What I'm doing right now, by the way, this is part of the. This is sort of part of the what they make you do on the skills test to get your CDL. Sort of going from one. I'm doing basically just going from one lane to the other lane. This is a kind of a little different, but it's more or less the same thing. Although I guess it'd be easier to just go around the mountain at this point. See if I triggered the driving. Yeah. Well, there goes the 30-minute break, by the way. Rest in peace, 30-minute break. Now we're going through the scales backwards. You never do this. You never done this, have you? Musical the Secret's never gone through the scale backwards, have you? I know you have. Forgot I was trying to take a break, though. There goes the 30-minute break. Much for that. It's not really going to matter, though. I have so much time to get where I'm going today. Now I got to get the trailer to end up where I want it. That's a pretty decent maneuver there. Yeah, by the time I figured out I took off too fast, once you hit 6 miles per hour, it triggers the driving. Oh well. And it don't give us the yard move option. Oh well, I guess it don't really matter. Shut up. Jeez. All right, BRB.
Oh, I hate APUs, man. I hate them, dude. It's just but the thing is, when the fuel is just ridiculously expensive, like when it's fucking 650, even if you shop around and you're getting it in the fucking mid fives or whatever, dude, it's just, then it's worth it, man, because that idling, it saves way more fuel over idling. I'd rather just idle, man, personally. Especially when I'm in Phoenix, it's 115 degrees and I work nights. It means I sleep in the daytime. There's 0% chance of this air conditioner, the APU air conditioner, keeping up. And really, you need the engine running and you need the sleeper AC and the AC up front running full fucking blast on some of them days. I'm just getting blasted blasted by the sun, greenhouse effect. It's crazy. No, I don't have to do anything. I'm a company driver. I have a fuel card, but when the fuel got real expensive, they used to just let me get fuel as long as I went to certain chains. Like if I went to Pilot Flying J, I could fuel at any Pilot or Flying J. But now they turned my card off, so they want me to only fuel at specific locations because they can manage it and they can lower their fuel costs. But the fact that they weren't already doing that shows you that it's like, trucking is kind of an industry where it's like, they're already not, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I'm surprised they weren't already doing that. Yeah, actually, I have never and will never drive a big rig in California. I love California, been all over, but I will never operate a CMV in the state of California. Well, it's such a nightmare industry. The turnover is very high, so they have to hire all the time. They don't have a choice. Yes, it's not a good industry, man. Not at all. Very bad, very bad. When I saw gasoline, petroleum, All right. Pardon me, folks, but it's time to eat. Oh, what the fuck? Ah, what the heck? That sucks. Flashlight. Batteries. New batteries. Well, flashlight doesn't work. I didn't think there was any way that my batteries had died. These mini mag lights used to be top quality, and something's happened over time. I'm gonna have to find a new flashlight. These used to last forever. I don't know what the fuck happened. Oh well. That's true. Yep, you said it. Some of them went out of business too, which was strange. But I guess just consolidation. My favorite one that I like to go to in Dallas closed during all that. I mean, like, went out of business. But yeah, definitely record profits, though. No doubt about that. Oh, man. I love eating, man. I swear. That was one thing about the, now all the weightlifting and the putting on weight and eating all the calories for years. That kind of sucked after a while, but, you know, dude, I love eating. I mean, so does everybody, yeah, but obviously. I can eat, man. I think Liver King's gallbladder supplement seems to be working out pretty good. Yeah, it's fucked up, man. But you know, the people just put up with it. So I guess all the politicians are doing is giving the people what they want, right? Seems to me. I need to try to run in here and grab some batteries for the microphone real quick while I'm thinking about it. Let me finish eating and then I'll run in there and then we'll hit the road. Well, maybe not. I don't know. So was Walmart. They just stopped being open overnight. The Americans voted for corporatism. We can say buy local till we're blue in the face and support your local businesses. Americans want corporate. So if you ask me what do Americans believe based on their behavior, they believe in consumerism and corporatism and capitalism, but not real capital. Whatever this form of capitalism we have is. Yeah, there you go. That's true. When I try to remind people, dude, I grew up in the 80s, dude. My family had a good income. We couldn't buy shit. You couldn't live a frugal life, and not be wasteful. We didn't have money to buy things. Now you can just buy whatever the fuck you want. Everything's very affordable. Which I'm glad for. I don't want to go back to the old days and not being able to buy things again. Of course, if I get this computer working, I may not need these batteries, but I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I got some batteries. Look like it's been there for a long time, though. I don't know how good they're going to be. We got some batteries. Shout out to Snafu's smoke detector. We got some rear cells here. All right. Appreciate your patience. A few people dropped off, but I don't blame them. Yeah, paraquat. No kidding. I'm sure I've smoked a lot of paraquat. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Let me track that. I've been wanting to see where that's at. Let me track it real quick. See if we're still on schedule. See if we're still on schedule. Amazon. Let's see. Says it's being processed at the carrier facilities, not yet out for delivery, but at 4:49 a.m. it was in Chandler, Arizona. So we're looking good so far. Oh man, excuse me. Looking good. Well, and then since I run Linux, sometimes that can be a bit of a. Sometimes Linux doesn't want to install properly. So we'll see how all that goes. Shouldn't take too long though. You get up and running. Can't believe they don't just have a button for this. This is nuts. Must not want you switching back and forth that much. To switch the camera. Now the question is, do I want to try to roll without a brake since I screwed my brake up? Shit. I might be closer than I think. We might have to wait another 5 minutes. Let's see where we at. Yeah, I got 5 more minutes, so I guess I'm gonna have to wait. Excuse me. Man, all this talking. Good Lord. A little switching of the camera. Oh well. Get some more water. Oh, sorry, I'm still yelling at you. Well, and I went on Get Chalked Up. I was at 0%. I was 0% caffeinated. That probably didn't help anything. I'm assuming, but I've also cut my normal. I'm in the process of cutting my caffeine intake in half. Although the last couple days I've cheated, and later in the day I've had 12 ounces. Normally I was having 24 ounces twice. So now I'm doing 24 ounces in the morning, but
Last couple of days I did 12 ounces, later on. Probably should have done that while I was stopped. Oh well, too late now. Waiting for the break to be over. We can get out of here. It's kind of silly how arbitrary just these rules are it's just kind of dumb. It's like I'm just sitting here now because the computer says I have to sit here. I don't have to, but I'm close enough to completing the 30 minutes. It'd be foolish not to complete 30 minutes at this point. Ridiculous. Excuse me. There goes Amazon Prime. Amazon is now a motor carrier. FedEx stopped working with them a few years back because FedEx said, well, you can see they're going to become a motor carrier. They're going to be our competition. So they stopped working with Amazon. Let's see what time I'm scheduled to roll through this port of entry. 7 a.m. Perfect. Sounds great. I love it. Apologies for throat clearing. Where's my live stream? Yeah, I need to go catch up with Drew's also. I didn't watch it until I showed up on there. I did not see what had happened previously. That's funny, Moose. Yeah, the unboxing. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point, Clay, about the gardens. Yeah, that's a real good point, actually. Yeah, it's kind of like what I said when, we talk about waking people up. You just assume if somebody's sleeping on train tracks that if you wake them up, they'll get up and they will flee to safety. But what happens if you wake them up and they just stay on the train tracks and watch the train roll over them? I think that is kind of a thing, right? Seems to be a thing. Oh, I better unplug this 100% battery. Man, throat clearance getting out of control. All right, we got our time back. Free to go. We sat here long enough to make the computer happy. Oh man, sorry. I'm trying to cover the mic when I cough, but so far not so good. On the road again. Like we're headed into a construction zone. New Mexico welcomes you. Yeah, you've been welcoming me with inspection. I don't know what I'm going to say if they try to do it this time. I'll be like, look, what do you people want from me? About to get run over, by the way, trying to merge on the interstate. I don't mind you hauling ass there, Bubba, but you was going like 80 in a 55 and about ran me off the road. Holy shit. I'll stay on that shoulder if I have to. I ain't getting rear-ended. And I don't see that many trucks stopping at this because I'm almost to the port of entry. I don't really see that many trucks stopping at it. I wonder if it's just if you go past it, they just never pull you over. Starting to wonder. Some of these, you can just pass them and like nothing will happen. But then other ones, they'll come chase your ass down. Hard to kind of can be hard to know which ones you can pass. And which you can't. This guy doesn't seem like he's got any intention of stopping. I'm trying to look up ahead. I see a bunch of trucks. I'm trying to see if any of them will actually pull in. If they don't, I'm probably not even going through it. It's getting crazy. Some cars falling in love with their ass end in my trailer for some reason. It's one of the reasons I don't like to drive in the southeast. People tailgate like way more than in like the west or the Midwest or other parts of the South. They just love to fucking tailgate. It's like their preferred mode of transport is just be as close to the bumper of another vehicle as possible. Very strange. Dallas is like that to some extent, but all right. Trying to see if anybody's pulling in up here. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Yeah, no, nobody's stopping. Nobody's even in this lane. I don't get it. I'm just kind of curious to see what'll happen at this point. Okay, no, this guy is stopping. Okay, we put a signal on. Is he getting over there? Is the question. Nobody else stopped. Now, do they all have the bypass there? Now, I can't tell if he's going in or not. Now they just turned all the lights on. Of course, is that what? I don't know. I'm going through anyway, but I'm just going to ask them if they say anything to me. Like, why do all these other? And then the lights just went back off. Well, I mean, what the fuck? Bizarre, man. How none of those trucks stopped? Like literally none of them. Now I'm coming in hot again. I think this might have got me inspected just one other time. It came in too hot. Did y'all see that? The lights went off. Then they were off. They came on. Then they went off. Then they came back on. Very strange. And they went off again. What the fuck is going on here? But I pulled in mainly, I want to ask this lady, like, how come nobody stops here? Boom, 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 boom. Hey, I was going to ask you, I've noticed coming through here, how come none of these other trucks ever stop in here? Okay, I usually have it, but I'm just curious what's going on. But am I free to go yet? Because y'all have inspected me. You inspected me like a week ago here. I get inspected here a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to get that pre-pass turned on. Yeah. I guess they all got pre-pass. I don't think I just don't think they have it. I don't think they're stopping. I know all these trucks don't have pre-pass. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, she more or less recognizes me by now. There's no fucking way all these trucks have pre-pass. And even if they do, the pre-pass still like tells you to come into the scale sometimes. I just don't think they stop, and I don't think there's any enforcement out here. I don't think the cops do anything. So I'm probably getting inspected because you know, I'm telling them I'm just pulling in there and volunteering. Nobody else is. I'm probably the only one dumb enough to go in there. Crazy. I was gonna pass it up, but then those lights coming on and off, I was like, shit, I guess I better. Is this some kind of signal? You know? The lights coming on freak me out. I mean, what is this, man? She was like looking me up on the computer. So I think if it's like the company safety rating is below a certain level, they probably just say inspection. I don't get it, man. It's crazy. No kidding. You're right, though. You're right, Nana. No shit. Like I'm gonna next time I'll just be like, look, my whole live stream knows who you are. Like, and I haven't showed her face, but hell, I guess I could. It's like, yeah, my live stream knows you by now. I must be the only person who doesn't know to just not stop in there. I mean, what else? What else could it be? Because I saw like 10 trucks go past. You can't tell me that none of them. Yeah, they have a way station bypass, but it's like that doesn't get you past all the way stations. You know, sometimes the red light comes on and you have to go in. Crazy. Five more hours of driving. This is one of the things about starting my day later than normal. 5 more hours of driving. I don't know. Musical's a secret. Ever since he's asking about hacking a pre-pass. Ever since I've had this truck, the pre-pass has never worked. I've mentioned it to the company a couple times, but ultimately I'll have to just, if I don't follow up on it, it's never going to get done. I'm probably just going to have to call the operations manager and be like, look, I've gotten inspected 3 times in New Mexico. Every time I pull in there, they try to inspect me, like literally every time. So you're going to have to do something about this. Dude, I'm pretty sure if I hadn't said something, she was going to tell me to go in for inspection. I'm not even kidding. Multi-pass, that's right. But my tolls work. The tolling works. Because when you go to the, some of those ones, they actually have, like, you have to wait for the arm to come up. Although maybe that just reads the license plate information. Again, I got the company trying to nickel and dime me over, if they're going to try to nickel and dime me over $8, but then they don't even know that because if you don't have a, if you're not signed up for the tolling, then they charge you way more if they just go by your, charge by plate or whatever. That costs way more money than if you're signed up. Now I got a car up my ass, like for no fucking reason. 3 lanes up a truck's ass. That's what I call it. 3 lanes up a truck's ass. There's no traffic. There's plenty of lanes. Is that a clear enough signal? I'm giving them the bird. Is that clear enough for you? You understand what that means? I bet you do. Motherfuckers. How rude. Yeah, that's right. Trolls. Yeah, you're right. Bridges. Got to pay the troll to get across the, give the troll its toll so you can pass. They lived under bridges, didn't they? They lived at the bridge. They would come fucking attack your ass unless you paid them. What's up, Carl? Grand Rising, sir. Good to see you. We just went through the New Mexico port of entry where they were probably about to try to inspect me for the 4th time in 2 months. And I was like, y'all just inspected me like a week ago. She was looking me up on the computer. I'm like, what is this? This is becoming harassment. Trolls feed on vitriol. Well, I'm in trouble then. And I'm giving them a lot of good fuel then. They feed on vitriol. We had a good rant going earlier. Too bad I had to stop, huh? Shame. Where'd my headphones go? Oh, there they are. Never mind. I found them. Yeah. 3 lanes up a truck's ass. It's funny, you get in little pockets of the country where just everybody that catches up to you will just stay behind you. It's like almost every car. I was always found that interesting. Why is that? One of the worst places is on I-49, just north of Fayetteville, Rogers, Bentonville, Springdale area where Walmart's headquartered. Did you get up there headed towards Missouri? Dude, I swear every car is going faster than me, and damn near every single one of them, wide open passing lane, they'll just stay right behind me. It's fascinating to see it happen. Although the New Mexico Port of Entry, they've given me $300 because since I managed to pass all the inspections, the company gives me $100. So I think it's just people know, hey, if you want to get inspected, just pull in. If you don't, keep going. I mean, that's what else could it be, man? Because she's like, yeah, they got pre-pass, but it's like, yeah, but dude, sometimes it's even with that, it tells you to the light's red, and you have to go in. It's not just everybody goes past. What's the point of the weigh station if you just drive past it? Bizarre, man. And I don't ever see them actually weighing anybody there either. And I don't think they've ever weighed me. Actually weighed the. I don't think they've ever weighed the load there. Something's weird, man. Something's fucking strange. Oh yeah, well, you know. Oh, I'm way behind. He loves it. Kim loves it. Well, crap, I've run out of stuff to say, but now I've kept the stream going for so long, I kind of feel like I probably need to keep going. I'm gonna drop the link in case anybody wants to chop it up. I forgot. I usually have it pinned, so I just completely forgot that it's. I never pinned it. And then sometimes it just won't let me on the live chat. I'm pressing and holding it, won't let me do it. It's trying to take me to the link. Well, okay, there we go. Pin message. Maybe just click on it. 6 hours? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I made you guys wait through all that bullshit at the fuel stop. That would have been the time to end it, I suppose, if I was going to end it. Be kind of a dick move to end it now after you folks persisted through that. Oh man. Woo. It's like I'll be getting to the truck stop around one or so. If I get lucky, that'll be right about the time my package shows up. See how that goes. Okay, yeah. Yeah, if anybody feels like it. If not, no worries. The dead air is a meditation. I guess I've finished up on most of what I wanted to speak on. I told that story about, I probably have another story of the time the cops just tried to get away from me. And there's been enough times where I was just more or less let go, where I felt like maybe something comes up in their system. But, oh shit, what is all this? But I still get tickets and, although I will say ever since in my personal vehicle, ever since they started out with these license plate scanners, I hardly ever get pulled over, almost never. Oh, these guys are setting up they're closing off the lane at the flag. Yeah, that's what they're doing. I don't know if Bernier will ever come back, but Dallas Don Juan, that's what he said. He used to work for the state, doing all this, shutting down the lanes and all this. I think that's how he originally got his CDL, now that I think about it. I believe that's what he said. Excuse me, once again. Yeah, you know what? Somebody did point out that Razvan said he was going on vacation, so I thought maybe we ran him off, but he kept saying he was going to, I forget the name of the country, but he was going to some other country for vacation. So that maybe explains where he's been. Because how long has it been? So maybe he'll be back. I don't know. Yeah, that's right. His father passed away. I forgot about that. Yeah, his dad died. Yeah, he's probably got shit going on in his real life. I bet you he'll be back at some point. Pretty, even if we offended him, he's pretty thick-skinned. Seems to be. Yeah, I bet he comes back. Definitely feeling some improvement in the old gallbladder. I think getting on this, whatever this beta-9, or I know I'm not saying that right, but I'm just going to say beta-9. It's beta-9 hydrochloride for the old stomach acid. And then Liver King's gallbladder supplement. And then I ordered some Tudca, if anybody's ever heard of that. Tudca. It's some kind of chemical name that I don't know how to say, but they call it Tudca or Tudca. And it's supposed to help revitalize my sludgy bile. So I do believe eventually I will have most of these issues will be resolved. Everything but the old pancreas, I believe, will eventually resolve. Oh yeah, I got enlisted into Putin's forces. Yeah, maybe. Excuse me. Pressed into service, as it were. So assuming this computer shows up and assuming I have enough time to mostly get it configured today, which is a lot of assumptions, but if that all happens, then probably looking pretty good on live streaming from the laptop, because I don't have to deliver. I forget what time I can actually deliver. I'll have to look that up. But I don't know. I might just drive there first thing to the store and then just hang out. So either way, I'll be around. Possibly on a laptop, or not even a laptop, a mini PC, which is it's kind of a laptop in a way. Y'all know what I'm talking about? These little mini PCs they sell. B-Link seems to be the best brand they sell on Amazon. B-Link brand mini PCs. These little boxes. They use like the processors out of like motherboards and processors out of laptops to make it smaller form factor. Here's your hazmat, by the way. People talk about these hazmat spills. This guy's got hazmat placards. Man, my boy, I'm going to turn into Alex Jones eventually, I guess, with the gravel voice. All this talking. Yeah, he's flammable, I think. Is he flammable? Yeah, he's flammable. It's not as uncommon as you might think. There's most of the 53-foot trailers are not hauling hazardous materials, but some of them are, and every once in a while I'll see like biohazard, or radioactive. That's my favorite. And then every once in a while I'll be parked at the truck stop, and here comes somebody backing in. It's radioactive. I'm like, why is the radioactive motherfucker parking next to me? What is this? Part of the game, I suppose. Yeah, the Flying J in San Antonio burned down, man. The what is that called? The Denny's caught on fire and burned the whole thing down. Burned down the whole truck stop. Just never know what might happen. But hopefully, like what you saw when I showed up on Get Chalked Up, hopefully these folks figure out just, let Benton be in the live chat, because I will come up on the panel if I want to, if they keep harassing me, or if just I want to, I will, of course. But like, yeah, I'm cranky in the mornings, hell, and that's 0% caffeinated. I don't have business talking to anybody at that point. Yeah, melted Flying J. I don't know, is it? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. And then I was in, that was when my truck was broke down, and I saw it on, I saw the story about it online. So I was going over to the truck stop because I had a trailer drop there in the reserve spots. So I was going over there to check on my trailer. And I told the lady behind the counter, I said, yeah, the Flying J, did you hear the Flying J in San Antonio burned down? She started laughing. She thought it was funny. Because she was working at the Flying J there, just west of Houston, which is not that far from the Flying J in San Antonio. She thought it was funny. I was like, damn, I didn't quite expect this reaction. And her and her coworkers were basically like, damn, I wish this motherfucker would burn down. I said, yeah, there you go. Exactly. The truth comes out. Keep thinking the speed limits have gone back up, and then every time I see the sign, it's still 65. What the fuck? Yeah, no kidding. Coffee is the problem with that is I'm on half rations of coffee. And then the last 2 mornings, like later in the day, I've remembered to just stop. While I was stopped, I was like, well, shit, I might as well make, just 12 ounces of coffee, half my normal dose. So I'm not really on half. I guess today's the first day of half ration. If it gets much later in the day, I'm not going to want to make it. But I don't know, man. And now I don't want to stop again. I just stopped. But yeah, I was running my mouth so much I forgot that I could have made coffee when I was stopped back there. But yeah, and the person asking Stephen Crumley, I just have no desire to even think about being an owner operator. I don't want to think about the fuel any more than I already do. I don't want to think about the loads any more than I already do. I just want to do the job. Like I understand I could make way more money as an owner operator. I could also make $0 for 1 week. I could also lose my ass, right? So, like, even though I haven't even really worked that much the last few weeks by my standards, I'm still getting I finally got a low paycheck, and even that was like $760. So, like, even if I only drive fucking 2,000 miles this week, which may end up being the case, I don't know yet, but If that's what happens, dude, that's still probably $900. Well, maybe not. Let's do 3,000. What's 1,350 divided by 3? Let's do that. Yeah, about $900. Yeah, 2,000 miles. I'm making around $900. Honestly, I would rather just go to Arizona, then go back to Dallas and do that once a week. That would be plenty of work for me. But I know how these trucking companies are. That the truck is they can hypothetically they can put a different driver in this truck who will, while probably won't average 3,000 miles a week, who will at least some of the time drive 3,000 miles a week. And I'm that guy. I did that 4 weeks in a row in January. I hit the bonus for miles, 12,000 miles in a month. But dude, at 2,000 is plenty. I'll make enough money. I won't be as cranky and agitated. I'll have plenty of time to do what I want to do. The company will still make money. It just won't possibly make as much. You know, we'll see. 2,500 is probably the sweet spot, but if they're going to keep trying to run me to Arizona and back, you can't really get to 2,500. It's like you can do 2 or you can do 3. You can't really do 2,500. Just the way the runs are structured. Well, and with my schedule, since I'm no longer willing to rotate my sleeping schedule. Yeah. Oh, I'm definitely in caffeine withdrawal for sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's the problem with me and caffeine. I'm actually, my mood is way better if I just don't consume any caffeine. You know, once I'm past the withdrawals, I do way better just on no caffeine. Yeah. And this L-theanine, or however you say this, L-theanine, or whatever it is, supposedly you can take that with coffee and it sort of gets you over some of the jitteriness. So I take that in the afternoon, so maybe I'll start taking that in the morning with the coffee. I was so far out of my routine this morning trying to do live stream while I was doing my morning routine that I failed to remember to do that. I'm definitely not drinking enough water. I'm trying to step my game up in that regard. Ayahuasca, yeah, there you go. Well, yeah, let's get Christos back on here, and he can talk about. I like talking about psychedelics, so we can have more psychedelic conversation. Dude, my shoulder right now. When I was talking earlier about, the repressed trauma and Jack Talcott feeding and all of that, and, dude, I'm definitely receiving some healing today. They say when your gallbladder's all fucked up, you get pain in your upper right shoulder. That's where just happens to be where it seems like most of my repressed trauma likes to hang out. I'm achieving ranges of motion today that I'm not sure I've ever achieved as an adult. I've got that scapular winging, if you know what that is, but I only have it on one of my shoulders. And Drew was talking about all these guys on these panels. He was even talking about Owen Benjamin having narrow shoulders. It's like I have one shoulder that's kind of broad, and then I got one gimp shoulder. So the overall effect is I don't have very broad shoulders, but my dad's kind of in the middle. They're not real broad. Well, actually, he's real barrel chested. If you see pictures of him when he was young and skinny, he's got broad shoulders for sure. Yeah. I remember I had a crick in my neck in the shower when I was I don't know what, I was fairly young. maybe early teens. And I remember getting this real bad crick in my neck, like a pinched nerve, and it just never went away. And I'm wondering if that had something to do with my gimp shoulder. And then in basketball, it was like, I think that's got something to do with it also. It's like the way I would play basketball maybe had something to do with it. But I'm going to get this thing back to normal. It's already improved a lot over time. But when my muscles were, when my skeleton was still forming, I don't think the bones ever. And I think I maybe also might have broken my collarbone at a very young age and just didn't realize it, because I got my collarbone looks really strange on my gimp shoulder, just bizarre looking. And then like my breastbone is real strange looking. So I don't know what these people did to me, man. Who knows, man? Seriously, I don't know what was done to me when I was young. There really ain't no telling. But if both my shoulders look like my left shoulder does, then I wouldn't be broad shouldered, but I'd just be kind of in the middle. But my famous ancestor, even though he was 6'3", which is very, very tall for the time, also not particularly broad shouldered. But then most of his kids are. I'm not sure what that's all about. It's interesting to try to figure it out. But dude, I right now, like I'm doing like, you can do these rotations like for your rotator cuff. Like I'm just doing all these motions, man. And dude, I have like unlimited nodules in my like in my right scapular region, and it's just like as I maneuver around my arm and my shoulder and everything, dude, it's just like popping. It's crazy. It's not near as bad as it was though. Like I used to just have like probably scar tissue, like all this just nodules, scar tissue. Oh yeah, the border patrol. We're coming up through the border checkpoint. Come with me, folks, through the U.S. border. Now it's actually to my advantage to go through this one early in the morning. Because what happens to this one is if you come through at the wrong time of day, if they're actually like doing a lot of inspections, then the traffic gets real backed up and it can take like 20 minutes to get through here. I'm already seeing a bunch of flashing lights. So the advantage is, yeah, they tend to, but they still tried to hem me up anyway. So actually, I would have been better off coming through here. I would have been way better off coming through here at 3 in the morning, I think, because I may actually get delayed here. I almost never come through here at this time of day. Almost never. I see, yeah, the cops are all over the place. I already see it. I see it up there. They're everywhere. Usually they're harassing the four-wheelers more than they're harassing the big rigs, but you just never know. Since I'm only driving for commerce, they can just I can't tell them no, you can't search my rig. Like part of operating interstate commerce in this form is like part of my license is they can inspect the inside of this thing anytime they want to. And I can say no, but they're going to do it anyway. They don't have to have a warrant. Yeah, they're looking for somebody. I bet you they're looking for somebody. Or they found somebody. Might have somebody out on foot. Every once in a while, they got somebody out on foot out here. I know y'all can't hardly see this because the camera's so shitty. Yeah, it's Border Patrol out here. Yeah, Border Patrol's doing something. Yeah, I'm going to let him go. Yeah, pull over. I know he wants to join his buddies. Give him enough room. Enough room to get around. I know you want to get back in league with your buddies there, Bubba. And I ain't got no beef with these people, dude. I hate the government, but man, I'm not trying to make these people's job hard. But yeah, they must be looking for somebody. That's got to be. So yeah, I'll just cruise right on through unless they just stop them right in the fucking lane. That's one thing about the cops, man. Once they're onto their target, they get tunnel vision, and they might just shut this whole shit down based on if they pull them over right at the inspection station. I might have to just sit there until they fucking figure out to let me through. You know, cops do have a tendency to do that. I don't know if y'all have ever noticed, but yeah, something's going on. I don't know what it is, but they're up to something. But yeah, you know, I don't like the government itself, but I'm not trying to get angry with these people. I'm also not one of these we're just doing our jobs people, but like I don't see any reason to. As long as they leave me alone, man, I'm gonna leave them. The Border Patrol's never fucked with me, so I ain't got no beef with them. And they look like they're trying to get organized to go do something, but funny sometimes it's like the Keystone Cops when you watch these guys trying to form up and figure out what the fuck they're doing. Now he's driving. There's two of them are driving the wrong way into the deal on the other side. Looks like these other guys are ready to go check it out. The sign says go, by the way. So just go, dude. Some of these people, some of these truck drivers that never been through here. It's like, dude, the sign says go. Just fucking go, man. Half of this is just if you act like you're used to them waving you on through, they're just going to wave you on through. But then it's like if I'm dumb enough to stop at the New Mexico port of entry and just come to a complete stop at the window, well, yeah, of course they're going to inspect me. Meanwhile, I did not know that I didn't have to do that, right? Like I didn't know that I could just not do that. Yeah, these guys are like scared of the checkpoint. Like, come on, dudes, hammer down. Now this other guy wants to try to pass. Meanwhile, you weren't going to try to pass till I started passing. What is this? Y'all acting like you ain't never been out here before. As long as you go through the fucking checkpoint, they don't give a fuck if you pass each other coming out of here. They ain't gonna write, oh, and now I gotta pass this bozo again. It's one thing I don't like about that. How did these guys make it through so much faster than me? Now I'm gonna get stuck behind these bozos. I hate getting stuck behind these U-Hauls. Meanwhile, the transmission won't shift down. Transmission refuses to drop a gear. And see, that's the thing about a checkpoint. You can see that the checkpoint can never be effective overall, because if the cartel wants to get something through there, the cartel knows what to do to get Border Patrol to have that exact reaction. And then now there's like 15 minutes where just everybody can just drive through there with no fucking problem. That's literally what just happened. And I think that's what half of these so-called drug mules are. And I might start playing me some poker if my company will actually start, if they'll actually just start running me, out and back once a week. That'll give me, I'll have at least 2 nights a week I can go play poker. And I'm pretty sure there's some poker rooms in Dallas area that have pot limit Omaha. So I can go play some PLO. I would like to play some PLO. And I can go to sleep. I can wake up around 10 p.m. and just be fresh, catch all the wild drunk play, and make some money. I have been wanting to play some poker. Oh, once I have my computer, maybe I'll go and play some online poker. Maybe I'll stream me playing some pot limit Omaha. How about you? Yeah, this part of New Mexico is very flat. They have mountains also, and then northern New Mexico is, I believe, a high desert. I believe. Not exactly sure though. Driving in mountains is not that difficult. The thing about mountain driving is you can't heat your brakes up. And these modern trucks all have really good. They all have really good engine brakes. So like I can descend a mountain and like literally never touch my service brakes. You know, like I can go all the way down a mountain and never have to use my actual brake pedal. The main thing is like when it's icy and snowy. You know, you can end up in a situation where you can't drive without having chains on the tires because you can't get traction. But almost all my winter driving has been on the East Coast, which is a completely different animal. Because like I've driven like in the Virginia is very hilly, Pennsylvania is very hilly. It's up and down and up and down and up and down, but you're never really just going up a big grade and then down a big grade like for miles and miles. It's like a whole nother beast. But they talk about cabbage, and I went down cabbage actually twice, I guess. You know, I went both ways up and both ways down. And to me, it wasn't shit. But if you went down in the fucking ice and snow, I'm sure it's a motherfucker. But since I got a brain and I know, I just go slow, man. I go however slow I gotta go to be safe. So it really ain't shit to me going down a mountain. But for a newbie, I think it is. Until a person, yeah, winter can be rough, Ginger Ridge. The thing for me is my first winter, I drove in it pretty much every day. The only time I didn't drive my first winter was literally a blizzard, lake effect snow. And even then, all I did was park. That was in Michigan, and I parked. As soon as the storm passed, the plows were out, and I just immediately went right back to driving. So, but I go however slow I gotta go is how slow I go. I don't give a fuck. If I gotta go 25 with the flashers on, that's what I do. So that's half the battle, is not becoming impatient. Always leave enough room. Basically, when I drive on ice and snow, I always, if I have to, I'm always able to come to a complete and full controlled stop. So what if that's 25 miles an hour? That's what I do. A big part of that is knowing not to let your airlines freeze. So like, and sometimes they freeze anyway, by the way. But like, you know, don't set the trailer brake because those lines will freeze a lot of the time. You know, if it's a sheet of ice at the truck stop and you pull in with hot tires, if you park, then the heat off of your tires is going to melt the ice. Then it's going to refreeze overnight, and you're not going to be able to take off in the morning. So it's like you got to know to like park, but then after like 20, 30 minutes, you got to know to like pull forward a certain amount of space because now your tires are cooled down. Like just knowing how to do all of that sort of stuff. Knowing that if your fuel filters, if you got water in the fuel, your fucking truck is gonna literally freeze up if it's too cold. So I passed rig after rig after rig when it was -20, but I happened to have a new truck. So my truck, you know, it didn't have water in the fuel yet. So and all that is draining the water separator, but then also changing the fuel filters, and then on these older trucks, probably keep a spare set of fuel filters and keep enough fuel that if you do freeze up on the side of the road, you can just switch out your fuel filters and have enough fuel on you to get everything going. You know, pour the fuel in the fuel filters and everything. I'm not a mechanic, by the way, but this is my understanding of it. Now, I have been laying on my back underneath the trailer on snow and ice on the shoulder of the interstate with a handheld sledgehammer banging on the brakes, and it was -22 degrees because even though I knew not to set my trailer brakes, it got so cold my airlines froze up. And the brakes are spring brakes, meaning if you don't send air to the brakes don't release. So I was dragging around a trailer and the tires weren't spinning. So once I got on the interstate, I could tell, well, wait a minute. Based on the way my trailer's skating around back there, I'm pretty sure my wheels ain't turning. So then I pulled over the shoulder, -22, laid on my back on the ice and snow and banging on the brakes until and then I don't think they ever released on the shoulder. I think I ended up at the truck stop banging on the fucking brakes, trying to be like, do I have to go try to buy a torch? Probably ought to just carry a torch. Yep. It's fun though, man. It's fun. It's a challenge. West Virginia. Yeah, I've driven in West Virginia in the ice and snow. Just like I say, man, go slow, fucking plan ahead, pay attention, don't do live streams, you know. Don't be distracted. Plan for the worst. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Yeah. Well, and one thing about the East Coast, like West Virginia, see, those aren't tall mountains like what they have out west, but what you'll see in West Virginia is you'll see way steeper grades than you will ever see out west. Like some of that shit is just almost comical. And they'll let you drive up some of it. I've driven some of that stuff in West Virginia on them back roads where it's just like, wow, I can't even believe they let me on this route in a big rig. Like it's fucking borderline. I don't know if it was West Virginia, it might have been, but I was in some area where it was real fucking mountainous and hilly. And dude, I went through some route where you can tell truckers hardly ever go, but it's an approved truck route. And dude, it was like some family of like Quakers or Amish people, and like the little 10-year-old kid in the fucking Amish gear looking like he's out of the movie Witness comes running towards the road making the motion because he wants me to go. He's wanting me to get on the air horn, and he's all excited. Exactly. You're right. Music holds a secret. Yeah, if the line's completely gel, you're right. You're right. I think the thing about switching out the fuel filters is, yeah, even then you probably still need to, if you want to get it all ungelled and drive off into the negative 22, you probably still need to have changed out the fuel filters. Again, I'm not a mechanic, so some of this stuff's just stuff I've heard second, third hand, but all I know is in 6,000 miles, Benton is going to have new fuel filters. Benton's going to have new fuel filters on the truck. And that's one thing about these shops. Pretty much if I pull into the shop, if it's just a regular maintenance item, as long as I'm not abusing it, they'll pretty much replace whatever I ask them to replace within reason. Depending on what it is. So if I pull in there and it's been, some reasonable amount of time and I'm like, hey man, it's fucking winter. I'm about to go to Chicago. It's going to be 20 below. How about we go ahead and replace these fuel filters? They'll do it. Yeah, I've never driven a truck in Vermont. In fact, Vermont is the only state out of the 48 that I've never physically been to. Is Vermont. Well, and that's the thing about this guy who he got this big, he got sentenced to like 150 years or whatever for having his truck ran away, and then he crashed into that. There was a traffic jam at the bottom of the mountain and he crashed into it. Well, part of that is in trucker culture, if the trucker loses his brakes going down the mountain, the trucker is supposed to sacrifice himself and literally just drive off the side of the mountain and die. Like that's trucker culture. Like that's old school trucker culture. It's like, yeah, runaway truck ramp and this and that. But like, yeah, if all that fails, the trucker's literally just supposed to be like, well, I'm probably going to die, so let's just go ahead and I'll be the only one. Versus that, if that's even real, that bozo who crashed into that deal in Colorado, that was him trying to save himself, right? Meanwhile, he was too much of a bozo. He didn't know. He was either too scared or didn't understand that he's supposed to just drive into the runaway truck ramp, which does ruin the truck, by the way. It just completely tears the truck all to shit. But oh well. But runaway truck, I don't think is as big a thing as it used to be. Partially because, dude, these engine brakes are just so fucking good now. I can stop this whole rig from 70 right now and never touch the brake pedal. If I just if I turn off the cruise control, apply the maximum engine brakes, the truck will just literally just stop. Like it won't take it that long to stop. It'll even, and I'm pretty lightly loaded, but it'll even do that fully loaded. It takes a lot longer, of course. Just doing some stretching. Yeah, man. Woo! That's good stuff. Yeah, stab braking can be a thing for sure. My experience of these modern tractors is you really just don't even really need to. Every once in a while, depending on where you're at, but generally you don't even really even need the service brake. Sometimes you do, of course, but generally you can get away with just the gearing. Well, if the automated manual will even let you drop gears. I've noticed the Detroit has the best setup I've ever seen, though. On a Detroit, you can just I can set the cruise, and it'll just descend. It'll literally just descend the mountain for you. Like I can just tell it to, like I can set it at 30, and it'll go down that mountain and it'll never go above 35, and the truck will just do it for you. It's amazing, man. It really is. These Kenworths they have a version of that, but it's not near as good. The Detroit is amazing in that regard. It's almost foolproof if the driver understands what they're doing. Yeah. Well, and then Linda Curtis, those guys that own their own rigs, they have the unmuffled compression. They have the unmuffled engine braking. So that's that. That's what that is. But like my truck has, it has Jacob brakes, but it's not. Now it may not be the same brand, but it has that same thing. But it's all piped. It's all piped back into the exhaust system and the mufflers, and it's piped back into the turbo system. So it's muffled. It's never just fucking. Bah! That's the wastegate on the turbo. I'm pretty sure that. Bah! That's like a wide open, unmuffled wastegate. Sorry for the noise, but that may be jarring. But apologies. But yeah, that. Bah! I'm pretty sure that's the wastegate on the turbo. So these guys that have these fancy turbo setups, they buy these big aftermarket turbos. They buy these big aftermarket wastegates. They vent the wastegate dumps straight out into the atmosphere instead of being piped back into the turbo system. They don't even do a turbo muffles the exhaust. You don't even have to run mufflers. If you just run like, I don't know what piping they run on diesel, like 5-inch pipes, maybe. If you ran 5-inch straight pipes, you don't even have to have mufflers, like literally. So like when I had a turbo car, like when I had my Eagle Talon, it had a turbo set up and it was internally wastegated. So I understand how turbo systems work. And then I had a blow-off valve, and the blow-off valve is so whenever I'm at full throttle and I take my foot off the accelerator, it's so that air doesn't get directed back into the turbo and it'll just ruin the turbo, right? It'll make the turbo spin too fast. So the blow-off valve vents some of that air, right? But it vents the air back into the air intake of the car, the regular air intake. So what some people do is they like to get a aftermarket blow-off valve, but instead of piping it back into the turbo system, they just have it vent out into the air. And that's where you hear those sounds, like when somebody has a turbo car and they accelerate, when they switch gears, you hear it make a specific kind of noise, like a be like a that's the blow-off valve. And then the wastegate is like a totally different thing. And in turn, see, big rigs have all this exact same setup, except they're diesel engines, right? So like on my Eagle Talon, what I did was I had a section, and the first thing I did to my Eagle Talon was I had the catalytic converter removed. Just doing that is literally like 15 horsepower on that car. So I had the cat removed. I had for like $100, a muffler shop made me a 2.5-inch press bent exhaust, which isn't that great of an exhaust, but for what I was running at the time, I was running the stock turbo, that was the appropriate exhaust setup for that car, right? And later on, I replaced it with a little bit bigger. I went to like a bigger downpipe and stuff. But that's where I started. Well, actually, no, I think I had a 2.5-inch downpipe off the turbo. So eventually, what I did was I had a section of my exhaust cut out, and then I installed an exhaust cutout. So when I went to the drag strip, I could climb underneath my car and I could unscrew this plate, and my car, instead of the exhaust running out the back of my muffler, my exhaust would just exit out. It just came out straight out of the exhaust. But dude, it sounds crazy to just drive around like that, because when you're not on turbo boost, if you're just like driving around town and you're not in the turbo boost, you just sound like some bozo with a Honda who's like open headers. You just sound like a fucking idiot. So I want to run a muffler, right? Yeah, peyote. Let's go find some peyote buttons. Dude, I would love to be able to stop and find some peyote. I would love to be able to stop and find some peyote. Meanwhile, I could probably just head for the res. But and I'll probably have time to do just that, but I don't think we'll do that on this trip. But yeah, so some of these big rigs. So when you see those signs that says, engine braking, banned by law or whatever they say, local ordinance, no engine braking. It's for the bozos with the wide open wastegates, the no mufflers, and they just vent everything out into the atmosphere, and it's just super fucking loud. And they love to roll through town, and just all they got to do is have their Jake brake turned on, and all they got to do is let off the accelerator, and it's just like they fucking love that sound. We call those grip balls in Arkansas, by the way. That's a grip ball. I never completely figured out what that term means. It's kind of like a knuckle dragger. Fucking grip balls, man. And that perfectly, if I say that to another Arkansan, that perfectly encapsulates what that person is. Motherfucker, it's the fucking grip ball, man. Some greasy motherfucker who loves to mob around just making a nuisance of himself. Fucking grip ball. But you can't talk a grip ball out of doing grip ball things. And I never figured out, is it G-R-I-P or is it G-R-I-T? I've never been able to figure that out. Yeah, but I would definitely love to stop and find some peyote. In fact, that was the psychedelic that I wanted to do was mescaline, but I just never was able to get some. And eventually I researched, because I'm very skeptical of any sort of substance going into my body. I mean, I know it seems like that's not the case, but I am. So I literally researched mushrooms for years before I was willing to take them. Yeah, no Jake brakes. Well, that's the thing is this truck, like if I just set my cruise control and I come into your town, the truck will turn on, the truck will just turn on it'll turn the engine braking on. The thing is, like, if it's muffled, this truck has muffled engine brakes. I don't think the cops care about that. So I just use mine. Now, if it's 2 a.m., I probably won't use them just out of respect. But if I'm coming through your town in the middle of the day, dude, I'm using my fucking compression braking, my engine braking. Because it's not loud on this truck at all. It's not any louder than the rest of the truck is. What, are we deleting comments or are you guys getting moderated? I don't mind if you delete your comments. Because I'm also a frequent deleter of my own comments. So I get it, but I do sometimes wonder if people are being subjected to moderation. Although that screen that Drew took me to, I finally know where to go to see who's moderators. So that's good. I never knew where to find that previously. That's funny. Music holds a secret. He says when he started driving, he was driving a truck that would not go. The mechanic said on the phone, "Get your damn foot off the Jake brake." Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, man. It's things used to be a lot more simple, didn't they? And that is one thing I'll say for Schneider. When I started with them in 2018, Music Holds a Secret, I picked them for specific reasons. One was that they don't force you into team driving for months and call it training in order to exploit your labor. You do 1 week over the road with a training engineer. You never team drive, meaning you never drive on your own hours while he's asleep. You never drive while he's always in the seat next to you. And then they had very good training. Schneider did back in 2018. At least in Dallas they did. So they actually trained me on a lot of this stuff, believe it or not. Oh yeah, retracted, message retracted. Yeah, that's right. If I knew where to go to look for peyote, I would. I'm pretty sure I know where to go find it in Texas, but down on the border. I could probably, if I still had a car, I could probably just take my happy ass to Brownsville and end up with some peyote, I reckon, or even Laredo, maybe, especially west of Laredo, potentially. But that is cartel territory as far as I know. Might not want to be just. I have driven it though. When I was driving all around the country in my personal vehicle, I drove all the way down to the southernmost tip of Texas, and then I drove all the way back up on the border. Hot as fuck out there, dudes. Even when it's not in the summertime, hot as fuck down there. Oh my God. Interesting culture though, because they don't speak English down there. Yeah, it's America, and the local courthouses. Now, some of them local courthouses are probably flying Mexican flags too, but I wouldn't surprise me. But they're flying American flags down there on the border, but not a lot of English being spoken. Not a lot of pale faces running around. Not a lot of gringos. But I've never felt out of my element being around, being the only honky. Never bothered me to be the only honky. I think they can detect that I'm fairly humble at that level, and I'm just the right level of slightly embarrassed to be the only gringo. You know, it's like, like thank you for accepting me here in your culture. Anthropologist, by the way, I love experiencing cultures and inserting myself into a local culture. I love it, man. So that's why people are confused that I went on vacation to Philadelphia. It's like, well, dude, I can just hang out in Philadelphia and check it out for a week and have a great time. Like, I can't have a bad time. It's not possible. It's a cultural exchange on some level. And just going into a store and then kind of forgetting what's going on, and then, dude, people's heads whipping around when I open up my mouth and my ridiculous accent comes out. And people are just like, this dude is so fucking strange sounding to them. And then I'm just kind of laughing. It's like, because, yeah, I know how it sounds. But then I even forgot, like, how I'm going to come across in that moment. Like, it's fucking, I love it, man. That is our humanity, right? That's, there is a lot to be said for being a human. As much as I'm very pessimistic and full doomer, dude, I love it, man. I really enjoy this experience. As much as I did attempt to drink myself to death very recently, like, I still really, dude, I liked waking up every morning. I really do. Yeah, there is some hope, right? Now, I would say there's no hope in this world for this world, but now here's my Walmart up here in Deming, but I don't think I'm going to stop at shop. I'm on a pretty good roll. I'm feeling like 9 hours is pretty much in the bag. Or I mean, by in the bag, I mean I don't think I'll have any trouble hitting 9. And you know, if I hit 9, I'm going to feel obligated to go for 12. But let's see, at what time will I be at the truck stop? Now that would be amazing if my package showed up right as I got to the truck stop, and then if I still had the live stream going, we could just we could go ahead and do the unboxing. I think it's going to be fairly anticlimactic, but yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not. I got 4 more hours to the truck stop, so I bet that's right about 12 hours. Let me see. I'm just guessing. It's pretty close, not quite, but it's getting up there, ain't it? So yeah, I could if I don't dilly dally, I could get to the truck stop if they deliver the thing on time, and I can unbox it and still not be at 12 hours. Amazing. Amazing. See that international border? I don't know if you guys can ever read these signs. I got to get a better phone too. This is ridiculous. Although maybe there's got to be a way to just buy like a Wi-Fi, a decent Wi-Fi camera and just connect that to StreamYard. There's got to be. It has to be possible. Here he comes. Here comes the bike. I see you, buddy. I'd love to let you get around me, Bubba, but I got to get around this. I keep forgetting that the speed limit is 65, so I guess I'm going to have to go ahead and pass this RV. All right, let's check in with the chat. Oh yeah, culture shock, big time, man, big time. Yeah, shout out to Carl. And that's with Drew growing up in Minnesota and moving to Florida. Like, I know that dude went through some culture shock. I'm assuming he's more or less adapted by now, but that is fucking culture shock. It's a whole nother world, man. Going to, you know, coastal Florida there. I guess that's the Atlantic coast. Let's see. I guess that's technically the Atlantic seaboard, right? Jacksonville, Florida. Florida's a whole nother animal, though. I don't really like Florida, me personally. Not a fan. I like parts of it. I got my spots in Florida that I like. I actually really like North Central Florida, which is kind of a shithole, actually. But there's a lot of places that are shitholes that I like. One of my best friends from college, who I shout out to Kim, by the way, who I no longer have a relationship with. Not Kim, my best. He wasn't my best friend, but you know, it's like that's my best friend, but I'm not necessarily his best friend, kind of thing. But we were very, very close friends. In fact, he actually dated my sister. Now that I think about it, but it's kind of a whole thing. But he's a Patel, so he ended up eventually owning a motel in North Central Florida, in White Springs, Florida, right there by the Suwannee River, and they have a big folk festival every year. And he more or less was able to cover his yearly expenses just based on that one folk festival, jacking up the rates at the motel. People came from all over the world to go to that folk festival in White Springs, and then you got nearby Live Oak, where there's a Walmart. There ain't much anything in White Springs, and then you also got Lake City on I-75, just south of there. And the town of White Springs is removed from the interstate, but then Lake City 10 also runs through there. So Lake City's right there where 10 and 75 meet up. So It's an interesting area, man. And then Live Oak is off the 10, like west of Lake City. But then from White Springs, like there's you can kind of go this back way to Live Oak. It's an interesting area, man. I really enjoyed my time there, I must say. And I did one of those boot camp fitness classes through the gym there in Lake City. And I was in pretty good shape already, but I really got in good shape. Took it to another level. Oh, there was this fine girl in there too, man. She wouldn't have nothing to do with me. Good Lord, some gorgeous Latina. Even before all the booty shaping was a thing in their fucking, in a boot camp class in the dead of summer, fucking running stairs and shit. God dang. She had it going on. Yes, sir. But much to her credit, she refused to have much of anything to do with me. Showing excellent taste, I must say. Because some women were certainly silly enough to fall for my bullshit back then. So. Shout out to her for not being one of them. Some of those broads, though, will just never go outside their race, no matter what you do. It's just never going to happen. Well, I have a dash cam, by the way. Ginger rigs. Yeah, pretty much all these big rigs have dash cams. And in fact, a lot of companies have cameras that view the driver also. Now, this truck has a Bendix device, and they claim it's for the lane departure and it has blind spot warnings on the tractor. But dude, it's got something that may very well be a camera pointed directly at me. So I'm pretty sure that's a fucking camera. Like, it has to be. I'll show you what I'm talking about. You see that thing over that box over there with the light on it? I don't know if you can see that. Pretty sure that's a camera, but I don't know. My old company, one of my old companies, Design Transportation, I just did whatever the fuck I wanted, and they never said anything. So, but some of these companies, dude, they even catch people at nighttime. They catch them on their phones by looking at the reflection in the mirror of the dash cam. Yeah. Some of these companies are super fucking strict. Like, bro, I'm a great driver, and I'm not. I've got experience now, dude. I might work for you if you have a driver-facing camera, but I'm still going to do whatever the fuck I'm going to do. So, you know, but I never have my phone in my hand either. Almost never. I got 3 different cell phone mounts in here. No, I don't have any. Well, Ginger Ridge here. Okay, I do have a story for you, by the way. He asked me if I have any experience with the biker gangs in the South. And so this was, I don't remember exactly when this was. I was already into truck driving, but it was when I was not employed, and I was drinking every day, but I wasn't drinking like, I was daily drinking, but keeping it under control. So I was having like about a 6-pack of Guinness every day, more or less. And sometimes I was going beyond that, but not very often. And I was in Austin, and I've got a favorite on the south side of Austin. They just built an HEB down there, but the HEB wasn't built yet. And so if you go as far south as you can on the fucking, I forget what they call it, but the tram, they got one of those buses that behaves like a light rail. But whatever that is, the tram. If you go as far south as you can on that thing in Austin, you end up at a Walmart, and there's a Starbucks over there. And I used to camp out there homeless a lot. And I actually used to panhandle there when the cops would still come run you off, by the way. Because once it became normalized, people would hardly ever donate. But so I was at that Starbucks one day, and I would sit in there on my laptop all day sometimes. And I'd go out to my car and drink like whatever that is, for the Guinness Extra Stout, a 22 ounce or whatever size, I've forgotten. I think it's a 22. I'd go out to my car periodically and have some Guinness, and I'd go back into Starbucks. Be on my laptop on the internet. I was pitching a tent nearby in Buda. That's a whole nother story I'll tell. This guy fucking shot a gun at me out there, which was kind of crazy, but shot up my car, actually. A guy literally shot my car in Buda at my camp. Crazy. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, 8 beers is your sweet spot, Ginger Ridge. And like I've said before, the reality is my physical body I could drink a bottle of white wine as long as I didn't do it more than twice a month, probably. So I could have a bottle of white wine today, and then as long as I waited at least 7 days, I could probably have another bottle of white wine. And then as long as I probably waited another 2 weeks, I could repeat the process and probably be okay. But when Benton that's 5 drinks, by the way. A bottle of wine is 5 alcoholic drinks. If I have 5 drinks, I might stop, or I might drink another bottle of wine. And my body cannot cope with 10 drinks. It just can't. I'm sick for 2 days. So I'm not going to be doing any drinking based on that. And I absolutely have always been able to have 1 beer or 2 beers and just stop there. I hate that feeling. I hate the buzz that comes. Now, if I have a meal and have 1 beer, that's a completely different thing. I'm talking about empty stomach, drink 1 beer. I hate that feeling, man. And if I have 1 sip of alcohol, dude, I get a head change as soon as it touches my lip. I'm not kidding. I can feel it immediately. So yeah, I will turn this into an AA meeting. So there was some patch wearing Hell's Angels showed up at my Starbucks in Austin. And meanwhile, dude, Austin is so lefty. They're such fucking pussies. Dude, Texas is pussies. I hate to say it, man. Texas is pussies. We got this idea that Texans are tough, rootin' tootin'. They're not, man. They're a bunch of fucking bitches. They really are, man. They're not tough, man. So I'm incensed because Hell's Angels are just holding court. There's like 4 of them. There's like 3 patch wearing Hell's Angels. By the way, I already know when I tell this story that it's already, people are going to be like, that never happened. I don't care. This shit really happened. So the guy who's prospecting, because I understand how motorcycle clubs work. So there's one guy, he's wearing, I guess that's called wearing colors. You know, he's wearing a vest, but he's not allowed to wear certain insignia, right? So this marks him as, and I think it actually says prospect. So he can't wear, there's certain of the Hell's Angels stuff that he can't wear. But also know, you can't just go around in public with Hell's Angels gear. Eventually somebody's going to call you to the carpet, right? So I know probably these are actual motherfucking Hell's Angels. Or Austin is big in the movie industry. This could be some bozos who are literal actors who just have decided that they're going to wear Hell's Angels gear, right? It's possible. But I can immediately tell who the leader is, right, out of this group. And I can tell these other guys are actual, you can tell by their insignia, if these are real Hell's Angels, and they may very well be. But then you got the one prospect. So, of course, it's the prospect. So now I'm mean mugging them. You know, now I've got I call it monkey man. Now I'm going to fucking stereotypical dominant monkey man. Fucking, it's hilarious. I'm strutting around like a fucking rooster. You know, it's comical, man. Believe me, I understand. In the moment, I know, but I still, dude, I got it like that. And so, of course, the fucking prospect is the one who kind of tries to challenge me a little bit. And I just immediately put him in his place. Now he wants to go to jaw jacking. And now I'm just like, look, man, you know, and I just start talking to him. I'm like, hey, you know, and I don't know where they were from. I'm trying to remember where, because it says like what branch of the Hells Angels they're with, but it was somewhere out of California. And I'm like, look, man, I said, you know, and I started out by saying, look, man, Austin is weak as shit, man. I said, I'm from Arkansas. I come to Austin and I just tell these people to their face that they ain't about nothing and that they're just weak as fuck. And they just laugh at me and they don't care. And I said, I know y'all are about something. And so I'm letting y'all know I'm here. And you are in the South. Welcome to the South. And there are people like me, and I'm sure you run into them, who will just more or less let you know that I'm here. Dude, I'm letting you know that there are strong motherfuckers around. And I got my eye on you. I'll just talk to them just like that. Meanwhile, the leader, he's just all kicked back, relaxed body language. He ain't worried at all. He's probably seen it before. He's not worried. He doesn't care. But I am the person, dude. I'll go step up to them, but I'm not challenging them on, oh, I don't, I'm not challenging them on saying they're fake Hell's Angels. I'm just like letting them know, like, look, you're kind of on my turf. Like this, we're not in Southern California. I don't remember exactly where they said they were from, but I'm just letting them know, like, this ain't California. You're in the dirty South now, so you're welcome to. By the way, as far as I'm concerned, you're welcome here. But some of us got our eye on you, so you might want to watch. You might just want to, realize it. But I'm not gonna pick on you neither, because I know some of these motorcycle club guys, they get picked on, man. They get mistreated. They get people treat them with prejudice. I didn't mistreat them. I didn't prejudge them. I just let them know, hey, man, this is where you are. Just if this is the first place y'all showed up in the South, I just want y'all to know that it ain't all like Austin. If you've never been down South, just realize you might want to keep your head on a swivel in some of these little towns. But other than that, you're more than welcome as far as I'm concerned. But you might want to keep an eye on his prospect, because I'm not sure he's coming correct necessarily. I just told him just like that. Wasn't no problem. You can call that little man syndrome if you want, but I ain't scared of those motherfuckers. But I'll happily let them know what the fuck I am. I ain't got a problem with it, but I didn't really have a problem with them being there. What I had a problem with was the weak ass motherfuckers who will just let them show up and run the shit. They'll just let them show up and take everything over. And I'm like, dude, somebody's got to at least talk to these guys. This is crazy. You're just going to let them fucking de facto take over the physical space? Next thing you know, they're going to be grabbing ass and fucking mistreating the locals, because they will fucking run amok if you let them. I'm just more or less letting them know, hey, man, keep a hold to yourselves, and don't start no shit, won't be no shit. Have fun. Enjoy the South. I'm kind of happy you're here. I think it's cool if this is your first time down South. Check it out. Have fun. Have a good time. Amazing. And meanwhile, never saw a motorcycle. I think that's probably the first thing I said is, where the fuck are your bikes? Like, what is this? Oh, we flew in or whatever. Okay, that's fine. But, I'm expecting to see a motorcycle. Not much of a motorcycle gang without a motorcycle now, is it? Now, if that leader wasn't able to back his play through his body language and how he handled me, then I would have figured out, okay, these are not real Hell's Angels. And I'd have probably ran them up out of there. But based on my read, he either bluffed me or he was what he said he was, one of the two. He might have bluffed me in that poker game. Hard to say. Now we get down to, is all this traffic that's about to catch up to me, are they going to try to shoot around me at the last possible second? So now I have to haul fucking balls in a very dangerous fashion. But they seem to be complying. If I slow down too much, they'll try to sneak up and pass me literally right here, very dangerously. I'll run those motherfuckers off the road. I don't give a fuck. All I'm going to do is hold my lane. I will back off and let them in, though, if it comes down to it. Oh, I ain't touching nobody's bike. Yeah, Mr. Meow. Dude, I know that. I'm not touching nobody's bike. I just wanted to know where the bikes were. I'm like, I don't see no bikes. Where are the bikes? But it made sense that they flew in. I mean, there is an international airport in Austin. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. I mean, I'm not one of these people like, oh, yeah, sure, of course you flew in. It's like, yeah, okay. Dude, if their story makes sense, I'm going with their story until proven otherwise. And they seem to be behaving. And the prospect was the one who really kind of was trying to strut around and throw his weight around, and then, sort of got in his feelings when I was and I wasn't doing anything other than just like being aggressive and like showing that, well, there's actually other aggressive males around. It's not all pussies in Austin. Like, you might actually run into an actual man from the South with a set of balls. Apparently I'm the only one here, so I guess it's left up to me to just ask you guys what you're doing. Meanwhile, if I just show up in their hood, if I show up on the other side, on the side of the street outside their clubhouse, probably one of them's going to wander over and want to know what I'm up to, don't you think? And if I just tell them a believable story, they'll probably leave me alone. Hell, they might invite me in for a beer. I don't know how it works. But, you know, I more or less feel like here's a fucking gang. I probably ought to go press the flesh and see what the fuck they're up to. And as long as what they tell me makes sense, okay. It's a free country. Have fun. You're not doing anything. As far as I can tell, you're not victimizing anybody. There's no, you know, you're not, whatever it is Paul says about, you know, you're not creating loss, harm, or injury. So as far as I'm concerned, everybody's welcome. Have fun. But I want y'all to know there, you can't just show up anywhere in the South. It's not like that everywhere. So they probably needed to know that so they didn't wander into some little town somewhere and get their shit wrecked. Some of them good old boys will fucking wreck their shit and not even care that they're Hell's Angels. That's a real thing, man. And won't give a fuck. Some of these, or in the Midwest, some of these corn-fed white boys, or some of these gangsters. That's a little different breed of gangster in the Deep South than what you're running into, you know, in SoCal. It's a little bit different thing. I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying it's a little bit different of a thing. Life is a little bit cheaper down south. It just is. We will let you die in the street like a dog, except we know nobody's going to let a dog die in the street. So life's actually that cheap in the south in some ways. I've seen it. Oh, did I glitch out? Sorry, man. When I get on a good roll, sometimes I don't look at the screen and I don't realize that I'm glitching. My apologies. Usually I look up at the screen and I pause while I'm glitched. But I was on a roll. I was on a roll, Jack. Oh yeah, I ain't touching nobody's bike because there's no reason. But I'm the type of motherfucker, if you really piss me off, I might just run your bikes over like occasionally you see in a movie. I might do that. I'm not touching anybody's bike. If I really decide it's send a message time, I might take this rig and run all their bikes over. That's a possibility, but short of that, I'm not going anywhere near their bike. I already know that. Why would I? I ain't foolish. My thing is, if somebody starts touching their bike, that's probably somebody who wants to get treated some type of way. That's the way I would view that. My thing, dude, I'm on that live and let live. And I really learned that being homeless, living in the streets. I'm on that live and let live. If it ain't my business, if it don't pertain to me, now I know that this seems like it's running contrary to what I'm saying, but I felt like it was my business, the Hells Angels, encroaching into what I viewed as my turf. But other than that, if it don't pertain to me, it ain't none of my business. No, if you're stuck with that, buddy, you're going to have to stay over. I can't help you. Rest area is closed. So I can't help you, Bubba. I got rigs passing me. Can't do nothing about that. You're going to have to just stay over there. I backed off plenty. He still didn't figure it out what he was going to do. Oh, okay. That's funny. Well, yeah, some people got it like that, though. Music Holds a Secret says he jumped on somebody's bike. Some people can jump on somebody's bike and not get their ass kicked. I am not that person. That is not me. I'll have to go to apologizing. I'll have to be like, man, I really didn't know. But I would never get on anybody's motorcycle uninvited, me personally. And even if they were like, oh, yeah, sure, go ahead and sit on my bike. No problem. I would hear in their tone of voice, like, wait a minute. They probably are, they're telling me it's okay, but probably they don't. And I'm not into bikes, by the way. I think some of them are really cool. I've never owned a motorcycle. Now I've considered it. I like those old Hondas from the 70s and 80s. Those, the 4-stroke. I like those, man. Those are cool bikes. If I was going to buy a bike, that's what I'd get. I was looking at them for a while, but they're probably too expensive by now. The hipsters kind of fell in love with them at a certain point. But yeah, I got no beef with bike clubs, man. I think it's cool personally. And you know, I actually read one of my favorite books because I was a big Hunter S. Thompson guy back in the day, back in my normie days. I was such a Thompson fan that ex-wife number one bought me all of his books. And I read all of his books. Those letters, though, I couldn't get through all of those. Other than his collections of letters, I've literally read all his books. And even that Screwjack or whatever that was, that's hard to find. But one of his first novel, he kind of put him on the map. Well, he was one of his early novels that put him on the map was Hell's Angels, where he went, did gonzo journalism and hung out with the Hell's Angels. Dude, I respect the hell out of motorcycle clubs. I really do, man. But I'm not going to get bullied and pushed around either. But I got love for them. But it's like America's a country where if you're willing to do the time, you can do the crime, man. Like they are engaged in criminality, a lot of them. But I'm more on the Jesse Ventura tip. Now Jesse did join a motorcycle club. I wouldn't join one, but if I did, Jesse joined one that was integrated. He joined one. He apparently was in the Mongols, which was multiracial. And I don't know if Kim knows this, but this is where I was talking to Kim about and people who accuse me of being a skinhead. Dude, if I was in a gang, I would never be in the Aryan Brotherhood. I would be in a racially mixed gang. There's one called the Simon City Royals, and it started out of Chicago, but then it's matriculated into the Deep South. Dude, if I was ever in a street gang, I would be in either a black gang or I would be in just a white gang that was integrated. And I actually think maybe the Simon City Royals might have started as a black gang, but I think if you go to the Wikipedia page, I believe it started as a white gang. I would either join a black gang or I would join a racially integrated gang. I would never, ever join an all-white gang, ever. Now, like Kim knows, California's prison politics. By the way, this is why I would never go to prison in California if it was up to me. And the fact is, I have been involved in real-world scenarios where part of my decision-making process was, am I willing to go to prison in this particular state? I've thought about that before. Not joking. No, I'm not trying to go to California because I'm from the South. My hometown is majority black. I'm going to kick it with the brothers if I want to kick it with the brothers. The problem is California forces racial segregation in the prison system. Therefore, I don't need to be going to prison in California because it's forced segregation. Now, is there some intermingling? I'm sure there is, probably for business, right? Wasn't that one of the messages in the movie American History X, where the main character thought he was living Aryan Brotherhood as far as we don't integrate, we don't mix with the so-called inferior races. But meanwhile, one of his brothers, so-called brothers, was dealing drugs with the Mexicans. And then the big, tough, dominant male, the Kim of the group, was like, yeah, that's just business, man. But then Derek is not accepting it and ends up getting butt raped. Derek Vineyard. You think I can't watch that movie and learn a whole lot about, oh, well, that's just a movie. Yeah, it's just a movie, but it's also real on some level. Yeah, it's just a movie, except I can learn a lot from just a movie. But I'm pretty sure, I don't want to go to prison, but I'm pretty sure I could go to prison in Arkansas and Missouri. And I don't want to join a gang necessarily, but if for some reason I decided to click up, I would be in a gang that was racially integrated. That would be, in where I'm from, that would be accepted and considered normal. That's a real thing. Simon City Royals, Google it. Or I could literally join a black gang. They will have me in a black gang, believe it or not. I know it sounds insane, but it is possible. Like I literally, left to my own devices, I would have attended a historically black college or university, HSBCU or whatever they call it. I'm not even kidding. There's one in my hometown. If I hadn't believed that I had to do what my father mocked and ridiculed me when I told him I was going to go to school there. And for whatever reason, I didn't just go there anyway. And he paid to send me to University of Arkansas. University of Arkansas And when I was a freshman, the Razorbacks won the NCAA tournament, which was probably, here's how much I used to love sports, probably the highlight of my life in a lot of ways. And the president was from Arkansas and attended the game. So that was a pretty big deal being from Arkansas. So that's what that's all about. Yeah, gangland. Yeah, shout out to the Mongols. And I like, I'm fascinated with gangs. Dude, I love all those prison documentaries. And dude, I'm fascinated by all that. But I don't want to join a gang, and I don't want to go to prison. Right now, I might have. I never joined a gang, and I was never jumped in. So I will say I might have run with some gang members in my teenage years. That's possible. Possible that I hung out with some black dudes who were in gangs. That's possible. But I was never jumped into a gang. I was never subject to the discipline of a gang. But probably I went to places where certain gang members hung out. Probably that happened. Might have even gotten into some legal trouble as a result. That's possible. Never convicted on no gang activity. That's probably about as much as I want to tell on myself. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. And I am half black culturally. That's a real thing, by the way. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm a white boy. If I go in the hood, they're going to call me white boy. But believe me, nobody's ever going to forget for a moment that I'm very, 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 very white. But I am half black culturally. That is a real thing. So, yeah. Shout out to Rob Cleveland, by the way. Like, I went to school with black guys and I looked up to them based on their ability to read books and talk about ideas. Like, I've had some level of immersion in the culture. And the music especially. What's up, man? Especially the music. Love the music. Especially the music of that time. And if there was any reason to go to my hometown, believe me, I would. Let y'all be astonished and shocked by where Benton comes from, because it is fucking shocking on a lot of levels, man. Especially if I just drove around at nighttime and filmed from the car, you'd be like, dude, this is where you grew up? Like, yeah, I'm from here, bro. Like, yeah, I'm from the nicer area, but it's really not a nice area because it's, dude, the whole county is more or less a fucking shit show. But yeah, I didn't grow up. But meanwhile, we have a family business in the hood, and the back half of the family business is a living quarters. My grandmother lived there for years. I used to go spend the night with my grandmother. Shout out to Nana's mom. And I used to sleep in the fucking hood, man. Gunshots and everything, the whole deal. With fucking bars on the windows. So, yeah. But, I didn't have to be there, right? We had a really nice house on the edge of town, where no black folks lived in my actual neighborhood. But when I went to my high school, it was like 15% black. Then like or whatever we're saying, non-white, I don't know what we're calling it. Because black's probably not even the proper term. They're really, we was Indians. They're really the can we face the reality? These are the indigenous people of the fucking region. Now maybe they walked across a land bridge at some point. I don't know, but these people were here, man. The people in my hometown are descended from people who were here when my ancestors showed up. Like, we did not build a boat and go and get these people. No, we did not. That did not happen. Racism to me is the idea that the black man needed a white man to build a boat, come get his ass. Oh, but you're telling me they built the fucking pyramids and did all this things that are unexplainable to this day, or hard to explain, but they couldn't build a fucking boat and sail over here? You got to be kidding me. And then, like somebody pointed out, do you really think Christopher Columbus was white as a sheet of paper, mobbing around with his whole fucking crew was a darkies, and he was just allowed to mob around freely? He had to be dark. He couldn't have been white. How's that even possible? Meanwhile, Jesus wasn't white, and as far as I can tell, there's never been a white prophet. So, and now we get down to, somebody mentioned Yakub earlier. Now we get back to, where did white people come from? Because it seems to me like we don't really know where did white people come from. This does seem to be a bit of a mystery, Rob Cleveland. The Caucasus Mountains. Was I in the cave? Because by God, my minister is Minister Farrakhan. I'm not a Muslim, but that's, if I'm going to listen to some preaching, and that's the dude, he's the best. He's the best, is Farrakhan. And as far as I know, Farrakhan's talking about, I was in the cave. So maybe I was in the cave, and they're talking about man's best friend is the dog. You know, well, blacks don't really got it like that, tongue kissing a dog. Meanwhile, when I talk about I'm half black culturally, I think all this dogs in public and all this weirdo dog fetish, this shit's weird, man. Shit's weird to me. Ugh. It's a filthy beast, man. A dog is a filthy beast by definition. By definition. Now, I don't mean that I'm not saying don't love your pets. I'm saying it's a filthy beast by definition. Now I think I got the popo behind me. Am I breaking the law, sir? So many people drive these rigs that look like the popo. It's hard to tell sometimes. I think that's just somebody in a Tahoe. Yeah. Texan in a GMC. But yeah, as far as I know, maybe I was fucking created in a lab. Maybe, the island of Patmos or whatever, the Isle of Patmos. Like, why couldn't a scientist figure out, well, if you got all so-called black folks and you got a black germ and a brown germ, and if you do enough separation through selective breeding, maybe you could create the white devil. I don't know. I mean, it seems far-fetched, but shouldn't I at least consider the possibility? Right? Like, should I just dismiss it out of hand? Oh, that sounds like it sounds like nonsense, but it kind of makes sense on some level. Meanwhile, I was at the internet cafe in the slabs, and I found some little book, homemade book somebody had brought out there. It was a lot of this type of literature I'm talking about, and they were on that Allah, meaning arm, leg, arm, head. If you've ever heard that, meaning that's what Allah stands for, supposedly. And I'm not saying that's what Allah stands for, but dude, the fact is, there's a lot of validity to Islam. It's not just null and fucking void. It's a man-made religion, just like the rest of it. But dude, I mean, there's validity to the Quran. There's validity to the Bible. I'm not going to become a Muslim. Now, do I occasionally donate funds to the Nation of Islam when I see one, and I'm like, compliments, brother, I like what you're doing, I might give them a 20. Yeah, that's been known to happen, but I know that I'm still the white devil to them, so what? Who cares? Take the money. I'm not trying to join up. I don't know, I'm white, so what? Who cares? But am I? But am I white? See, that's the thing is, am I actually white? Why do I have the darkest eyes you will ever see on a Caucasian? How come I was good at basketball? Why do I have rhythm? Like, why am I half black culturally? Why did I want to go? Why would I have literally attended a fucking historically black college and fit right in? By the way, I've been on the campus. They love me there. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm not white, but what is this? Like, I don't know what's going on. I do seem to be just a very small amount of native. I'm about an eighth native as far as I can tell. I don't know. Maybe there's something there. Hard to say. I can't call it. 50 Shades of Tan. Well, that's one of them, ain't it? Islam, where you're not supposed to eat pork. And then Judaism, is that another one? Judaism? Islam and Judaism? Is that the two? I don't know. I actually decided I was going to quit eating pork. But then pepperoni pizza is just too fucking delicious. Now, I actually don't eat pork now at all, but it's because of my health issues. It has nothing to do with a moral choice. Yeah, for a while I was like, fuck it. Let's just quit eating the pig. But I don't dig on swine. But then I was like, pepperoni pizza's delicious. Bacon's delicious. I guess I'm going back to the swine. And like Farrakhan's pointed out, dude, us fucking the Caucasians, we really do love some pork now, don't we? We really do love some pork now, don't we? Well, yeah, Rob Cleveland, you can literally go to the store, get you a cut of pork, submerge it in Coca-Cola, and worms will really come out of the pork. That's a real thing, man. Like, you have to cook the pork to a certain temperature. Meanwhile, I used to be able to eat rare steak. Like, I'm talking about rare. Actual rare. You can't eat fucking rare pork. You can't eat rare chicken. Yeah, bacon is healthy, other than the nitrates. The nitrates. You can get it without the nitrates. It's very healthy. I agree. Pork belly. Pork belly futures. Shout out to Illumitami. What's happening with pork belly futures, Tommy? Excuse me. And here's what I say about Tommy and his millions of dollars. Dude, there's no benefit to not taking him at his word. And we will eventually we'll figure it out. If he really is LARPing, we'll figure it out eventually. We get no benefit from just saying Tommy doesn't have millions of dollars. Dude, Tommy could have millions of dollars. If let's say Tommy has $2 million, dude, that's not enough money to just check out, especially if Tommy plans on living another 30 years. Let's say Tommy on the high side knows he can live 50 years. I don't know how old is that. Let's say Tommy knows he could live 40 more years. 2 milli ain't enough, y'all. It's just not. And Tommy knows if we're actually going, if he knows if we're actually going to, we meaning society, if we're really going to a central bank digital currency, he knows he has to be in position with money to be able to get into the central bank digital currency. He knows he needs to get in on the ground floor. So he knows he's incentivized. If he has 2 million, he needs to leverage that position into 20 million. He knows that. Meanwhile, most of you, no offense, most of you don't understand finances to that level. I don't really either, but I learned a lot about it from my dad, and I did become a lay expert on the financial system because of the bailouts. I felt like I needed to. I realized I didn't understand the financial system, and I spent about a year getting to know the financial system. Bro, 2 million ain't shit. It's really not. If most of you were just bequeathed 2 million, most of you would not have most of it 2 years from now. You might still have a house, and you might have a couple of cars. You ain't gonna have most of that 2 million. You're just not, which is fine. But assuming by the way, with what's happened in crypto, it's very much within the realm of possibility that this man accumulated $2 million. It's very much within the realm of possibility. Hell, I could have done it. All I had to do was buy Bitcoin and hold Bitcoin. Except I wasn't thinking that way back then. I wasn't thinking, wow, this is a possibly once in a lifetime opportunity for me to get so wealthy that I won't ever have to think about money again. Assuming I play my cards right. But dude, I had $8,000 and Bitcoin was $35. And I knew about Bitcoin. But I was going to buy it to literally play internet poker with. But I could have said, well, wow, I saw this thing go from nothing because I knew about Bitcoin when it had effectively no value. And now I could be like, wow, I've seen it go from 0 to 35. I could now put 8 grand into it and just see what happens. But my thinking was, yeah, and it could go back to worth almost nothing, meaning my 8 grand could get wiped out, which was absolutely was possible. See, hindsight is 2020. So Benton was not willing to. So if Tommy was willing to make just enough money to place a YOLO, okay, Tommy saved up 10 G's and now he's willing to YOLO it, dude, he could easily have 2 mil off of 10 grand. Easily. And especially if he was willing to YOLO it like 3 times in a row and just if he hit 3 home runs 3 times in a row, and now he knows to protect his investments, and now he knows, okay, he's got a bankroll to protect, bro, he's golden. If y'all don't understand trading and you don't understand markets, I can't help you. Because I understand gambling. The fact is, dude, I can fuck off to Tunica right now with my 10 grand, and I'll never go broke. Dude, I will never go broke off of 10 grand playing pot limit Omaha in Tunica. But I'll swing, and I'll reach points where it's like I'll have very little money because it's like, yeah, now I'm down to my last 2 G's, and it's like, and I can't even say I'll never go broke. I can't even say that. It's within expectation that I will go broke, but it's unlikely based on my skill level. With 50 grand, I could literally go to Tunica and make a living playing pot limit Omaha with $50,000. And if they finally got to where they were like, hey, watch out for that guy, he fucking cleans up every time he plays, I could just go to St. Louis or somewhere and play. Literally, I could literally save up 50 grand. I don't want to spend all those hours in a card room. So I know, dude, if I've got the ability to make a living playing poker, Tommy can absolutely make a living trading. He's demonstrated a knowledge. If he's got control of his fucking self, at that level, it just becomes, can Benton master Benton? I would like to think I now have a level of mastery where I could. Maybe I should just fuck off to Tunica and prove it. Maybe I should fuck off to Texas and just prove it. I don't know. Maybe I could tell my company, hey, y'all, I want to see if I'm good enough to play poker professionally. So here's what I want to do. I want y'all to run me. I want you to run me to Arizona and back, and then I want 3 days off, 2.5 days off. So I want 2 nights to go to the poker room. And maybe I should do that. Maybe I will. Maybe they would agree to that. But I said, I'm going to have to live in your truck. So you're just going to have to realize I want to do this for 6 months. Are you willing to have your truck not make as much as it might otherwise? And I'll be an asset to your company. But realize that if my experiment is, if it bears fruit, I might quit. But if it doesn't, I'll stay with the company. Would they accept that? I don't know. Maybe they would. Maybe they might like to see me come up in the world. Maybe they might like to see, because these are Eastern Europeans who are racist to the level of they do like to see another white man do well. Now, is that even racism? See, because if I say I'm a white man who likes to see another white man prosper, bro, in the current situation, that is considered racist. I'm proud to be white. What's wrong with me saying I'm proud to be white? What's wrong with that? Meanwhile, Cain Velasquez is able to fight in UFC, and he's got brown pride tattooed across his chest. But meanwhile, if I'm in a black gang, do you think they care if I'm like, yeah, man, I'm proud to be white? Do you think they care? Why would they? I'm not doing anything to them other than being their friend and hanging out with them on their level, right? Why would they care? I don't think they would. Why shouldn't I be proud to be white? I didn't. By the way, I was just born here. As far as I know, I never chose it. Now maybe I did, a la the Soul Trap, but it's hard to say for sure. But fuck, I don't know. Guess it's time to pull over and eat. G Chet. That's one of those. What was his name? Jeff Foxworthy. Boy, he jumped the fucking shark. Jeff Foxworthy. G Chet. Man, and then that about rolling the dice, bro. A lot of what PLO is you just get all the money in, and sometimes I'm a 65% favorite, and then sometimes I'm a 55% favorite. But over time, dude, it's just free money. Like that's hard. That's very hard to do in Hold'em. It's very easy. Well, and by Texas Hold'em, because Omaha is Hold'em poker, by the way. But dude, when most of the players at the table don't understand the game, it's fucking clown shoes to just, I get my money in. It's like, okay, I'm 65-35, and well, 35% of the time I lose the pot. So it's like, can you be comfortable with just sitting there? You did everything right, and that big old pot doesn't get pushed your way. Like some people can't really deal with that. I can deal with that. It's like, yeah, but over time, that big old pot gets pushed my way. Sometimes you free roll them. Sometimes in PLO, sometimes we get the money in. We both have we have all the same draws. We basically have the same hand, except I'm also drawing to a flush. So we have the same hand. At worst, we split the pot. But then some of the time, they can never win the full pot, and then some of the time I can win the full pot. That happens a lot in PLO. If your opponents are bozos, you free roll your opponents. Guess who almost never gets free rolled? I'm almost never get free rolled. Every once in a while, almost never. See, I can win just based on that, just based on getting it in 65-35 enough and not free rolling, and sometimes free rolling. I can win in the game just solely based on those things. Like it's fucking clown shoes, man. It really is. I don't think you guys realize it. So when Tommy talks to us, I think to him it's fucking clown shoes. He's like, no, you don't get it. This is fucking easy. Like, it's just these bozos don't know that it's just free fucking money. Like, I think it is free money to some extent. Now, like what Tommy's talking about is it's free money for a time and then everything changes. And now that's not free money in this particular crypto, but then it's free money in some other crypto. And he's keeping up with it. I'm not interested. Have fun. I'll just fuck off and play poker if it comes down to that. Ben's not interested. Way station's closed. I wonder if I can actually pull in, or do I need to actually take the exit? This is almost always closed, though, to be fair. I guess I'll just go ahead and exit. Yeah. Take a tinkle. But sometimes I wish y'all understood Omaha well. Some of you probably do. I mean, I'm not, like I said, the audience is smarter than I am, but you should see these fucking bozos, man. It's just hilarious the stuff they do. I'm just sitting there. It's like, are they really going to let me do this? Yep, they sure are. Okay, well, I'm not going to tell them it's a mistake. That's their problem. Like, you let me bloat the pot in late position pre-flop, and now you've all checked to me. And you've basically just surrendered the pot to me. Because based on the board texture, I know exactly how to play this flop, and you bozos, not you, the listener. I know exactly how to play this flop based on the stacked pot ratio, the size of the pot, and the villain dynamics of everybody that just checked to me. I know exactly how, based on the flop texture, I know exactly what to do. They cannot win at that point. They literally cannot win. They have to draw out on me to win that hand. And a lot of the times, they fold better hands to me. And they never make me draw. They never make me hit my draws. It's crazy. If I'm drawing, if I've got a big draw and you never make me have to actually make my draw, you just keep folding. Not you, but them. Like, what is this? Really? Yes, really. Okay. And I know because I used to play like that. I didn't know that I was making mistakes. But eventually, I figured it out. Especially when somebody comes from Texas Hold'em into Pot Limit Omaha, they tend to play that way, but they don't realize they're making mistakes. Anyway, sorry for the poker talk. Apologies. Please accept my apologies. Dude, you can tell they tore the fuck out of these. There's all these big concrete dividers, man. People have really fucked up these pumps over time, you can tell. Trying to let this guy know I'm stopping so he can pull out. Yeah, I guess he finally figured it out. All right. Time to eat. All right, BRB. I'm gonna do what I need to do real quick. Poker streams. You have to have a car. I have to have it. I play on betonline.ag because I deposit with crypto, and that's they're the only ones that, because I run Linux, they're the only ones that you can play from the browser that I've been able to find where there's actually PLO games going. Texas Hold'em is just too fucking boring. I'm decent at Hold'em. I mean, I'm not definitely not skilled or great at it, but I'm decent at it. It's just fucking boring, man. I can't deal with it. Yeah, I'll definitely do some poker streams. I love that shit. Jimmy Savile is a child. He's passed away now, but he was a big child abuser over in the UK, and he was like best friends with the fucking royal family and shit. You know what? I honestly don't know. I've done too much content. I really have no idea. BC. This truck stop though is surprisingly full for this time of day. There's usually spots. Things pretty much full. Dude trying to get run over, man. I was talking to one of my fellow truckers who's doing safe driving. Guy just walking across the parking lot, just looking at his phone, not paying no attention to anything. No, I was paying this guy a compliment. This guy backing in, you can't see him, but crazy, man. Sorry. Track these packages real quick. Well, we're not out for delivery yet. Unfortunately. Yeah. Music Holds a Secret says that whole thing with Jeff P playing Talcott Jr. while drunk. Yeah, I mean, he is funny, but, you know, I found some of that amusing, but, you know, not across the. He was funny, I would say. You know, that's. I don't know. I like comedy, so it's not a real high bar to clear, honestly. But he's been very funny at times. He seems to be. He's got some skill in that area, but like I was saying earlier, man, just you know, alcohol it don't take somebody and make them better. You know, than they otherwise it just doesn't. You know, than they otherwise would be. And I'm getting to where you know, and it maybe it is hypocritical since I was drinking very heavily recently, but well, it's not even that recently now. You know, at some point that's no longer going to be recent, right? But you know, I get it, but at the same time, uh, I'm not going to be humoring these drunks, man. I'm just not. I'm not down. I'm not down for that. I'm really not. I'm again it, as my people like to say. Come on out, buddy. I'm pointed the wrong fucking direction anyway. It don't really matter at this point. Funny, everybody's rolling out, but that's all right. That's good. We don't mind waiting. Here's another one, not watching nothing. Look at him, just on his phone. Not a care in the world till they run his ass over, and they will run your ass over, partner. All right. Let's see if this guy gets cranky. I'm gonna see if I can jump in front of him without him getting too upset. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. It's gonna take a minute to get out of here. Either way. I don't mind waiting, but I felt like that was just about my turn. So go ahead and go. This is pretty easy to get in and out of this truck stop. So easy on, easy off, whatever, however they say that. That guy doing his workout over there. All right. Shout out to our sponsor, Verizon, for letting us use all this data. That's also awful nice of them, ain't it? Quite pleased. Plug in the power here. Uh-oh, probably ought to hit the brakes though. All right, bozos, come on. These bozo. Don't y'all know this is truck stops? Look at these bozos. What y'all doing? Bozo cars, man. Come on. There you go. Use that turn signal. Thank you. Much obliged. Much obliged. New Mexico. Pretty country, very flat. But yeah, mountains, there's mountains. It just never translates to the camera, you know, not entirely. Let's see. I think probably still got about what, 3 hours? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. What? No, that's not right. It won't tell me till I get up to speed. Yeah, about 3 hours. 3.5? Whatever. The thing with Amazon, they're very capable of not delivering this motherfucker today. That's always in the car. It's always possible that they'll just not deliver it today. One thing about where I'm having it sent, though, if for some reason I can't get it today, I can still grab it on my way out of town. There's always that. A little curious that it's not out for delivery yet, but I don't think they're coming from very far away. So, I don't know. Keep my fingers crossed. I don't trust them. I don't trust them, y'all. I'm speeding again. Slow my roll. The dead air is a meditation. I wonder if this guy's going to this truck stop. Starting to think he might be. Might be headed to the truck stop. All right, maybe not. Nope. All right, bozos. It's 75. Get on down the road. The old man is down the road. Shout out to the chat. T-Mobile not very strong out here for whatever reason. Do I see JG in the chat? Yes, I do. What's up, sir? Yep, you're right, BC. Cameras never do landscapes justice. This is quite pretty right here. Got mountains. It's like a butte or something over there. Pretty. It's pretty. It just don't really translate. What's up, Primal Jihad? I enjoyed. That's a tough question, Primal Jihad. Among other things, yes. I think I would have enjoyed the ladies themselves just as much if there was not a formal contract in place. But, now, you're really going to get to know Benton if I ever tell the story of when I married ex-wife number 2. I'm not sure if I'm ready to. I know I've mentioned this before, but I think it got lost in the shuffle somewhere. You know, I've already got normies like Stephen David thinking it's strange that I just got in my car and drove to California willy-nilly. So I don't know how he would deal. I don't know how it would be received if I told the story of my wedding to number 2. Number 1, I married on the beach in Jamaica. That was a good time. That was a maximum fat bent, though. That was the height of my chubbiness. I did not realize it at the time, but for whatever reason, number 1 wanted to fatten me up, and she succeeded. Not entirely on her own. Certainly, I participated, but I didn't realize that she wanted me to be fat. I'm not really sure why. Yeah. Back then, I certainly enjoyed cohabitating with the females, although there was always disagreements, especially with number 1. We fought a lot. By the time I made it to number 2, I figured out how to live with a woman, but without all of the yelling and arguing. We actually had I'm not even kidding, we averaged less than 1 argument a year. That's not an exaggeration. Doesn't mean we always got along necessarily, but that was I've been working on my pimp hand. Number 1, though, me and her were a good match. That would have been the one to try to stick it out with. She was definitely less damaged than the second one. Now, I'm actually not even necessarily wouldn't be opposed to the idea of a relationship with a woman, believe it or not, but I have to be left the fuck alone for large amounts of time. And, I'm not saying that's impossible, but based on what I know, it's very difficult to find a lady who can tolerate not keeping tabs on her man and just, like, I'm out of fucking pocket. Why didn't you answer the phone? I texted you, but it's like, listen, I don't live on a phone. I get no phone calls. My mom contacts me. My dad, I usually have to contact him. If it goes long enough, he's contacted me literally once. It's usually me calling him or texting him. My mom, every once in a while, I don't talk to people. I'm not incommunicado. I guess I could be like, well, I guess you better catch me on my live stream then, honey, because if I don't feel like interacting with you on the fucking text, just imagine a woman dating a man with no social media. Like, what's her family going to think of this weirdo that, actually in a vacuum, I'm actually pretty good in a relationship with a woman. It's when you get all these other factors involved, a lot of which is going to be her friends and her family. Now, number 2, I just let them know from the outset, look, I'm more or less, this lady thinks I'm the greatest thing that's ever happened. And, I'm pretty much just going to do whatever the fuck I want. So, might as well just not even waste your time trying to modify my behavior. And they were able to understand, I think. Just leave me the fuck alone and I'll leave y'all the fuck alone. If I'm forced to be around you on the holidays, I'll make sure to get drunk and I'll just have a good old time. That'll be the end of it. What's up, EBT? Good to see you, bro. I'm out here in the, it's very scenic out here with these mountains, some of which are snow-capped mountains. Of course, none of that translates through the video, as we can see. Oh well. I got some shitty straight truck up my ass. Worst drivers, man. Shitty, not the worst, but terrible drivers. Anybody driving a box truck, god awful. Unless maybe they drove an 18-wheeler first. Just terrible, terrible, terrible drivers. What is this? And almost none of these box trucks are, governed. They can almost all of them can go faster. They can go as fast as they fucking want. Guys just choosing to hang out behind me. There you go. There you go, shitty straight truck driver. Oh, and it's a black fella. I mean, it's never a black fella driving a straight truck. He probably bought that truck out here hauling loads. See, that's the thing is he probably wants to get in that draft and save some fuel, but I don't let people ride in the draft there, Bubba. We're not allowing that one. So you're gonna have to burn some fuel there, partner. Look at him coming over on me, man. This guy can't fucking drive, man. Fucking shit's all leaning. What is this? Maryland, probably some brother from Baltimore trying to earn a living. Well, good on you, sir. Just go earn it somewhere else. I got no beef with you. Hall and Oates. There you go. There you go. Dick in her buns. I was in like junior high, man, and one of my classmates, I guess you know how some of the kids, the puberty hits a little sooner than the other ones, you know. And he, it's weird, man. He was damn near full grown, man. We had a kid, by the way. I went to school with kids full grown by 6th grade, man. Full fucking grown. Beard, whole deal. 6'2", grown. 220-pound grown man. 6th grade. Bizarre. Yeah. And I was in school with him. Like he didn't just show up one day full grown. He was full fucking grown. Very strange. But my memory is we were like in the fucking field house or whatever, you know. We had PE or whatever, and I don't know who this teacher was. I don't think it was the PE teacher because they're usually a little dykey, but. And I guess my test, I don't think I was that focused on grown women yet. At my young age, probably I was thinking some of the girls were cute, but he said something like, "I'd like to put my dick between those buns or something. Or I'd like to put my hot dog in those buns or something." He's talking about the teacher, man. I was like, "What is this, dude?" Like right there in fucking junior high. Of course, now he'd be arrested and fucking be a sex offender probably, but. I think the teacher just thought it was funny. I don't remember her even saying anything. I think she just thought, hell, he probably banged her a couple of years later. Who knows? Teachers, we know some of them female teachers is freaky. Probably all you got to do is throw a little game on them, and then they'll come fucking blow you in your car, down the road or what, down the road from the school or whatever. Blow you in their car. I didn't know you could just, meanwhile, I don't even remember. There was this one tutor that was kind of attractive, but she had this real bad breath. I always wondered what that was all about. She had a pretty good body. She was cute. Other than that, man, it was mostly the teachers when I went to school. None of them were really attractive that I can recall. Yeah, guy in fifth grade with a beard. And meanwhile, this kid's 6'2", full grown by 6th grade. You just assume, he's going to dominate sports. Kid had no athletic ability. None. I'm sure he played sports, but it just wasn't any good. No good. Strange, man. Very strange. Went to school with some gypsies. I talked to Razvan about this. Dude, one of them was smoking hot. I sat right behind her in one class, dude. Just fucking staring at her neck like, oh my God, losing my fucking mind, man. And she wouldn't have nothing to do with me. I mean, she would talk to me, and I could tell she thought whatever my stupid game was at the time was cute. There was 0% chance of any interludes or whatever you want to call it. Damn, she was hot. Oh my God. Almost hurts me to think about it. Make your teeth hurt. Yeah, Dikey PE teachers. Yeah, that's true. Yep, very true. Very true. Well, and I grew up in such a time where even if somebody seemed like they might be homosexual, as long as they were willing to pretend that they were just like everybody else, and of course they liked the opposite sex, dude, it was a don't ask, don't tell beyond that. And I think we were so unsophisticated, hell, we probably just believed them. Take them at their word. I don't think we even had female PE teachers. I think it was all males. I don't think it was even allowed back then. Am I actually out of things to say? Surely not. Just find a schizoid womb man. I was reading Primal Jihad's comment. Yeah. I don't know. I'm better off by myself. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, ladies out west in the 80s. Yeah, lady PE teachers. The objects are high, you're right. Yeah, that'll bring them in. I'm pressing the screen, nothing's happening. Is this even real, man? Oh, there it is. Yeah, get that on the thumbnail. That'll bring them in. Oh man, is it? Oh, it's Sunday. Okay, never mind. Because yesterday I was thinking Z went live, but then later I'm like, oh, it's Saturday. I don't think he does his show on Saturday. Where you at, ma'am? I'm in New Mexico. I think we're getting close to Arizona, assuming you mean me. I'm on I-10, as I frequently am. But yeah, I've reached the point where if the company is willing to just let me do one run, just go to Arizona and back once a week, dude, I'm happy with that at this point. That'd be somewhere around $800-900. That's plenty of money. You give me some time off, do what I want to do here and there. So, living in the hot ass truck in the summer, that's going to be the biggest challenge. Then I'll be trapped. I have to close the curtains and be trapped all the way in the sleeper with the AC on full blast all day. My little cell, my little jail cell. Never been to a hip hop show, Ginger Ridge. I was gonna go when I was with wife number one. I was gonna go to Oklahoma City and see Hieroglyphic. For some reason, I let wife number one talk me out of that. Regretted it ever since. That was when I decided I'm never gonna let a woman talk me out of something that I'm determined to do. I don't know if it would have been. I don't know if it would have been any good or not. Maybe I would have gotten in trouble. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, no. Hip hop shows in general just don't seem that appealing to me, I must say. Here we go. Welcome to Arizona. Arizona state line. At least they mostly leave me the fuck alone, unlike New Mexico that loves to inspect me. Hell, I think next time when I come in to that port of entry like I did earlier, hell, I think I'm just going to pass it up, and if they pull me over, I'm just going to look, man, I don't see anybody else stopping, and every time I she started looking me up on the computer. I was like, hey, you inspected me like a week ago. What the fuck is this? Really? I mean, yeah, $100. I'll take the $100, but damn, really rather not deal with it. Oh, you finger banged a chick at a Cypress Hill concert? Well done, JJ. Well done. That reminds me, freshman year in the dorm of college, I had a pretty decent stereo system that I took to college with me. Although my setup was so extensive, I wasn't able to bring the full setup, but I had a pretty decent setup I brought with me. And remember Black Sunday, Cypress Hill Black Sunday. I was bumping that a lot. And then one of my bozo friends in the dorm bought this it was like TV theme song. So we used to play like Sanford and Son theme song a lot. Like Barney Miller. I don't know what we were doing. Silly human. Look at the slow merge. What's up with the slow merge? Oh, there they go. There they go. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Hank III. I mainly know him from the Wild and Wonderful Whites of West Virginia, the whole tie-in with Jesco White. But I've heard good things. Maybe I'll check out some Hank III. He does seem like the realest of the three in some ways. Although for his time, the original seems but I always get a kick out of it if you watch this movie about Hank Williams Jr.'s life, which, it's obviously fictionalized, but apparently, like his first wife didn't want him to try to, she said, You know, people would just want to hear you sing your daddy's songs, and she thought it was ridiculous that he was wanting to write his own songs. Meanwhile, he's like on his own, one of the best, you know, this huge selling fucking solo artist. I'm not a huge fan, but I like some of that stuff. Hank Williams Jr. Hank Jr. Real big, you know, where I come from, of course, from that time and place. But and then Johnny Cash, apparently, according to the movie, his first wife wanted him to go sell insurance instead of quit the music and go sell insurance and support these babies. You gotta watch out. Listen to these women sometimes. You're like, wait a minute, whose interest is she looking out for here? Maybe I can write some good songs. Imagine if Hank Jr. would have listened to that lady. Crazy. Or even worse, Johnny Cash. Oh, I guess I'll just go sell some insurance then. Like, what? No. But my babies are starving, John. Yeah, but I'm trying to listen to music, so, you know, deal with it, lady. Some things are more important than your children. Yes, he is. That's right. Arkansas's only music legend. Fuck Glenn Campbell. I got no beef with Glenn Campbell, but yeah. And I shouldn't say only. I'm sure we got some black fellers that nobody's ever heard of, but it is the Delta after all. But as far as, you know, what sold a lot of records, that's Arkansas's only music legend. And I don't consider Glenn Campbell to be a legend. Oh, here we go. Let's see what they do to me here at the way station. I'm just going to laugh at them if they want to inspect me. I'm just going to start laughing maniacally, I think. Actually, I already know what I'm going to say, and it's not going to be pretty. And it might actually lead to violations. I'm not sure I can hold my tongue much longer. Oh, they are backed up too. I see a line. There's a line up. Well, that's probably good for me. What happens is these wide loads pull into here, and then these bozos that run this scale, they get so involved in scrutinizing the wide load and the oversize that they make us just sit there. Like, just let us go through here, please. What the fuck? Now this one had a sign that said I must exit to the way station, so clearly not going to pass this one up. Dude, it's a lineup. Oh, they're just weighing us. It shouldn't be any big deal. It's a lineup. Yeah, there's one other time I came through here and we just sat here. And then eventually the guys with CBs figured out to start hitting that bypass lane. And we all managed to jump in front of the wide load that was about to pull out. I bet that's what this is. I bet we're just sitting here while they decide when they're going to let the wide load out. This makes no fucking sense, man. Oh, it looks like they are doing inspections, by the way. Dude, if they start hitting me up, if they hit me up again, I'm not coming out here anymore. This is crazy. We're just sitting here. This never happens, by the way. I drive a truck all across the country. You don't pull into a way station and just sit in a line. This is nuts. What is wrong with these people? It's interstate commerce. Oh, we're in Arizona now. Oh, well, either way. Oh, I forgot I'm not in New Mexico. I guess I can't tell them that I've been inspected. Yeah, it's what it is. It's an oversized. Or they've had somebody hemmed up. I see they're letting somebody out. Anyway, Yeah, I forgot I'm now in a different state, but either way, it's still too many inspections. But if this is what it's going to be, man, it's Sunday. Why is this thing even open? What is this? This is crazy. I think this is just, I think when the economy kind of goes down, dude, this is just like jobs, you know? Like, oh, go harass the fucking truckers. Dude, when the economy's humming and the truck stops are full and there's almost none of this. Like, yeah, it still happens, but this is becoming very excessive. But I'm about to just be like, look, I'm delivering this to a retail store. Do you guys want stuff on the shelves? I mean, dude, what is this? How long do I have to spend in this way station? Like, I stopped again. Like, what is this, man? Dude, I can roll through Missouri and they can weigh every single truck and keep it moving. Same thing in Oklahoma. We just creep on through and never come to a complete stop. Like, how come they can't do that shit here? Port of entry. Go fuck yourselves. Just sit here. Dude, it's some jackass in an RV. He's probably up there asking questions. What are you doing? Bro, this is crazy. See, in a lot of way stations, if they do this, they'll let everybody else bypass the way station while they sit there and talk to one bozo. This is crazy to just make us sit here like this. I'm telling you, man, this does not happen. It's the second time it's happened to me at this way station, though, where we just sit. I don't get it, man. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be making the return trip until they turn my bypass on, my pre-pass or whatever the fuck it is. This is nuts, man. Keep America moving. Wow. Sit here like a bozo. Dude, what is this? Why can't, dude, you should see the line of trucks behind me. This is crazy. Yeah, I don't have to come to Arizona, y'all. You're about to make me not come here anymore. This is very close to happening. I can drive from fucking Dallas to Chicago and back, and this will never happen. Not one time. They'll occasionally weigh my load. That's it. This never happens. Dude, how long has this even been? Maybe they're checking everybody's papers. I don't fucking know. Guess I better grab my shit. Grab my shit. If I can do that and not run off the road. Dude, why is it wet up there? That's strange. That's quite strange. Better buckle up. Howdy. Thanks, you too. What the fuck is this? I don't even know what's going on at this point. This is fucking strange. Society is collapsing, folks, or has collapsed. What happened? They pulled all these people in here? Oh man, this is bizarre. They were talking to this guy for a long time, that guy hauling all those white trucks. He was up there for a minute. I'm wondering if a lot of these bozos are just running no logs or something. I don't know what the fuck's happening here. Very strange, man. Very, very strange. What do y'all think? Oh, you're actually going to get over. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. But you might just smash right into the rear of my truck. Yeah. Oh no, it's been a police state for a long time. Yeah, you're right. No, it's been that for a very long time. Autism Speaks. That's literally that's the motto for autism. So if you go to like whatever the website is for autism, that's like the puzzle pieces and all that. That's part of that whole thing. Autism Speaks. Now truckers, there's no togetherness with truckers. They won't do anything. Here and there you'll see little weird things happen, but yeah, there's nobody's boycotting, nobody's shutting down for a day. Yeah, that's just not a thing. Not en masse anyway. Meanwhile, look at France. France is every time the government tries to pull some shenanigans, there's the French people over there fucking having mass, general strikes. We don't do that over here. But then we make fun of the French and call them surrenderers. Yeah, well, they don't take shit off their government like we do, but I guess we can make fun of their military history if we want to. Like that even really matters. And I hate to break it to you kids, Russia won World War II, not the United States. Based on the official fiction anyway. However that actually went down. Well, I'm not opposed to labor unions, by the way. Of course, we don't really have them in truck driving for the most part. There's limited forms of unionization in trucking, but it's very limited. The long haul is effectively doesn't exist. Yeah, you know, I'm willing to be employed in a nightmare of an industry and be underpaid for what I'm actually doing, and then you know, subject to the police state and all this regulation, which they usually leave me the fuck alone. Here lately, it's been excessive. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's so fucking hot out here in the summer. They want to do all this while the weather's nice. I don't know. I never ran out west until I started working for this company. So I've got to say, I don't really know how it works out here. Well, unions are terrible. They're corrupt like everything else. But the point is, you know, if a worker can get better conditions and more money for less work, to me, that's better than the workers working for less money, worse conditions, and then the business just makes more money. Because under capitalism, that they're going to pay as little as possible. That's just how it is. And by the way, JG, wages adjusted for inflation, wages have never increased in my lifetime, 47 years. Wages have been stagnant for literally 47 years. But yeah, unions are all fucked up, got problems also, but you know, I'd rather see a human get something than let's just give it all to corporations and bail out banks and financial institutions. And UBS is going under. So I guess that's somehow the United States government's problem. We'll just go ahead and inject capital into all these institutions all across the world. You know, why not? But then, you know, God forbid an actual worker get a decent wage. So in America, we're happy to allow corporations to run roughshod over us, but then we don't want to see our fellow workers actually, you know, maybe being able to get ahead in some way. And I'm sure some of that has to do with unions probably did abuse their power, you know, especially if you look at the car, you know, the auto industry in America. You know, eventually that ended up people were being paid way too much money, and they were just like drinking and doing drugs and showing up and building like really shitty automobiles. So of course most of that manufacturing has left you know, Motor City and all that. You know, of course it has. So, you know, can't just, and that's, I guess that probably just showing it becoming too much in favor of the worker. I guess the best thing, there'd be some sort of a balance, right? Oh, I agree, Carl. This country is a shithole, by the way. Dude, I love America. They say love it or leave it. Well, I love it and I'm not leaving, so I don't know what to tell you. But dude, America, this is one, we do have a high standard of living, but this is one fucked up country, man. This country. That's what I tell the Bosnians sometimes. I'm just like, man, America is fucked up. And I don't think they realize when they try to put me on these Greyhound buses, I'm like, look, I don't go anywhere without a fucking firearm on me. So, like, hypothetically, I'm not even supposed to ride the Greyhound. I mean, I just do it anyway, but it's like, dude, I'm out here with a pistol on me everywhere I go. They don't know nothing about that. Yeah, God bless America. Yeah, I love America, dude. It's great. Great people. The geography is amazing. Dude, I love this place. It's amazing, but it's a fucked up country, man. It just is very, very, very fucked up. No, well, like I say, man, America operates on some version of we'll just let your ass die in the street. Oh, you your life went awry and you got bankrupt through medical bills, and that's your problem. Meanwhile, the government will literally pass legislation saying that you have to have health care. Like, what? So you telling me I have to go out and get this thing? That and we're literally the only country that doesn't have nationalized health care. I mean, maybe you can find, we're the only country of this size that's Western country. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know you know what I mean. It's like, what is this, man? And I'm not even necessarily calling for it. It's just like, dude, like, life is cheap, man, over here in a lot of ways. Yeah, I got nowhere to go anyway. I probably would fuck off to Mexico if I could speak the language. I'm just not able. I don't have the brain to learn it, unfortunately. Well, and with America, it's not even how fucked up it is. It's the fact that it's, the world doesn't view us that way anymore necessarily, but a lot of Americans still seem to think this is some great place that's like better than all these other places. And I'm like, dude, maybe go to some of those places and see for yourself, because I'm pretty sure there's all kind of European countries. Yeah, they can't own a gun, but and I'm an American, I'm staying here, like I said. But dude, I'm pretty sure like some of these countries outrank America in many fucking categories. It's not for nothing, right? Like it's a real thing. Yeah, yeah, American exceptionalism. Yep. Mom, MAGA mom, apple pie, and American exceptionalism and the American dream. What's up, Provo Kid? Yep, we're doing it. Just spent about 10 minutes delayed at a way station, but I've managed to avoid my fourth inspection in 2 months. Meanwhile, Razvan said he drives in England, and they have to take their equipment somewhere every 4 weeks and have it inspected. Like, why don't we just have that here? Yeah, just leave me the fuck alone when I'm driving, and let's just take the equipment into the shop once a month and check it, and let me do my thing out here. That seems like it would make a little more sense. Yep, living a rad life in a psycho country. That you said it, JG. That is definitely the case. And my stomach hurts. I took these herbs, bitter herbs, and I think maybe that aggravated something, but oh well, I'll be all right. Well, but America can't do that, as I'm sure you understand, Carl. America now, America does slash the military budget from time to time, but overall, on a longer trend, dude, they're not going to cut defense spending in this country. And America is it's the military arm of the New World Order. That's what it is. They're going to keep doing all this. And I remember when Obama got to be president, there were all these bozos in Arkansas freaking out because they thought Obama was going to cut military spending. I said, man, it's not going to happen. They're not going to cut military spending on Obama. You watch. You guys are out of your fucking mind. It's not going to happen. The military machine will continue unabated. And I'm a Catch-22 by Joseph Heller, motherfucker. Go read that book if you're so inclined. Dude, that's more or less what we have, especially in America. It's just war for profit, but like comically, it's very comical. That book is very funny. The topics are dealt with in a humorous, comical way. Yeah, catch 22. That's right. And meanwhile, here's where we're at with the normies. I'm in the tire shop waiting to get my trailer inspected. I'm in there for 3 hours because people are very, very, very ineffectual these days. And so, of course, I'm the one out here who can actually get shit done in the real world. But I'm at the behest of a bunch of bozos who just want to, they get paid by the hour and they just want to waste as much time as possible, which I understand. And I picked rush hour, so it's not like I was free to go anyway. But I had to wait for rush hour to end to actually drive away, but into traffic. But so I said something about conspiracy, being a conspiracy theorist. And now I talked about how the normie is now a baby truther. And this lady that works at the counter at the tire shop wants to go into the whole Ukraine thing. And I'm just like, well, you know, I actually haven't followed any of it. But so she starts wanting to tell her conspiracy theories about Ukraine. And I'm like, well, I said, I'm going to sound like a dick here, but I don't really know how else to sound. But what does NATO stand for? And of course, she had no fucking idea, right? It's like, so now you literally have people who want to talk about Ukraine. And we know that regardless of what's really happening over there, a lot of this has to do with getting Ukraine and some other countries into NATO. Like that has a lot to do with this, right? She literally doesn't know what the fuck NATO is, but she's got all kind of opinions about conspiracies and all kinds of feelings and thoughts and ideas. But again, they go headlong into sophistication and complication. They never bother to spend any time with the basics. She should probably know what the fuck NATO stands for if she's going to talk about Ukraine in this context. And meanwhile, I'm like, well, I haven't followed it, but so I'm telling her, it's like, she wants my opinion. I'm like, well, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I can probably take a guess based on what I know of the history of NATO, you know, which started right around the end of World War II, as far as I know. I know that NATO is trying to get Ukraine to join. That probably has a lot to do with what's going on over there right now, supposedly. So I could probably still have a take based on all of that. Like, but then she's wanting to tie it in with like Epstein Island or whatever, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm down for those type of conspiracies, but like we should still probably understand the basics of the thing, right? Amen. Sam Hyde, shout out to the Ghost of Kiev, exactly. Indeed, sir. The greatest amongst us, perhaps. By the way, I picked up and delivered to Lockheed Martin. I've delivered a load from a Lockheed Martin facility to a Lockheed facility. In fact, I didn't understand how strict they were. I had to go hide my pistol in the woods and retrieve it after I left. That was kind of funny. Yeah, I like old Sammy Hyde. Sam Hyde, though, he drops these clues. Recently, he talked about that when he was living with one of his psycho exes, that she convinced him to get some pet rats. And after he broke up with her and she left, and then she had intentionally bought like a male rat to start breeding these rats. And then he eventually just ended up with a bunch of rats in a cage. And it sounded like he said he got sad when they died and stuff. So there's something a little weird to that about a grown man. Dude, I would have just took him and probably fucking done something. Nothing cruel, but and I never would have allowed it in the first place, of course. Rats. I had no rats up in here. Cat, a cat maybe, and not really, because I can't deal with litter boxes. Wife number one broke me a litter boxes, but yeah, pet rats. He was talking about it on a live stream, and on a podcast. He was talking about it. Yeah, just openly admitted to having a cage full of rats in his house or his apartment or whatever it was, and eventually they all died. Yeah, 80-hour weeks talking about Russia. That's right. Lest we forget the military-industrial complex. People love all this wars talk, don't they? Because that's money in the bank for a lot of folks, ain't it? Yes, it is. And meanwhile, my dad, he keeps getting fired. My dad lets the internet trigger him, and he gets all fired up about And now he's like, he'll just out of nowhere, he'll launch into some tirade, and he's like, and now you got Americans dying in Ukraine. And I'm like, oh, you mean the ones who chose to go over there? And I'm like, bro, don't you think that they wanted to go over there? So like, how can I feel bad because some Americans chose to go to Ukraine and got fucking dealt with? Like, dude, they wanted to go over there. Like, is it a bad thing that Americans are showing up in Ukraine and maybe they're dying? Like, dude, they were free to stay the fuck over here, weren't they? And these aren't even troops. These are like military contractors. These are mercenaries, sir. They want to go over there. Soldier of Fortune magazine, for God's sake. It's what they want to do. How can you, now you're going to let the media, now your iPad's got you mad because boomers are on the internet talking about, and now there's Russia, we got Americans dying in Ukraine. It's like, oh, you mean those bozos that wanted to go over there and so they can mob around in full kit and get a paycheck? And some of them got fucking fragged. Oh yeah, let's shed a tear for those bozos. Sure, I'll get right on that. Jesus. Well, look, and I'm not celebrating, Carl, but I can't feel bad because some bozo went over there and got dealt with. Like, yeah, okay, sure. Didn't they understand? Oh, now their family's sad. Yeah, be sad that you married. A woman should be sad she married and had kids with some bozo whose idea of a good time is to go over to Ukraine in full kit and mob around as a mercenary. Yeah, a lot of them do got it like that. A lot of them do make a lot of tax-free money, and a lot of them do fucking come back just completely fine and loved it. Some of them get fucking fragged. Yeah. And who cares, by the way? I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Do I gotta care? Why do I gotta pretend to care about Ukraine? I mean, can we bring back some good old wholesome American isolationism? Let's not forget, folks, if you look at the official fiction, this was an isolationist country not that long ago. The people were in favor of it, which is why you saw things happen like Pearl Harbor, Gulf of Tonkin, these false flags, so that people will say, okay, well, we're isolationists. We don't think America should get involved, but now it's bad enough, so we'll go ahead and sign off on it, right? Versus now, the system pretty much just does whatever the fuck it wants. See how quickly what is that, shifting the Overton window? Is that what that is? See how quickly it occurs? Well, it's not that long ago, most Americans were not in favor of any foreign intervention under any circumstance. It was not that long ago. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Dude, America was great at one time. It was when we were over here minding our own fucking business. And yeah, if somebody shows up over here, fight them. We fought, the Brits showed up in 1812 and thought they were going to do something. They got dealt with. So what? Hey, I will say this, Carl. Hey, and I don't know if Carl's in England or not. I have a feeling he might be. Carl, if you're in the UK, I've told this to a Brit before. I said, hey, at least y'all burned down the White House. I can respect that. And they just kind of looked at me funny. I guess they thought I was joking. No, I was serious. I said, well, hey, at least y'all burned down the White House. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Carl. Germany. Yeah, well, the Brits did show up here, but yeah, I mean, that was kind of a different thing, right? That was not too long on the heels of the War for Independence. But yeah. Pendejo. It's like I know what it means, but I don't know how to explain what it means. I think it's might mean something, some version of pussy, possibly, but not exactly. I'm pretty sure it's somewhat derogatory. I don't know. I got to Google it now. Well, yeah, and that's the thing about supporting the troops is, I'm like, I don't support the troops, or I do. Like, what would Jesus do? Jesus would support all the troops, or none of the troops. I don't think Jesus would pick particular troops to support. Like, these fools really think they're over in the sandbox fighting for Jesus. Like, no, that's not, no. When did Jesus say, go to the other side of the map and kill the people that live there? When is that, where is that in the Bible? Now, thou shalt not kill is in there. I'm pretty sure that means thou shalt not murder, but I think it is murder to go over there and just start killing folks. Dude, that's their country. Is it really justified to go to some other country and start killing the people that live there? I don't think so. But I'm a little lefty. But now the lefties are warmongers. So what is this? I'm actually just an actual liberal, really is what it is. And there's nothing wrong with actual liberals. And your average American actual liberal is, by the way, pro-family, in case anybody bothers to notice. The ones that ain't is literal commies. Yeah. Well, and that's another thing, man. Like, some of these people want to go. Some of these people volunteer for the war because they want to go to the war. Like, they want to go to the war. So why am I thanking them for their service? I don't thank people for their service. I just figure they probably wanted to go do that. Like, well, they probably wanted to go over there and do those things. I'm assuming. Meanwhile, they got the GI Bill. Isn't that enough thanks? Oh, your leg got blowed off. Sorry about your luck, but, well, you got a check and some scripts. So have fun with that. Yeah, I'm against it, man. I've never been for any of that bullshit. Reductive bankers J talk. Yeah, no kidding. Yep. No, it is, Carl. I agree. I agree with you there. Well, that's what I was, because I don't think Paul enslaved. He don't think he really knows much about the actual conspiracy theories. Like, he's not really in the truther streets, you know. And I'm saying that tongue in cheek, by the way. I'm making a joke when I say streets in that context. But like, that's what I told Paul at a certain point. I said, yeah, it's like about the Kinsey stuff, because, you know, Paul was wanting to bring up, you know, the possibility of male sexuality existing on a spectrum and all of this with respect to same-sex attraction. And I was bringing up all the Kinsey research, and I'm like, yeah, and then they made a movie, of course, but, you know, I also looked into the research, and I said, well, of course, you know, any person is free to, you know, they're free to just disregard the research, but I said, I don't think you understand these truthers. If I bring up Kinsey, they just dismiss it. Well, they say, well, that's the small hats did that, and it just gets dismissed out of hand. Well, yeah, I mean, they probably did, but that doesn't mean they just invented the research. But again, you're free to accept it or reject it as you wish, right? You don't have to accept it, but, you know, it doesn't mean it's just not a thing because the small hats were involved. I'm suspicious, but yeah, and I don't mind the small hat double-digit talk either, Carl. I don't mind it, but I do tend to agree. Like, what I see is it's used as just a way to negate a lot of conversations. We just go to the part where we just bring up the J's, and now it's just null and void because the J's were involved, right? It's just lazy. It is double-digit. It's double-digit IQ. That's what it is. Which, by the way, I may very well have a high double-digit IQ. So, but I get it. You're right, Carl. You're absolutely right. But I think sometimes Paul doesn't understand that. Like, yeah, Paul might have some intellectual integrity, and I know Carl's not a fan, but I want to make a point. But it's like I'm trying to impress upon him, dude. Most of these bozos don't have any fucking intellect, and I'm not talking about you, Carl. I'm talking about generally. These bozo, they don't have, and there's no intellectual integrity whatsoever. I don't think he's really realizes that. It's just, oh, so if I don't frame it, if I don't give my disclaimers and I bring up Kinsey, if I don't bring up the whole J talk, then they'll just hear me out and be like, yeah, but that was the J's, and now it's just null and void. It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I just wasted my time then trying to make a point. Like it's fucking clown shoes is what it is, man. Yeah, that's a valid piece of the puzzle to say, oh, well, what about the small hats? Yeah, what about them exactly? But dude, that's one piece of the puzzle. That's not the whole thing. And it gets weird sometimes on these freeways. It's like these people slow way down and then everybody speeds way up. Then everybody slows way down. It's like, can I just get around or what? Very strange. Oh, I don't know. Dude, I don't know English isn't your first language, Carl. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think I offended you. But yeah. Well, you're doing really fucking good if English is not your first language, sir. That I've actually just added some points to your IQ based on that. It was already up there pretty good, so is Carl taking me to task? I can never quite tell, but hard to tell sometimes. Oh, now he's talking to Ginger Ridge. Okay, good. I'm out of the crosshairs. Yeah, I hope we get to unbox. I'm about to check and see if this bad boy's out for delivery yet. Starting to get, it's 9:30 though. It's still early. We're still early in the game. It's early in the game. I'm trying to remember what last time I ordered to this locker, what time did it get delivered? But usually I have them delivered the day before I'm actually going to be there, so I tend to not pay a whole lot of attention to what time they get delivered. I'm thinking midday to early afternoon, though. Now Amazon's trying to sell me a mini tripod. I guess it's heard me talk, or it's figured out that I'm in the market for a one of those little tripods. Put my phone setup on. $10. Oh, I'm not. Well, Wednesday. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going to be Wednesday yet. Probably buy it though. It looks like a better quality piece than the one I've got. Oh, sorry, I forgot I was still here. My bad. Can y'all hear me when my video goes out? Can you still hear me, or is it just nothing? Yeah, no blood on foreign soil. Amen. Yeah, if they come here, fight them. Other than that, leave them the fuck alone. That's what I say. But Dick Cheney and Halliburton can't make maximum profits unless the war machine goes all across the globe, or the planet, or the realm, or the map, or whatever the fuck we're calling it. Yeah, still not out for delivery yet. It's at the facility though, so I'm feeling pretty good about it. It is Sunday though. You never know when one of these bozos will call out. We call it calling in Arkansas because you call into your job and tell them you're not coming. But some parts of the country say call out, meaning like call out from work, like you're not going to be at work. Calling to let you know I'm out today, I guess. Would that be the connotation? We had I think we had I forget what country this guy was from. We had a guy that came up on the panel briefly who English was not his first language, but I'm not sure that was Carl, but I forget that guy's name. I wish he was still around. He had some interesting things to say. Excuse me. Yeah, and then they can deliver this as late as 10 p.m. So we'll see how it goes. Fucking Amazon though, still not giving me my refund. Do I even want to bother to call them again? At this point, I might as well just fucking wait. I mean, what does it even matter? I don't know. What the fuck? Assholes. Will Cox. Dude, I used to try to go to this Safeway. There's a Safeway, I think, or Kroger or something here. I think it's Safeway. Dude, it's like this small town. These fucking locals are a bunch of weirdos. I don't think I'm even going in there again. Very strange. Strange people. If I'm calling them strange, something's going wrong somewhere. Razvan dipped. What's up with that, Trooper Cop? What's up with Razvan? Kim's still in the fetal position. Kim hasn't been around much lately. I think he's been working on his case, which is good. I want him to see him beat the bastards. I still think, though, when he keeps saying I think they're going to drop the charges, I think he's right, but I don't think they're going to drop them until they're going to delay the fuck out of all of that. That's what I think. I might not be right, but that's what I see happening. They're just going to keep bluffing like they're going to take it to trial, and eventually, when it comes down to it, I think they'll drop it eventually. But they're going to fuck with him as much as they can fuck with him, I think. But hopefully, maybe he'll be able to get some money out of this RV park or whatever this was that he bought that membership and all this. So that's a contract, right? So Maybe he'll get some money out of them. I'm all for it. Sounds like they did him dirty. By the time to clean the windshield. Yeah, Razvan's dad died, and Razvan said he was about to go on vacation also. Yeah, check up on Andrew Tate. I'm not sure I agree Musical's a secret. I'm not sure I agree as far as Kim. Well, in fact, I don't agree, but I think he wants people to interface with it and help him, but I think he still wants to. He knows he's going to have to do most of the work, but when he was talking about that mock trial or whatever, it's like, yeah, I mean, but realistically, that shit ain't going to happen. But, you know, I would possibly be down depending on what would actually be involved in that. But none of that changes that he's still going to need to do his research. You know, he's the fucking when you're the pro se dude, he's the fucking law firm. You know, it's all falls on him. But then the actual lawyers, they all have fucking clerks and this and that. They've got help. They've got a team. Well, yeah, good. I'm glad. I hope he can find out. I hope he can crowdsource it in some way. And I would like to see him make videos. I'd love to see videos where he's, going over what it is that he's going to be, step by step, like what he's doing with his case. Even if he waited until the resolution of the case, he could still, he could really present it in a way where people would find it very interesting, I think. And I think he does kind of get in his feelings because, like, dude, when I'm talking about people being bozos and not understanding the law, I don't mean you, Kim. I mean, dude's clearly pretty fucking sharp, man. Like, I'm not talking about Kim. I'm talking about general public bozos. I'm not talking about you, man. I'm talking about them. They're bozos. Let them be bozos. Bozo's gonna bozo, sir. Just let them be bozos. They might be bozos. Oh yeah, you got it, JG. But I don't think they're gonna pay you 55 cents a mile to ride that train through the desert. But I feel you. And you might not have cell service on that train. I got cell service pretty much the whole way through here. I don't know who Tristan is, by the way. Oh yeah, Truther Cop's still in the building. Truther Cop, I shouted. I got Cardiff to shout you out, Truther Cop, on his recent live stream. If you want to go check it out, it's somewhere near the end, by the way. I was hoping you'd see it on your own, but since you haven't mentioned it, I'm assuming you didn't see it. So yeah, I had Cardiff shout you out on one of his streams. If you want to go check it out, Cardiff Electric. I guess there's two Cardiffs. Yeah. And then he said, the way he said it, it made me think, wait a minute, does he know who Truther Cop is? But I guess probably he doesn't. I'm just assuming he doesn't. But remember, Cardiff's all about the super chats. It's not necessarily hard to get Cardiff to do it, to make a shout out. He does play the game quite well. Yeah, I think it was last night or yesterday. I don't know, man. With my schedule, it's hard for me to know what you consider last night. Night before last, perhaps. I don't know. Whichever the most. Unless he did 2 in a row, it'd be the most recent. I mean, now I got to look on my YouTube. Oh, I'm already on YouTube. What am I doing? Oh, Yurt's live. Why didn't y'all tell me Yurt was live? Y'all got to tell me about these things. I really didn't know that Yurt was live. Now I feel bad. He's only rocking with 24 people over there. That's not enough. That's not enough people for a Yurt stream. How many we got over here? We're splitting the audience. 21 people over here. But I'm not, dude. I'm too deep into this thing. Yurt, if you see the replay, I'm too deep, man. I'm too deep. I'm too close to 12. I can't back out now. Dude, we got to come up with some kind of way of, I should know by now that he likes to go live on Sunday morning. Dude, with my schedule, I literally don't realize that it's Sunday morning sometimes. It didn't really sink in. Anyway. Trying to find Cardiff here. Yeah, Truth or Cop. It's this most recent one. It's the Chad Zumach's Cucks emergency episode. That's it. 22 hours ago. Yeah, you got shouted out somewhere near the end of that thing. So go check it out. And apologies to the Yurt fellow. I know he doesn't even really care. Dude, I could be stream sniping if I had my computer. They better deliver this thing today. Holy shit, 21. That's pretty crazy. Over here. Wow. Yeah, check it out. Trooper Cop. JG on his way to New Canada? Not yet, I don't think. Yeah. Anyway, anybody that wants to check Yurt out, I don't know how long he's been live, but you're not hurting my feelings any. I'm just too deep into this thing now. Once I get to 9 hours, I feel like I just need to go 12, but I don't know why that is. The drive stream has great optics. Yeah, man, there's something to that, isn't there? I will say that overall, some of the ones I do where you could see me, they do okay, but some of them actually get really good numbers in the day, during a weekday if I actually go live in the daytime. But as far as the number of people in the live, but yeah, the ones where I'm driving do seem to be the most well received overall, as far as I can tell. I already drink all my water, man. I drink all my water, man. Pass these bozos, man. Man. All right, Bubba, I'm blocking the fast lane, but this guy's fading fast. I can't get over yet. Fading fast. Down, drop the gear down to 11. See if we can dig him. Now we'll let these people around, and are they going to hang us out to dry? That's the question. That ain't around on it now. No, there's no trust. There's no trust, sir. We'll get you. We'll get you. I'll get out of your way here shortly, though. There's no trust. I'm on the hill climb. When you're on the hill climb, you just all you really do is continue to climb the hill. You can't do much else. I passed this guy about 3 times. That car hauler. He must have passed me on the flat ground. That's what it is. Passed me on the flat. Sorry, guys. Sorry for blocking the lane there, y'all, but we got to get up this hill. Yeah, downtime from, there you go. Shout out to Linda Curtis. Yeah, downtime from PsyOp Central. There you go. Whose house? Our house. Oh, somebody's calling in. Who's this? Caller on the line. Corey D. I think you're here.
Morning, buddy.
What up? Still going. Are we lagged? Are you here? We'll give Kim's internet a minute to figure out what it wants to do.
We cleaned up now.
I think you're here.
Man, it's the weirdest thing to pop in your stream and you're talking. I was like, oh, I wonder if Ben's been talking on me, for a second. And then I'll go back and no, it's like literally I'll pop in and it happens to be the moment you like say my name. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
It's surreal, dude.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
Yeah, I went back and double timed for like 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, he wasn't saying shit. And then you're just like, oh, I hope this is about the case. And that was literally when I came in. It's just that's weird shit. But yeah,
I agree.
I just popped in. It's easier to type. And I did want to give you insight. I 100% plan on going over the case like you're talking about. I'm literally jonesing for it, man. The biggest thing is like right now I'm waiting for discovery. And if I jump on and talk about like, man, when I get this discovery, they're hung, right? Like, they're just going to make it that much harder. And they're totally watching my channel. They talk about it in the body cam and they, so yeah, no, I'm with you. Like, it's definitely not something I'm like holding back on for any other reason other than my own personal, like,
strategy.
Yeah, strategy. And
Yeah.
I 100% am going to go over all the details. Like after making that timeline and the discussion, we talked about it. Like, yeah, it will be interesting. And yeah, you're right too. I know the draw. I mean, you're all right on the case. Like, really too. I'll just keep it real, dude. I'm not even tripping at all on the state case. My head is totally in the civil case. Against them. Like, and that's going to be like, a year or two, I'm sure, in the weeds. But yeah, it's funny to see the comment. I love the fact that like, I don't love it. It's kind of weak shit, but it's just funny how people have such misimpressions and they think I'm so desperate. Like everybody's like, oh, he's so desperate. That's like, you don't even. No offense, but I don't want help. I don't even want attorneys' help. I call attorneys and they're just they're some of the dumbest people. You might find one here and there, but they're $500 an hour. Most of them are a total fucking time waste and have no intent on defending you. They're just, minimum
Absolutely.
effort
Yeah,
out for
100%.
maximum money in.
Yeah. That's a scam. Total scam.
And I love the fight. Like, don't get it twisted. You guys, it may feel
I
like
know
you'd
you
be
do.
weak. Yeah, like, yeah, I'm not talking to you, but like people in the chat, like you'd probably feel desperate and weak and like you needed to get help or you'd be fucked. Me personally, shit, that's where I thrive.
Amen, brother. Yeah, there's something to be said for that, for sure. That's lacking in the public.
But I think what people are sensing, and you, go
ahead.
Like, basically, I'm doing market research. Are we lagging?
Well, you're real robot voice, but I can actually understand you, so I don't know. We'll just go with it.
Yeah, I'm basically doing market research for myself in my like what would I want to do on my channel and, things like that. I'm just feeling out the whole YouTube thing. So that's why people probably think maybe I'm poking and checking stuff out, but it's out of curiosity.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, yeah. Uh, it's a good opportunity. Your channel, anyway. So
Yeah. Yeah, well that's what I was talking at. Like you talking about like the potential of it, and I agree. So like basically getting on your channel, this talking about stuff, getting feedback, that's all market research. Right.
yeah,
If I
I
did that on
agree.
my
Yeah.
channel to start, it's like it's a much bigger hill to overcome the initial inertia of like figuring out how to be entertaining. Where if you're got some people that are a little more friendly and can let you screw up and give you feedback, that's how I look at it. A growth kind of a market
Well,
research / growth potential. But that's how I hope
yeah.
everyone looks at life. I mean, that's what else are you doing if you can't like get in something, feel a struggle, and then emerge from it better than you were.
Yes, absolutely. You that video you made with the drunk guy at that whatever that RV place was, that was a good video. I like that video.
Oh, cool. Where I did the graph and kind of tried to explain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that worked out really well, I thought.
cool. I have another one planned. Yeah, that's kind of the presentment style that I'm kind of trying to work with.
Yeah, man, I like it.
Thanks for that. It's not the
Sure.
most like uh viewed video, like that's just some of the weird things like I hear Drew say too. Like you can put so much effort and time into a video and you put it out and it's kind of like, doesn't really take off, and then you just throw something out there live, don't even think about it, and that ends up getting 1,000 times the views. Not that views really matter, it's more like you're just trying to see like what people are interested in. It's the only metric you really have. um
Yeah, yeah, I would agree. Makes sense.
where are you at right now?
I'm on I-10 in Arizona.
Oh, damn. I thought you were farther away.
No, it's a 2-day trip from Fort Worth. Well, from Dallas Fort Worth to Phoenix. So I did half of it yesterday. Actually, I didn't quite do
Oh,
half. I stopped a little early, but driving
I
like
guess I would.
580 miles, I think, today.
I guess my plot map for you wasn't updated. I thought I guess I thought you were headed the other direction. I thought you were headed
Yeah.
like out towards basically towards Florida or something from Arizona, but you're coming back.
No, I haven't gotten to Arizona yet. I'm in Arizona, but I haven't made it to Phoenix yet on this trip. Then all I'm going to do is go back to Dallas after this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I really haven't been. I the last time I was we kind of talked, your company was talking about sending you up north, and I guess they got
Yeah,
you back on this lane.
yeah, I went up to Indiana a couple of times. So
Okay.
yeah, you just never know, man, in truck driving.
Right.
And hell, I'm not sure they even know half the time.
Yeah, right. Find the load, and yeah, I know. I've followed it enough to know that how stressful that shit is too. Just the double booking loads, and yeah.
Well, we got a lot of dedicated freight, thank God. So like somebody's
Oh,
got to
right.
take these loads. Somebody's got to take these loads to these certain cities. But other than that, it can become a clusterfuck very quickly.
Where's JG? Hasn't been up here in a while. Is he doing all right? Just hanging low? Have you? I mean, I haven't
JG,
been up here either, but I haven't seen him when I popped in.
yeah, I talked to him. I guess show before last. I don't know. I lose track, but I talked to him at some point. Hell, that might have been this show. I really don't remember, but I think it was the one
Okay.
before this. Yeah, dude, it all blends together. I don't even know. I'm just hoping
Yeah,
Amazon
no doubt.
shows up with this computer today. That's what I'm hoping for.
That's a sweet thing about the Amazon is Sunday delivery still.
Yeah, it's to an Amazon locker, but yeah, it's a whole thing because they were supposed to deliver it to a locker in Fort Worth on Thursday, and they failed to do so. In fact, they delivered it today, even though I told them, well, I'm not going to be there, so there's really no point in delivering it, but that's what they've done anyway. Because now
So
a different
you
computer
just
is
buy
just sitting
another
in a
one.
locker. What's that?
You just
Yeah, I
buy
ordered
another
one to
one
be
and have it
delivered
sent
up
to
here.
Arizona.
Well, I'm getting a refund at some point. But yeah, I ordered
Sure.
one
Yeah.
to be delivered today. It's supposed to be delivered today at an Amazon locker. Yeah, supposed to be. We'll see. Dude, Amazon's become very sus lately.
I agree.
But yeah, yeah.
For like
But I need a
6 months
computer.
or more.
Say what?
For like 6 months or more. Like I used to be an Amazon junkie, especially when I had my business. And I mean, dude, they were on top of it. It was 1 or 2 day delivery for almost everything. And then like, I don't know, maybe a year ago now, it seems like all of a sudden they switched and stopped using UPS for a lot of stuff. And now they're using USPS, and it's just not the same at all. Like, um, now what used to be a 2 day prime delivery is literally 4 or 5 days. Same location, same everything, but they don't have the competition of UPS, which is just like on top of everything, to make these other carriers, and now it's just slipping. And then let alone the theft and shit like that comes with it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Something's going on. I haven't put my finger on it yet, but yeah, it's changing. It's definitely changing. I don't know if it's just they're enough of a monopoly now that they don't have to keep their game up. I'm not exactly sure what it is.
That's it. I mean, yeah. I mean, that is the motto of business is buy or bury the competition. And then once you have the
Yeah,
market share, you dictate the pricing. And it usually comes down to providing a lot of really good customer service, which costs extra money. And then once they grab the market share, they look at where to start cutting back. And, that's usually one of the first things that go. Good employees that cost more money.
absolutely. Yep, you're very right. And so it's becoming a shit show, but I don't know. Well, I guess I'll figure it out in the long run. We'll
And
see.
it's everywhere. I mean, dude, it is the culture. Like,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
it's just like accepted to be incompetent now. Like, that's okay.
Oh, I have an update. Package is out for delivery.
Oh, sweet.
It's probably going to happen. Yes. Yay.
Dude, I don't want to rain on your parade, but like I've even had
I
this
know,
one, and
dude.
you're like, yeah, you get there and it's the package and they put the wrong fucking thing in there. Like they got me with that one a few
Yeah.
months ago.
Oh yeah.
I was
And that
waiting on
hasn't
some
happened. Yeah. Go
bike
ahead.
parts. Yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, dude, I know that's a possibility. I've been fortunate for that not to happen, but yeah. Yeah, every once in a while they do put the wrong
I
shit in
know.
the box, don't they?
That's why I'm saying I'm not trying to curse you. I'm just like,
Oh no, no,
don't
no.
count the
Believe me, I know.
Amazon egg until the locker opens.
Yeah. Well, I had
Yeah.
one time. The locker malfunctioned, and I couldn't get the product because it wouldn't open. I've even had
God
that
damn.
happen. Yeah, I'm like, the
That's
shit's in there.
happening now.
Yeah, the shit's in
Dude,
there. I can't get it because it just won't open.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
I would chimp out on that shit. You would see me like trying to.
Dude, well, I don't
I'm
want to
like,
damage it. Yeah, because I use that
well,
same
yeah, I
one a
know what
lot.
you mean,
I
but
don't
like,
want to damage it.
I
Well, I
get
use
it,
it a
but at the
lot.
same time,
Yeah.
it'd be hard to walk away from that. Yeah,
Oh yeah, it
like,
sucks, man. Well, and then you call them and they just want to like have the IT department like reboot it or whatever, but that never works.
right.
They just want
Needs
to feel
all
like
they need to.
yeah, they just want to feel like that they want me to know that they tried, but I'm like, this shit ain't gonna work.
So, I
Oh,
mean, for what it's worth, if you go that far to get them and talk to them and all that, I always at this point now demand $5 for every order they mess up, and they give it to me. I've ordered like several things. I got $40 off one.
Nice. Yeah, I
If
heard
they
they
don't
offer
deliver it,
compensation. Yeah.
yeah, if they don't deliver it in the prime timeline, like if it's prime and in 2 days I don't have it, I'll get on the text chat if I'm annoyed and I just have the same thing. I think now they flagged my account or whatever because I'm like, I ordered it this day. It said prime, should have been delivered, not here. I want a $5 credit. And they're like, okay, throw it on my Amazon gift card.
Yep. Yeah, I've heard about that. I've never done it myself, but probably I will.
I mean, I ate fucking hundreds for what it's worth of like, quote, lost shipping, whatever.
Oh yeah,
It was
absolutely.
a lot of frustration before I got to that point, but yeah, for what it's worth, like they definitely, you just have to overcome a little bit. Like, it's like the whole thing. They're 3 times, so just keep on it, and then they just give in, and then it's done.
No, I get it, but at a certain point, it's just not worth my time to make $5 or $10. Like that's the bad part. Is like,
I
dude,
know.
what's my
Yeah,
time and aggravation worth?
it's a net loss either way for sure.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, dude, it's just this is what it is. Unfortunately, and the shit barely fucking works. It's a miracle it works as good as it does, honestly. So it's like, I don't know, but I'm actually ending
Yeah.
up with a better computer out of the whole deal for not
Oh, that's
very much
cool.
more money. Yeah, so there's a silver lining. I'm ending
Right.
up with a considerably better computer for not that much more money.
Nice.
Yeah. But it's just hilarious to me that I told the person, like, look, I'm not going to be there because I'm a long haul truck driver, but they still insist on sending it out. And they're like, okay, well, it'll sit in the locker for 3 days and then it'll get returned to Amazon and then we'll give you a refund. I'm like, and it's all by, what caused this is somebody at the facility either lost it or most likely stole it. The one that was supposed to originally be delivered.
And a lot of these returns don't even get returned. They end up on the Amazon pallet buying. It's like, yeah, it's a crazy business model.
Dude, there's no way they're making money. It's not possible. Not possible. Dude, I can click a button and they'll drive like one little bottle of nutritional supplements to a locker for free shipping. That's not a moneymaker, man. It's just not.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit that when I do the math in my head, I don't see how it's profitable.
No. But it's profitable in the long run because like they're going to have market share. They're already bigger than Walmart by market cap. So,
yeah,
dude,
it's the whole.
Yeah, they're going to take over, man. They're take it all over.
Yeah, it's like the venture capitalist strategy too. Even if you have 20 failures, the one success pays for everything and then some. Yeah, it's weird. Not my type of mentality for sure.
Well, it's like those bird scooters or whatever, that doesn't make money either, but it's just like venture capital, if they can get the stock price up and make their money that way, what do they care that your downtown is littered with these fucking useless scooters?
Right.
Half of them get thrown into the river by homeless people.
Heard about that.
Like, what's it matter? Yeah.
Crazy.
But I mean, like for real. But yeah, a normal person, just a normie would think, okay, well, there's no way this company makes money. But it's like, yeah, they do. They're making it off the stock. So yeah, they are making, somebody's making money, maybe not the actual company.
And I get it, dude. I was in that world. Honestly, I 100% do get, like, I could do that. I could take, $100,000, buy the scooter, set up the thing, go to a city, get all this, then you go pitch it to investors. These investors are honestly clueless. They literally, that is where it's at, is if you're a good, basically pitch man, con man, you can talk millionaires out of money all day long, dude. They have no desire to work. They love the energy that you bring to the table and like the fact they can be a part of something that might grow. And I mean, I saw it. And I mean, some of them do it with like naivety and lose money. Others of them come in dude, they're straight sharks. They know how to fucking, it's like you think you're talking them into something, but really they have you on the line way before you even know it. It's a crazy fucking, yeah, it's a crazy world.
Well, and
Definitely hardcore.
the actual whale angel investors, they expect most of the shit to fail anyway. They're just looking for that 1 or 2 home runs. Like they just
Yeah.
assume that it's
Yeah,
probably not
right.
going to work. They still give you the money,
Right. Yeah.
you know? So it's like, what's the difference?
And
It's
they can write it off. I
crazy.
mean, it's all, that's what I'm saying. When you get into it, it's all
Oh,
like
yeah.
they can make money by losing money type thing.
Yep. Absolutely. They didn't get to be billionaires by wasting their money. They're not wasting the money. And then every once in a while it's a total moonshot home run and they make fucking crazy money.
Yeah. I mean, those are fun rides to go on, like thinking back, but it's just it's like building the ark, you know. It takes so much out of you. It's
Oh, I bet.
you really got to be like life dedicated. Yeah, it's
Yeah, because all they're doing is writing a check,
but
and then they have something to tell their stupid friends about to seem interesting. You're the one that actually has to go do all the shit.
yep.
So that's the way I look at it. But it's interesting times though, to be sure. What else is going on, man? Anything popping off?
Dude, I mean, not really. Like I'm waiting for the weather to warm up. I love the area, but not. I think I picked the wrong time of year to be here. Just colder than I wanted to be for my winter. You know, for an RVer.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
But I like
it's not what people think it is it?
no, like
Not at all.
And wait,
Yeah.
are you talking about Arizona weather or RV living?
Well, kind of both, but I'm both actually. But Arizona weather for sure. It's
Yeah,
not fucking.
Arizona weather. Yeah.
It's not just pleasant in the winter necessarily. It's just
No.
not. It's just not 3 feet of snow depending on where you're at. And it's
And
not
honestly,
like
I almost
crazy cold in the daytime. But go ahead, sir.
yeah, and it's a lot more windy than I thought in this area, and I don't care for the wind. But I really I would rather deal with the snow if I was in a house. I would rather just be like, you know, have the 4 seasons and just deal with it. Like the cold without snow and wind, I don't know. There's just something about it that's just an unappealing combination. Like snow is still like fun and dogs have fun and it's clean. You know, till it melts in the end. Like Arizona, the snow comes just enough to like make it muddy. So you're dealing with the mud half the time instead of the cold. It's not frozen. And like shit where it just freezes and gets cold, you don't have that mud issue. Um, which just gets annoying. But
Yeah, it rains in the winter, man.
I mean
It definitely rains.
yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Right. It's not like just a air dry. In fact, the
No,
people I'm staying here, they keep telling me like to stay through the summer or at least come back because they're like the monsoons around here are gorgeous, you know, like they just said it turns green everywhere and that's really kind of the best time of year right after the monsoons come in and take the edge off the heat of the summer. Which I get. I was out in like Blythe in California, not as beautiful as this area, but same type of weather. And the monsoons are a trip. I do kind of enjoy that type of weirdness. But
hell yeah.
yeah, I mean, I really do like on the. I'm getting excited. I know this is dumb, like nerd shit, but I'm getting excited about the freedom of information request stuff. Like, not even on my case, dude. Like, it's just seeing how much kind of slips through the cracks that they've given me on the most basic stuff. I have like 5 prepared to bring in next week, and I don't know. I mean, this is kind of the direction I may be going with my channel, but basically, dude, I'm like, I'm gonna start. I'm already in it, but I'm starting a war with the sheriff. Like, it's on, dude. These guys, 100%, like, you know, made a special project out of me, so now I got to make one out of them.
Dude, I'm all for it. That's awesome. I mean, easy for me to say I'm not in it, but I like to see people do stuff like that. I think it's great. Fuck these
Yeah,
motherfuckers.
and it's 100%. Exactly.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
like,
for real. Fuck them. Who the fuck do they
I
think they
agree,
are?
bro. No,
Yeah,
I am not clowning when I say this is gangbanging for adults. I'm
yeah,
not kidding, dude.
absolutely.
Like, and I don't
They're
mean it
thugs,
even like
man.
tongue in cheek.
These are
Dude,
thugs.
these motherfuckers are going to shoot me if they could, or anyone like me. Like that, they are not all of them, but the psychotic 10% of cops that see themselves as untouchable, and now all of a sudden I came and touched them. Dude, I'm not stupid. This is fucking war, and they got all the power and the guns, and like, yeah, that's almost where I'm like, that's where I like to be. It's like the old quote: "They've got us surrounded, the poor bastards."
Yeah, yeah. Chesty Puller. Chesty Puller, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
God bless
right.
the United
That
States Marine Corps, by the way.
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, we got them right where we want them. Exactly, man.
Love this shit. Like
Hell
literally,
yeah.
it's what gets me up in the morning. It gets my coffee going, and I'm like on the books and reading, and like, dude, it just my blood pumps when I think about that fight. And I think about anything else, like, dude, pay me 10 grand a month to go in a fucking work in a factory job. I couldn't muster 1% of the motivation that I have for this that I'm like losing money in. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Well, and you know, ultimately, I don't think you're going to change them for the better, but dude, I bet they think twice next time. They'll
And
have
I
just
know.
that little bit of hesitation where they're like, wait a minute, should we
And
really
that
just
is
run roughshod over the populace or what?
And that is, yeah, you think about it, it's like, am I going to change the world? No. I mean, I did when it first happened. And don't get me wrong, if I thought I could, work with people and do like, I thought about doing a website, like, uh, you know, change police corruption now. I was like thinking of, different things. And I was like, my business mind went like, okay, how am I going to, do this? But then I realized, bro, step back, fight your own case, like deal with this step by step. I hadn't even gotten in jurisprudence yet. Like literally I was put the cart so far ahead of the horse. It's ridiculous. Like, and I mean, I was literally just lost, dude, when it first happened. I knew where I wanted, but I didn't know how to get there. Like, I wanted to be a good pro se litigant. I didn't want an attorney. It really is annoying trying to get an attorney to work for you. I understand it's
Absolutely.
like the easy way out and it can be less stressful, but at the same time, yeah, you know what's up. And
Oh, they're not going to actually do their job. That's what's up.
nobody can fight for you the way you could fight for yourself if you can do it, you know what I mean? And just
Yeah.
nobody knows the case like you know it. That's the other thing is like, dude, when you start really getting into it, when you don't just want to walk away, but you want to like attack and move forward and fight on the, points and stuff, like, dude, there's so many little things. That's why I'm like excited to get people on the stand. Cause like, I really do think I'm like, man, how am I going to video this? Because I literally, some of my motivation is circling back around to tell you guys about it. I'm
Hell
like,
yeah.
how can I video this or audio record it so that I can put it up and then, just whoever's interested can watch it and give the feedback. Because if you're interested, I know how that is. Like, I watched Long Island audits thing like that. That is interesting to me. And then it's like, I'm pounding the thing, like, why is this attorney acting like this? What is going on here? And at the time, I thought, man, the attorney's really dragging this out. Now going through the jurisprudence, it's like, oh, dude, yeah, duh. You have to get every single piece of evidence in the first thing, or it's out for the rest of
Yep.
your case, all the way to the Supreme Court. You'll never get it. Yeah, it's just a trip. So you think it's about time and consent. Anyway, I don't need to get into all that.
No,
It's just
you're right,
fun
though. You're
shit.
right. Yeah, I don't think people realize that. So I'm all for it, man. I think it's great.
Yeah, I really am excited too to think about like a year from now, maybe if you've had time to get in it and then, you know, just circling back around with the knowledge you have, like you definitely have a brain that I'd love to hear um, your regurgitation of the course type thing.
Yeah, I'm definitely, my thing at this point is just having the time to do it. But I certainly am interested in all of that stuff. Like it's definitely something I want to do. It's just at this point I'm pretty much locked into this lifestyle because at some point I probably won't be able to keep working. So I need to make
Yeah.
hay while the sun shines, as they say.
And it's like hobby. You can only have so many. I mean, that's how I look at it is this is like my new hobby for a second. And I tend to just throw myself fucking, you know, I think like you too, whatever you're in, you just kind of
Oh yeah,
dive
definitely.
head
Yeah.
first in and then you'll absorb it quick then. But
Oh yeah, I've
yeah,
learned
I
a
get
lot.
it, bro. I'm not even like that's what I was saying is you're live
Yeah,
streaming and you're doing like that's your hobby right now.
pretty much. Yeah,
You're, you know,
my
like you're
creative outlet.
working and you have a good hobby and yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's
So
working. So far, so good.
when you need to develop, go ahead. Sorry, there's a little bit of a
No, you're
lag,
good.
so I think I need to.
I know you're good. No worries, brother. I'm just listening mostly.
Yeah, when I know once you kind of get more in this, I was getting at more like the get your computer and maybe get someone helping in the back, and now you don't have as much time devoted. That's you know, it'll be something just to
Well,
get like and read. It's a lot of reading, really. It's basically just reading a textbook
yes,
online.
yes, yeah, exactly. Which I'm pretty good at. So, uh, I'm like, my thing is until I can focus on it and devote the time that I want to it, I probably won't do much of anything with it. Like, I really need to just be able to fuck off somewhere and devote like most of the day to it. See what I mean? Like, that's just the type of person I am. It's hard for me to get into it casually.
And without motivation. Like if you got a traffic ticket or something right now, you'd be like, "What?" You know, if it was something that you felt like you wanted to fight. Like
Yeah,
that's the thing too, is you're coasting. Like why yeah, why you don't need to file a lawsuit and nobody's trying to file one against you. So, you know, um yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
No, I
I
hear
don't
you.
think I'd be doing this right now if none of this happened. As much as I did have it on my kind of life list to circle around and get better with the law, it was like, yeah, really till I had this motivation in life, I probably would have procrastinated a lot longer.
Yeah, for me, I learned a lot just listening to that Rule of Law radio show. I've learned a lot of what I talked to you about is I just learned it by listening to that show. And they're always bringing up the jurisdictionary. That's how I knew about that. So, I pick up little bits here and there
Yeah.
until I can just devote myself to figuring it all out. So,
And it really isn't like kung fu. Like there really is only one way. You can be better or worse at it,
yeah,
but
I
the
got you,
court
Jim.
process is set in stone. So yeah, you're once you understand it, it's like that is the thing, is understanding the complexity that they've created. And once you get through the
Yep,
basic fog, which you have, that's why you can, yeah, see through it. And
yep,
it really, yeah, that's the main thing, is getting through the first layer of fog and just realizing you can do it. Whoever's hearing this, you can fucking fight in court and win. Like it really is not that complicated. They make it seem like a crazy, insurmountable legalese. You got to learn every court case and have a law degree. No, not even. Once you learn the fundamentals of it and you attack it at its foundation and evidence and just, yeah, dude, I won't even bore people with it, but it is literally now I'm at a point where it's getting simpler. Like first you're climbing the hill, it's like, oh God, this seems so complex. And then it's like clears up for you. And then everything after that you learn starts making things more clear and more clear. And yeah, it's nice to get over that.
now I'm lagging out. I think I'm lagged out.
Yeah, JG and oh damn, that looks badass, JG. Fuck, you're killing me. I love it.
Yep.
Dude. All right. Dang. Yeah. I miss the beach.
Yeah, man. I like the
Dude.
beach myself.
Yeah. It has been too long since I felt that hot sand under my feet, dude.
Yeah, maybe. Where are you doing this summer? You thinking about? Because you're still you just go wherever you want, right?
Yeah, I am slowing down, and I'll be honest, dude. I've been thinking about fucking buying a place,
Oh, okay.
and I can't decide where. Um, I keep going to Oregon. I keep
I
circling
like
back
Oregon.
around to Oregon, and
Where in Oregon, by the way?
yeah.
Where? Where?
Okay, I'm open, so this is not. But the Bend
I'm
Sun
not going to
River
criticize
area
your choice.
seems.
Where?
Yeah, well, I might
Where?
change. I could change anywhere. I
No,
mean,
that's
not
okay. I'm not
Portland,
going to hold you to it. I
but
just want to know where you're thinking of.
yeah, no, the Bend Sun River area.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I like that area. It's a nice area.
It's kind of central. And part of it is the access to stuff. Like, I like the coast, but to be honest, dude, like if you're like
Coast
a
is dead,
project
man.
kind of
The
person,
coast is dead. Coast is dead.
is
But it's
dead.
beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, nothing's
Yeah.
going on. Nothing happens on the coast, but yeah, it's beautiful.
Yep.
I love the coast.
That's pretty much how I feel. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, nothing's happening, but yeah, it's great. Love it.
Yep. And the weed, dude. I mean, I just broke
It's
out one of
nice.
my
I like
Oregon
Ben.
parts this morning. They just have the best freaking, it's like, yeah, I like weed, and it's cheap and great, and I like
Oh
the
yeah,
mountains,
wonderful.
and there's a lot of access to nature that I love up there. Yeah. But yeah, and then really I'm kind of thinking maybe home base it there, but then still like get a small Class C or travel van or something, so I still want to travel around, but just not kind of on the inverse, 6 to 9 months at home maybe, and 3 to 6 months on the road instead of the opposite.
Well,
But
you can
yeah,
afford a place in Oregon. Why not, man?
well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to just buy it outright, but I would, yeah.
I just mean in general.
I don't
like I
know.
could afford it at all. Like, yeah.
Yeah. That is part of it though too, is there's not a lot of ways to make money. And so, yeah, I don't know. As soon as I start talking about it, I'm like, I don't know, man. I'd like to hear about you and JG. It's like, dude, I don't know. At the same time, it's almost like, is the grass always greener? Because I really love being on the road. I mean, the freedom is, it's just awesome.
Well, bro, you can just go up and down the West Coast and be good to go. I mean, you don't even have to go anywhere other than that. I know you're from there, so maybe you're not into it as much. But
Yeah, I think that's the only reason I'm not. Because I agree. It's like
there's
weird.
a lot of travelers. That's all they do is go up and down the West Coast. They don't ever do anything but that for the most
Right.
part. There's a lot of people who do that, or did. I don't know about now, but used to. You can always find some good weather somewhere, for the most part.
Exactly.
And dude,
Yeah,
Seattle in
no,
the
I know.
summer, Portland in the summer, or don't even if you're not a city person, like there's so many beautiful places up there in the summer.
Right.
The whole coast is amazing. The whole Oregon coast in the summer is great. Then winter, you got there's still some SoCal spots. That's sort of pick your spot type of thing, but there's places to go, just depending on what you're trying to do. Definitely overcrowded and expensive, of course.
What's up, ladies?
What's happening, JG?
Morning. What beach you on?
How are you?
I'm in North Beach, North Miami Beach.
Nice. Yeah, it looks to be lovely there in North Miami Beach.
Yeah.
What's the temp? About 75?
I think it's like 82, 81.
Wow, really? Dang.
Yeah, Cam, travel more, man. You should check out, definitely check out Miami.
Yeah, I need to get down. So I did bypass Florida. I got all the way to North Carolina, and then I ended up turning around and going to Texas for the summer or the winter that year instead of Florida.
Yeah, North Carolina sucks, man. That place is ass.
I like it, but yeah, I hear you.
What time you? How long are you gonna hang out there, JG? Like, you gonna start heading north in a month or so, or?
JG just goes with the flow, Ken. You know, JG just goes with the flow.
Going third person, I like it.
No, I actually got construction work tomorrow. I start a job tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Make that money. I like it.
And make some money for a few days, and I'm gonna buy some shit. Buy some pants, some shoes, solar pack panel, solar panel pack.
Have you had a portable solar panel before?
Yeah, they're amazing. Like right now, I could be charging my phone in 80 minutes. My phone's charged.
Yeah, I was impressed. I got just a little 10-watt Gold Zero, and I was amazed at how quick that shit would charge a battery pack. And they're like indestructible. I mean, the technology is freaking, pretty phenomenal now.
Here comes the helicopter.
Oh shit. JG's gang stalking helicopter. Shout out to JG, gang stalking helicopter pilot.
Gotta get out of here.
It's like I'm coming up on Tucson here.
Man, Tucson sucks.
Yeah, Tucson does indeed suck. I agree.
I was out there in downtown Tucson biking around, and it just, fuck, man. Just got a weird energy out there.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I can usually find some cool areas pretty much anywhere, but not a huge fan of Tucson overall. Now, I'm not a big fan of Phoenix either, honestly. And I mean the greater Phoenix area. I don't mean just the city limits of Phoenix.
I got love for Tempe. I like Tempe. I like that geography, that whole area. It's pretty cool. Scottsdale and Phoenix, you know, downtown Phoenix ain't too bad. I'm also from Philadelphia. I grew up in a like downtown Philly was like the coolest fucking city. Like I go to New York and I'd be like, I want to go back to Philly. Like I'm not a fan of New York City. So going to different cities, it's like this doesn't compare to downtown Philly.
I think my phone overheated, but I'm back.
Third person JG is legit. JG likes that, man.
Indeed.
I'm always thinking of that when I hear people talking in third person. I think of Seinfeld, that Jimmy Lakes Lane skit.
Oh yeah,
That cool guy, Jimmy.
yeah. I was a pretty big Seinfeld fan. I like Seinfeld quite a bit.
Oh yeah, Seinfeld was the best, man.
Yeah.
It's a good show to watch. Good psychology, good humor.
Did you ever watch Night Court? It's not quite as good as Seinfeld, but I like that show quite a bit back in the day. Night Court.
Who was in Night Court?
I don't even remember. John Larroquette would probably be the most well-known person that was on that show. It's a pretty good show. I guess it was mostly in the 80s. Must have been. You remember that show, Kim? Night Court?
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I mean, that shit was freaking classic.
Yeah, it was good for the time.
What was the
I
name?
watched
Bull.
all that bullshit.
Bull. The.
Yeah, Bull. Yeah, Bull.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was rotting my brain as a kid on the TV. That was some of the good sitcoms.
Yeah, I watched all that bullshit. I remember like Murphy Brown. I used to watch a lot of Murphy Brown. Remember that show?
Yeah. I
watched all that trash.
You ever seen In the Heat of the Night?
Totally.
Yeah, that was a movie, and then a TV show. Yeah, that was good stuff.
Yeah,
that
fucking
was, Carol O'Connor from All in the Family. Carol O'Connor. Yeah, good stuff.
I gotta get out of here. They're playing Hispanic music. I'm not a fan of it, so I gotta get out.
Run, JD, run. Dude, my phone is freaking out. 10.5 hours. The end is in sight, Kim. Look at JG. He's escaping on foot, guys.
Yeah. Get away from that Hispanic music.
Yep. I'm still trying to figure out. There's like 20 miles coming into Phoenix where there's signs that says commercial trucks right lane only. I've never quite figured out why they do that. You ever notice that, Kim?
Oh, it's because of the way they build the road. They pack the road harder on that side to carry the weight of the trucks.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I never thought about that.
Oh. Yo, Kim, yeah. This is where I sleep every night, right here. This is my pillow, Kim.
I want to see it. I want to see too. Yeah.
What is
it's
that?
Great pillow. Great pillow.
Was that a dead possum?
Yeah. Dead possum. Some nights I'll sleep right here with the cats. The cats will come up. I'll sleep right here and pet the cats.
I can't tell if he's trolling me right now or not.
No, I don't think he is. I think.
I don't either. I'm like, that's cool. I'm like, that. All right, look, dude, you're out there. That's cool. You're hanging with the cats. To be honest, I'd be petting them too.
Nah, that's a bad spot to be sleeping, Cam. I'm not sleeping there.
Are you on a roof?
No.
You never know if JG is serious or not. That's the thing.
I really don't. That's part of what I've learned to love about him.
Yeah, Ben, I did tell you about that. I used to sleep on roofs when I was in El Paso. The first couple nights, I was climbing houses and sleeping on abandoned house roofs.
Right on.
Yeah, good times. But see, that's too stupid, you know. I did that because it was like, fuck, I couldn't find a good place to sleep, so I just climbed up this house and slept on top. But it's not a good idea.
I haven't done much of that either, yeah.
But I know it's not a good idea.
I know some people like to go up on like business routes sometimes, or like find some place that's suitable. But I was never into it very much myself.
Yeah.
I've just
It's
slept
great.
on the ground like that before those. I couldn't really tell where that spot was though. You still got the bicycle though, right, JG?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna save up some money and buy a new bike, get a road bike, because mountain bikes are corny.
Yeah, they are. I agree. They are kind of corny.
I mean, just the gears are all fucked up on my bike, and I hate having brakes. Retrospect, they make these bikes that have coaster brakes. They're light as a feather, and you can just mash around through the city, just cruising around, no effort.
Nice.
200, like $200, $250.
Oh, that ain't bad.
Hear that foreign language?
I hear it. Yeah.
I hate it.
Well, you're in the wrong city if you don't like foreign languages.
No shit there, Ben.
They got plenty of that.
You gonna hook up with Tommy and take advantage of that room, JG?
Fuck no, man. Tommy's crazy. Isabel. Boy.
How are you doing?
Good to see you.
What today?
Yeah. Did you find a job?
No, I'm trying to look for a dog walker.
Yeah.
But I hate it because there is one, isn't it?
You doing all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You?
I'm good, yeah. I'm gonna keep walking, but it was good to see you.
And where are you going?
Just gonna keep walking. I'm talking to my friend right now.
Ah, okay, cool.
Yeah. You wanna say hi? Say hi to him.
Hi, how are you?
Good
Hola.
morning.
Well, how are you?
How are you? Good. Where are you?
I'm in Arizona.
Oh
Arizona.
my God. I haven't been there yet. Nice talking
How
to
is-
you.
You too.
What?
Bye bye.
What is that?
Have a good
So
day.
bye.
Ciao. It's fun. Ciao.
All right, I'll see you.
The man on the street.
Yeah, she's cool. Cool lady.
Yeah. Very nice lady.
Here's your
Oh, man.
scooters, Ben.
Oh yeah. Throw them in the ocean.
Nah.
Every time I see one of those, I want to kick it over. I hate those fucking things. Well, we're hitting traffic now, but it's not too bad. I don't want to put the phone on the windshield. There's so much sun. I think the phone overheated earlier.
Oh yeah. Right.
Don't have that problem in my normal hours of streaming, but the greenhouse effect, I think, and it was charging at the same time. So,
Oh yeah, that'll do it for sure.
yeah, it wasn't feeling too good about it. Yeah. All right, I've had enough of this. Dude, these people do not know how to drive out here at all. Not even a little bit. Say what you want about Southern California, they know how to drive at least.
Yeah,
Compared to other places.
I agree, man. I mean, I hated SoCal quote traffic, But when I moved out to Colorado, man, I had the same thing. I was like, dude, these people do not know how to fucking drive.
No idea. I don't know what they're doing.
Like they want to come ride your ass if you're doing 10 miles an hour over, then get in front of you and then slow down to fucking 8 miles an hour over.
They can't maintain their speed. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's weird, and it's all like, yeah, just to pass, not like to get anywhere. It's yeah, like you said, like SoCal, man, those big 5-6 lane highways, motherfuckers know how to cook on those things, weaving, bobbing, and weaving.
Yep, keep it moving. That's right.
You know, for the most part, people slower on the right side, faster on the left, like all that. You know, you get other places, and it is the cluelessness. I used to think it was intentional and would get a little road ragey, but you get up next to these people and they're just fucking clueless, man.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, no idea, man. No idea. Sorry, I'm having to pay a little more attention than normal to my driving.
No, it's all good. I'll talk to Ginger Ridge.
Cool.
I was going back. I don't watch the chat, and he's responding to shit I'm saying, and when I go back, I'm like, oh man, that was 20 minutes ago. But so if Ginger Ridge is here, yeah, he's still commenting. I haven't messed with diamonds. My buddies did. I personally didn't get into making extractions much, but all my friends did, and they were better at it and had the equipment, so it wasn't something I looked into. But yeah, my buddies were making freaking fire diamonds and sauce, and you know, they're into they were doing the, you know, rosin and live resin extractions, you know, 5 years ago. But me personally, I was way more on the growing. I mean, I can, you know, clone, grow, maintain a garden, all pest disease, curing, you know, the whole front end. But as far as the backside and processing it, other than just a good cure, I'm pretty clueless at this point, especially with the new tech. Shit, man, I mean, just a closed loop CO2 extractor used to be fire. Nowadays, dude, that's probably fucking boo boo. And then what else was he saying? He was saying bend, wind. It's funny he says bend is wind. It's like everywhere I seem to be attracted to seems to be high desert valleys with wind. Yet I fucking want warmth and like greenery, but I don't know why. It's just weird. Yeah, yeah. It's just weird, man. I fucking honestly, it's like something I'm like, how do I get out of my own way if this is the case? And then he mentioned Montana being pretty sweet, except for being behind on weed and cold winters. And yeah, I'd probably agree with both of that. Honestly, dude, the little time I've spent in Montana and shit like that, it seems badass. It's just a little too close to a Canadian type winter than at this point in my life I want to deal with. And
yeah,
then
man,
the weed, yeah, like if you're not, to me personally, dude, this is where I'm at. Basically, if you're not in Oregon or Washington, you may as well be going black market with weed if you can get a hookup, because everywhere is damn near similar now. It's just pricey, you know, it's like borderline for quality. And yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I just really don't understand it. It kind of pisses me off because, dude, it's just chemistry. How the fuck can Oregon have it so right? And everyone at this point is going to the same trade shows, sharing the same information. All the equipment's out there. Why is it that, you know, the others took place?
It's a more discriminating customer.
You're right. I know. You're right.
That's what it is.
Yeah. It is it. Yeah. It is it. Like even the amount of dispensaries, like, dude, there's one dispensary in Prescott Valley and maybe one in Prescott, but like you're talking a huge population. In Oregon, you literally have a dispensary, like 5 dispensaries in every small fucking town. Yeah, it's crazy. And then
Yeah,
that just,
well,
you know,
yeah.
the
Oklahoma has
competition
a
keeps
lot,
falling.
but the customers are not discriminating. They don't know or care what good weed is.
Right.
But there's dispensaries
Oklahoma, I
everywhere.
met some local people in Tulsa, and they said what they do is they dumpster dive for weed, and they get pounds of weed out of these dispensaries. The dispensaries throw out this expired weed in the back dumpster, and these guys dumpster dive. And I've seen it a couple times. The dude just pulled out a pound of weed like it was nothing. You know, just walking around with pounds of weed on for free.
Yeah, I believe it.
Oh, you better believe it, man. The truth.
Yeah, I believe it. Fuck Tulsa, by the way. That place sucks.
So does Oklahoma have recreational?
No, only medical.
Oh, okay.
But it's the easiest
Nah,
place to get into. It's the easiest place to have your own dispensary.
Oh, I remember that.
I like
Now that you
Tulsa.
say that, that's right. Yeah, it's only like $5,000 for a license.
Yeah, it's super easy.
I like salsa.
Yeah, me too.
Nah, Tulsa's cool. I'm a big fan of that Rumblefish movie. And
Oh, I thought you said salsa.
You're constantly seeing like scenes from that movie. There's a lot of history there with that movie.
Yeah, still not a fan.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Tulsa. Oklahoma City sucks because that Tim McVeigh shit.
Oh my god!
It's just got everybody fucked up. Like that whole city still has that like. It still feels like yesterday that shit happened, man.
Well, it's a fucking shithole too. Lest we forget.
Hey, Benton, if money
Tim
and
McVeigh.
politics were not an issue, where would you want to live?
You mean, if I could just live anywhere?
Yeah, and not have to worry about the people or the cost.
Well, I mean, I kind of did that, but I like Santa Barbara a lot. I've always liked Santa Barbara.
Okay.
I also like Eugene, Oregon quite a bit.
Yeah, interesting. I got an old friend that lives in Eugene, and I've been thinking about going around that area and checking it out again. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. It's super fucking expensive now, but yeah, it's a cool place. I like it a lot. There's a lot of spots that I like, though. Also, I'll tell you an underrated place that I like is Corpus Christi, Texas. Very windy, though. Very windy. But,
Is that
underrated? Corpus Christi, Texas.
Yeah.
I like Corpus.
Is the Gulf clear around there?
Oh no, it's fucking disgusting.
Okay.
Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, it's awful. But I just like Corpus for some reason. It's very windy though.
I'll tell you what.
It's very windy.
Houston, Texas. That's a pretty cool city. Like the downtown area is pretty cool.
What?
East downtown.
Dude. I would put Houston personally as one of my least favorite places in the country. I was there last year. I had a girlfriend that lived in Spring, and I was there for a while, and man, I'll be honest, dude, I fucking don't think I ever want to go back there. I mean, Galveston was all right, but Houston,
Galveston ain't shit, man. That place sucks.
I mean,
I'm not a fan either.
I guess as far as I'm a novice, so I just got into Texas and it was kind of nicer than Houston to me. And I was like doing some four-wheeling down there. It's just a weird culture. I'll just say I didn't quite take to it.
That's also one
Houston's
of the most
polluted
areas in the country. High pollution. But go ahead. Yeah, very high pollution.
Polluted from what?
I don't know. It's very high. If you look on any list of where in the country has high levels of pollution, that's one of the areas.
I don't know. I like Houston because of the skate spots, and I was living a mile from downtown. I was paying $75 a week to
Well, I like the sound of
Just like,
$75 a week.
yeah, it's a cool area. East downtown Houston's a cool area.
Hey, I'll tell you where else I like, Kim. Santa Cruz. Big fan of Santa Cruz also.
Yeah, JG likes Santa Cruz too.
Yeah, Santa Cruz is dope. I like a lot of spots, man. Lots of places I like. Mostly on the West Coast, though. Hey, Kim. Did we lose Kim?
Nah, he's taking a bong hit.
Oh, nice.
Santa Cruz, they used to have there's tons of railroad tracks in Santa Cruz, but you're not going to see any more trains. They shut all the trains down. There's all types of tunnels and tracks in Santa Cruz. It's pretty cool, but no more trains.
Oh, shit. I thought of another place that I think that I like that I wanted to tell Kim about, but I guess he's gone.
Oh no, I'm here. Sorry, I'm back. There's a dog running.
Have you ever been to Ashland, Oregon?
No.
Ashland,
What
Oregon.
part of Oregon?
That's a cool place. It's in Southern Oregon. It's actually one of the first places on the 5 when you come into Oregon.
Oh, really? So yeah, man, I've been looking around like the Klamath. Is it around Klamath?
That's the same general area, yeah.
Yeah, that is an area. Even though I haven't physically been in that area much, when I look at properties for some reason, well, one of the reasons is I had a buddy that in SoCal, he used to go up and just talk about the fishing, and he had family in Klamath, and just hearing the stories he told was like, oh, damn, that sounds exactly right up my alley. So I've always kind of had it just on that. And, yeah, I could see, I mean, I like drove through, I drove the 5 up through Oregon 7, definitely can like, it's been a long time, but I can picture the area. I agree. It's freaking gorgeous.
And Ashland's a cool town. It's got a little college there, and it's got a lot of hippie, funky vibe to it. It's real expensive, but they got a great city park. Lithia Park is pretty dope when there's not a drought on anyway, when it's actually green. But yeah, it's a cool place. I like it. I like that whole area, really. Pretty awesome.
Yeah. Where's Linda Curtis live? She's in the chat talking about ATV off-roads and forest in her backyard. That sounds pretty.
I don't know.
Sounds like a nice area.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I also just have a wanderlust. Like everywhere I think of going, I could almost settle anywhere or keep moving anywhere. It's really fucking a weird position to be in. Like I can think of 10 towns off the top of my head where I'm like, yeah, man, I love that town. I could totally just hang out there. And, I like areas where like basically there's national forests that you can get to, very quick. Like Colorado is just sweet for that kind of shit,
Oh,
just
yeah.
right off the side of the road as you're driving, there's a national forest road. You could just disappear. Yeah,
man,
COVID really kind of just dampened my heart on like a lot of places I loved that I could have ended up. But now I have this just like, oh man, what if something like that happens again? Do I want to be stuck? Like basically that's kind of a big part of my mentality is where can I be the most free versus where do I enjoy the environment the most? Because they don't really seem to be the same type places.
Dude, sorry, I tuned out a little bit because I just realized I had my GPS set up wrong, and I'm getting here way earlier than I thought I was because of the time change. That's kind of funny.
No, handle it.
Yeah. No, I didn't realize that I'm here like way earlier than I thought I would be. But yeah, man,
Better
it's
than way later.
amazing. Yeah, exactly. It's amazing though to be able to just kind of pick your spots in the U.S., dude. There's a lot of undiscovered gems in this country, man. There really are.
Yeah. I mean, that's the biggest part I've learned, dude. I've only been doing this 4 years, and like the vast majority of the places that I've gone to, I've really enjoyed. You know, and they're so different. I mean, it sounds like a naive thing to say, but like, yeah, growing up in Southern California, there's not a lot of cultural stuff going on, and so it is. I mean, you're right. I can every state I could that I've been to, I can be like, oh man, this is cool here and this is cool here. Like every couple 100 miles, man, there just seems to be something that maybe not something you want to live by and just like set up camp forever, but the whole country is just fun to explore.
You ever heard anything about Northern Alabama?
Well, the Ozarks, you mean? Yeah, like
no. That's Arkansas. That's Arkansas,
Arkansas,
Missouri.
right? Okay.
Alabama.
Yeah, no.
Northern Alabama.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, no.
Because
Yeah, I was
apparently they've got. I think it's Huntsville, Alabama. It's like, unlike the rest of Alabama, the population is like highly educated and has a good income, and like it might be a good spot for entrepreneurs. It's even Birmingham starting to become a little more high tech. Like a lot of that stuff. I would just look into it. I'm not saying like move there. I'm saying you might want to start looking at what's actually there. I've heard a lot of good things about Northern Alabama, and it's still like there's not that many people there, but it's probably on the come up, I'm assuming. Winter's no problem. Summer can be kind of shitty, of course, but something to think about.
How about the ticks?
I know you. Well, I mean, yeah, of course. Depends on what you're doing and where you're going. If you're doing a lot of outdoors stuff, yeah, there's ticks.
Man, yeah, that's something I didn't deal with for most of my life. That shit's crazy.
Yeah, you got spoiled in SoCal with the not having to worry about the bugs so much. Yeah, dude. Everywhere else there's bugs.
Yeah.
There's bugs like just about everywhere else. Yeah.
For real. For real, dude. Like up in Michigan. Dude, I had to wear a bug suit four-wheeling just because like the grasshoppers, it wasn't like biting stuff. It just these big ass grasshoppers would jump and then fly in, and then they'd end up getting in the cab and like fall down by my feet, and you're wearing shorts, and all of a sudden you got this fucking 3-inch long thing trying to crawl up your shorts while you're doing 40 miles an hour down the road. Anyway, I had to put a bug suit on. Just like, dude, it was crazy, man. It is wild. And then the no-see-ums, oh, dude.
Oh, brutal. Yeah,
brutal, bro. I'd go outside, I'd come in, and I was wearing same shoes I got now, the stupid Birkenstock hippie shoes. So I'd come in and my feet would be on fire. And I'm like, I was clueless. I'm like thinking I'm getting like stepping in an ant pile or something. So I literally went outside looking at my feet the whole time. I'm like, nothing, not one ant crawling on me. And then I go inside and all these blisters pop up. I'm like, dude, it drove me nuts till I finally went and, talked to the locals and was complaining. They're like, there's no see-ums, man. I'm like, what? Yeah, it is. I mean, it is. Oh, that's right. I got anaphylactic shock. I forgot about that. I could up in Michigan, same thing. The bug bites started building up in my system, and then all of a sudden, man, I broke out in hives and started like, it wasn't like I couldn't breathe, but like I was like wheezing, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I just drank some liquid Benadryl and it stopped. And I just realized in hindsight, my body was slowly building up an antihistamine response to all the bug bites that I just wasn't used to. Yeah.
Crazy, dude. I don't know, maybe it's probably not. What about like New Mexico, Arizona? It's maybe not quite as bad, right?
No, there's no bugs and shit. I mean, I can handle it. I just didn't know about it. If I had managed it,
dude,
taken some
the whole South
before.
has got bugs. The whole South, dude, it's miserable.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
But ticks, like, I'll be honest, dude, like
there's a reason why people didn't want to live there, man.
Yeah. And all of my camping and stuff growing up was like, northern, basically like the Redwoods, Donner Lake. Spent a
Oh
lot of
yeah,
time
dude.
around that area, and yeah. I mean, really, dude,
Phenomenal. Yeah,
it is. If it
phenomenal.
wasn't quote California, and another reason, dude, to keep it real, why I don't want to be in California, I'm a two striker. So if I
Yeah.
get anything in California, I'm gone for life. If I get a felony
Oh,
fucking DUI, they can put me away for 25 to life. So that's
yeah.
another
Fuck that.
reason that I'm not really trying to go back to California.
Fuck that, man.
Yeah, yeah.
One thing we figured out when I was in Oregon, especially in Eugene, dude, Oregon doesn't extradite to all these southern states, man. So like there were people who would have charges, dude, like from the south or whatever. Those cops don't give a fuck, man. They don't care at all. They don't send nobody back.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's based, dude, our Oregon's one of the most racist states there is. I think it's based on they don't want to send a white man to prison with a bunch of blacks because the blacks,
Yeah, you're right.
are
I actually just
outnumbered.
learned that Oregon is one
Yeah.
of the most. Oregon.
Super
What was the
racist.
statistic? They were like, damn, I just heard it, man. Like they were one of the last states to do something that was like crazy racist. Like,
Dude, they banned black people in their state constitution when they became a state.
yeah,
When they got
no,
yeah,
when
when they
you look
wrote their
into
state
it,
constitution, yeah, it said you can't live here if you're black.
yeah,
It's crazy.
maybe that's what it was, and then it like was like the last state to remove that. That might be what it was that I heard. Damn, that was like a week ago. But yeah, man,
Oh yeah, it's
like
real shit.
history is crazy like that.
They're very racist in Oregon, but yeah, I think that's what it was. I think they said, "Fuck, we're not going to send these white guys back to go to prison in these southern states with all these blacks." Like, I really think that's what it is because I know a
No,
lot.
I
I
agree.
met
Yeah, yeah,
people. I met people that had all kind of charges, and they're like, "Dude, these people don't seem to care." I was like, "All right, whatever,
that's
whatever."
wild.
Yeah, man, none of my business. I was just like, "Okay, dude, maintain." But then, dude, Oregon is super strict on like violent crimes. Like when you got into what you got into. See, like in the South, you might not have even gotten in that much. Like you would have gotten in trouble, but probably not to that degree. I knew a guy that went to
Totally.
prison for I know a guy that did like 7 years in Oregon. He came home and there was a man in his bed with his wife, and he beat the dude real bad and went to prison over it.
Right.
They got a totally different viewpoint about any kind of assaults.
Yeah.
And on the West Coast, views it totally different.
Yep. And I agree. I'm thinking of a truck driver that's telling me a story about his dog. He was in the South, and he had his dog running around, and the dog, female dog, and the dog supposedly pissed on a trucker's tire, and the dude, I can't remember if he kicked his dog or kicked at his dog, and the guy went over, and I think he cracked him in his face, and then snatched him by his hair and put his face down. He's like, "You mean that piss right there?" I mean, it got crazy, and the cops got called, and the cops basically told the dude, "Oh, he did kick his dog," because the guy was telling me that he was worried about going to jail because he assaulted the dude. But the cops ended up telling him, "This is the South, boy. You kick a man's dog, you're lucky if he don't pull down and fucking shoot your ass." Like, yeah, they didn't
Yeah,
do
fair
shit.
play, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
just leave him alone. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, life is kind of cheap in some ways, dude. I met a guy and dude, this guy was trying to fucking panhandle me for cigarettes. He was trying to get me to buy him cigarettes in this truck stop in Arkansas, and I was like, I could tell he was from probably from Southern California, and he was all fucking pilled out and opiated. He was on opiates or whatever. And dude, I caught him outside, and I was just like, "Look, man." And he thought I was like mad at him. I said, "No, man, you need to know this." I said, "This ain't California, bro. This is Arkansas. They got unlimited money to put your ass in prison. They will put you in prison quick, fast, in a hurry here, man. You can't be acting this way in Arkansas. These farmers might act like they're nice, dude. They don't give a fuck about you. I promise you." I said,
That's
"You need to
kind of
know,
everywhere.
man. You need to know."
But yeah, the South. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, literally, dude, Arkansas has money left over every year. If they want to put somebody in prison, they're not worried about the budget. It has nothing to do with the budget.
Interesting.
Nothing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
If they decide to if they catch him with fucking heroin or something, there's a high likelihood of him serving prison time over drug possession. But you know that ain't gonna happen in California.
Yeah. Crazy.
It's totally different in a lot of ways. Yeah, and I'm just telling him, like, look, man, I can tell that you ain't been here long. Like, tighten up, you know, like. And I said, I don't care what you do. I'm just letting you know, man. This ain't California, man. It's different in a lot of ways.
And dude, I hear you talk. I think it reminds me too, like just touching back on like your kind of trying to wrap your head around, you know, everyone, us trying to wrap our heads around each other's upbringing and shit like that. And when you bring up like American History X and stuff, it wasn't that I wasn't around Black people or Mexicans or anything, you know, that, right? Like, it's way more adversarial.
Oh yeah, no, they're everywhere. Yeah, they're everywhere.
Yeah. Like it was gang mentality. Like it's a Mexican gangs, you know what I mean? Like West Side Anaheim and fucking, you know, Jeffrey Street and, you know, Crips and Bloods for the Blacks. Just the whole, very different. And it's like, it's not, there's
no, I know it
that's
was.
another.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
It's not even like there's hate. It's just you just don't associate.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I get it. That's a big part of what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Versus there are, you know, like where I'm from, you do associate, you know, or you don't.
Right.
But that's just a personal choice.
I mean, like you go down in Long Beach,
it's not like you're forced. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, you go down to Long Beach, you're partying. It's gonna be majority Black or whatever, and there's probably not gonna be drama, but you're definitely not like probably gonna sit up next to the bar and end up having a conversation with them either. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Whereas in the South, dude, like just 100%. That is, you walk in, you're either gonna have a conversation with a Black person or you're not gonna talk to anybody. And they're open too. There's not that. I don't feel it. Even going around looking how I look, my mentality, like, dude, I spent Christmas in Mississippi. I went shopping in an all-Black grocery store on Christmas Eve, damn near the only white guy. And like, the coolest thing about it was how, dude, I ain't never seen so much chicken in my life, dude. They literally would be walking. Every single person had a shopping cart full of chicken. They had chicken in the back, like stacked to the ceiling. I mean, it was the coolest thing to like experience, man.
It sounds like Mississippi Black folks to me.
Yeah, bro. Like, no drama, doing my laundry. Like, I don't want to give the impression, like, just because I fucking throw out, you know, some shit that like I'm some hating fucking weirdo running around starting shit. Like, one of the reasons I RV around and do what I do is to get the cultural influence, not to fucking push my agenda and change shit. I'm definitely like a lone soldier out here just trying to figure the world out. And
yeah, man, it's great. And then like to me, the American History X, that's not an insult. It's just, it seems like an accurate portrayal of what the culture was like. That's why I referenced that movie.
Yeah, and I agreed. I just didn't know. I just didn't want to.
No, man.
You give said, like, if you have a good perception, you really give good insight. I just wanted. I didn't want. Maybe it was my own misinterpretation, but I just wanted to make it like it wasn't like I grew up in some, like, dude, look, I got called. I mean, one of the biggest bar fights I got in was a big old Black dude called me a spick, and I'm like, first of all, I'm not a spick, you know, hard R. And that's just funny. Like, he started shit. I mean, whatever I say or do, I said or done in real life, but it's like, that's old shit. And that's not how I like to live my life anymore. But like, it was just more like adversarial gang banging, you know, concerts. And not that I was a gang member, but that's what you're around, you know? So I got, you know, I mean, I was in riots before I got out of high school just because, you know.
Well, and real quick, dude, it was popping off in your area when you were that age. It was fucking popping off, man, like big time. Because, you know, it ebbs and it flows. It's not always like that.
Right. Because now it seems chill. Like, I don't really hear about the violence and the drive-bys and like shit that was going on in the 90s and stuff. And I know there's still crime and stuff like that, but yeah, again, it's just not as well, getting caught is a lot easier now. So let's keep it real, dude. You could do shit back then and get away with it, you know.
That's probably true. Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah. Fuck. Yeah.
I can only
I
imagine.
mean, dude, if we videotape some of our crime, you know, or just doing dumb shit and, you know, fucking burning a stolen car or whatever, like, but it was with a big ass camcorder with a Super 8 video and taping the side that ended up getting lost. Like, you weren't live streaming it on Instagram while you were doing it and getting caught the week later, you know.
That's
It's
true. Yeah, these guys do want to put it all out on the internet. That's true. Which is bizarre to me, but whatever. Yeah, I didn't really think about it that way, but yeah.
And like this is a funny, like the first riot, I'll call it a riot. It was really more like a melee, but I stayed home from school. I don't know what reason. I stayed home a lot, but I lived right across the street from our high school. And some dudes come knock on my door and they're like, you know, hey, you know, I was kind of, you know, a little bit of a knucklehead. So anyway, they came and got me. Like, basically shit's kicking off. Bunch of Mexicans and whites are getting out of it. I'm like, what? Like, we weren't into that kind of shit. I'm like, why is this happening? And so anyway, I guess during the day, a Mexican was going to light off a firecracker on the high school grounds, right? And a white dude came out. They don't know each other, but he's just like, hey man, like, you might not want to do that. He wasn't like telling him not to. It's just like, basically like, dude, you're probably fucking about to get expelled, you know, go light it off in a field or something, but why would you do that right here? But it was whatever. The Mexican totally took it personal and wanted to fight. So it's like, okay, after school fight. So these guys are going to go to the park and fight. Well, instead of these two dudes, it ends up being like 30 Mexicans. And then, you know, then that's basically when they came and got me and rounded up a few white dudes. And we go show up and it's literally like 40 Mexicans and maybe 5, maybe 10 white guys. And a baseball bat. One of the Mexicans has a baseball bat. And I remember walking up and taking it from him, but I just held it up over my head. We weren't trying to fight. We were actually we realized we were fucking like, this is not good. So I'm holding it up over my head and the dude's kind of trying to back out of the fight. Like, dude, I thought it was just going to be one-on-one. Now it's just crazy. And basically then it kicks off. And they snatch the bat from me. You know, basically someone jumps up, grabs it, gets it out of my hand, and then runs, and they start swinging it, and it just turns into this melee, and they're beating the shit out of the main dude, that firecracker dude. And I like, and then like a couple of the white dudes back away, and I remember looking at this other dude, Jason, and he looks at me like, dude, you want to jump in? And I'm like, fucking, what else are we gonna do? So we both just ran and fucking got in it, and we're basically trying to peel dudes off. They weren't really attacking us that much, but I mean, we were getting a few hits here and there. Then anyway, it's high school, right? This isn't like crazy stabbing, blood. You know, I'm not trying to make more of it than it is. But it was crazy for us at the time, you know. And then all of a sudden, man, these Asians pull up in cars, right? 2 cars. Boom. I mean, this shit is kind of out of a movie. Doors swing open and they fucking draw down on them. They got 9.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, bro. They fucking pull guns out and we all look and they're like, jump in. They came to rescue us. So we jump in the back of their pickup truck. They take off. That was essentially it.
Wow.
But that was fucking high school, like that. And that wasn't even like that was kind of the start of shit. After that, as we got older, it got a little, things get a little, like, I've been in drive-by, like, shot at. We were hanging outside this chick's house and this car fucking did a slow creep, U-turn, came back and fucking started firing. And that shit was crazy. I can remember running down the side of the house and I went to jump over the fence, and as I'm on top of it jumping over, my buddy literally runs through it.
Damn. That's crazy.
It was like the boards fly out. It was just flat. Yeah, man. It was just crazy shit. Yeah, like nobody got shot, nobody got hurt.
Well, good.
Yeah, like, and that's how most of them end up. I mean, dude, keep it real. I think half the time they're shooting in the air or the ground. I mean, fuck, you don't even know, dude. Like,
oh yeah.
I mean, we weren't packing, we weren't a gang, man. We were literally trying to get laid, hanging out this chick's house. It's probably just their hood, and they didn't recognize us, and we looked shady enough that they're like, "Fuck these fools!" Like that's just how it goes down.
Yeah, I get it. I've heard
Yeah.
that. I heard the Mexicans have moved the blacks out of a lot of South Central, like they're just taking it over more or less.
Yeah. Oh, dude, big time. Yeah. I've also heard, bro. I just heard Compton ain't even that bad anymore.
I've heard that too. That yeah, it's
Like,
really not
if
that
you're
bad.
looking to buy a house in SoCal, you might consider Compton nowadays. Yeah, that
Yeah.
shit, it's basically as bad as like the surrounding area used to be. Compton got better, the rest of it got worse, and now it's just all even.
Yeah, it's funny how that changes over time. Yeah, I've heard it's not that bad either. Certainly
I mean,
not
dude, I worked
what
in
the
Compton.
reputation.
When I was doing construction, I was putting glass in, and like I'd be there working all day, and I'm keep it real, dude. I was there during the day. Keep it real. I would not have had the same experience at night. I realized that, but I had zero problems. I mean, working in, eating in the restaurant, just the whole thing, dude. It's just funny. Spent a lot of time on Crenshaw, and just,
Nice.
but it's not, dude. It is like any other strip mall, shitty ass street in Houston.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
Crenshaw is not anything special. It's
Yeah, just a street. Yeah, just a street.
Yeah.
No, I got you. I understand. I get it. I haven't spent a lot of time in LA, but I've been there.
I mean, dude, it ain't, yeah. No reason to ever at all. I mean,
I'm
like
not
you,
a fan,
if you like,
honestly. Not a
yeah,
fan.
if you Santa Barbara, all that area, sure, yeah, that part of SoCal, and San Diego, but I mean, yeah, pretty much all of LA. It's for the
And when I
bird.
say Santa Barbara, I mean like pretty much the whole county, not just the actual town of Santa Barbara. I like that whole area. I like it a lot. I always have.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't spent a ton of time there, but I agree, it is gorgeous. Like, I mean, well, I did spend some time in Lompoc.
Well, yeah, that's the less desirable. Yeah, that's the less desirable.
But the weather's fucking beautiful. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, amazing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good spots in Cali for sure.
It is. I mean, I will say geographically, I think Cali's the best state.
Oh, I don't think there's any question. Yeah, I don't think that's debatable. You got a little bit of everything.
Just a sad reality of the politics and the cost, and and the overcrowding. I mean, dude.
Oh, it's way too many fucking people in most of this. Not all of it, but most of the state. There's way too many motherfuckers there. In fact, that's what would annoy me eventually about even Santa Barbara. I'm like, God damn, there's motherfuckers everywhere. And that's not even that crowded compared to like actual LA,
Right.
Good Lord. One thing about Arkansas, there's not that many people there, so you can sort of spread out a little bit. But it's a shitty state, man. Arkansas sucks. But that's kind of beneficial because it keeps people from coming there and ruining it, at least in the short term. The Californians are going to ruin it all eventually, but it's going to take a while.
I mean, there is something for suffering. Like, dude, wherever it sucks and people stay, like, there is a crabbiness, but there's also a down homeness that you can't get anywhere else.
Yeah, the thing about the South is the drugs are so bad now, but I know what you're saying.
Bad.
Before the drugs took over, what you're saying definitely existed.
Yeah.
But,
right.
Dude, more and more,
right.
there's nothing left to a lot of these people. They're just the drugs have got them so bad.
And where isn't that? Man. I mean, I can't even. Yeah.
Everywhere.
I mean, Colorado
everywhere.
high mountain towns, dude. It's the same fucking thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Just everybody's on fucking drugs.
And hardcore, like, yeah. You used to think weed was drugs, but it's like, please just get on weed.
Yeah. That's the least of your problems. Yeah, no kidding, dude. These people, if you could actually just find out what your average person, what drugs they take on a daily basis, it would be shocking, I think, like what people are putting in their bodies.
Oh, bro, that even brings in the next layer of like legal drugs. Yeah, right.
Well, yeah, that too. Absolutely. I mean, I also mean those for sure.
I mean, when you bring that into the equation, dude, nobody's sober in this country.
Oh, it's off the fucking charts. Yeah,
That's
believe me,
crazy.
I'd be getting high if I wasn't
I
driving a
mean,
truck.
what is wrong with that? Is like, I know I got reasons to be getting high, right? But when you start shifting the window like that and say, wait, who isn't taking any psychotropic, uh, opiate, or illegal drug, right? Who is basically any drugs other than like maybe your basic, like, blood thinners, I could say, could maybe whatever. I'm just like,
Yeah, I know
anything
what
that
you're saying.
affects your mind in any way, when you put that in the equation, dude, like the country is basically 80% or more dope.
Oh, I think so, man. Yeah,
Wow.
it's
Fucking
crazy.
wow.
And actually, it
Wow.
was already bad before the pandemic, and then the pandemic really accelerated it all big time. A lot of people OD'd,
Yeah.
man, too. A lot of people didn't make it through that pandemic just through
Yeah.
taking themselves out with drugs. It happened, man. A lot of
You've never
people
messed
were
with
doing
this
good.
fentanyl, right? You don't.
No,
That's like,
I've never done any actual drugs ever. Just alcohol and psychedelics and weed. That's it. That's my
that shit.
entire drug usage history.
I can't even
Well,
imagine the people that are living in that culture right now.
dude, just trying not to OD, man. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Right.
Just that alone. And like,
I
I
mean,
watched some of these. Well, real quick, I watched some of these videos from Phoenix, and it's like everybody's on the blues, and they call meth G now for some reason, and the blues is fentanyl. So, dude, everybody's on both. Like everybody, all these homeless people that they interview, they're all on both of them. There's nobody who's on one or the other. But go ahead.
I got nothing to say. I'm
Yeah,
just sitting here like, dude.
crazy, dude. Yeah, because in the past, somebody would be on they might be on meth, but they weren't also on opiates, or somebody was on
Right.
opiates, but they weren't also on meth. Now they're all on both, and also God knows what else.
Yeah, when I was growing up, if you were speedballing, basically what they call heroin and speed fucking shots, you were like, dude, you were you were gone. You were like the king of fucking dope fiend
Yeah.
type, shit. And that's
Oh
just
yeah.
crazy to think about. That's the norm now. And it's more
Well, you.
intense. And
Yeah.
both, and the reason they call it G, my first thought is because it's all glass now. There is no more fucking peanut butter crappy shitty meth. It's just
Oh
all
no, dude. Well,
like
yeah, and it's
rocket fuel shit.
well, and for me living in the streets, as far as I can tell, if somebody's homeless and they like just live downtown, dude, it's meth is basically free.
That's
It's
crazy.
damn near free. I'm not even kidding. Like it's never like, oh, they want to go do some meth, but they don't have the money. Like, dude, it's crazy. But yeah, like you're talking about the purity has skyrocketed and the price is falling out of the market. The bottom fell out of the pricing. Yeah, it's
You think
nuts.
legal weed had anything to do with this?
I don't know,
Like,
man. That's a good question. I really
do
don't
you
know.
think like are the cartels? I don't know. See, I've heard mixed stuff. I've actually heard the cartels. What did I hear? The cartels are like they did something to the pills now that are coming over so that the fentanyl can't be chopped up like it was, like they're turning them pink or something like that, so that if people try to cut it in, I don't know, this is just like some Vice thing I saw, so I mean, who knows how real it is. But I mean, dude, I messed with the cartels back in the day. That's how I was getting my shit. Like, dude, they're businessmen. They are not like a bunch of fucking, they're actually really nice to work with, to keep it real. If you're not trying, a scandalous person,
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I'm sure they're serious business people. I have no doubt of that.
I mean, yeah, they will give you plenty. They'll give you all the rope you want to hang yourself. If you're good at doing business, bro, you can make a lot of money with them. If
Oh,
you
I'm
ever fuck
sure.
up, they also have zero,
Oh yeah,
uh,
zero
not that,
tolerance.
yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
but I never fucked up, so it was cool. I just kind of shifted my game and whatever. But yeah, man, that was crazy times back when just, ammonia brick weed was coming across the border by the tons.
Oh yeah, I smoked a lot of it. I remember.
I mean,
But yeah,
I didn't get into it, man, but I had buddies running speedboats from Mexico to the friggin' San Diego.
oh, I'm sure, man. Yeah, that's a whole thing. I have no doubt of that. That's yeah, and there's a reason why it's a speedboat. They're going to outrun the Coast Guard at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole thing for sure. But none of it should be, it shouldn't be prohibited in the first place.
Oh yeah, no.
But I think I think China's got a lot to do with the meth because it comes out of Mexico, but dude, they don't have access to the precursor chemicals. I think all that's coming out of. I think they're getting that from China.
Yeah, the barrel. Yeah, I remember that shit too. Right. You get a barrel of Ephedrine.
Because people used to make, there used to be a lot of meth produced in the U.S. That's pretty much all over with. I'm sure it's happened on a small scale, but for the most part, that's not really a thing. I don't think anymore. I think it's all coming up out of Mexico now, from what I can tell, anyway.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's way better, dude. It's like fucking shards, man. Nuts. And the price is just insane, as far as I can tell. Like, I never did it, but I was around enough people. I was just like, these fools don't have two nickels to rub together, but they're always on meth. Like, something's going on, What do you think?
I mean, I'm actually just honestly, bro, what I'm thinking is I'm so fucking glad that I went through that phase when I was young.
There you go. Yeah, no kidding.
And like, I have zero desire to get into anything other than weed, and just, even with this, my pain gets worse as I get older, but I'm just, even opiate, even like pills, dude, like I don't even fucking want them. I just went to the doctor and got a steroid shot for my back pain, and like, I don't want to be. I hate the dummy. Yeah, good. They feel good, but just the side effects are so horrible of all that shit. I just don't have the. Yeah, that's all I'm thinking, man. Is just, goddamn, it's so sad when I really put myself in these people's shoes. Like, how are they getting money and how are they getting it? It's just like that life. I've been there, man. Like, or at least around it. Honestly, I never really was there in their shoes, but like, yeah, man, that's a lot of the people I grew up with ended up in that lifestyle. And
once they get in, they don't seem to get out. They don't seem to exit it. Once they enter, they don't seem to exit for the most. Some do, but not very many.
Yeah.
And I think you're better. I mean, look, it's not my pain, so I'm not dealing with it, but I got my own shit. But I think you're better off just dealing with the fucking pain than trying to go through all that bullshit fucking scripts and stuff.
Yeah.
If you can. I mean, dude, some people can't. I mean, it's just, some people have, their pain is so high, they have to be on something. Like, that's just how it is.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of people are like, they end up getting on it prescription wise, and then the docs cut them off, and that's how they end up getting on these, heroin or fentanyl or whatever else is there. Hey, did I hit you up before? You ever mess with kratom?
Oh yeah, I've done a lot of I have a lot of experience with that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. I don't remember. Maybe we haven't talked about it then. Yeah, I've done it too. And man, do you think there's something to it changing your chemistry where it, like, I'll be honest, dude, I think it has eliminated my desire. Like, I never really was like, I basically, if I had surgery or something, I'd get hooked on painkillers, like I'd be prescribed them normally. And then, the doctors at the end would have to be like, all right, man, like, this is really the last time. I'm like, okay. Now
yeah.
them. But basically you get, addicted to them a little bit. And anyway, then I ended up, messing with kratom, and dude, there's just something to my brain chemistry, or something has shifted, because even when I'm in pain, I just don't desire them. It's
maybe
weird.
So. Yeah, maybe. I know the kratom can be very effective for physical pain, but it's hard to manage the dosing. I always had problems where my dosage would always skyrocket, so I'd have to get off of it.
My thing is,
I would eat so much I'd start throwing up after a while. It's like,
yeah, well, that's That's what
Yeah,
it's.
exactly.
That's part of what it's good for. Is you can't OD on it. You will puke if you take
Yeah,
too much
exactly.
instead of.
Yeah.
I get a headache if I take it for. It ends up building up something in my brain that causes a really intense migraine for some reason. And it's not immediate, so I can use it to, deal with pain, but I know basically the thing that's going to make me stop taking it is like a tension that will build in my head, and I'll literally get a migraine so bad it'll make me puke, and not from the kratom, not because I'm on it. It's just like that's how the migraine. That's a whole nother side thing that I've found. But yeah, there's something weird about migraines, and then you get nauseous and then you puke, and doctors say like maybe the contraction of throwing up or something, it like pushes on a nerve, they think, that ends up releasing I don't know, man. I read about it before. Fortunately, I don't have them that often anymore, so it's not on my radar, and I'm not really messing with
I don't know.
kratom. But
I think you're better. You just got to keep the dose low, but then that limits the effectiveness.
yeah,
That's what I think.
and then you just got to stop. Like, yeah, you have like
Exactly,
if you're not getting the benefits, stop taking it for a while, and then keep the dosage low again, right? And the quality,
dude,
for sure, there's a big difference in the.
Oh yeah, I was getting the good shit for a while, dude. If you got a good supply, it's fucking great. It really is. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it to anybody, but dude, I had a lot good for me in a way. Especially, it's just somehow found somebody on the internet. Not fucking shelf, man. It was amazing. Because you're all over the map with whatever they claim the strain is, and then whatever the potency is. If you've done a lot of it, you know what I'm talking about. It's all over the place.
Oh yeah, totally. It's another reason I stopped doing it. Is it sucks to get a bad batch or week one and like, yeah.
And it's kind of fun trying out stuff because like I say, I had a real good flyer. It was great, man. Just trying out new shit. It's awesome.
I mean, I would definitely recommend it to anyone in pain that can't find relief and hasn't tried it. Like, it is half an opiate, like 100%. It helped, and you did it because it helped you too on whatever level. There's something there that's I think is better than at least the pharmaceuticals if you can stay away from them. All of it has side effects, but
my main problem with kratom was assuming you can get something that's good quality and potent is mainly just it's hard to keep that dose reasonable. That's the main problem I found with it. And the withdrawal is a motherfucker, man. That ain't no joke. And withdrawals it ain't no joke.
Yeah, you went even deeper than me. I can't really say I experienced what I would have called withdrawals.
Oh my God. I would say,
but I would actually get the nausea.
Go ahead. What?
No. Go.
Oh, I would say there was days I was hitting 14. I was probably hitting 14 grams a day for a while at times.
Oh damn.
Yeah. Oh, I'm fucking nuts, dude. Maybe more. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, then
crazy.
The nausea would temper me off. Like once, I noticed once I had to take so much, it would make me nauseous. I'm like, okay, it's like I'm a losing battle now. I'm just gonna chill out. But you just would power through it. It seems like.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and but eventually it's just like now my dose is so high. It's like I have to get off of this. And I could always do the fast taper, so I would usually just cut it in half. So I'd go I just do like 7, and then I'd do like 3.5. I would just cut it down real fast, but it still sucks getting off of it, man. It's brutal. I hated it. That's why I quit and never went back to it. I was like, I just don't like this withdrawals.
Was it like physical withdrawal or just like craving withdrawal? I guess is like
all
just
of it.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I felt bad. The whole thing, man. Oh yeah. But dude, I get withdrawals off of caffeine. I get real bad alcohol withdrawals. I get bad withdrawals off of caffeine. So, it's probably not that bad for everybody, but
yeah, everybody's chemistry is different.
you know, if I could do 3.5 grams a day and never go above that, I think it'd probably be fine.
Yeah, I was hearing you talk about mushrooms, bro. I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, you have had some epic trips when you said, what'd you say? You don't eat less than 4 grams or something?
I've never ate less than 3.5 ever. Yeah. But I've only
Yeah.
done them 3 times. I've only even done them 3 times. But yeah, I went 5 my second time. And then the third time I had about a quarter, but I didn't realize how weak they were. So I ate what I thought was 5 grams and it wasn't enough. And I'm not no badass. It's just I'm doing it for like a specific I'm doing it for a specific reason. I need a big dose for what I'm doing. So there's just no point in me fucking around with an eighth or whatever, or a 16th or whatever that'd be. You know, half an eighth. It's not gonna get me there.
I mean, I had some really powerful
West
ones
Coast
back in the day.
Yeah, man.
I remember
there's some strong mushrooms out there.
Yeah, they were like bluish and thin. And like, dude, a gram got you off hard. And I remember I was selling them, so I was building up a potency. This is like one of the hardest trips I ever had. I'm not going to get into the trip. I'm just going to tell you how I ended up taking a bunch of mushrooms. So I did. I was like a Friday night, and I was just going to hang out by myself. So I ate a couple grams, and these were like, you know, the 1 gram was good. Like everyone is like, yeah, I don't need, you know, maybe 1.5, but and even most people were doing, you know, 3 or an eighth, like you said, that would be pretty typical for. But these blue ones were just super strong. Anyway, Friday night, I eat a couple grams, and I'm chilling. And then like I'm about an hour into it and I get a call from my buddies. They're like, man, let's go out. I'm like, oh, fuck, I just ate some mushrooms. They're like, sweet, you know, we'll eat some too. So they show up and now they're going to eat some. And you know how it is. You don't want to like have you peek in when they're not. And I had eaten, you know, 2. So I'm like, okay, well, then I think they were eating 2 as well. So I'm like, oh, man, I should probably eat like 3 so that, you know, we'll all be basically my peak will now kind of readjust and catch up with theirs. And it was the worst idea I ever had. In fact, I will say that's the first night that I got gang stalked looking back. Like the veil ripped open. Yeah, a homeless lady 100% was like in my thoughts, chasing me around, banging on a bathroom door when I went in it and shit. Like, yeah, looking back, it was total fucking spiritual gang. Like I got into some shit, but like, yeah, ate way too much of a power. Like that made me chill out on mushrooms for pretty much ever.
I've never even eaten them with other people, so I don't really.
Yeah, you were doing them the right way. I was definitely a dumb kid, not taking them seriously.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It was all about getting high and fucking off back then. Acid, you know. I pretty much got burned out on psychedelics before I even got into like the real spiritual side of it and like, you know, ayahuasca and all that potential. I was already pretty much, you know, over that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I have like the people I'm with right now, I think I was telling you, they have mushroom chocolate bars right now that they like California sells. I didn't even know it. I'm like, what the fuck? Like at first I thought, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll get some edibles. You know, I thought they were weed bars. And then I'm like, wait, microdose, wait, what? And then they're like, yeah, this shit's legal in California. I'm like, whoa, dude, I've been out of the loop.
Yeah, man, it's pretty wild, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where do they sell them? Just like at the dispensary, or where do they sell them?
I guess. Yeah. I mean, I mean, obviously they got them on the side hustle here, but I mean, yeah, there's just like your straight up packaged, you know, legitimate commercial chocolate bar, and it's all dosed out. And that's why I was telling you, and even them, it's like, yeah, it calls for like one little piece to eat it, but obviously you eat the whole bar. You know, it's not a microdose anymore.
There you go. That's right.
But it's just wild, bro, to see.
Yeah, it is, man. I agree. Yeah, good. I don't know, man. It should be legal everywhere, really, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I can go back and forth on my, like, I have different views now on what I would do personally, but I agree with you on the big picture. Like, people should be allowed to do what they want.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're going to do it anyway, by the way. I mean, it's not like they're just not going to do it because it's prohibited. They're still going to do it. So why make it a a punitive thing. I just never understood that really. I don't get it.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
I'm
you
at the
do
truck stop.
understand, right? You don't understand the people that want to put their will on others, maybe, but like it's all about just control and money and subjecting people and, to
Oh,
your
well, yeah, of
will. And
course. That part of it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I get that part of it. Yeah.
definitely not about bettering them or keeping them from like hurting themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
you got that right. Trying to decide if I want to park in this. There's a big mud hole back here. I don't know if I want to park in it or not.
I mean, dude, yeah, just like I don't even want to get on it. Just think about school lunches when we think about like bettering society. If you want to do shit that like, helps from the bottom up, uh, everything is just the most basis of. Oh, here's an example. I was in the police station, right? They have a sign up. If you basically, it's I was getting my FOIA request information, but there's a piece of paper that tells you how much you're going to get charged. It's like $50 a day if you're in jail now in Arizona that they fucking charge you, right? And it breaks down and you have to pay all these different things. So you're paying like, I think it was like $30 a day for your room and board and $20 a day for something else and like $5 a day for medical and $2 a day for food. And I'm like, dude, it's just fucking boggles my mind. It's like, dude, you're going to charge people for this, but you're still going to make the most minimum dietary. Like, you can't make it $3 or $4 a day for food. What's that? We're breaking up. Uh-oh. Did Benton? Dead air. Shit, I thought I dropped off, but Benton must have dropped off. All right, I'll hold it down until he gets back so the stream doesn't end. He'd be pissed if he ended at 11:42. I know he likes to go for a full 12 when he gets this far, but yeah, I don't think I can hold it down that long, but hopefully he comes back soon. Shit, can you guys even hear me? Just stream now dead. I don't see the chat. Maybe he fell off and the stream canceled. Oh, you're back.
The internet sucks over here. I forgot, but yeah,
that's
the
cool.
T-Mobile works, but the Verizon is basically unusable here for some reason. It's like that every time I come here. So I don't know, man. I might have to go somewhere else if they deliver this. If they deliver my computer pretty soon, I might just have to go somewhere else to park. I park a lot based on if the Wi-Fi, if the internet's good or not in that spot. Anyway, I know some people have been wanting to see the unboxing of the computer, but it ain't here yet. What's up, EBT? I don't know if Kim's here or not. Am I here? I actually don't even know if I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You can't hear me? Oh, you do.
I hear you.
I don't
know.
I don't know if I'm here either. When you left, I asked the chat if they could hear me, and I haven't seen anyone say they could yet.
I think they probably could, but I think you fucking lagged out, and it made me think that it was my internet, but I think it was you. And then I tried to switch to the Verizon, which that was not working at all. So I think that's what happened. So anyway, we're back.
I could see how that happened, right? Because I felt like I was digitizing.
Digitizing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to now. Hopefully if I get this computer today, I'm gonna have to get some kind of hotspot service. So
Yeah, and I'm SOL
But
here. I
Mint
even
Mobile
looked at
will let me pay them
Starlink.
$20 and they'll give me 10 gigs of hotspot, which is it's a high price, but you know. I don't know. Over.
We're all internet.
Yeah, there you go.
What's
I
that?
yield the floor.
I yield. I was
I'm
just
fucking
like,
with you.
I can't get Starlink where I'm at either. So I'm like, till I move, I'm pretty much stuck with the service I got.
Yeah, that's one thing about the boonies or wherever you are. It's the internet can be a problem. That's for sure. As I don't, you know, I ain't got to tell you, but yeah, the fucking internet.
Other than streaming, I can do everything I want to do. That's one reason I really don't. I'm not like trying to make big moves to switch stuff up. Is like there's and I mean streaming as far as the the live streaming. Not I could stream any movie. I never lag
Oh
on
yeah.
anything.
Yes, the
It's
upload. The upload is the problem.
right.
Yeah, exactly. I get it.
That's
Makes
a
sense.
bummer, and I don't get it. Like I'll kick on my camera. Like last night on Drew's, I had the camera on. Like to me, it looks like the camera's on because I don't see the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And then and I don't realize it's frozen. I'm like, that's just stupid. It's better. I might as well just leave the camera off. At least my audio can be better that way.
Yeah, you're better off that way, I think.
You go into full 12, right?
Probably,
figured,
yeah. Yeah, oh, it's 13. Well, we're almost there. Shit. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
almost over. Wow, cool. I didn't
You
even
haven't done
know,
that in
man.
a while.
It has been a while, yeah, and I kind of zoned out, and I've been kind of zoned out on the driving and the conversation, the combination, so I actually kind of forgot. I didn't realize it was that close. Hell, I still got food left. I've usually eaten all my food by now, so that's good. Still got another meal to eat. Hopefully this computer shows up. I'm pretty sure it's coming. Pretty sure it'll be here today, so probably I'll come back on because I'm definitely shutting this down right at 12 hours, but I'll probably come back later just if anybody cares about the unboxing. I don't know. Some people seem like they wanted to see it, so probably do that. Why not? Sounds like fun. It's been a long fuck, dude. It's been a long road just to get a computer, but because the old me, dude, I would have freaked the fuck out and I would have blown up about 5 different times, and just me being able to remain mostly calm. It seems like I'm actually coming out ahead because I'm getting a better computer in the long run. So, and I'm hoping to keep this thing for a while. My laptops keep dying, so hopefully this thing will work for a while. Hoping it's a little more durable. Anyway, we shall see.
That's a big part of something that I learned from one of the best negotiators. And basically, there's a lot to negotiation, but the foundation of it that he taught me is the one with the most patience wins.
That makes sense. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, yeah. Because if I'm
everything. Yeah. Just even what you said, it's like, yeah, just like we're on, we both blew up. We're both impatient. We both hate this world. Like, I totally get it. And like, but we also both realize the futility of like stressing ourselves out over shit we can't control. And so literally it's like a negotiation with the world, and the more patience you can kind of have with it, like, yeah, in the end, you're probably going to end up better.
Yeah, I'm coming out ahead, but you're right. You're absolutely right. Because I would have been freaking the fuck out. There's JG. What's happening, partner? Look at him. Yeah. What's up, man? Hi. Oh, man. I don't even have the heart to tell him he's corny.
Is this real?
Is this real? Is Yurt still live? I wonder.
I don't know, man. I went over there earlier, dude. They were exactly what I fucking put my finger on. Weird sex shit, man. That's all that fucking Paul group, dude. They all ended up creeping out and freaking having a group thing, and now they just want to talk about it online. And it's not Paul, but it's his, subordinates.
Yeah, the Brian
And,
O'Shea saga.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, come on, man. It's just gross to even fucking listen to.
Dude, some of it's interesting. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, a lot of it is distasteful.
If you're under 30 and you want to talk about your sexual exploits, okay. When you're a 50-year-old man and you want to talk about it like you're at some college party, it's just gross, dude. It's gross and creepy on a fucking lot of levels to me.
Yeah, I didn't know that it got to that point. So yeah, I agree. That is creepy. I couldn't agree more.
Now, he's literally kissing and telling about his whole fucking saga. I don't even want to get into it because it's just like,
oh man,
it's Ben Thorpe level creep.
Oh,
it may be even a little more, dude. Now that he's like running around to panels and talking about it, it's weird, man.
See, last time I saw it, he wasn't kissing and telling, so I was kind of respecting that he wasn't kissing and telling. So now that I hear that he is, that's a little disappointing.
It's literally his point of going up to talk. You saw it coming from a mile away.
Yeah. Well, I'm still going to probably tune in now, so I mean, I'm not much better.
Well,
obviously.
they might be over it now. That was an hour ago.
Well, I'll watch the replay. I'll probably watch the replay.
But if you can stand it.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
In the whole thing here, man. Why not? I guess I'll wait the 8 minutes, and then I'll eat. Yes, that's right. Is this real? Mic check, mic check. Look at him, he's cheesing.
I love it.
Oh
man.
Damn, that's a good way to wrap this bad boy up. I'd say anywhere within 5 minutes of 12 hours, because I don't really want to go over. Yeah, I know. I do. Believe me, I want it more than anybody else. We want this computer now. Let me track this bad boy. If it shows up close enough, I will go beyond the 12 hours. But I don't know how far past you can go 12 hours on YouTube. Eventually, it cuts off part of the stream. So I'm trying to stop it right at 12 or right before 12. It ain't here yet. I'm thinking like 2 o'clock probably. I got 2 more hours potentially. It's out for delivery. As of 9:57 a.m., it's out for delivery. Not that anybody can read that. It's JG. What the fuck? JG's gang stalking us through his
JG is going insane.
Oh, I'm back. All right.
Shit, you never left for me.
Yeah.
Oh, the traffic.
Okay. All right, we're about to shut it down. El Perro, shout out to Wizard, just told us it cuts off at 11:55. So.
Oh man! All right, shut it down.
Well,
you guys have a good day.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for watching. Bye.
I'll see ya. All right.